The Assassin's Code, Assassin Without a Name Book 3 by Scott Marlowe. Act 1. Finrad's Magnificent Tower. Part 1. I don't commit murder without reason or cause. It's never about personal grudges or slights either. There's a code to these sorts of things. An assassin's code, one might call it, though assassins simply call it the code, the same way knights refer to theirs. But our code is not a chivalric one. The assassin's code is much more practical, with basic tenets like never let a job become personal, never have regrets, never work for free, and never leave a job unfinished. Regarding the first two, I found that by never letting a job become personal, one doesn't have regrets. Most of the time. If everyone followed the code, the world, or at least my life, would be much simpler. But few do. Take Gwendolyn Goddard, for example. The woman has the exact sociopathic tendencies needed for my trade, but everything about her is an antithesis to the code. For one, she makes everything personal, starting with when she set me up for murdering her brother. One might consider that business since she gained majority control of the society as a result, but then she had to go and send her mercenary police force after me when the authorities failed to do the job. Then, despite knowing of my relationship with Atticus Drake, she tried to hire me to assassinate him, throw in a plan to undermine my alliances, and a harrowing escapade with automated carriages speeding across the city, and I couldn't guess what came next. I was confident Gwendolyn already had something in mind, though. So, as I waded through the night's chill air, wondering if we might get our first snow this very evening, I approached Atticus Drake's manse with the beginnings of a plan to remove Gwendolyn Goddard from my life for good. No dark armor or masks this evening. I stepped onto Atticus's porch sporting a casual ensemble of a jacket lined with lamb's wool, vest, trousers, and sturdy boots. I left my Steel Island sword and long knives at home, preferring to carry more inconspicuous weapons like a small dagger at my side and numerous throwing knives hidden away elsewhere. Though Atticus expected my arrival, I was caught off guard when the door flung open with dramatic flair before I even raised my hand to knock. Even more surprising was the sight of Atticus himself, flanked by his right-hand man Samuel, storming from the house with such urgency I had to leap aside to avoid being bowled over. "Thomas!" Atticus said, an unusually dark expression creasing his older but still handsome features. He gesticulated with hands nestled inside a pair of leather gloves. Heavy coats meant they were on their way out. "You're here! Excellent! There isn't a moment to lose. Come with us." I followed the pair to a Clarence parked along the drive with a draft already harnessed. While Atticus and I ensconced ourselves inside the cab opposite one another, Samuel took his usual place in the driver's seat. Wasting no time, Samuel had the carriage's wooden wheels rattling over the main boulevard's cobbles in no time. The perceived urgency of the situation was so great that only after we had established a steady rhythm did I feel at ease enough to ask about our destination. Fuming, Atticus exhaled sharply, his expression darker than I had ever seen. "Do you remember the Cranes?" "Of course," I said. "Professors Remy and Ruby, as I recall. Father and daughter scientists, each as odd as one might expect for such scholarly intellects." I frowned. "Did something happen to them?" "No," Atticus said, thrumming his fingers on his knee as he gauged our progress via the view through the window. "But something will once we arrive at their laboratory." I raised a brow, expecting and receiving a more detailed explanation. "I expressly forbid them from building the Tillwood device, yet that is exactly what they have done." "Tillwood device?" I recognized the artificer's name, but not much else. "That's what the Cranes are calling it. After you and Elizabeth delivered the sheaf key, they extracted and successfully deciphered the remaining parchments. Our initial supposition that Mr. Tillwood had designed a power amplifier proved true. However, as they worked through the numerous schematics and other information, the Cranes discovered much more. So much more that I asked them to hold off on any plans to take the next step by building the device until we had time to adequately study and understand the ramifications of such a powerful piece of machinery. I remembered the scientists' excitement when we delivered the key to unlock the sheaf parchment secrets, so it didn't surprise me to learn they'd moved ahead with the next logical step. Scientists will do what scientists do, after all. But clearly Atticus had assumed they would not defy his request to wait. Otherwise, we wouldn't be lurching down the street in the dead of night on our way to see them. But one man's setback is often another's gain, so with Gwendolyn Goddard still on my mind, talk of the Tillwood device sparked an idea. Is the Tillwood device dangerous? Atticus shook his head lightly. The device itself? Maybe. But the greater danger lies in those who wish to possess it. I need not remind you of the various organizations that tried to possess the Artificer's schematics after you stole them. If those organizations learn we built a working prototype, they will no doubt seek to take it instead, not to mention Ms. Goddard. As I'm sure you recall, the Artificer worked from her designs. Underhanded actions notwithstanding, she has a legal claim to any inventions created from the schematics. She could show up at the Crane's doorstep with a host of city officers, demand they turn over the device, and I can do little to stop her. Atticus shook his head in disapproval. The Cranes have exposed all of us to unnecessary danger. No one understood the organizations Atticus mentioned better than me. First were the Warders, operating in the shadows on a mysterious project that reeked of something sinister. Then, the Jakaree, zealous priests hell-bent on constructing a dark machine designed to tear open a chasm into a chilling realm of despair. And last, the Progressive Society, whose mission seemed benign until one considered the two-edged nature of technology. Atticus belonged to the Society and, in fact, called himself a founding member. But the Society was fractured, with Atticus's tenuous hold threatened by Gwendolyn's firmer hand. That Gwen was a bigger thorn in Atticus's side than in mine was an understatement, but I wondered how deep that thorn went and how far Atticus might go to see it removed. I steepled my hands. I have an idea, Atticus. One I think you'll like. Atticus raised a brow and regarded me with curiosity. I leaned closer. I know how we can ensure those organizations never come looking for the device or anything else ever again. Atticus narrowed his gaze. I'm listening. Meaning he wanted to know the catch. I need to borrow the Tillwood device. Atticus raised a brow but said nothing. I was ready to provide more details to win him over. But Samuel interrupted with a signal that we approached the secret laboratory. So, as he guided the carriage around back, I held on to those details until the soonest opportunity presented itself. The laboratory's interior was as much a haphazard array of machinery and spare parts as the last time I'd visited, as were the two professors, who greeted us with nary a nod since their full attention was on a machine, the Tillwood device, I presumed, resting by itself on top of a solitary table. The device stood a modest 3 feet tall. At its base, dark, polished wood adorned with intricate carvings of swirling vines and arcane symbols shimmered in the light as if infused with a subtle, living essence. Upon the base rested a multifaceted, crystalline orb that glowed in various hues, shifting colors like a wizard's pyrotechnic display, its streams of ethereal, pulsing light illuminating the carvings below and creating an enchanting dance of shadows. A latticework of brass, an excellent conductor of alchemical power, surrounded the orb. These thin metal filaments absorbed energy radiating from the crystal, transferring that power as spirals of silver energy to slender metallic arms stretching upward like the branches of a tree seeking the sun. The arms, forged from an unidentifiable alloy, ended in intricate geometric shapes that hummed with latent intensity. Besides the illuminating display, the device emitted a soft hum that sent vibrations across the room. Both scientists wore dark goggles, and with good reason, given the bright, pulsating light. Professor Crane, Ruby that is, took fastidious notes using quill and ink, recording measurements from a handheld device on a piece of parchment. More parchments, already covered with data, were stacked next to her. At the same time, her father made adjustments to the machine using levers in a small control panel at the machine's base. Shielding his eyes with a raised arm, Atticus swept into their midst. By the old gods! You not only built it, but you're testing it too. Turn it off. Now! Professor Crane, Remy, could scarce ignore Atticus's tone, let alone his command. But we just started calibrating the harmonization of the... Atticus slammed his fist onto the table. I don't care. Shut it down before it's too late." Startled by the sudden outburst, Ruby's attention snapped up from her note-taking. She and her father exchanged a startled glance, and with her dark goggles still resting on her face, Ruby blurted, "Too late for what?" "Just do it," Atticus barked, stepping toward the machine as if he meant to turn it off himself if they wouldn't. Remy grumbled something under his breath, but he flipped a switch on the device, extinguishing the pulsating light and silencing the machine's hum. The laboratory settled into an eerie silence. Remy spun on his stool to address Atticus while Ruby looked on. Professor Crane, the elder one, lifted his goggles to his forehead, revealing a pointed stare and narrowed wrinkles across his brow. He folded hands bearing the cuts and nicks of a seasoned craftsman in his lap and asked in a tight voice laced with irritation, "Care to explain why you barged into my laboratory and interrupted our experiment?" That did not seem the best way to cool Atticus's anger, but then I wasn't sure what this was all about, so I crossed my arms and, remaining at the periphery, leaned against the nearest wall to watch the confrontation unfold. "Your laboratory?" Atticus asked. I half expected steam to explode from his ears. "Need I remind you who pays for all this?" Atticus waved a hand, not waiting for an answer. I most certainly did not barge in here. However, if I had, it was only because the situation's urgency dictated I do so. I asked you weeks ago not to proceed with the device's construction, yet, despite the danger, you did so anyway. Ruby ducked her head and returned to her note-taking. Professor Crane's brow furrowed in confusion. "Danger? What danger?" His voice rose with each word. "I told you we took all necessary precautions, and we did. As long as the power levels remain nominal, the danger is minimal." Atticus stamped his foot. "I am not as concerned with the device as I am with those who wish to possess it. As you know, certain others have gone to extraordinary lengths to take back the sheaf parchment. Since Elizabeth retrieved the key, they must assume we've made some progress in revealing the secrets of the various schematics. But have they guessed we've gone further and built the artificer's device?" Ruby gathered her stack of parchments with her head ducked, slid from her stool, and slowly extricated herself from the melee. "I've kept the location of this laboratory secret so far," Atticus said. "But how long before the likes of Ms. Goddard, the warders, or even the Jakaree death priests detect the energy emanating from the device? From studying the designs, we know it gives off a power signature unlike any we've ever seen. We also know the warders are monitoring the purchase of rare earth materials via their contacts in the marketplace. If they don't already know you've built the device, they probably do now, and thanks to the two of you, might even know precisely where to find it." Remy shot up. "Do you, sir, take me for a complete idiot? Do you really want me to answer that?" I wondered if steam might come from the professor's ears first. "Why, you, sir, are a horse's arse if you think I'm stupid enough to—" "Gentlemen," I said, abandoning my place of safety to step between the combatants before the argument progressed any further. "What's done is done. The professors built the device, and since that fact won't change, we should figure out how best to use it." I paused to let my words sink in, and the temperature of the room to abate. Fortunately for all of us, I have already deliberated over the situation, and I think I have just the thing. The two scientists continued glaring at one another, but at least my intervention had introduced a momentary cessation of their verbal hostilities. Finally, Atticus took the high road and looked away. Remy followed suit, tossing his goggles onto the table before he crossed his arms and settled into a dark silence. "Surely someone wants to hear my idea," I stated. Ruby, who had found safe harbor behind a desk in the room's corner, raised a pudgy-fingered hand. "I'd like to hear it." "As would I," Atticus grumbled, "but not until after I'm sure this location remains secure. You are far from an idiot, Professor Crane. So can I assume you have the device, if not the entire building, shielded?" Remy appeared no less irritated, but he accepted the olive branch. "You can." "Not the entire building," Ruby said from her corner, "but a sufficient area around the device to ensure no exo-energy can escape. Rest assured, we've taken every precaution to ensure the laboratory's location and our work remain a secret." Remy jutted his chin at Atticus in a gesture clearly meaning, "I told you so." Atticus, who noted the gesture, chewed his lip while he contemplated Ruby's words. Finally, Atticus nodded, accepting the younger scientist's explanation, though he did ask, "Did you confirm the efficacy of the shielding by monitoring the energy emanations?" Ruby held up her stack of parchment, measured and recorded. Atticus exhaled deeply, the last bit of tension melting from him. "Very well. Professor Crane, I apologize for my overreaction. However, I do not apologize for barging into my laboratory." Remy shrugged. Apology accepted. With the confrontation settled, I intended to outline the details of my plan. However, a tangle of laundry lines sprawling across the back half of the laboratory distracted my attention. Dozens of parchments fluttered from each line. Did all those come from the original sheaf parchment? Ruby came around the desk, smiling at my astonishment. The young woman had a roundish figure beneath her laboratory coat and a plain face framed beneath short brownish hair she kept simple and tied into a short ponytail. She removed her glasses, cleaning the lenses with the tails of her shirt. Even more, we ran out of places to hang the others. They all detail some part of the device? Most. Some have more to do with the underlying processes, but they all correlate with the machine in one way or another. Still astonished, I asked, "What does the device do?" Atticus mentioned power amplification on the way over. "That's right," Ruby said. "The Tillwood device, we're calling it that out of respect for its designer, is, more precisely, an energy multiplier." That told me little beyond the obvious. Ruby saw my blank expression and launched into a more detailed explanation. The Tillwood device uses an asymptotic Euclidean process to generate a small amount of energy by agitating minuscule power rivulets into a hyperactive state. After a multitude of iterations, Ruby's father cleared his throat. "Perhaps a high-level explanation will suffice, especially since Mr. Thornton," I said by rote, "though Thomas will do." Present company knew me best as Thomas Thornton, so while the identity bordered on overuse, I required its service a little longer, especially since Thomas is not a scientist. "A high-level explanation will suffice," I said. Ruby frowned, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. "Very well. The Tillwood device operates on a transformative principle. Given even the most modest energy input, it can amplify that energy output by a factor of 1,000. Advanced energy convergence mechanisms and resonant amplification processes make this possible. The gains in efficiency are nothing short of revolutionary. This device represents a paradigm shift in energy generation, one the world has never seen before." "Interesting," I said. "About the energy input. I assume you mean an external generator?" "Exactly," Ruby answered. "Does any type of generator work?" "Some better than others," she said. "But assuming the correct calibration and alignment, most will do the job." Ruby's father stepped in. "In our case, we're using a typical low-output alchemical generator. Nothing special. But then, the device doesn't require anything special. That's the beauty of the multiplication process. There is a small issue with energy leakage, but we're confident we'll have that figured out soon." "So, Aravar was a genius?" I asked. "Perhaps," Atticus said, whose flat tone and lack of astonishment told me he already knew all this about the machine. "But Ms. Goddard also had a hand in its design, so some, perhaps most, of the credit must go to her." "Speaking of Gwendolyn," I said, thinking to bring the conversation back to my plan. "Ever since Liz stole the sheaf key from Ms. Goddard some weeks ago, Gwendolyn has been trying her damnest to get the schematic back, right?" Elizabeth had pulled off a fine operation, infiltrating Gwendolyn's inner circle and stealing the key right from under her nose. Still, it hadn't taken Gwen long to deduce where the key had gone, though she'd gotten no further than accosting Atticus at every opportunity about it. Atticus, for his part, had become an expert at denial. "I know nothing about a key. I know less about its whereabouts. And how would I know anything about the thief who stole it from you if I know nothing about what you claim was stolen?" Eventually, Gwendolyn grew weary of asking him, and finally gave up. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn had her new mercenary force, the Black Blades, scouring the city for the key and the thief who had taken it from her. So far, their search yielded few results. But what Gwendolyn lacked in patience, she more than made up for with intelligence, so I knew she'd eventually find the secret laboratory and perhaps even learn Liz's identity. Both outcomes were another reason to move forward with my plan. Better to strike first and rid ourselves of Gwendolyn Goddard for good than wait for either to happen. Indeed, Atticus said to my question. The Tillwood device represents a gigantic leap forward in energy production, with near-limitless applications. It's worth a great deal to Ms. Goddard and the Society in terms of reputation and financial gain. I strolled about, thinking. If I understand the writs governing the Society's presence in Alchester, such a significant invention must benefit Calendor and no other. Correct? Atticus folded his hands before him. That's correct. The Crown is one of our most generous patrons. As part of our agreement to operate within the city, the Society shares our most important findings with Calendor alone. Some of our inventions have specific military applications, so this only makes sense. But others, like the Tillwood device with its broader reach across multiple industries, must also remain close to home, so to speak, to maintain a superior technological advantage over the other fiefdoms. I crossed my arms and lifted a hand to my chin. What happens if word got out that the Society intended to sell the Tillwood device to the highest bidder? Atticus's face took on a pinched look. That will never happen as long as I sit on the primary council. Humor me, I said. Such an act is considered treason. As such, the Ministry of Justice would cancel our operating agreements, seize our assets, and arrest and imprison the Society's members. As a founder, I would face execution or imprisonment, along with the others on the council, including Ms. Goddard. Including Ms. Goddard, I said, tapping my chin with my forefinger. Interesting. Atticus lifted a brow in curiosity. I suppose this has something to do with the idea you tried to tell me about earlier. What idea? Professor Crane asked. Even Ruby, who had returned to her desk, looked interested. You're all concerned about Ms. Goddard finding the Tillwood device, not to mention the warders and the Jakaree. This laboratory is safe for now, but for how long? You can always move the device, but how much time does that buy you before they find you again? Atticus crossed his arms. So, what are you proposing? That we take the fight to them. The best defense is a good offense and all that. What I'm proposing is simple. We set a trap for Gwendolyn, the warders, and maybe even the Jakaree using the Tillwood device as bait. Now, I don't have all the details worked out, and I'll need to bring in some others to legitimize the charade. But if we play our cards right, we might rid ourselves of the opposition in one fell swoop. I quieted, waiting to field the barrage of expected questions. But everyone remained silent. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, I said, wondering if the prompting might help. That at least got Atticus to clear his throat. I do have questions, he said. Concerns as well. You could not have chosen a better lure, though I am curious about the details. You may intend to ensnare certain individuals and parties, but as I said, my involvement with the Society may pull me into your scheme as well, and not in a good way. Also, once you've lured everyone into your trap, how do you intend to catch them, so to speak? I suppressed a smug smile because that was the brilliant part. But like a magician clinging to his secrets, I felt the need to keep such details to myself for now. So, I said only, we'll need to get the word out that we have the device and intend to sell it, but that information will have to come from the right person. No offense, but that person can't be you, Atticus. No one will believe someone of your standing and reputation is capable of doing such a thing. Atticus tugged at his jacket. I will take that as a compliment. Fortunately, I know someone. Atticus nodded, understanding the less he knew, the better. How do you intend to keep the Society from getting dragged into this? Also, once the respective parties have fallen into your trap, what do you intend to do with them? You have a reputation as well, Mr. Thornton, and so I feel compelled to inform you I will not be a party to murder. Remy frowned, and his daughter, who had no trouble meeting my gaze earlier, found her tabulated data much more fascinating now. Murder. For some, it was a taboo word, disgusting even. For others, it represented a means to an end, a calculated risk in a game where stakes were measured in power and survival. To many in Alchester, it represented an irrevocable choice. To others, it became a necessary evil, a tool wielded in the shadows of ambition, stirring a complex mixture of fear, thrill, or even admiration. Regardless, it always revealed the darkest corners of human nature, its moral dilemmas too terrible for most to consider. Even the few who embraced it, like me, had to reconcile its ghastly nature from time to time. But that's where the code came in, providing guidance and, I dare say, a rationale for it all. But no one else present knew about the code. To them, I was a killer without principle, an executioner of a sort, a murderer without remorse or pity. "You can stop now," I remember Olivia telling me once. But my sister didn't understand. She didn't recognize the danger still lurking so close. Yes, I had avenged my parents' murders, but Olivia didn't know our family's enemies like I did. For now, they lingered in the shadows, waiting, watching perhaps, but always ready to take advantage of weakness. I may have ended the worst of them those many years ago, but someday they'd tire of the shadows and come into the light once more. Unlike my father, I refused to allow them to find me unprepared. If people like the professors, Atticus, and so many others saw me as something to disdain and fear, I could accept that. One thing I could not accept was becoming a victim again. Such ruminations remained my own, so, affecting my best smile, I said to Atticus, "Nothing like that this time, but I can't say anything more right now. Keep the device safe. If all goes well, I'll have the pieces in place by the end of the week. I'll provide more details then." "See that you do," Atticus said. "My approval of the device for this scheme of yours hinges on those details. Make no mistake, Thomas. I would like nothing more than to see Gwendolyn and those others removed from the list of participants in this game of ours, but not if there's even the slightest chance the schematics or the device fall into the wrong hands. You and I have seen enough regarding the intentions of the warders in Jakaree, so even though their end goals remain elusive, handing over the device to either is entirely unacceptable." "Agreed," I said, leaving it at that. It seemed an opportune time to leave, so as Atticus settled into a conversation with the professors over their latest data, I slipped from the laboratory and back into the night. I exchanged nods with Samuel as I strolled past him, and then I was alone. Thinking of giving my legs a rest, I hailed the nearest coach, conventional as chance had it, and not one of the newer automated ones, gave the driver some quick instructions regarding my destination, and with a snap of the reins, off we went. For some time, I watched street lanterns pass through the window before we came to a final lurching stop. The carriage swayed as the driver stepped down, and the door opened. I paid and thanked him, then waited in front of the jaded Peacock while horse and wagon clopped away. Meanwhile, the tavern door swung open, releasing a symphony of delightful sounds into the night. The lively notes of pipes filled the air, mingling with the soft murmur of friendly conversation and the occasional burst of cheerful laughter from patrons savoring delicious food and fine wine. I caught the barest sight of flickering flames dancing in the hearth, its warm glow inviting all who passed by to step inside and share in the joy and comfort of the bustling atmosphere. While I longed to heed its call, I told Atticus I had a plan in mind, one I meant to put in motion tonight. So, pulling my jacket tighter against the brisk air, I blended into the sparse crowd of night revelers on their way to warmer places and set my sights on Beggar's Quarter. With more civilized neighborhoods left behind, I soon walked alone. Alone but for the cut purse tailing me. I picked up on him as soon as I entered the quarter's fringes. I expected to see others. A lead man ahead to hold me up while the thief behind closed in, and maybe even another coming at me from the side from one of the myriad dark alleys characteristic of this part of town. I didn't see any reason to oblige them, so I ducked into the next alley, disappearing within to wait. The cut purse glided in, smooth as butter, a surly look on his stubbled face and murder in his eyes. Not a simple robbery then, especially when I spotted a Jakaree Chris held in a white-knuckled grip beneath his cloak. I didn't fancy a knife fight right now, so I slipped in behind him, wrapped my arm around his throat, and jabbed him in the back once, twice, and a third time. So fast his first gasp didn't come until I'd already released him, and he'd fallen to his knees. He groaned, then fell flat onto his face, his wavy-bladed knife rattling across the cobbles as it slipped from his grasp. I almost didn't sense the pair behind me until it was too late. Spinning around, I caught the knife hand of the first, then kicked the other in the gut. Before the first could dislodge himself from my grip, I smashed my fist into his nose, breaking it. Gah! I gutted him, stabbing once, twice, before the other, recovered now, darted toward me with a knife, another crisp blade, aimed at my face. I shoved the first into him, knocking him astray, which opened up the opportunity I needed to get behind him and jam my knife into his kidney. He gasped, but still had some fight in him. So I threw him against the wall, cracked him across the jaw when he turned, and finally slashed him across the abdomen. He collapsed, falling almost on top of the other. No one was getting back up, so I checked vitals all around to make sure I didn't need to stab anyone again. 2 were dead, and the third, almost. I turned the one still breathing over, slapping his face to see if enough life remained in him for me to ask who sent him, but his last breath came in the next instant, and that was that. Rifling pockets, I found some coins and nothing else. Looking at their stubbled cheeks, crooked teeth, and cropped hair, I didn't recognize any of them. I stuffed one of their knives into my belt. The knife had all the trademarks of the Jakaree with its black leather-wrapped hilt and dark wavy blade. Though all 3 carried the same style weapon, none conformed to the standard I had come to expect from Onias and his bunch. Their faces and heads were oddly bereft of tattoos, and their heads far from cleanly shaven. Also, the assassins' simple tunics and heavy cloaks were uncharacteristic of the usually robed death priests. Whatever these gentlemen's identities, they were most definitely not Jakaree. With 3 fresh corpses at my feet and the night getting colder, I stepped from the alley and, when I saw no one else about, continued on my way. In my line of work, one is bound to attract the wrong kind of attention, whether that attention came from an affronted relative of someone I killed or someone with an axe to grind over something else I'd done. Ridlin Tamarok's name surfaced, but while hiring someone to do his dirty work was his style, the consequences for failure were too debilitating for someone of his meek fortitude. Someone else then, though right now no names came to mind. In my experience, these sorts of things have a way of sorting themselves out, so while I didn't put it entirely from my mind, I at least set it aside until I had more information. Before the interruption, I planned to take a direct route to my destination, and perhaps even walk right through the front door. But with my blood still roiling, I decided on a more circuitous route and a more clandestine entrance. The extra steps gave me more time to think about the meeting ahead. I hadn't spoken to Thorn since Malachi's murder. If the old beggar had been a mentor to me, then he was a friend to Thorn, so it was a wonder Heavyhammer didn't have half the city turned upside down looking for the blood witch that had sucked Malachi dry. Maybe Thorn expected me to handle her. Murder was my business, after all. But Heavyhammer was an Anolgan warrior, a barbarian, before he'd settled down to the relatively peaceful life of a crime lord who ran most of the city's underworld. If anyone knew how to even a score, Thorn did, and then some. I turned off before any of the guild's spotters saw me. With the cold biting now, most were likely far more focused on stomping boots and wrapping themselves in cloaks or blankets than scanning for potential intruders. Almost a decade of complacency also played a factor, since no one worth their salt had made a play against Guildhouse in all that time. Heavyhammer's barbarian sensibilities and a trail of bodies had seen to that. Still, Thorn liked receiving advanced warnings about visitors. He'd have to live with disappointment this one time. Stopping short of the manor wall, I blended into the shadows, waiting and watching for the next guard to stroll across my field of view. I heard him coming before I saw him when he emitted a resounding inhale, and then let out a voluminous sneeze that echoed through the dark. I shook my head at his carelessness. Once he strolled past, I ducked in behind him, whisper quiet, and hoisted myself up and over the wall, landing in a crouch that kept me well out of sight of the next sentry. Not waiting for anyone to pass this time, I prowled through the dark until I found the guest house I remembered from my previous visit. Windows and doors were closed tight, and no lights shone from within. The small house lay in stillness, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the much larger manor nearby. From an open window, the spirited strumming of a lute floated through the air, weaving its way into the night. A joyful chorus accompanied the melody, voices rising in harmony, while an energetic crowd cheered and sang along, their enthusiasm swelling to a triumphant crescendo with each soaring high note. As I sank further into the dark, the guild's merrymaking faded, and thoughts of tonight's assassins rose to the forefront. Heavy Hammer throwing a party was about as dependable as the sun rising. In my line of work, and Thjorn's, that kind of consistency was a disaster waiting to happen. That was why I never frequented the same taverns or wine shops with too much regularity and never on a set pattern. By itself, throwing a party meant nothing. Even combined with tonight's attack, it still amounted to little more than a coincidence. But the crisp knife added an additional element. Before the Jakaree's arrival, I seldom saw such blades. Yet now they were so common that ordinary street thugs carried them. That seemed unlikely. Whoever hired those men to waylay me meant for them to attack with those specific weapons, as if they wanted to send a message. I might not yet understand the message's meaning, but I was sure their plan encompassed other targets. But with nothing tying my trio of assassins to Guildhouse, I almost considered coming out of the shadows and announcing myself. Yet the unknown aspect of tonight's attack nagged and nagged at me until I figured it didn't hurt to keep a low profile and have a look around first. Infiltrating the guild hadn't been part of tonight's plan, but it seemed that was what I was about to do. Most thieves, or assassins, will go up when invading a place. Scaling walls and such is second nature, so finding an open or unlocked window and slipping into a dark room works best most times. But why climb when I don't have to? A torch bobbing down a walkway and boots crunching on gravel gave me pause. But then I got moving, reaching the house with nary a sound. Padding around the building's corner, I settled into a familiar crevice where I probed for a hidden catch I'd seen Elizabeth use more times than I could count. When I pressed on the brick and heard a soft click, I knew I had my way in. Slipping into the narrow hall within, where all was dark as pitch, I made sure the door was closed behind me before carefully navigating down the hallway to an expected dead end. Hearing no sounds coming from the other side, I pulled on a hidden catch, another secret door, and stepped into Guildhouse's wine cellar. Soft lantern light bathed the darkened space in a faint, mesmerizing display, illuminating the granite floor and walls but leaving much of the excesses in shadow. At the edge of the light, wine bottles filled dark lacquered racks set in stone alcoves, while barrelmen had stacked barrels of mead and ale in a corner. Heavy Hammer was anything but a wine connoisseur, but he pampered guests with one of the premier wine collections in the city. No one else was here. So, once the secret door had clicked shut behind me, I indulged in a quick perusal of the wine selection. I passed over the 12 Red Hydra, an odd name for a wine and not a particularly good year anyway, and the 35 St. Berlot for the more refined taste of a 36 Red from the vineyards of Maristo, a principality at Kalendor's eastern fringes. Heavy Hammer's staff was accommodating enough to leave a tray with glasses and an opener on a small table, so I had the bottle uncorked and a small taste poured into a glass in no time. I sampled the Maristo, confirming its full-bodied aroma and bold flavor before pouring myself a full measure. Holding my glass to a lantern so the light reflected from the swirl of the wine's scarlet depths, I took a small drink and found it as delightful as the initial taste. This minor distraction was more than an indulgence. The wine glass was a prop, and I was no longer a nameless assassin, but an invited gentleman attending the Lord of Thieves' grand party. Or perhaps I was one of the people in charge of Thjorn's estate. I'd have to see how events unfolded. I left the open bottle for someone else to clean up and, with my glass leading the way, made my way up a creaky staircase to the manor's kitchen, where the bustling activity of the scene before me unfolded like a colorful tapestry. Guild cooks and their assistants rushed every which way, their faces flushed with the heat of the fires and the labor of their craft. Over the roaring flames, frying pans sizzled with white fish cooked to golden perfection, while pots bubbled with steaming vegetables, their colors bright against the dark metal. The savory aroma of sizzling meats also filled the room, enticing and warm, wrapping around me like a comforting embrace. Each chef shouted commands and inquiries, their voices blending into a lively symphony of culinary chaos while the rhythmic clatter of utensils and pans filled the background. As I swept into their midst, the divine smells set my stomach grumbling. I settled into the second of my predetermined personas without missing a step. Heavy Hammer requested an extra chop, I announced, never stopping. Also, Mr. Prayton asked for his tenderloin extra well done. A cook looked at me with a horrified stare. I know, I said. Who eats meat that way? There's no accounting for taste anymore, is there? I hadn't interacted with Gustav Prayton, who administered Heavy Hammer's affairs, since my last visit, nor did I know him well. I certainly had no idea how he liked his steak. Also, Ms. Blackthorne requested a glass of Master Targalas's finest white wine, a Chardonnay if you have it. In fact, bring her the entire bottle. Never mind that Zara absolutely hated wine. One last request occurred to me before I exited the kitchen. Make sure Ms. West receives a freshly cut red rose. One from the greenhouse will do nicely, preferably delivered to the main dining hall before she sits down for dinner. But, sir, the cook who had given me the look sputtered, Master Targalas requested dinner be served in the green room this evening. Right, the green room, which Heavy Hammer reserved for private gatherings or when he wished to speak about something important with his highest-ranking thieves. The green room was also an excellent place to strike a decisive, impactful blow against the guild, if such was one's goal. The green room it is, then, I called over a shoulder, grabbing an apron hanging from a wall hook right before I left the kitchen behind to stride into the grand hall. The scene beyond was everything I remembered from my previous visits. A mighty blaze roaring in the extraordinarily large fireplace illuminated a grand celebration, or, for Guildhouse, just another ordinary night. Food and drink covered long tables beyond capacity. White-jacketed servers navigated lanes that closed as readily as they opened with expert precision, and guild members and others laughed, hollered, and shouted at one another like old friends. But the celebration's true centerpiece was the minstrel, whose sweet melodies I'd heard outside. One look at him, and I recognized him from other engagements elsewhere in the city. An excellent musician by any measure, his name was Joran Silversong, which I was sure was a stage name and not his real one. Flashing a broad smile, Joran furiously strummed his instrument while hitting all the high notes as he belted out a fanciful tune about a young lad who garners the attention of one too many lasses. In the true sign of a master bard, the crowd hung on his every note, word, and gesture, responding with laughter, hollers, and raised mugs as the musician took them on the journey of his song. The minstrel had his audience so enraptured that I had no trouble sauntering in unchallenged. Stopping momentarily, I raised my glass and laughed with everyone else while peering through the bedlam to where an open hall led to Heavy Hammer's private dining chamber. I saw no guards, which wasn't surprising. People often feel safest when amongst friends in comfortable, familiar surroundings. This, of course, is a mistake, but I'd taken advantage of it often enough when on a job, so I was thankful most people did not share my cynicism. Not wanting to attract attention or risk being recognized, I kept on the move, weaving through the throngs of laughing, rowdy ruffians. I offered smiles when necessary but avoided direct eye contact, ensuring no one had more than a fleeting glance at my face. I aimed to blend in seamlessly, slipping like a shadow amongst the revelers. Though my visits to Guildhouse were infrequent and my interactions limited to Elizabeth and a few others, a sober patron might still recognize me. Not that it mattered. As a friend of Heavy Hammer's, most wouldn't give my presence a second thought. With so much activity, I needed to winnow down the possible list of miscreants. No small task when the entire hall was full of them. But the regulars, the ones who belonged, didn't concern me as much as those who didn't. While I couldn't be certain of every guild member, I ruled out anyone openly drunk or so engaged in the revelries they didn't have the wherewithal to plan or involve themselves in an attack. That included almost everyone indulging in Silversong's rowdy adventure, including the minstrel himself, but not necessarily others engaging in feats of daring like knife-throwing or games of chance involving dice or cards. Putting those individuals aside, though, left the servers, most of whom moved amongst the array of tables with faces of stone, dropping off platters of meat and fish and picking up empty plates and such on their return to the kitchen. Others carried pitchers overflowing with froth that they dispensed wherever they saw an empty cup. But even these garnered little of my attention. Anyone planning a hit inside Guildhouse wouldn't waste their time with the rank and file in the common hall. They'd target one or more of the guild's master thieves or Thorn himself. So I found a corner where I feigned interest in two muscled giants engaged in a vein-popping feat of arm wrestling while I monitored who entered and exited the green room. That meant keeping an eye on the waitstaff and wondering who amongst them intended to commit murder. I reminded myself that all of this could be for nothing. I might be wrong. Either way, I was here first and foremost to see Thorn. Choosing the cautious route delayed our meeting, but better that than discovering I was right too late. One of the servers caught my attention as he repeatedly glanced toward the green room with a sharpness that spoke of someone on serious business. When he wasn't looking that way, he exchanged glances with two other waiters, communicating without words. Such fleeting looks were enough for trained killers to coordinate an attack, or, as the seconds ticked by and nothing happened, they might mean nothing at all. Perhaps my instincts failed me this one time? I almost thought so, but then the waiter, who ambled casually amongst the rabble one second, abruptly veered toward the hallway leading to the green room the next. The other two followed suit, but not before they intercepted another pair of waiters carrying trays of food and drink, and a single red rose from the kitchen. They exchanged words, and the trays changed hands. This was no mere coincidence. "One thing I've learned over the years," said a familiar voice loud enough to rise above the revelry, "is to never trust an assassin." Still tracking the movement of the suspicious waiters, I smirked. "And what do all those years of experience tell you about thieves?" "To trust them even less." A hearty chuckle, a slap on the shoulder, and an extended hand, which I took without hesitation, and there before me stood Garrick Greyfoot, thief extraordinaire, the most handsome man in any room by his own admission, and Heavyhammer's chief of thieving operations. Garrick was an old saw with speckled gray in his dark beard, streaks of the same in his slicked-back hair, and the weathered skin of someone who spent plenty of time outdoors. If Gustav handled the guild's legitimate operations, then Garrick was his counterpart, except his purveyance covered the illegitimate activities, or, as Garrick liked to call it, the real work of the guild. "How are things, Garrick?" I asked, leaning close to ensure he heard me. "Bree still running you out of the house at every opportunity?" Garrick chuckled some more. "Of course. It's how we've stayed together for so long. 23 years of marriage, you know." I let out an appraising whistle. "That many?" The first waiter was almost out of sight, but a drunken group of revelers momentarily blocked the other two. If Garrick noticed me holding onto a kitchen apron, he said nothing about it. "Aye," Garrick said, still smiling. "It's a heavy burden, but someone has to bear it. Besides, most have a hard enough time putting up with either of us for 23 seconds, let alone that many years." I grinned back at him. I know I'm already finding it a challenge. Garrick chuckled and slapped me on the shoulder again. "It's good to see you. You don't come around enough." "I should stop by more often, but you know how it is with Heavyhammer. Speaking of the old barbarian, shouldn't you be at his table in the green room?" "Not me." "Oh, I got the invite. But why sit down in that stuffy room when I can partake in this?" Spreading his arms wide to embrace the celebration's lively atmosphere, Garrick let out a hearty laugh. But as his laughter faded, a somber expression settled over his features. "I'll check in on things later. Word is, Heavyhammer's working on a plan to take down Malachi's killer." "You know about Malachi?" "Of course," I said. "I know about the witch, too." Garrick curled his lip. "Nasty woman, if even half the stories I hear are true. She's dropping bodies left and right in the Shambles, looking for someone, people say. Surprised you haven't taken a turn at her. Weren't you and Malachi close? Who says I haven't? Killing witches isn't easy, turns out. Garrick nodded knowingly. Maybe go see what old Heavyhammer has to say about it. I know you and him don't see eye to eye often, but now is as good a time as any to put your differences aside. I didn't think I'd get a better opportunity to return to the business at hand, so I said, Excellent idea. In fact, I think I'll go do that right now. It was good seeing you again, Garrick. Give my best to Bree. I will. She'd love to see you. Stop by any time. You know where to find us. I contemplated bringing the old thief in on my suspicions, but remained wary of revealing my hand too soon. With the pieces in play now, I felt a strong need to catch the suspected assassins in the act, or they might slip back into the darkness. So, I pursued, sidestepping a trio of drunken guild members and weaving around a pair linked arm in arm, struggling to sing along with Silversong. The first suspected assassin had already vanished down the hallway, with the other two about to join him. By the time I reached the corridor, the three of them had already entered the green room. I wasted no time, swapping my coat for the borrowed apron before following them in. Keeping my head down, I headed straight to a sidebar, set my wine glass down, and feigned sorting through dirty plates and utensils while observing the dining room's occupants. No one ever missed Heavyhammer, with his deep baritone and hearty laugh, or Gustav's pinched voice responding to an inquiry from the always sweet-sounding Elizabeth. Zara, either, whose acid-tinged words cut through the chatter as she questioned why a waiter had placed a glass of white wine in front of her. As the server smoothly answered that he thought she had ordered it, I took in the voices of others, some familiar, but many not. Besides the 3 servers, I detected 5 male voices and 2 female. Everyone was seated, with Thjorn at the table's head as befit his station as lord of the manor. The remnants of appetizers and half-empty glasses and mugs lay scattered across the table. Someone had cracked open the balcony doors at the far side of the room to let a cool breeze in. Why in the 9 hells would I ask for a glass of wine, let alone the entire bottle? See this mug? It's the same one I've been drinking from all night, and it's got ale in it. Is this your idea of a joke, Kay? A difficult woman at the best of times, Zara Blackthorn was downright impossible when in a mood. Given our mutual dislike of one another, I wasn't sorry if I was the one to put her in one. Kay wasn't someone I knew, but I saw he was a plain-looking fellow with a thin face, long hair, and a tunic patterned with enough gold stitching to lure the eye and hold it. Kay held his hands up. Wasn't me. Maybe the wine is supposed to go to someone else, and the server made an honest mistake. Cut the man some slack, Zara. Another server said, Pardon me, but I overheard the gentleman in the kitchen. He was quite specific about bringing a bottle of the household's finest white to Miss Blackthorn. Who the hell called me Miss? While that exchange played out, one of the servers deposited plates of food in front of the other guests, while the one who first attracted my attention moved from person to person, refilling wine glasses. He paused at the head of the table, close to Thjorn, and looked at each of the settings to ensure he missed no one, or because the other 2 needed more time to get into position. I watched those 2. One had retreated to a corner, while the other remained near Zara, still apologizing for the affront of setting a wine glass in front of her while offering to return the glass and the bottle to the kitchen. I don't care what you do with it, Zara said, her anger continuing to simmer. Who knew a simple glass of wine could cause so much trouble? Pour it down the drain for all I care. She might have continued her tirade if not for Gustav's sudden squeal of disgust. He shoved his plate away, his face contorted with displeasure. This is not at all how I wanted my meat cooked. It's burned. But, sir, the gentleman said, What gentleman? He snapped. I stifled a laugh, satisfying myself with a hidden grin instead. A rose! How sweet! To whom do I owe my thanks? You can thank Leonidas Storm. All eyes shot to the table's head, where the waiter tossed the bottle of wine aside and drew a knife. Black hilt, wavy blade, another Jakaree crisp knife, this one poised to stab Heavyhammer in the chest. At the same time, a second assassin revealed himself. The one in the corner, Chris ready to strike, shoved the apologizing waiter aside and lunged for Zara. It's rare that reaching for my knives isn't the easiest solution to a problem, but with the assassin's knives already in motion, I used the weapons I already had in hand, flinging a dirty hors d'oeuvres plate at the first assassin and a half-filled mug at the second. The plates spun over the heads of Thjorn's thieves, bouncing from the assassin's knife arm, but arresting his motion enough for Thjorn to take hold of the waiter's arm in a vice-like grip and stop it cold. The mug bounced from the other's chest, but ale splashed all over his face. Gah! I leaped across the table, scattering dishes and trays and splattering Zara's wine everywhere in a frantic attempt to intercept the second assassin. Off balance, I did the only thing I could, pivoting and delivering a kick that sent him stumbling backward before he struck. As he staggered, I jumped from the table, drawing a knife before my feet hit the floor. The assassin recovered quickly, slashing and stabbing at me in a frenzy that ended when I smashed my fist into his nose. A spray of blood and a cry of rage preceded a perfectly timed sidekick that rocked him back onto his heels. 2 thrusts into his abdomen followed by a walloping uppercut that lifted his feet from the floor, and he collapsed. Or almost did. Demonstrating resilience I might have admired if he wasn't trying to kill me, the assassin stumbled, but somehow remained on his feet. I hated to kick a man when he was down, but then I didn't have to because Zara did it for me, doubling him over before she smashed his skull with a metal tray. This time, he went down. Not dead, I didn't think, but not getting up anytime soon either. At the table's other side, Thjorn had made sure the one who tried to kill him never got the opportunity again. Still holding firm to the assassin's arm, his fist had pulverized the man's face until I doubted his mother would recognize him. Thjorn didn't look like he was finished either. He had his bloodied fist cocked, ready to strike that moaning visage again, when Elizabeth placed a hand on his arm. "Thjorn, he's done," she said. A gurgling sigh escaped the assassin's ruined lips. A plea for mercy? Thjorn wasn't one to grant such requests, but he did this time, finally releasing him. Before the assassin slumped to the floor, 2 others grabbed him by the arms and dumped him into a chair. 2 were down, but 3 assassins had entered the green room. All eyes shifted to the last waiter, who had pressed himself into a corner, hands raised and sheer terror on his face. "I had no idea about them," he stammered. "I swear it. We were short on staff, so we hired them at the last minute. I didn't know they were—" That kind of fear is hard to fake. So I believed him. Heavyhammer turned his stony gaze elsewhere, signaling his agreement. The lively sounds of cheering and raucous merrymaking echoed from elsewhere, indicating all was well in the great room and that no more assassins had revealed themselves. But that didn't mean others didn't lurk about. "Gustav," Heavyhammer grumbled, his deep voice measured and calm despite nearly beating a man to death. As always, Thjorn was easily the biggest man in the room, though he wore the finery of a gentleman, with a richly embroidered jacket over a shirt unbuttoned at the collar. No amount of refinement could conceal the predatory intensity lurking within him. Dark eyes highlighted a glare set in a ridged brow that featured thick, unruly eyebrows. Although past his prime, Thjorn's physique was a testament to hardened strength, with broad shoulders, powerful arms, and hands capable of crushing a man's windpipe or beating one senseless. Age may have wrinkled his skin and grayed his thick beard, but his Anolgan ferocity remained. Sound the alarm. Detain the kitchen staff, especially the head cook. I have questions for him. Then, scour the manor to make sure no other assassins have infiltrated the house. Kay, go with him and take this one with you. He pointed to the waiter cowering in the corner. "Of course, sir," Gustav said. Along with Kay, he guided the server out. Thjorn gestured at the assassin slumped over in the chair. "Check him." Zara did the honors. She had the job done in seconds. "Nothing except for the knife," she said. Thjorn let out a near-silent grunt. "Callum, Soren, take him to interrogation. Make sure he's comfortable. I have questions." The 2 thieves lifted the stricken assassin from either side and started carrying him from the dining room. "You're not the only one," Zara growled, her hands twisting into fists. Her dark glare matched the darkness of her skin perfectly. Given the informality of the dinner, she wore a simple tunic over trousers and let her hair hang loose past her shoulders. Always pragmatic, she had a dagger belted at her waist. "If it's all right with you, I'll go with them and get started." "No," Thjorn said. "I need you here right now, Zara. Same for you, Elizabeth." The room fell silent. When I looked up from my attempt to clean the blood and assorted foodstuffs from my clothing, fortunately the apron had caught most of it, I found Heavy Hammer's iron stare had turned to me. "We only need one for questioning," he said. "End the other one." "Yes, sir," I replied instinctively, immediately hating myself for saying it. Not that I didn't owe Heavy Hammer the respect, but it was the way he gave an order, and after all this time I still hopped to it, without question. This one stole from me. Teach him a lesson. Or, that one is gaining too much influence in the guild. Kill him before he becomes a threat. Heavy Hammer fought plenty of his own battles, but only a fool doesn't use the tools at his disposal. At one time, I was one of those tools. Even though years had passed since then, it seemed I still was. But personal grievances aside, I agreed with his assessment. So, I took care of business, kneeling on the man's chest and slicing his throat. He was half unconscious, his breathing ragged and wheezy, and probably dying anyway. So I did him a mercy he didn't deserve. No one gave the man's death a second thought. As I stood, though, I caught Liz's disapproving stare. I cleaned my knife and jammed it into its sheath. Then I balled up my apron and tossed it into a corner. Only then did I turn my attention to the others and say, "So, I know why the warders want me dead. But what about the rest of you?" "I was going to ask you the same question," Heavy Hammer grumbled. He returned to his chair to clean the blood from his knuckles with a napkin dipped in water. I spotted Liz's rose on the floor, so after I returned it to her place at the table, I found a clean glass and lifted Zara's wine bottle. By some miracle, the bottle had survived the kerfuffle. "You don't mind, do you, Zara?" Her glower wasn't enough to stop me, so I poured a full glass and took a sip. Delighted at the taste, I raised the glass to Thjorn. "Excellent. My compliments to your sommelier." Thjorn added his glower to Zara's. "The waiter who attacked Thjorn mentioned Leonidas Storm," Elizabeth said, lifting one of the assassin's weapons. Both had gotten tossed onto the table. Like Zara, casual dress was the order of the evening, though Liz eschewed Zara's dark attire in favor of a cream-colored blouse beneath a stylish blue vest. As always, I found her auburn eyes mesmerizing. I know Storm, he's not the shy type. But Chris Knives? Why send assassins armed with the weapon of your sworn enemies? Zara's piercing gaze found me again. "Well?" "Well, what? I haven't the faintest." "You're an assassin, aren't you? Ever seen those two before?" "Obviously not, or I would have already said something. Besides, these two weren't professionals. Sloppy work all around, if you ask me." "How's that, you figure?" Thjorn asked. He finished cleaning his hand and now chewed on one end of a pork chop. Never mind the cutlery as he manhandled the chop with one meaty paw. The only thing more legendary than the Analgan's prowess in battle was his manners and his appetite. "Well, for one, they didn't kill anyone. Also, one got caught, and 4 got killed." Curious stares wondered at my math, so I tossed the Chris I'd taken from the one in the alley into the collection. "I took this off another one who tried to kill me on my way here. 3 attacked me, all dead in case anyone wondered. They couldn't have known I was coming here, but they knew enough to follow me into Beggar's Quarter." "A coordinated strike," Liz said. "Too bad they missed you," Zara spat, crossing her arms. "If they hadn't, one of you, maybe more, might be dead right now. You're all welcome for saving your lives." "You didn't save anyone's life," Zara shot back. "As usual, all you did was add to the chaos. Everything was under control. If you hadn't jumped over the table and gotten in everyone's way—" I laughed loud enough to interrupt her. "I spotted those waiters in the great room. You had no idea they were even coming. If I hadn't been here to save all your—" Thjorn's fist slammed onto the table, making the cutlery jump and bringing instant silence to the dining room. "That's enough. Sit down. All of you." Liz obeyed first, nudging me in passing when I continued to meet Zara's glare. After retrieving my glass of red wine from the sidebar, I found a chair and sat. I found the Chardonnay satisfactory, but the red was better. At her seat, Liz picked up the rose and brought it to her nose. She caught sight of my smile and mouthed the words, "You?" I responded with a bow of my head. With the rose held to her nose, she smiled back and mouthed a seductive, "Thank you." When everyone sat, and the four of us stared at one another across a jumble of overturned serving dishes and spilled drinks, Thjorn spoke. "What are we calling you today?" he asked, the question obviously leveled at me. He almost immediately waved a hand and said, "Never mind. Tell me about the men who attacked you." "Not much to tell. Except for the knives, they were your typical street thugs. A few steps below the quality of assassin needed to take me out. It's a little insulting, now that I think about it. But they weren't Jakaree. Like the two here, no tattoos. But they didn't strike me as warders either. Like I said, too sloppy." Thjorn didn't raise a brow or bat an eye at the mention of the death priests or the warders. I figured he already knew about them. If not from Liz, then from another of his informants. One of Heavyhammer's greatest assets was his network of spies, snitches, and sneaks. Young and old, rich and poor, some guild members but many not. I'd bet Thjorn was aware of events in Alchester before even the king found out about them. Liz shifted in her chair. "So, if they weren't warders, why mention Leonidas's name?" Zara picked up a mug from the floor but tossed it away when she realized the pitcher and its contents had gone to the floor with it. "They mentioned the name to send a message," Thjorn said. "I agree they were not Jakaree or warders, but the warders sent them. Hired help is my guess. Desperate men to come looking for a fight here. The knives were meant as a reminder." Liz and I exchanged glances. "A reminder of what?" Liz asked. "Who our real enemy is." Wondering if I was the only one missing something, another exchange with Liz revealed a befuddlement equal to mine. So I instead looked at Zara. Like Elizabeth, Zara was a high-ranking guild member, Thjorn's lieutenants, if he ran an army. As one of those lieutenants, Zara knew almost as much as Thjorn did. But as she reached for the Chardonnay and, figuring it better than nothing, took a swig straight from the bottle, I saw she wasn't even following the conversation. So I asked Thjorn, "How do you know they were warders?" I thrummed my fingers on the table, waiting. Thjorn narrowed his gaze at me but said nothing. Zara swallowed her wine, making a face that didn't stop her from taking another drink. "Liz, what's going on?" She may not have an answer, but she shared my curiosity. Maybe she could help pry open the coffers of knowledge Thjorn wanted to keep locked up tight. But Heavyhammer cut off anything she was about to say with a curt statement that reminded me too much of the past. "It's guild business." "Guild business?" I shook my head in disbelief. "That old card?" Heavyhammer glowered. "That's right. Besides, Liz doesn't know, so she can't answer your question." "But Zara can?" Thjorn's silence gave me time to try putting the pieces together myself. I knew why the warders, and Leonidas Storm in particular, wanted me dead. But in a room full of targets, the assassins singled out Thjorn and Zara. Thjorn I understood. But Zara? Me and the Southlander thief had little in common. Aside from a recent visit seeking information, I hadn't seen Zara in quite a while. But that one meeting had yielded some exceptional results. Chief amongst them, the discovery of the identity of the warder Primus, something that must irk the warders to no end. The coordinated strike, or message as Thjorn said, was beginning to make sense, especially when one considered the list of warder names Zara had provided me. Without that, the Primus's identity would have remained a secret. While I ruminated through the pieces of the puzzle, Gustav returned. The sounds of merriment emanating from the common room had ceased, and Thjorn's chief administrator arrived, flanked by 2 guards. Gustav gave his report without prompting. "I detained the kitchen staff," he said, "though so far they've all checked out. Guildhouse is on alert and locked down. Garrick saw to that. No one gets in or out without your approval. There have been no other signs of infiltrators or attacks, but we're continuing to scour the property looking for anyone who doesn't fit in. Gustav turned a sour expression toward me. Then, to Thjorn, he said, "With your leave, sir, I'll return to help coordinate the search." Heavyhammer dismissed him with a nod. "Thank you, Gustav. Send someone to clean up the mess in here." The assassin's corpse was destined to disappear to places unknown, never to be seen again. "The rest of you, let's step outside." Thjorn picked up my unfinished glass of white wine and guided us through the balcony doors. On the way out, Liz and Zara grabbed ermine-trimmed cloaks hanging by the door, while I ran to the hallway to retrieve my jacket. Thjorn stepped outside with no concern at all for the cold. Below us, thieves on patrol weaved through the shadows. We watched them in silence, waiting for Thjorn to speak. Finally, with a swirl of his wine, he did. "Tell them, Zara." Zara gnashed her teeth, saying nothing at first. Inside, she may have pretended disinterest, but it was clear now she knew exactly what this was about. When Thjorn turned his glare toward her, she let out a frustrated sigh and said, "I gave Liz's boyfriend a list of names." The list of names, as expected. One of the names was an alias used by a guild member. I didn't know about the alias, otherwise I would have never given up the list. However, this wasn't about the identity of the Primus at all. This was about something else entirely. I gave an appreciative whistle because the revelation struck me as bold and unexpected. "You have a spy in the Warder organization." I noticed right away that no one shared my enthusiasm, especially Zara, who looked like someone had taken away her favorite knife. "Or you did. Is your spy dead?" "Not yet," Thjorn grumbled. "But he likely will be soon. No thanks to you." "Come again?" "The list had another name on it," Zara said, clenching the railing. "The name belonged to the Warder Primus. You tracked her down and exposed her." "What did you just say?" Liz asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. In frustration, she hurled the rose she had brought outside over the balcony. I watched it disappear into the darkness. "You identified the Primus and didn't bother to tell me?" Elizabeth had been trying to identify key members of the Warders for some time, so I understood her irritation. Despite her considerable progress, one gaping hole remained at the top of the hierarchy. "I didn't tell anyone, if that helps." By the tenseness of her lips and furrowed brow, I could tell it did not. "Ms. Carter. Primus Carter, that is. And I came to an understanding, and I needed some time to sort out what that meant." Seems like she sorted out her end just fine. Meaning she was the one behind tonight's attack. The assassin may have shouted Leonidas's name. But the order? That came from Claire. Given this new information, I was sure of that much now. After that night, I wondered more than once why she had allowed me to live. I knew her secret, knowledge that presented an incalculable danger to her and her organization. But it seemed whatever had stayed Ms. Carter's hand earlier did so no longer. I wondered, what was the catalyst? I need look no further than the Guild's spy. "You spooked the Warders when you exposed their Primus," Thjorn explained. "Bastards are already suspicious of everything. But with one of their most guarded secrets out in the open, that kind of information could only have come from inside. It didn't take them long to piece together a list of suspects. Our spy was amongst them." "Who's the spy?" I asked. Might as well know who I got in trouble. "Ethan Smith, to the Warders," Thjorn said. "You know him as Nixander Hawkins." Liz let out a soft whistle of recognition as her attention shot to Zara. I also knew the name, though not the connection to Zara that Liz's look seemed to imply. I'd seen Nixander, or Nix, around town here and there, and while we'd met a handful of times, those meetings had been brief. Nix was a talented thief, one of the best if rumors were true, with a reputation as a hard edge and a reliable man in a fight or a caper. A rising star inside the guild, he was well liked and on his way to bigger things, like leading his own guild someday if he played his cards right. "Nix is a good operative," Liz said, her gaze lingering on Zara, but finally straying when the other woman refused to acknowledge her stare. Knows how to make people think he's someone he's not. Thorn nodded his assent. He's one of the best. He infiltrated the Warder organization not long after they arrived a year ago. I didn't know what they were about back then, but something told me they needed watching. Something should have told you to keep others in the loop, Zara growled. Nix told me he was working the usual government envoys, not infiltrating a secret society. Thorn's face turned dark. Even if you knew, the list of names wasn't yours to give up. I would never have given anything up if I'd known. It seems we're about to go in circles, I said, loud enough to silence the argument before it got out of hand. I know I'm not part of your merry band, but if you want others to help protect an operative's cover, letting them know about it is probably a good idea. Yes, exactly, Zara said somewhat reluctantly, since it meant we agreed on something. Liz cleared her throat. He's right, Thorn. You kept us in the dark about Nix's whereabouts. We can't protect his or anyone else's anonymity if we don't know the details of their assignment. Thorn glowered, but I saw the wheels turning in his head. Thorn may be a barbarian at his core, but he hadn't gotten to his current place in life without a keen sense of diplomacy. Sometimes that meant acknowledging one's mistakes. Fine, he said. I'll accept the responsibility for keeping you in the dark. But we're well past that now. The warders have Nix. I know because he missed our usual check-in. Then warder assassins show up at my doorstep? That's not a coincidence. Nix talked. They know he works for the guild. That's how I know the warders sent tonight's assassins to deliver a message. I don't believe it, Liz said, exasperated. I know Nix. He would never give us up. Never is a strong word, I said. Subject someone to enough torture, and even the most hardened will talk. For some reason, Zara squirmed uncomfortably. Thorn took a small sip of his wine. That's why you three are going to find him and get him out of there before he tells them anything else. When do we go? Liz asked, all business now. And where do we look first? Now, tonight, before the warders can squeeze anything else out of him. Nix spent his days working for the Warding Mining and Manufacturing Company in the Industrial District. If the name isn't obvious enough, the company is a front for all sorts of warder activities, some legitimate but most not. His position in the company was ideal because it kept him close to the action. The warders are building something. Me and Liz exchanged glances. She knew everything I did about the warders' secret project and maybe more. Dragon symbols, dragon blood, dragon scales, and the latest revelation, the heart of the dragon. I wondered why Liz hadn't shared this information with her boss, but since now wasn't the time to ask, I played dumb. Building what? I asked. Thorn shrugged. Nix was close to finding out when they discovered him. My guess is they have him held in some back room deep in the twisted maze of a foundry where no one will ever find him. Alchemical foundries are a good place to dispose of a body, too, I added absent-mindedly. Liz jammed her elbow into my side. Hey, what was that for? If she meant to silence me with her accompanying glare, it only worked for a short while. I had other information to share. Useful information, so I made sure Liz kept her elbows to herself as I said, as Thorn said, the warders are building something they don't want anyone to know about. They work under the cover of night. So, while you won't find much of anything out of the ordinary during the daytime hours, after the sun goes down is a different story. Operations like theirs mean heavy security. Imperators, compulsors, and, the latest, arcanists. Sorcerers, Zara spat. Something like that. You know about them? But staring into the night, she sank into her thoughts and didn't answer. So I went on. The one I ran into was a blacksmith. His hammer was a nasty bit of work. Magical, if the glowing runes were any indication. While I can say with certainty that you won't run into that arcanist, I can't say if you won't encounter others. Make sure you're prepared. You make it sound like you aren't coming, Liz said. I hate to disappoint, but retrieving an errant thief was not on my agenda for the evening. Besides, I have every confidence you and Zara can handle this without me. I meant it too. Liz was one of the best. Zara, a close second, though you'll never hear me admit that out loud. Chances are they'd have Nix extricated and back at Guildhouse before the warders even noticed he was missing. I have every confidence as well, Thorn grumbled, but I still want you to go with them. Why? Zara snapped. We don't need him. You said it yourself, Thorn. This is guild business. He'll get in the way. I gave my wine a swirl. Zara has a point. About getting in the way? Liz asked with a smirk. I feigned a quick laugh. No, about this being guild business. Besides, I stopped by to have a few words with Heavyhammer. I'm not even dressed for work. You can have all the words you want after the job is done, Thorn said, with such finality that Zara stifled a response she had ready and waiting. The old barbarian expected me to fall in line like everyone else. I slipped up earlier because I was unprepared, but I had time to consider that flub and to make sure it didn't happen again. The days of playing the obedient soldier were long past, so I folded my arms and took a defiant stance, signaling I wasn't willing to budge an inch. Whether or not my defiance made the difference, Heavyhammer seemed to sense my resolve as he turned to the others and said, "Give us a minute." Liz took Zara by the arm. "Come on." Before leaving, Liz told me, "Meet us outside when you're done here." She assumed my participation was a foregone conclusion. Maybe it was. I needed Thorn's help, so if he made that help contingent on retrieving Nyx, he already had me. Or maybe Liz knew as well as I that when Heavyhammer asked for something, he usually got it. As soon as the balcony door creaked closed, Thorn wasted no time getting down to business. "So, what do you need?" I left nothing out, telling him about the Tillwood device and how I needed him to put the word out about its potential sale. The guild moved all sorts of valuables, most ill-gotten, so he had the connections and the means to make any sale legitimate, even if it wasn't. "There is one catch," I said. "Mr. Drake must designate the device as vitally important to the fiefdom's technological development." "Making it the property of the king," Thorn said. "He's agreed to do this?" I nodded my affirmation. "How hot is this item?" "Not hot at all. The device is safe and sound with its rightful owner." Thorn grunted. "Good. Moving stolen property is one thing, but moving stolen king's property? That's something else. So all you need me to do is get the word out?" "For now. What about later?" I didn't know, so I said so. "There may be more to it. I'm still working out all the details." Thorn grunted. "Doesn't sound like much of a plan." I shrugged. "It's still in the planning stages." Thorn looked out into the night, mulling over my request, no doubt, but also considering what else he wanted besides help with Nyxander. Helping should be enough, but not for Heavyhammer. He always expected more and somehow always got it. Whatever he wanted to ask must be something big. Otherwise, why stall? Figuring to move things along a little faster, especially with the clouds thickening and the cold creeping in, I decided to give him a nudge. "You want me to even the score with the warders by taking out a few? What makes you think helping rescue Nyx isn't enough?" "Because you wouldn't have sent the others away otherwise. So, what else do you want?" He was about to respond when a shiver ran through him. He tightened his jacket around his massive frame, but it offered more style than warmth. "Damn, it's cold out here." Thorn gazed into the darkened sky. "First snow any day now, is my guess. Maybe tonight. Let's go inside." We found the dining room restored to some semblance of order. Someone had removed the corpse, cleaned up the overturned plates and scattered serving dishes, and placed new jugs, glasses, and mugs on the sidebar. Thorn walked right to a jug exuding warmth and a rich aroma, with lazy wisps of steam rising from the opening. He poured an amber, viscous liquid into 2 tin mugs. With a nod, he urged me to sit, placing one steaming mug before me. "Hot cider," he said, winking as he took his usual place at the head of the table, "with a little something from back home to help warm the bones." The crisp, aromatic smell of apples and the warm fragrance of cinnamon barely disguised the comforting scent of vanilla and oak whiskey. The drink was still too hot, but I took a small sip anyway, the distinct flavor flooding my mind with memories I'd prefer to leave in the past. A harrowing night of desperate running, my small hand clenched around Olivia's as she led us from the only home we'd ever known into the frozen night. Our pursuers so close behind, giving chase across half the city, down streets and alleyways I didn't recognize, because I'd never been so far before that night. We ran and ran and ran some more until cramps and fatigue doubled us over. But stopping meant dying, so we shook off our exhaustion and kept running until finally we had to stop because our father's enemies had caught up to us despite all our efforts. I remember the fear, worse than the cold, suffocating me. My sister's desperate cry as she shoved me behind her. Like our parents, I thought we were dead. The clubs and knives all around us said so. I felt a sharp crack on my shoulder, and I fell, curling into a ball to wait for what came next. I saw what they did to Mom and Dad, so I knew exactly what came next. But Olivia stopped them. Earlier in the night, she'd taken a knife from one of our assassins. A knife she raised as she threw herself between them and me, intent on protecting me with her dying breath if needed. I had my eyes squeezed so tight, I only imagined later what happened next. A hulking brute, battle-scarred and wielding a giant's hammer, descended on the assassins, striking them down, crushing their skulls, and making mincemeat of their bodies. Other than me and Olivia, no one survived. When the battle ended, when the alleyway had fallen into a silence as quiet as death, a giant's bloody hands lifted me from the ground. He only needed one arm to hold me. His other hand held tight to Olivia's. He told us he was a friend of our father's. Then he took us to his home, where a now familiar smell greeted us. Hot cider, the giant had said, winking, with a little something from back home to help warm the bones. Thjorn's rumbling voice broke through my reverie. "What was that?" I asked, rising from the depths. I said, "How's your sister?" "You would know better than I do. Olivia thinks I'm dead, remember?" Thjorn drank and settled back in his chair. "How many years has it been since you talked to her?" I shrugged. "Who's counting?" "Not you, apparently," Thjorn grumbled. I took another small sip of my drink, returned the tin mug to the table, and said nothing else, waiting for Thjorn to continue the conversation he had started outside. He knew me well enough to get the hint, so in no small words he told me. When he was done, I had to take another drink, this one longer and deeper. "Is that all?" I asked. I'd ask why, but I know I'll get the usual answer about it being guild business. "Do you ever need to know the reason?" "Not usually." "Then don't ask now. There's one more thing you need to know. Zara and Nyx are tight." Given Zara's body language, I had wondered. But it didn't hurt to hear it out loud. "How tight?" "You know Zara, she'll go to any lengths." "And Nyx?" "About the same. He isn't as passionate, but he'll do whatever it takes to protect Zara." I sank into my chair, contemplating my options. It didn't seem I had many. "So, will you do it?" "If you'll help get the word out about the item for sale." Thjorn lifted his mug and said, "Done." I lifted mine in turn, and we both drank, sealing the deal the Anolgan way, with drink rather than a handshake or a written contract. With our business concluded, I considered leaving, but it seemed a shame not to finish my cider, so I stayed put. For a short time, we drank in silence, neither of us looking at the other. I wondered if Thjorn thought about that night and almost asked him, but he spoke first. "Who you hoping will take your bait?" "There's a woman." Thjorn humphed. "Isn't there always?" "Not like this one. Gwendolyn Goddard. Name sound familiar?" The old barbarian's face scrunched in thought. "Founding member of the Progressive Society?" "That's the one." "What's she done?" Thjorn asked, scratching his chin through his beard. "More like what hasn't she done?" Thjorn grunted. "Then why the elaborate scheme? You get hired all the time to deal with troublesome people. Do what you always do." "Not this time. I made a deal with someone, a favor for a favor." I spread my hands wide. "No killing." Heavy Hammer didn't need to know anything more than that. He certainly didn't need to know the person I'd made the deal with was a king's inspector. Thjorn took another drink. When he returned his cup to the table, he spun it around, preoccupied with some thought. "You know about Malachi." It was a statement, not a question, so I said, "Garrick says you're working on a solution to the witch that killed him." "A solution? We'll see. Blood witches aren't easy to kill. Ask me some other time how I know. You thinking of going after her yourself? I asked. In my younger days, without question. I would have already said to hell with caution, and I'd be out there now scouring the Shambles, looking for her. But age has brought wisdom, or so I like to think. When we face her, we need to make sure we're prepared. We? Malachi was family. I assume you want in? Of course, I said without thinking. Malachi may have been a half-crazed beggar who didn't recognize me half the time, but like Thjorn, Malachi was there when I needed him, so there was nothing to think about. I've had a couple of run-ins with Isadora already. You know the witch's name? Damn if I haven't had a hell of a time finding out even that much about her. What else do you know? Isadora's in town to settle a score. She needed information from Malachi, and instead of asking nicely, she took it from him, along with all his blood. While she's in town, seeing to her personal business, she also decided to align herself with the Jakaree. Thjorn grunted. That's good information. You know a lot about her. I shrugged. Like I said, we've had a couple of run-ins. I tried to kill the witch both times, if that makes you feel better. Needless to say, she escaped. Thjorn downed his remaining cider, then stood and gestured at me with his empty cup. Another? I shook my head. Maybe next time. Need to keep my wits about me. As he poured, Thjorn talked over his shoulder. Have you considered upgrading your arsenal? Maybe I'm mistaken, but there are a lot of new dangers out there. Things me and your father never had to deal with, thank the old gods. This melding of sorcery and technology everyone is so keen on will be the death of us all. Conventional weapons aren't enough anymore. He had a point there. I'll certainly consider it. All right then, Thjorn said, which was his way of dismissing me. When I remained seated, lingering, he asked, Something else on your mind? I stood. Only one thing. Find something else for Elizabeth to do tonight. Like what? You may need her. Zara's good, but Elizabeth's better. Zara is enough. Thjorn's dark gaze studied me. This have anything to do with what I asked you to do? Of course it did, and he knew it. So, I let my silence answer for me. I'll have someone fetch her before you leave. I nodded my thanks. Zara and Liz are probably waiting. Act 1. Finrad's Magnificent Tower. Part 2. I found the pair of thieves outside, ready as expected. Both Zara and Liz were decked out for a night of clandestine thieving and such, with masks pulled down for now. While Zara's dark skin complemented her equally dark leather, only Liz made its sleekness look so good. As Thjorn had promised, someone intercepted Elizabeth before we'd left the grounds with a story about the boss needing to see her right away. No need for me and Zara to wait for her, the messenger told us. Liz's suspicious gaze lingered on me longer than I liked, but she left with the messenger. Unlike Zara, I was dressed for a night on the town, not for leaping across rooftops and skulking through dark alleyways. So, once we were outside the manor's walls, I told her we needed to make a stop before we got to business. Zara's brow furrowing and lips pressing into a thin line betrayed her annoyance at the delay. It won't take long, I said, wondering why I cared enough to reassure her. Or, if you like, we can split up and meet in, say, an hour. Not a chance. We stick together. You don't trust me? I asked. Or do you suddenly like me that much? You know the answer to both questions, she shot back with her usual venom. Her hardened stare lingered on me like she wanted to say something more. Zara rarely held back or hesitated to speak her mind, so I suspected whatever she wanted to say was something sensitive or private or... What did Heavyhammer want to speak to you about? Ah, so that was it. Nothing important, just catching up. Bullshit. Tell me. You know, that sort of language coming from a lady isn't... I know he asked you to kill Nyx. I fell silent, not stunned by the directness of the question, but perhaps a little surprised. Really? I asked, not wanting to give anything away. Handling Zara was enough on her own, but worse was Zara thinking I was sent to kill her boyfriend. What makes you think that? Everyone knows Heavy Hammer doesn't tolerate squealers. It doesn't matter how high up Nyx is in the guild. If he talked, he's as good as dead. And he knows it. He'll know why you're there the second he spots you. I wasn't sure what else to say to her, so I said only, "You and Liz seemed sure Nyx didn't talk. What changed your mind?" "Nothing." But she let out a breath and looked away from me. "Nothing at all." Since she had nothing else to say, I led us to an apartment of mine where I had most of my gear stashed. While Zara waited a block away in the shadows, I changed into my usual black-studded armor, gloves, soft boots, and mask. Given the cold, I opted for a dark woolen cloak. My usual long knives and throwing blades were adequate for most jobs. But with a near guarantee of encountering warders this evening, I also took my Steel Island sword. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, with another minute to rejoin Zara, who said nothing as she fell in beside me. "Tell me about the arcanist you fought," Zara said. Good. Her mind was on the job and not on the other matter. "Not much to tell," I said. "Big and strong, but overconfident. But like I said, he's dead." "What about his hammer?" "We go up from here," I said, leaping to grasp the balusters of a tenement balcony. I heard a conversation between 2 or more people inside the apartment right before I jumped to the next higher balcony over, repeating the exercise until I was close enough to the roof to get a fingerhold on the edge. Lifting myself the remainder of the way was easy enough, so I soon looked over our fair city's spired rooftops and smoking chimneys. Zara appeared beside me moments later. "The hammer?" she asked again. "A blacksmith's hammer, actually," I said, gesturing for us to get moving, "but the arcanist also used it like a weapon. It seemed too awkward for either, too heavy and not weighted right, but then the arcanist was a lot stronger than me." "Describe him." Wondering where Zara was going with all this, I glanced sidelong at her. When she didn't meet my gaze, I answered, "Like I said, not much to say about him. Big, strong, ugly, dead eyes and a dead stare, too. He gave the initial impression of someone unskilled, but I saw through that right away." "Most wouldn't," Zara said. "Why, Zara, is that a compliment?" "No," she said. "The arcanist came across as a dumb brute, yes? But behind the dead eyes was a cold, calculating mind, singular in its purpose and vicious in its execution. In my homeland, we call them banus, tricksters, because they give the illusion of something they are not. They use this to surprise and defeat their enemies, who too often underestimate them. The one you encountered was big and strong, giving you the initial impression of someone slow-witted. Others appear physically weak, but possess a hidden inner strength, making them powerful adversaries. Still others have no outward characteristics to distinguish themselves from anyone else. They look like any ordinary person. These arcanists are often the most dangerous." "You seem to know a lot about them," I said. "Why is that?" "Because this isn't my first run-in with the warders," Zara said, pausing as we leaped across the chasm between 2 rooftops. "Many years ago they infiltrated my home much like they have done in Alchester, living in the shadows but also in plain sight, spreading their lies about a coming storm of darkness and chaos only they could save us from. Too many believed them." "What happened?" I asked, genuinely curious because I wondered if Alchester was headed for the same fate. "Nothing," Zara said. "They left, and soon after so did I. Strange that we both ended up here." A thoughtful stillness settled over Zara, and I was content to join her as we continued navigating the maze of city rooftops. Slick roof tiles, crumbling brick stacks, and leering gargoyles were soon behind us, and with the industrial district close now, I took advantage of my last opportunity to pursue my line of questioning. "What about the Jakaree? Were they there too?" In my experience, the two went hand in hand with one another, and though they stood in opposition, they each adhered to similar doctrines in that, whichever won, the rest of us lost. If they were, I never knew it. We had all but arrived, so silence became the rule as we made one last leap across an alley's chasm to another landing, where we descended a spiraling stair that wound round and round like a rusted serpent. Each step was a groan of iron echoing across a dark inner courtyard. Beyond an equally dark portico, faint street lamps cast anemic pools of light, illuminating a twisting lane that bisected alchemical factories and metal shops. Wooden fences jutted at irregular intervals, some half-rotted, others standing like broken teeth, marking territories that blurred and bled into one another. The boundaries between factories dissolved in a writhing nightmare of twisted and intertwined pipes, massive vats breathing steam, cylinders groaning like sleeping giants, and forges glowing with banked embers. Though the proprietors and owners must know the boundaries well enough, I couldn't tell where one factory started and another ended. This was the industrial maze Thorn had mentioned, a tangled mess of byways and lanes, with one not any better than another, unless you somehow solved the labyrinth's mysteries. Workers vanished here not by chance but by the maze's deliberate design. I'd read the accounts of bodies discovered in alchemical vats, limbs crushed between grinding machinery, and entire shifts swallowed by the industrial behemoth's indifferent maw. This wasn't just a district. This was a predatory landscape, ready to consume the unwary, where every pipe could be a path or a trap, and every shadow a potential grave. Right away, we spotted a night watchman making his rounds. With his head tucked low in the upturned collar of his heavy coat and a plain cap pulled down over his ears, he seemed more interested in staying warm than doing his job. Whether or not his loyalties aligned with the warders, we didn't know. But we still waited for him to pass before creeping down the center lane, where we clung to deep shadows cast by the overhanging machinery. Regular workers had long gone home for the night, so foundries and forges shone only with the subdued glow of banked coals, though pressurized vats and cylinders full of industrial alchemicals hummed as always. Peering from behind one such cylinder, I saw another sentry dressed like the first, stamping boots on the ground to keep warm. Even if these men did not pledge their allegiance to the warder cause, they were most certainly on their payroll, and therefore no friends of ours. Still, 2 sentries hardly verified a warder presence here. That revelation arrived in the next few moments as another gentleman stepped into view. From the outset, I could tell he was no ordinary guard. If his full-length jacket, rich in color and elegance, draped stylishly down to his shins, and made from an exquisite blue fabric that shimmered in the light, did not set him apart from the others, then the thin sword strapped to his hip, which boasted an elegant jewel-encrusted hilt, did. He had the straight posture and purposeful stride of a man in charge, and a coif of thick, dark hair arranged with such precision I doubted a single hair was out of place. Yet his most revealing feature was his face, with its fair complexion and high cheekbones, because I instantly recognized it. Leonidas Storm, warder compulsor, and a man I'd left bleeding to death in a darkened study, approached the guard directly, exchanging words in his oily, aristocratic tone before he disappeared into the maze of machinery as quickly as he had emerged. "Why aren't you moving?" Zara hissed from behind me. Why indeed? Something made me hesitate. The lone guard was no threat. Yet there went my instincts again, warning of some danger as yet unseen. How to explain this to Zara, though? Then, thankfully, I didn't need to because the threat revealed itself in the form of tattooed faces oozing from the dark. As if the warders weren't enough, now we also had the Jakaree to contend with. Dressed in dark leather with countenances darker still, I counted at least 6 closing on the unsuspecting sentry. Zara, who had quieted down, watched alongside me as dark-fingered hands reached for the guardsman and dragged him into the deeper shadows. The quick glimmer of a descending kriss told me all I needed to know about his fate. I exchanged a look with Zara. By the way she clasped her knife, I could tell we both wondered if the death priests had spotted us. We knew we were safe when the last Jakaree, I counted 8 in all, disappeared down the lane Leonidas had taken. The Jakaree's arrival changed nothing, nor did it matter if they'd come for Nix or not. We needed to find him first. Zara, who knew this as well as I did, took the lead, ascending a ladder attached to the nearest vat. From there she reached out to the railing of a nearby platform and, as silent as the breeze on a calm day, sprang to it. I was right behind her, just as quiet, so we stalked deeper into the twisted display of pipes and conduits in tandem. From our elevated position, everything looked different. The arrangement of vats with bubbling alchemicals and the interconnecting conduits between them almost had an order to them. Through a hazy mist of wafting alchemical gases, we spotted the Jakaree, whose shadowed forms were forced to follow the lane created by the line of steaming vats. Our elevated runway defined a course all its own, so we soon hovered over them, padding across the metal grating with the softest of footfalls until we were ahead of them. With too much attention on the death priests below, we almost missed the warder sentry posted at our level. The warders had no uniform or insignia I'd ever seen, and while this one's tweed jacket and bowler failed to distinguish him from the other watchmen, his small sword, a killing weapon by any measure, did. Stopping Zara with a touch to her shoulder, we sank back, crouching low. With the Jakaree advancing with military precision, spreading out now and preparing to engage the warders at first sight, I readied a killing knife. Zara saw the blade, so she knew what I was about as I inched toward the nearby guard. His attention remained elsewhere, so with a final few steps, I wrapped a gloved hand around his mouth and slit his throat. As I lowered the body, I saw my deed had not gone unnoticed by our clerical friends. One Jakaree tapped another on the shoulder and pointed his knife in my direction. But they took it no further than that. Maybe they considered the killing of the guard, who would have seen them and sounded the alarm, a gesture of good faith. Maybe their purpose here had nothing to do with ours, or perhaps they reasoned the enemy of their enemy was, at least for now, an ally. I didn't see AUDIOBOOK, who kept a special place in his black heart for me, raising the possibility that our mutual presence here might not end in a confrontation. The Jakaree kept moving, and so did we. Zara spotted a light amidst the tangle of machinery I doubted the priests had seen yet, so we continued to use the elevated platform to our advantage, finding a path that led us closer and closer to the source of illumination. Soon we saw a handful of warders outside a cluster of walled offices or workrooms. Leonidas was amongst them, his hand resting easy on the pommel of his sword. Scanning the adjacent runways, I saw no other guards, so we passed over the group of warders and got as close as possible to the walled structures. Thin sheet metal roofs were too weak to support our weight and too noisy to cross without giving away our position, so we stayed on the platform, looking for any sign that the warders might have Nyx held somewhere inside. But with the death priests inching closer and closer, time was running out before the Jakaree and warders spotted one another. Struck by the inevitability of fighting our way out no matter what happened, I whispered to Zara, "Find Nyx." Then, leaving her questions behind, I ran down the walkway. No longer concerned with stealth, I spied the Jakaree slipping into view. Tattooed faces and raised knives were impossible for the warders not to see now, nor could they miss the ear-piercing screech that passed for a battle cry as the Jakaree rushed their unsuspecting enemy. Leonidas reacted first, the compulsor drawing his thin blade, but unable to use it as the first priest slammed into him. The pair went down in a tangled mass of thrashing blades and limbs. The next warder wasn't so lucky as a kriss came down on him in rapid succession, stabbing and stabbing until the horror on the man's face became his permanent death stare. Before that fellow died, the remainder of the Jakaree swarmed the warders in a barbaric rush, wiping clean the demarcation line between friend and foe, which was fine with me because everyone below was an enemy as far as I was concerned. Drawing my Steel Island sword, I leaped from the elevated walkway to land in a crouch amidst the melee. Since everyone was a target, selecting victims was as easy as slashing and stabbing in any direction. Taking the closest warder down was almost too easy. The second, a Jakaree, slightly less so, but when your attention is elsewhere, and you find a yard of steel piercing you through the back, you still die whether you saw the attack coming or not. My third opponent got lucky. Dodging to one side, I missed him, but no point in dwelling on mistakes when I only needed to sail past that one to find another less suspecting foe. Another Jakaree presented himself almost immediately, so with my blade moving too fast to follow, I slashed his arm and then, on the return stroke, chopped deep into his thigh. While he toppled over, I set my sights on another warder, almost running him through before a blade recognizable by its thinness snaked out and turned mine away. "Good to see you again, Mr. Thornton," Leonidas Storm said, a thin smile adding to the amused look across his face as his blade weaved a tapestry of death in the space between us. "I'm afraid I can't say the same, Mr. Storm." Sword slashing the air, Leonidas said, "I trust your evening up to this point has been uneventful?" His smile never left his face. "Besides killing 4 of your assassins, quite uneventful." Leonidas raised a brow. 4? Ah, so you headed off the others? Pity. Still, I trust Thorn received my message. Your message or Claire's? How is Ms. Carter? I'd say give her my regards, but I don't plan to let you leave here alive. Pfft, Leonidas said, rolling his eyes. No more time for words. The compulsor advanced, his rapier slicing the air where I'd stood moments ago. Then the surrounding mayhem faded, and the contest of skill and steel became our sole focus. Leonidas maneuvered his blade faster than a whip, with quick jabs and quicker slashes. Once, and only once, his blade slid from mine and contacted my armor, sliding off and doing no damage other than to my pride. "Aha!" he yelled, relishing the moment. Then, "Oof!" when I spun around and planted my boot into his stomach. With Leonidas doubled over, it seemed the perfect opportunity to strike him down. But as I prepared to cleave his head from his body, a tattooed figure erupted into my path, emitting a wild, bleeding war cry. Instead of the compulsor's neck, my blade slashed across the Jakaree's face, creating a gruesome gash that silenced his shout. Yet his sudden intervention ruined the moment between me and the compulsor, who staggered out of reach. As much as I wanted to finish our fight, a shout from Zara told me it was time to leave. "Come on!" she yelled from somewhere behind me. A swift glance revealed another figure with her. Nyx, I presumed, though I only had time to take in his tall, lean silhouette before a sea of tattooed visages blocked the pair from view. Then, I was once more fighting for my life amidst the chaos of the battle. I deflected a kriss with my blade, almost taking the priest's arm off right before another lunged at me, attempting to knock me down. A warder crashed into him instead, and they tumbled to the ground, fists flying amid the slashes of their weapons. I scanned the fight for Leonidas one last time, but he was gone, vanished, or, since it appeared the tide had turned against the warders, escaped. He had the right idea, and I considered joining him, but as I spun around in search of an escape route, 2 death priests blocked my path. Behind me, 2 more closed in, knives poised and ready. Fine by me if they all wanted to die. I stepped forward to confront the first pair, ready to take them down, when a shout halted me in my tracks. "Hold, assassin!" More Jakaree emerged from all directions. With them came Zara and Nyx, who were herded my way until we all stood together. Zara, in a fighting crouch, with wicked-looking daggers in hand and a wild look in her eyes, asked, "What's happening?" "I was going to ask you the same thing," I said, my sword poised to strike at anyone who got too close. I spared a glance at Nyx. He caught my look, his chiseled, bruised features reflecting recognition despite my mask. His thick, upturned brow reflected contemplation, no doubt wondering why I was here, before he returned his attention to our adversaries. "We meet again, assassin," rumbled one of the priests. This time I recognized the speaker, who stepped into view to reveal black geometric tattoos scrawled across a face bereft of one eye, with a jagged scar down his face on the other. Despite his horrible disfigurements, the priest grinned like a cat who'd just found a mouse. He wisely remained out of reach behind his underlings. "Scarface One Eye, isn't it?" The priest's delighted expression turned sour. Scaramon One Eye. Only 1 warder survived. The others were dead, or like Leonidas, had fled. The lone survivor showed spirit by continuing to tussle, throwing his fists about after having his short sword torn from his grasp. But with so many Jakaree and no help from us, he fought a losing battle. Finally, a priest cracked him over the head with a club, subduing him. A pair of priests grabbed him by his arms, hauled him to his feet, and held him fast. Another priest approached with a knife, ready to gut the warder, when a female voice stopped him. "This one does not belong to you," the unseen woman said. The priest bowed and stepped back. In his place emerged a woman, a priestess, whose association with the death cult I might have called into question if she hadn't just stepped from their midst. Instead of a shaved head and geometric tattoos, she had short platinum blonde hair, light skin, and dainty yet strong features, with a look even more stern than the others, if such was possible. A blue-dyed leather corset protected her torso, and an assortment of bronzed jewelry with muted gemstones of varied colors hung from her long neck. A light cloak, white in color, fell from her shoulders. Her height, considerably shorter than the others, explained why I hadn't seen her until now. But for all her stature, I saw how the others backed from her approach and knew she commanded their respect, if not their fear. Standing before the captive now, the priestess extended her hand like a whip toward the priest whose place she had taken. Bowing, he handed his knife to her. Without ceremony or warning, the woman plunged the blade into the left side of the warder's chest, driving it to the hilt. The warder, still dazed, let out a pitiful whimper, a sound more animal than human, and if not for the grip of the two priests restraining him, he would have crumpled to the foundry floor. A low murmur escaped the priestess, a dark incantation laced with twisted intent, before she withdrew the knife and, without hesitation, plunged it into the right side of his chest. More eerie whispers spilled from her lips, and again she pulled the blade free. Blood soaked the unfortunate man's tunic, seeping into the dusty ground like a grotesque offering. Though the warder already teetered on the brink of death, she continued her brutal work, driving the knife into his gut this time, carving a gruesome chasm while murmuring yet another fervent prayer to her vile god. Throughout the episode, I remained indifferent. Next to me, I felt Zara tense, her hand straying to Nyx's arm where her fingers clenched down hard. Nyx made no attempt to hide his disgust. Finally, with the last word spoken, the priestess stepped away from her horrific sacrifice. The priests relinquished their hold, and the corpse collapsed like a marionette with cut strings, settling into the grotesque pool of crimson. The gathered Jakaree, including the priestess, stepped away, treating the empty shell of a man with chilling indifference, as if he had never existed. Returning the knife to its owner, the priestess fixed her piercing gaze on me. I wondered if she might say something, but she only stayed silent, staring. "What do you want?" I asked, venom in my voice lest they forget they weren't the only murderers here. Scaramon smirked. Unlike the others of his priesthood, who seemed a broad, stocky lot, Scaramon was tall and lean, the geometric tattoos covering his bare skull merging with the twisted, confused ruin of his face. Dark leather covered much of his person, including a hardened leather vest from which well-muscled arms protruded. I spied twin crysknives at his belt and a mace hanging from a leather strap. Where all the other priests had clenched jaws, grim expressions, and blades drawn, Scaramon's arms hung loosely at his sides, and while his expression was no less grim, he made no threatening gestures. In fact, just the opposite. Perhaps I wished to get reacquainted. "The last time I saw you, I buried you under a house. What part of that gave you the impression I ever wanted to see you again?" Zara, whose dark skin had gone a shade lighter at witnessing the ritual sacrifice, hissed, "You know this priest?" "I wouldn't go that far," I said. "We crossed swords once. Or was it twice? Each occasion was unremarkable, so I can't quite remember. However, how about we cross them again? You might need to change your name to Scaramon No Eyes when I'm done with you, though." The priest sneered, twisting the scar running from his chin, across his cheek, and to his temple, which was fresh the last time I saw him but healed over now. "The only reason I do not turn my brothers loose on you is because Onias has decreed you should live. If it were up to me, you would already be dead." "Then I will thank Onias for reining you in the next time I see him. Now I ask again, what do you want?" Scaramon's gaze strayed to the priestess, who looked on with disinterest. If he expected some sign from her, she gave none. So, One Eye shifted his focus back to me. "An alliance," he finally stated, the implication of his words hanging heavily between us. I exchanged glances with Zara and Nyx. Why would we make a truce with one such as you? Zara spat, voicing the question foremost in all our minds. Because we share a common goal. We accomplished our objective, I wanted to say. So what else remained? But I knew better than to show my cards, so I stayed quiet. Your spy failed, Scaramon said, jutting his chin at Nyx. But I offer a chance for redemption. I know about the Codex. More importantly, I know where to find it. I exchanged another look with Zara, but not Nyx, who kept to himself this time. What Codex? I asked, lowering my sword. Scaramon's gaze narrowed at Nyx. You haven't told them? Told them, he replied, his attempt at feigned ignorance falling flat as he winced, a jolt of pain flickering across his features from the angry bruise marring one side of his face. Told them what? A thin smile creased Scaramon's lips. Come now, shall we play games or get to the business at hand? If you will not enlighten them, then I will. Enlighten us about what? Zara asked. Nyx, what's this about? Nyx fiddled with a knife he must have gotten from Zara, spinning it as he flexed his wrist. As an agent of the guild, he had no obligation to share what he'd learned with anyone other than Heavyhammer. Zara, maybe. But certainly not me or the death priests. But Scaramon already knew Nyx's secret, or so he said, so the thief had little choice but to tell us what he knew or let One-Eye do it for him. Very well, Nyx said. The priest speaks of the Codex of the Dragon. The warders found it during a dig outside the city walls. I don't know many details about it other than that it's vitally important to them. After the warders dug it up, they moved it to a secure location. I was attempting to learn that location when the warders discovered my subterfuge. Nyx paused to stare at Scaramon. You said you know where to find the Codex. The warders would not have easily given away such information. Scaramon flashed a smug look. Nor did they. Zara sheathed one dagger. She kept the other clearly visible. So, if you already know where to find this book, what do you need from us? Scaramon and Nyx exchanged glances. One-Eye smirked at Nyx's sour expression. Both knew the answer, and, again, if Nyx wouldn't tell us, Scaramon's expression told us he would. Nyx swallowed and said, The warders locked the Codex in some sort of vault. Access to the vault is protected by a combination lock. I learned the combination days ago, but the warders detained me before I could relay that information to Heavyhammer. A hand rose to the bruises on his face. A compulsor named Leonidas Storm was trying to see how much I knew. I told him nothing. If you need us, priest, you must not have the combination. No smiles now. Nyx had hit on the reason we weren't all still clashing blades. I know the vault's location, Scaramon said. You know the combination. I propose we work together. The Codex is all yours as long as it remains out of our enemy's hands. I am interested in something else. The priest joined his hands before him. Discuss my proposal amongst yourselves if you must. But do not delay. Already the night grows long. Scaramon conferred with those nearest, while the priests behind us backed off, giving us ample privacy. Immediately, Nyx turned toward Zara. What are you doing here? Nyx was taller than her by a head, and while his tone was harsh, his proximity suggested something other than friendship. Like Zara, Nyx hailed from the southern reaches, though where her skin was dark, his was dusky, his sharp, handsome features framed by dark hair flowing straight from his scalp to his shoulders. He finished his look with a goatee and a thin beard, both trimmed and neat. Besides the bruising on his face, one lip was split, and blood matted his facial hair. Saving your arse, Zara hissed back at him. Told him nothing? That's bullshat. The warders sent assassins to kill Heavyhammer. They what? Nyx asked, genuinely surprised. It's true, I said, sheathing my sword. Your chief would be dead if I hadn't stopped them. Zara too. No need to thank me. But I would like to know about the Codex. Wait, Zara said. She lifted a hand to Nyx's bruised cheek, but with Scaramon and the other priests so close, she thought better of the gesture, and let her hand fall back to her side. Still, her gaze lingered on the bruises and the speckles of blood on his tunic. Are you all right? Nyx let out a breath that was more like a sigh. I'm fine. I may have let it slip who sent me. but I never suspected they'd act so quickly. I figured I'd escape and make it halfway home before they sent anyone. Even then, the guild has done plenty of work for the warders, so I expected them to send emissaries, not assassins. Well, they did, Zara said. Lucky for you, it was a half-arsed effort on their part, and no one was hurt. Except them, of course. Nyx frowned with concern. You're all right? I'm fine, Zara said. You know I can take care of myself. Not so subtly, I cleared my throat. The Codex? Nyx's gaze drifted to me. I know you. I also suspect I know why you're here. Heavy Hammer wants you to clean up this mess, starting with me. I prefer to kill from a distance or by surprise, especially when the mark knows who I am and what I do. But unusual circumstances require an unusual response, and Nyx, like Zara, only assumed I was here for him. Neither knew anything for sure. So I raised both hands in a show of innocence and said, like I told Zara, Heavy Hammer wanted me to help rescue you. That's all. Nyx seemed as convinced as Zara had been earlier, but he said, Then I thank you. You can return to Guildhouse and tell Heavy Hammer I am safe. Or Zara can do it. Zara was having none of that. And you'll do what? Help the Jakaree find this thing and end up with a slit throat for your trouble? You're not going with them alone. I had a better idea. How about you both go back to Guildhouse and I'll stay? But only I know the combination, Nyx said, meaning he had no intention of surrendering such information. Besides, what's your interest? Let's just say me and the warders don't get along. But you and the death priests do? I shrugged. At least they're the devil you know. That satisfied him, at least for now. Then are we agreed? Nyx asked. We three are in this together, united at least until we have the Codex in hand? Zara nodded. For her it was simple, but the words had a different meaning for me. Agreeing meant I would stay my hand until the business with the Codex was done. The code said nothing about honesty, so nothing saying I couldn't go back on that agreement. But an alliance between us made sense, and since I was a most patient killer, I agreed. Satisfied, Nyx said, The Codex of the Dragon. Like I said, I learned little about it. It must contain crucial information related to furthering the warder's goals. But those considerations aside, the book is highly desirable by collectors who will pay unfathomable amounts of money to possess it. So much that Heavy Hammer wants it? I asked. Correct, Nyx said. Heavy Hammer ordered me to learn the Codex's location and either steal it or get that information back to him so he could send someone else. In hindsight, its allure may have caused me to take too many risks. I learned the vault's combination, at least. Speaking of that, I said. Zara guessed my line of thought. If the warders so much as suspect you know how to get into the vault, and they must, they likely already changed the combination, making it useless. Scaramon must know that. Nyx shook his head. The lock is no ordinary lock, and the combination, well, no ordinary combination. I don't think the warders know how to change it. I'm not sure anyone does. Locks and vaults aside, I knew I needed the Codex. Metallic scales, dragon's blood, and now a book named The Codex of the Dragon? I knew nothing about the book or its contents. But with a name like that, what else did I need to know? Despite Scaramon's overtures, he seemed unlikely to allow us to take the book without a fight. Also, Zara and Nyx presented a problem of their own. Not the assignment given to me by Heavy Hammer, but the fact they wanted to sell the book. I had no interest in the Codex's monetary value, but if it helped answer the question of why the warders were in Alchester, it needed to go to Atticus, who was best suited to deciphering such things. Zara and Nyx might not see the value in that, but I'd solve that problem after I had the book in my possession. All things considered, I had no allies in this endeavor. If the Jakaree didn't turn on me first, then Zara and Nyx would. Still, no better way to spend the evening came to mind. We have the combination, I said. The Jakaree know the vault's location. I say we accept their offer. Zara pursed her lips, waiting for Nyx's counsel. But though I saw the wheels turning in his head, Nyx knew better than anyone he had no choice. Heavy Hammer had ordered him to steal the book, something Nyx couldn't do without One Eye's help. His nod of agreement was reluctant, but it came nonetheless. Zara, however, held a different opinion about the situation, and true to her nature, she had no qualms about expressing it. Aligning ourselves with the priests is suicide. I say if Heavyhammer wants the book, he can come get it himself. But Zara, Nick said, touching her shoulder, he's already given me an order to steal it. I can't go back empty-handed, especially after getting captured and blabbing, he was about to say. I don't like the situation any more than you do, but I have to do this. You know that. Zara seemed ready to say more, but recognizing the futility of the situation, she bit her lip and fell silent. They had never truly drifted apart, so now they stood together in silence, locked in an exchange of glances. Again, I cleared my throat, hoping they got the point. Zara sighed, and the two separated. Collectively, we returned our attention to the Jakaree. Zara spoke for all of us when she said, "All right, then. We accept your truce. Now, tell us where we can find the vault." Scaramon found every opportunity to smirk, it seemed, and this was another such time. We each hold on to our secrets. In this way, we ensure the sanctity of our alliance. Agreed? One-Eye's answer was not entirely unexpected, but no one blamed Zara for trying. Scaramon turned with a flourish. "Come, the vault is outside the city walls. Fortunately, it will not take long to get there." All but the priestess filed in behind him. She remained where she was, still staring at me with her ghoulish look. If she meant to unnerve me with her stare, I had to admit, it was working. "Wait a minute," I said. The priest stopped, and a dozen visages turned toward me. "There are only 3 of us. Let's keep the odds even, shall we?" Scaramon considered it. "Very well." He scanned the faces of his underlings, alienating the priestess by hardly looking her way, and selected 2. "Jutric and Velka, you will accompany me. The rest of you return to Onias and inform him of our progress." "No. The priestess, come back to life. I am going with you." Her voice, soft like velvet, carried a heavy weight of command. Scaramon leveled a disconcerting eye, One-Eye at her. "But High Priestess Lyra, entering the vault involves great risk. Surely the Dark One does not— Do you presume to know his will better than I?" Scaramon affected a thin smile. "Of course not, High Priestess, but I think that—" "You are not here to think, Scaramon. You know why I am here. Onias does not wish the failure of your men repeated. Send Velka home. I will take his place." Scaramon's lips pressed tight, but he said nothing else as he bowed in acquiescence. "As you wish. Velka, return to Onias with the others." Jutric remained while Velka and the other priests melted into the factory's darkness. Jutric's most distinguishing characteristics were his beefy arms, broad chest, and a shaved skull, too narrow for his bulky torso, adorned with the usual mysterious geometric tattoos. His weapon was a wicked-looking spiked mace, and he chose to trust in his god for protection, since he wore nothing above the waist. I caught High Priestess Lyra staring again, though she stepped toward me this time, not stopping until she stood inches away. "You have spoken to the Whispering Shade," she said, her eyes as piercing and cold as icicles. "Who?" "The Whispering Shade," she said again. "The others call him the Dark One. You visited a cemetery and spoke to him in a tomb." "How do you—" But I'd been around enough mummery of late that I didn't need to finish the question. Matilda claimed to have heard his voice, so why not others? But the High Priestess wasn't there, so how did she know anything about it? "I speak to him sometimes," Lyra said. "On one occasion, he whispered to me about your confrontation. How you closed the portal before he completed the crossing. He was not pleased. In hindsight, he realized the energy was unstable and the crossing impossible. Besides, it is not time yet, so all has been forgiven." "What in the 9 hells is she talking about?" Zara asked. Lyra backed away, her lingering gaze on me promising our discussion wasn't over. "Nothing that matters right now?" "We should get moving," Nick said. "Leonidas escaped. If he doesn't already know where we're going, he may figure it out soon enough." We don't want to deal with any more compulsors or arcanists than we have to." "Speaking of arcanists, where are they all?" Zara asked. "We expected more resistance." "Elsewhere," Nick said, offering nothing else. The priests were already leaving, so we ran to catch up, leaving the foundry behind to return to the night's icy darkness. Act 1. Finrad's Magnificent Tower. Part 3. Scaramon guided us through dark and silent burrows to a postern gate heavy with rust and ivy. The priest fit a key into the lock, and with a groan loud enough to rouse the dead, he and Jutric heaved it open. Meanwhile, Lyra retrieved a hidden bundle. With deft fingers she revealed a handful of torches, their wooden surfaces dark and unblemished. One by one, she lit each torch, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows across the gate's ancient surface before passing them out to us. Outside the city walls, we followed a little-used path into the surrounding hills. I wondered if we might end up at one of the warder's many excavation sites, but the one time we saw such a camp, we stayed clear of it. Though the path changed directions often, we left the city heading west, so I searched my memory for any information that might help determine our destination. But I recalled nothing else this way, unless Scaramon took us to the old wizard's tower. Abandoned and mostly forgotten, the tower was a cursed place. Stories say even those who strayed too close vanished and never returned. Hear enough of those stories, and even the most hardened treasure hunters and thrill seekers stopped visiting the place long ago. Surely, I thought, there must be something else out here. But as we moved further and further from the city, leaving anything resembling a trail or even a game path behind in favor of thick, nagging brush and thorny vines, I began to suspect our destination was, in fact, the tower. Scaramon confirmed my suspicion an instant later. "We are here," he announced, spreading his arms wide as he freed himself from the last tangled bush and emerged into a clearing marked by a single looming structure. "Finrad's Magnificent Tower," Nick said next to me. Jutric and Lyra fanned out to either side of Scaramon, neither saying a word as they took in the tower's precarious height. The structure was a dark vertical slice across a slightly less dark night sky, and while multitudes of stars shone between breaks in the clouds, it seemed those in the tower's backdrop dimmed and faded. So in that region only, no stars shone at all. A trick of the night, I thought, though the shiver up and down my spine said otherwise. Finrad was once a powerful master wizard, or so the stories said. Some say he built the tower. Others say it already stood here, its construction predating Alchester by a millennium. If the latter was true, that put its origins squarely in the time of Chorus, the city from which Alchester rose. Whatever its history, the tower's bulky, weathered stone rose at least 100 feet, and despite the tangled growth we fought through to get here, the space around the structure was bare. Once, a path or road might have led to the steps and single metal door I spotted, but now the way consisted of dry, crumbly dirt. Oddly enough, I saw no windows or balconies dotting the tower's exterior, only block after block of sooty stone stacked one on top of the other, all the way to the crenellated rooftop. The magnificent part of the tower's name was as antiquated as its former owner. At one time, wonderful things might have happened here. Now I saw little to inspire the imagination. Scaramon approached the steps leading to the door with caution, his gaze ever roving. Without prompting, Lyra and Jutric accompanied him. Grim-faced as ever, the death priests held torches high and kept weapons close at hand. "Expecting trouble?" I asked, surprised we'd encountered no warder patrols on the way here, but seeing no danger now. I was even more surprised no guards stood outside the tower. But I didn't think the priests searched for warders. Something else had them spooked. Zara laughed. "They're looking for bonkudas." "Bon what?" I asked. "Ghosts," Nick said, not nearly as amused as Zara. "The tower is haunted, is it not?" "That's what the stories say," I answered. "Probably by the spirit of the dead wizard who used to live here." I saw few signs of visitors. A partial track here, and a boot heel there leading to the tower's steps. But the ground remained mostly undisturbed. The door at the top of the steps, an impressive slab of smooth black iron, appeared frozen in place. In the spirit of the tower not having windows, the door had no handle, knob, or keyhole. "Onias sent 3 warriors here 3 days ago," Scaramon said. "Their task was the same as ours, to reach the vault. They entered the tower. None returned." "How did they get inside?" Nyx asked. "The door may look impassable, but it is not. As in all things, the Dark One has shown me how to open it." Zara banged a knuckle on the smooth surface, the resulting metallic clang fading quickly. "You're sure the vault is inside?" Lyra leaned back, taking in the tower's length. "It is inside." "Then why are we standing about in the dark?" Zara asked, impatient. "Open the door. It's cold out here." Scaramon bowed his head slightly. "Of course. Jutric, help me." We backed away, giving the priests space to examine the door, which they did by moving their hands across its surface. Mumbled words in a language I didn't recognize floated back and forth between them for some minutes. Zara stomped her foot once, but a touch from Nyx seemed to calm her before she unleashed her impatient fury on the priests. I crossed my arms and let them do their work while I did my best to ignore Lyra, whose gaze strayed my way too many times. "I don't like this," Zara said. "A job like this requires planning. Assuming the priests ever get the door open, we have no idea what we're walking into." Nyx studied the priests working at the door with a skeptical eye. He spoke without turning from them. "I have some idea. The inside of the tower is full of traps set by Finrad to deter thieves." "You know this how?" I asked, genuinely curious, though engaging with Nyx also served as a welcome distraction from Lyra's unsettling stare. "Because I came here to rob the place once. People speak of the tower as far away as my home in the southern reaches, if you can believe that. Finrad's magnificent tower, they call it. Not so magnificent now, is it? Upon my arrival in Alchester, I had the grandiose idea of being the first in ages to penetrate its mysteries and discover its riches. I spent countless hours learning about Finrad, studying everything about him and his supposed descent into madness. I thought understanding the tower's master might help me unravel his secrets." He shrugged. "It didn't." "You never even made it inside, did you?" I asked. Nyx chuckled. "All those weeks, or was it months, studying everything about Finrad and the mysteries and legends surrounding him proved little use once I got here. An impenetrable door and no windows? What's that saying about a wizard always having the last laugh?" "I think we almost have it," Scaramon announced. He and Jutric stepped away from the door. "Lyra, we have said what prayers we can. It is ready for you." Zara huffed. "Prayers? How are prayers going to open a door?" The priests ignored her as Lyra handed her torch to Jutric. Like her brothers, she also placed her hands on the smooth iron surface, but she kept her open palms in one place, closing her eyes as she murmured under her breath. Prayers? Or was it the incantation of a sorceress or witch? I had no idea. But after less than a minute, she stepped back and screamed into the night. "By the power of the Dark One, I command thee to open." Nothing happened, but Lyra remained in place, resolute, with arms raised, and finally, without further ceremony, the heavy iron door opened. It didn't swing, but lifted, like a portcullis, straight up until it disappeared into the wall. What was odd about it, not the first odd thing and probably not the last, was the door made no sound as it slid up, not a creak or a groan or even a rub. The opening it left behind exposed nothing but uninviting darkness. "Nyx mentioned traps," I said. "What do you know about those?" "Very little," Scaramon said. "But the warders solved their mysteries, so we shall too. We must trust the everlasting darkness will not lead us astray." I thought he must be joking, but he neither laughed nor even cracked a smile. Zara turned her dark glare on the priest. This time, I felt her wrath justified. "That's your plan? Trust in your dark god?" Scaramon nodded, all seriousness. "We need trust in nothing else. If this was the Jakaree's plan, we were all dead men. I wanted the codex as much as the next person, but not at the expense of my life. If Scaramon truly had nothing else to offer to guarantee our safety, then our truce was over, and I planned to return to the city. I didn't doubt that Zara, whose clenched fists and tightened lip indicated her ire was well on its way to reaching new levels, harbored similar thoughts. Only Nick seemed unperturbed. I may have a way to help our chances. All eyes turned to him. I may not have found a way into the tower, but I learned much about the traps Finrad favored. You see, Finrad knew his time in this world was ending, so he was forced to face his greatest regret. More than anything, he lamented not being able to take his riches with him when he died. Some say that regret drove him mad. Maybe it did, but he was adamant that if he couldn't possess his treasures for all time, then no one would. So, he hid them in his vault, and to protect the vault, he hired a man named Carmarillion. Has anyone ever heard of Carmarillion? No? In Finrad's time, he was an expert craftsman. The mad wizard commissioned him to build most of the tower's traps. Finrad designed them, but Carmarillion made his vision a reality. Turns out Carmarillion was more than a simple craftsman. He was also an opportunist. You mean he was a thief? I said. Nix shrugged. He took advantage of a situation. If that makes him a thief, so be it. Unbeknownst to Finrad, Carmarillion made copies of the designs and documented the construction of each trap Finrad had him install. When Finrad finally died, Carmarillion thought he'd walk right into the tower, disarm the traps, and have free access to the tower's riches. Nix chuckled. Like me, he made it as far as the door. It seems Finrad installed that particular obstacle all by himself. Carmarillion had no idea how to get inside. Wizards seemed to get a lot of last laughs. Back when I thought I had a chance of finding my way into Finrad's vault of treasures, a copy of Carmarillion's notes made its way to me. It's been years since I last looked at it, but I remember enough to help. But the warders brought the codex into the tower, Jutric said, voicing his first words other than his muttering exchange with Scaramon. He had a deep, husky voice and a manner of spitting every word, as if he found speaking a disdainful chore. They must have disarmed many of the traps already. Otherwise, they risk their lives every time they visit the vault. Our enemies are fools, Lyra said. They trust no one, including their own. Even if they disarmed the traps, they would rearm them to protect the book. Nix shook his head. The warders would not even have to do that much. Many of the traps are mechanical in nature, but they are also magical. From my reading, Finrad made sure the traps reset themselves, so even if one trespasser made it through, the trap was ready and waiting for the next. We've seen no warders outside, Zara said. Will we find any inside? But no one knew the answer to that, and since we'd been standing around for long enough, we filed into the tower. Right away, Finrad's magnificent tower defied expectations. Warm candlelight and the scent of hardwood burning in an open hearth greeted us. Plush carpets, elegantly painted stucco walls decorated in colors of silver and gold, a winding stair with lacquered balustrade leading up, and another on the room's other side leading down, and, oddest of all since nothing but bare stone covered the tower's exterior, latticed windows with views of the surrounding woods and darkened hills. The chamber was circular. No surprise there, considering we stood inside a round tower. But the room's size somehow seemed greater than was possible, given the circumference seen from outside. Perhaps a trick of the architecture, I thought, hanging back with Zara and Nix while the priests explored, uninhibited by common sense or fear of a dead wizard's wrath. A fine layer of dust covered the place, making it easy to notice tracks leading from the doorway to the ascending stairs. The warders, Nix said, stating the obvious. Not just them, I said, pointing. The heaviest concentration of tread patterns is the same. But these two, no three, are unique, even from each other. They follow the path of the others up the stairs. Scaramon examined the tracks and grunted. Our missing brethren, no doubt. Then he rejoined the other two to continue their exploration. It's warm in here, Zara said. removing her coat and hanging it on a rack near the open door. Curious, I checked the nearest window, which had solid panes that did not open. When I tapped on the glass, it felt hard like stone. If the mad wizard placed traps here, Zara said, those idiot priests would have already triggered them. Let's follow the tracks up the stairs. I agreed with her about the room, but that didn't mean the stairs were safe. Nix, any traps we should know about? He considered the question, but finally shook his head. None I recall. Since the wall lanterns provided ample illumination, we deposited our torches in a water-filled urn near the door. Its presence seemed too convenient, and if I didn't have a small supply of alchemical glow sticks, I might have taken my lit torch with me. But I tossed mine in with the rest, and we started up the stairs. Scaraman was in the lead now. As soon as his foot touched the first step, the main door slid closed behind us, whisper quiet, a slight whoosh of air the only sign. "Shat!" Zara yelled. Lyra muttered something under her breath. I glared at Nix. Any other traps you can't recall? He shrugged. I did say it's been a while since I reviewed the notes. I joined Scaraman on the first step. Can you open the door from the inside? Of course, the one-eyed priest said, but for now, best it remains closed. We don't want to arouse the suspicions of any warders patrolling the area. He had a point there. But when it comes time to free us from this cage, I said, you'd best do so without conditions. The only conditions are the ones we already discussed. For the time being, consider this an added incentive. Only my brethren and I have the power to open the door. If we don't return alive, then you and the others will remain trapped here forever. Zara glowered. Fair enough, priest. We'll make sure you live long enough to open the door. But we make no guarantees past that. Scaraman grinned and dipped his head in the smallest of bows. The stairs twisted up and around, and with more light ahead, we went cautiously. Mindful that others had entered the tower before us, I half expected to see warder sentries or the missing Jakaree around every curve. Instead, to my surprise, after wrapping around twice, we discovered ourselves back in the entry chamber, its roaring fire and windowed views of the outside greeting us as if we'd never left. Somehow we'd come up the stairs opposite the ones leading up. Zara shook her head, as confused as the rest of us. How the hell did we wind up back here? Nix crossed his arms and raised a hand to stroke his goatee. He looked from one staircase to the other. This must be Finrad's never-ending stairs. If the accounting I read is accurate, it's more a puzzle than a trap. It's harmless, though annoying, I suppose. While the rest of us loitered in the foyer, Lyra took it upon herself to start up the stairs again. While she did that, Zara retraced our steps in the other direction, descending the other staircase. After a short while, Lyra returned the way we'd just come, and Zara padded down the stairs opposite her until, like before, they were right back where they started. The stairs may be harmless, but we're trapped here all the same, I said. The others got past this, Zara said. So, how hard can it be to solve? Scaraman, who had no answer, went to the stairs spiraling up. Jutric joined him. We shall see if the Dark One can provide guidance. Meanwhile, I focused on something more useful by questioning Nix. What do you remember about the stairs? He tilted his head. Carmarillion mentioned little about them, but in that context, I remember something about a narrow passage. Zara joined us. A way separate from the stairs? We all looked about, wondering if we'd missed something, but the room had no other ways in or out. Maybe it's a secret passage, I suggested. Zara started searching, though scant places existed for such a hidden corridor. Or a specific path? Nix wondered out loud. I joined him. Not a narrow passage, but a narrow path, as in a specific way to climb the stairs. Dropping into a crouch, Nix eyed the lacquered steps. I was about to suggest we follow the tracks of the others, except we trampled all over them. But if we're right, I expect to see the warder's footprints concentrated in a single line. The priest's footprints and ours are the ones all over the place. While Zara continued searching for a hidden door and the priests mumbled to themselves, we scrutinized the unsettled dust for a straight line or pattern, With so many prints in the dust, the task proved challenging enough that I was almost ready to give up. But then I realized we were approaching this the wrong way. The warders wouldn't have left a clear sign. Secrecy, obfuscation, compartmentalization of information. That's how they operate. Nix raised a hand to his chin. What are you thinking? That they intentionally left the wrong path. Or at the very least, they didn't leave a clear one. Nix grunted. Leaving an intentionally incorrect path sounds like their style. So, how do we find a hidden path when all the clues lead us down the wrong one? We find the path no one has walked. Finished with her search, Zara joined us. If there's a hidden passage, damn if I can locate it. Zara was an expert in such things, so if she had found nothing, there wasn't anything to find. Nix filled her in on our theory. The priests stood by the fire now, staying out of our way at least. They hadn't come up with any revelations of their own, leaving the problem for us to solve. So much for the Dark One's guidance. Look for places on the steps without tracks, I said. But also, look for places free of dust. The warders were thorough, but not that thorough. Is it every step or every other? Nix asked out loud. Or every third? There's no way to know, I answered. Maybe the actual steps aren't as important as the path itself. Look, if you start at this corner and sidestep up, there's almost a clear line. Zara took the steps as indicated, but came up against the railing almost immediately. But that ends here. Wait. Angling away from the railing this time, she took the next handful of steps, stopping halfway, because to go any further meant crossing a line marked by many prints. A ruse, she must have figured, because she turned back, ascended some more, and stopped. Then she turned the other way, took 3 steps, and vanished. Where did she go? Jutric asked from his place by the fire. Zara reappeared before anyone could answer. It's this way, she said before disappearing once more. I took the steps in the same manner she did. Nix and the priests followed. Sure enough, though the staircase continued to spiral ahead, when I took that last step, the entry chamber vanished, and I emerged at the topmost step of a new and different staircase, this one lighter in color and adorned with a different style of balusters. Like before, fluttering torches and even a few braziers lit the space before us with abundant light. This new room was as round as the first and richly adorned with polished hardwoods, elaborately carved wainscoting, and, right at the center, a rectangular dining table with every place set, and a feast fit for a king spread across its length. I even saw a bottle of wine chilling in a frosted bronze bucket. Perhaps the tower is not as deserted as so many think, Nix said. Succulent aromas washed across my senses as I approached the table. I spotted plates of roasted duck and boar, bowls of potatoes and carrots, and an assortment of leafy greens with sauces and dips already arranged at each setting. Dinner plates and utensils were clean and untouched, and only then did I notice the number of places. 6, to match our number precisely, or perhaps the number was a mere coincidence. I stopped at the wine bucket and removed my glove to touch its side. It's cold. Feeling compelled to examine the wine, I lifted the bottle and held it to the light. Moisture from the ice dripped onto the floor. I don't recognize the name or the region, but the year is 1279. It's a red, possibly a Cabernet. 1279? Nix asked. That's before the fall of the old gods. The current year was 539, the number of years since the old gods saw fit to destroy themselves. That event prompted society to reset the calendar to 0 to give everyone a fresh start. The year 1279, therefore, indicated the use of the old calendar. I eyed the wax seal. It's unopened. Nix smiled. Do you think it's still good? I grinned because I liked how Nix thought. Only one way to find out. I took out a knife to cut the wax seal off when Zara's piercing whistle from the other side of the table stopped me. She stared at the floor. Unless you want to wind up like this one, I'd put that back where you found it. Her lips curled in a devilish grin as her gaze turned to me. On second thought, go ahead. Let's see if it does. There, sprawled across a tattered rug, lay the lifeless form of a Jakaree priest. The pallor of his skin was unsettling, an unnatural greenish hue hinting at the horror that had befallen him. A grimace contorted his face, a grotesque tableau of agony preserved in death, and dark patches stained the corners of his mouth. A small, ornate bowl lay overturned beside him, remnants of food from the wizard's table clinging to its edges. The Jakaree surrounded the fallen priest and bowed their heads. We gave them what time they needed to perform their death rituals. With a sigh of disappointment, I returned the bottle. Though Lyra strayed the longest, Scaramon and Jutric rejoined us in short order. No one offered condolences, because I didn't think anyone was truly sorry. "The vault is this way," Scaramon said, pointing at another staircase marked by twisting metal balusters etched with thorns and roses. He started for it without waiting to see who followed. Letting the others go before me, I waited in silence for Lyra to finish her ritual. Kneeling now, she touched the dead priest's forehead, muttered some final prayer to the Dark One, and stood. When she walked away from the corpse, she did so with an air of finality. The priest may have sacrificed his life for their cause, but he would receive no more regard from his high priestess. Still, as Lyra neared me, I noticed her lip trembling, betraying her stoicism. She stopped opposite me, unable to meet my gaze for once. "You knew him, didn't you?" I asked. "I know all the Dark One's children, but this one more than those others." Lyra nodded. "Aemon was a friend. Sometimes he was like a brother." The words triggered something within her, and she sniffled and wiped a growing tear from her eye. "He leaves behind a wife and child. I will have to tell them what has happened here, how their husband and father died for the Dark One's holy cause. That will give them some solace, but it will never change the fact that Aemon is gone forever." I didn't know which surprised me more, the High Priestess's sorrow or the revelation that one of her dark brothers had a family. I had only ever seen one side of the Jakaree, and though my acquaintance with Lyra was brief, I now saw her in a new light as an ordinary young woman bearing the weight of the world, or at least the return of a dark god, on her shoulders. I understood all too well the stress that such a burden brought. While I had difficulty mustering sympathy for Lyra, the High Priestess, I wasn't so inured that I didn't feel something for Lyra, the woman. "Tell them they will never be alone," I said. Lyra stared at me with glistening eyes. "Tell them Aemon may be gone, but you remain to watch over them." Lyra wiped and fluttered her eyes to clear them. "I did not expect such words from you. I can't take credit for them, but words like those sometimes help, I've found." Zara's sharp whistle and a shout to hurry up or get left behind prompted us to catch up with the others, who were already halfway up the next twisting staircase. When we caught up to them, Nyx was cautioning One Eye to take it slow because of something he recalled from his research. "Finrad called these the Stairs of Thorns," he said. "I know because he described the balusters as you see them, with roses and thorns." Zara humphed. "Who cares what they're called? The old wizard could have called them the Stairs of Roses for all I care. We need to know about traps. Are there any?" As if Zara's question had prompted the old wizard himself to provide an answer, the stairs beneath our feet trembled. We all felt it, though those at the center of the stairs more so than the others. I didn't need a second hint. Without hesitation, I leaped to the edge of the stairs. Scaramon did the same. Nyx and Zara were already there, and Lyra so close that one quick step ensured her safety. Only Jutric, who held his arms wide, trying to regain his balance, was too slow. Wooden steps polished to a shine vanished, replaced by a gaping hole of nothingness. Jutric cried out, first in astonishment, and then, as he fell out of sight, in agony. Peering over the edge, I saw the priest at the bottom of a pit, pierced by a dozen foot-long metal spikes. Next to him were two corpses with as many spikes in each. No one jumped into the hole to save him because we all knew he was as good as dead already. Then it no longer mattered because the stairs began to rematerialize. In seconds, the reconstituted floor sealed Jutric inside the pit, cutting off his groans of agony and leaving him to die alone. Scaramon banged on the steps with his fist, proving they were as solid as when we first placed our feet on them. We must break through and help our brother. No one, not even Lyra, moved to help him. It is too late for him, she said. He is gone. Scaramon knew it too. So, with a final heave of breath, he sat back, leaving Jutric to his fate. His relative calm lasted as long as it took for his one good eye to wander to Nyx and Zara, who had, by chance, remained clear of the trap from the onset. When it did, his face twisted into a scowl. "Where was your warning, thief?" he snarled. "Did you expect this to happen?" Nyx licked dry lips. "I was trying to warn you. As I said, I read the craftsman's notes some time ago. You cannot expect me to remember every detail or issue a warning at every moment, especially when you plod on so far ahead of me. We are in a mad wizard's tower. We must each expect danger at every footfall and accept the consequences if we cannot react fast enough." Scaramon huffed, but turned away. Lyra had her own glare set on Nyxander, but she remained quiet. I stayed in the background, watching Nyx and wondering if he might have some other reaction. A sly smile, a furtive exchange with Zara, or perhaps a quick sigh of disappointment that more of us hadn't fallen into the trap. Or more specifically, that I hadn't. Suspicion kept me alive as much as my instincts and superior reflexes, so I found it hard to believe Nyx hadn't known about the trap. I let my guard down for a second and almost paid the price. I wouldn't make that mistake again. "I saw 2 corpses in the pit," I said. "One probably a warder. The other, another of your priests." Scaramon cursed under his breath. Lyra, who had also seen into the pit, closed her eyes and bowed her head. One Eye, who had no more time or patience for mourning, continued his ascent. Nyx gave him some space before following. Determined to remain more vigilant, I went next. "What is it with this wizard and his damn staircases?" Zara asked as I passed her. She shook her head, and along with Lyra, we all got moving again. No other traps hindered our way, so once we reached the top, we stepped into an empty chamber with obsidian floors and doors of all types and shapes along the room's circumference. Wood, metal, stained glass, round, rectangular, and even one that was square. I noticed indentations or depressions on the floor and a spiderweb of cracks spreading from each. Dried blood stained the dark tiles and infiltrated the spidery cracks of at least one deformation. "The Room of Doors," Nyxander said, the name so obvious I wondered if he made it up. Carmarillion's notes contained much about it, though he deals only with the concrete and absolute. Here, he wrote of an elevator and its associated mechanisms. But the room is magical in nature, too. The craftsman said little about that, though I chanced upon a bard who claimed to know about it. Most of his information was too bizarre to believe, no doubt derived from the stories he tells when the night is cold, the fire warm, and the ale flowing too freely. But some of it seemed useful. Most of the doors, he told me, opened to places not of this world. Those are best avoided because what lies on the other side is neither welcoming nor hospitable toward mortal beings. But one door, he said, opens to Finrad's vault. "What about traps?" Lyra asked. Nyx hesitated but said, "We're safe as long as we only open the door leading to the vault." "Which one is it then?" Scaramon spat, his one eye gone wide at the options. "How do we choose?" No one knew, though I had a suggestion about who we might ask. "Lyra, what advice does your dark god offer?" The priestess chewed her lip, thinking and taking in the chamber with its many doors. Taking slow steps, she walked the room, stopping before each door and sometimes touching the surface before moving on to the next. I assumed she would let us know if she learned anything useful. Zara spun a dagger, blade over hilt, and caught it with an expert hand. "We may have no choice but to try each one." Zara liked to gamble, so it almost seemed she relished the idea. Let's see what the priestess comes up with first. So we waited while Lyra continued moving from one door to the next. She didn't stop at any one longer than another, and soon she was almost at the last, with no revelations shared yet. When she reached the last door, she spun around and strode to the room's center. The Whispering Shade knows this place. Once, the Mad Wizard summoned him here under duress. He does not have the answer we seek, but he told me how to find it. We must first open one of the doors. It does not matter which one. Zara spun her dagger again. What happens when we do? Lyra would say no more, and since no one had a better idea, Zara took it upon herself to choose. Like Lyra, she stalked about, taking in one door after another before settling on one with dark stained wood and banded iron. She gripped the handle with caution, counting down with her outstretched fingers. 3, 2, 1. Then she tugged the door open. Inside was nothing, not a room or a hallway or anything other than a blank slate of impenetrable darkness. It seemed unwise to tempt fate, and since Lyra had said nothing about keeping the door open, Zara slammed it shut. "This is the most idiotic way I've ever seen to access a vault," Zara growled. "Might as well—" The chamber groaned. Not the sound a person made, but one grounded in mechanical gears and other mechanisms. A calamitous clanking with alternating squeaks followed, and 3 distinct concentric sections of the floor began to spin, with the center where Lyra stood turning in one direction while the 2 outer bands rotated the opposite way. All 3 sections moved at different speeds. Also, as the outermost band moved, so too did the doors. I found the purpose of all the motion puzzling until etched runes on the floor, previously unseen, appeared at both the inner and outer edges of each of the 2 bands. The outer edge of the center circle also had them. Nyx recognized the symbols at once. The vault's combination! Only he knew which symbols and their order, so without prompting, he studied the runes on each band, moving with the floor's rotation as needed, and calling out his findings as they came to him. Each band contained symbols from the combination. He moved on, his gaze scanning back and forth. The way each circle moves, the symbols will eventually align across all 3 sections. But how to lock them in? "No other mechanism remains other than the doors," Lyra said, turning round slowly with the centermost piece's motion. Zara's eyes lit up. "Look how the symbols align across the bands. When they do, a door also aligns with them." Thieves were expert puzzle solvers, and what she said made sense, inasmuch as anything did in the Mad Wizard's tower. Excited now, Zara strode around the room. "Nyx, how many symbols are there?" 3. "Good. Once 3 like symbols align, we need to open the door corresponding to the alignment. Maybe that will lock it in, and maybe the vault lies through the final door." We watched Nyx examine the symbols until he pointed at 2 identical ones nearing each other. "That's the first symbol," he said. "Now it's aligned at the first and second band." "But not at the circle," I said, more wary than the others, because while they watched for the symbols to align, I wondered how the blood-stained marks fit into the Mad Wizard's puzzle. Lyra also glanced at the indentations while observing their proximity to the candidate doors. Nyx pointed. "There! The first symbol is in alignment across all 3 bands. Zara, open the door." Zara was closest, but she had to act fast. Leaping across the distance, she grabbed the wooden handle and heaved with all her might. The door, larger than the others, resisted her pull, but she wrenched it open with a cry of triumph right before the symbols moved out of alignment. At once, 2 things happened. The trifecta of runes across each of the concentric platforms lit up with fiery brilliance. Also, a deafening roar from above announced the arrival of a stone pillar directly over Zara's head. "Watch out!" Zara didn't waste time looking up. If she had, the descending column would have pulverized her. Instead, right before the pillar crashed into the obsidian floor, she lunged forward, rolled and evaded death by inches. Dark bits, some so pulverized they formed a cloud of debris, exploded outward, showering everyone nearby, and the resounding boom prompted hands to cover ears by reflex. No one moved except to peer upward, wondering if another pillar waited to fall. But as the dust settled and grinding gears and rattling chains above us screeched to a halt, tranquil quiet spread throughout the chamber. It was enough time for us to breathe a sigh of relief before the gears started up again. Chain links pinged against one another and clinched tight, gears creaked into motion, and the pillar rose. Where it had fallen, the violent impact deepened, and further complicated the spidery cracks, while explaining the already significant indentation there. The three runes, interlocked now, continued to blaze with energy even as the floor's continued rotation displaced each of our positions relative to the open door. The motion pulled Zara further from it, while bringing others, namely Scaramon and me, closer. But no one remained close enough to slam the door shut, which would have been the thing to do before a thrashing of tentacles, like those belonging to some deep-sea nightmare, exploded from the open doorway. The appendages indiscriminately lashed out in all directions at once, probing, seeking, trying to wrap themselves around anything alive. Scaramon, so close, was caught instantly by two tentacles wrapping around his leg and torso. Stunned at first, he recovered quickly, snarling as he took hold of his spiked mace. "Hurrah!" He slammed his weapon down on the meaty appendage once, twice, and a third time, sounding out a drumbeat of squishing noises, but with little else to show for his effort, even as the tentacles slowly, inexorably dragged him toward the open door. I was closest, and while the temptation of letting the creature pull one eye into whatever hell it had sprung from seemed appealing, I reminded myself that we needed the priest to get out of the tower. With tentacles whipping around me, I was already in the thick of it and forced to duck and roll when they reached for me. One got close, paying the price as I used my sword to slash a deep gouge into it. The wounded tentacle recoiled, letting me know the creature felt pain, something I used to my advantage, cutting and slashing at every opportunity, until I reached Scaramon, who used a crist now but was ever so close to getting yanked through the doorway. 2 quick slashes freed him, and then together we backed from the enraged appendages. Zara and Nyx stood back to back, knives and daggers slicing anything that drew near. Lyra had backed to a safe distance, though with the floor rotating and more tentacles slithering from the open doorway, such safety was temporary at best. "Watch for the next alignment," I yelled at her, realizing our one way out of this lay in escaping to the vault. Like the fastest of whips, 4 tentacles lashed toward me. Few had any hope of anticipating their path, let alone countering them. But then few had my instincts or speed. Right before the slimy tips reached me, I sidestepped 2 appendages and slashed another in half. On the return stroke, I nearly sliced through one more. Thinking to buy us more time for the next symbol to come into alignment, I pressed forward until tentacles wiggled and twisted all around me, making my task easier because every motion of my blade cut into something. Then I heard Lyra call out that the second symbol had aligned across all 3 sections. A moment later, Scaramon yelled that he had the corresponding door open. Briefly, I wondered what new hell he unleashed on us. I wanted to look, but the writhing tentacles demanded my full attention as more and more reached for me. Out of the corner of one eye, I glimpsed 3 runes locked in now, coming to life as magic surged through them. I heard Lyra shouting, speaking words I didn't understand, but I was too preoccupied to tell if her mummery had anything to do with something new coming through the second doorway. "The final symbol is coming into alignment," Nyx yelled. At the same time, shapes dark as night appeared all around me. Instinctively, I slashed at the nearest, feeling no resistance as my blade sliced through a cloud of darkness, bearing the vague shape of a man with blue pinpricks for eyes. Dozens descended on the tentacles, soaking into them like water soaked a sponge. Where they went, the tentacles slowed and stopped, held in place by some unseen force. The reprieve allowed me time to look around. The tentacles now reached every part of the chamber, so even Lyra had to contend with them. But her focus was on the dark wraiths. With arms extended and hands raised, her every motion caused one or more apparitions to move in lockstep. She guided them, I realized, using them to attack the tentacles. But with more and more wraiths emerging from the second doorway, her limit fast approached. Nyx stood before the third door. With the symbols aligned, he yanked it open. 9 runes in total now flared, blinding the senses and making it almost impossible to see what lay beyond the threshold. But then it no longer mattered, because the centermost section of the floor began sinking. "Carmarillion's elevator!" Nick shouted. Each person leaped or jumped for it. Only Lyra, consumed by her spellcasting, didn't move at all. Scaramon noticed, but he was nearly on the elevator already, and it wasn't stopping. I was closer to her, though not by much. Scaramon's gaze went to Lyra, then to me. Then he settled into the elevator and looked at nothing at all. Fortunately for the High Priestess, I was not so callous. I reached her with little trouble. "Lyra!" I hoped she heard me. "The combination is complete. The way into the vault is open, but it might not stay that way for much longer. We have to go." Though her gaze focused elsewhere, her hands still waving as she directed the wraiths, she said, "When I release them, they will come for us. The tentacled beast, too." I grabbed her arm. "Then let go, and let's get out of here." A tenseness surrounding Lyra vanished, and I knew she had released her hold over the wraiths. A baneful wail rose from all quarters as the apparitions, their blue eyes flaring to new brilliance, came for us. The tentacles, freed now, unleashed their fury by thrashing wildly, and, no longer interested in capturing us, slammed into the obsidian floor with such force that the walls shook. Fighting such rage was a fool's errand. Lucky for us, since our only goal was to get the hell out of here. We ran instead, maniacally navigating amongst the writhing tentacles while hoping to escape before the wraiths blocked our way. I kept a firm grip on Lyra, so once we drew close enough to the descending platform, which had sunk low enough to obscure the others, we made one final leap and crashed onto the descending platform. "What took you so long?" Nix asked with a grin. As labored breathing subsided and the chaos above us remained at bay, sighs of relief followed. The elevator's progress was slow, going down and down, not to the feasting hall which in a sane world lay below us, but to some new place that came into dim focus as lights flared to life. Briefly, I saw a large chamber ringed by shadow before the platform slipped into a round sleeve constructed of perfectly aligned stone blocks. I thought we descended into a well, but as we slowed and finally stopped, an arched opening presented itself. Through the archway, unseen from above, I spotted someone standing amidst a shifting gray fog. The person had their back to us, unmoving and unaware of our presence. Exchanging looks, we reached an unspoken consensus that hailing the stranger was harmless. Nix did so, but to little effect. Scaramon stood apart from Lyra. He neither noticed nor cared that long after everyone else had shaken off their expenditures from the room of doors, her breathing remained labored, her demeanor reflecting a weariness that transcended the physical. When she raised her bowed head long enough to notice me staring, she spoke with a weariness I had not heard from her before. "Channeling the Dark One's power is never without a cost." I saved my questions about what she'd done for later. Right now, I was more interested in the stranger who refused to acknowledge our presence. "Perhaps he's deaf," Nick said. "If I tap on his shoulder, that should—" "No," Lyra brushed past us, stopping short of the archway. "The fog is another trap. Something about this place is different. Also, I sense something." I stood next to her, staring into the shifting miasma. "Different how?" Lyra's brow furrowed as she mulled over the question. Moments later, her lips widened as some realization struck her. But rather than articulating her discovery, she looked at me with a curious stare. "You cannot tell? You who have traveled to the Shadow Realm and lived to tell about it?" "This is the Shadow Realm?" Zara asked from behind us. "No," I said, unsure how I'd become an authority on the subject. "It feels different. Not as dark and nowhere near as cold, for one. Also, I didn't know what Lyra sensed, but it wasn't her and Scaramon's dark god. Before, when that entity was near, I felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure threatening me from all sides. I felt nothing like that now." Lyra drew her cloak tighter about her. "It feels different because we are at the realm's very edge. We are halfway between worlds, with half our presence in the Mad Wizard's tower and half in the Shadow Realm." "Then we are close to the vault," Scaramon said. "Before he died, our warder captive said to look for it in a world between worlds. It must lie beyond this mist. Zara crossed her arms. Unless someone has another theory, I'd say whatever the trap is, it ensnared all those people standing in the mist. Not a one has moved a muscle since we got here. Nick stroked his goatee. If you stare long enough, and the mist parts just right, you can see them. As Zara said, none have moved. The mist didn't shift so much as thin in places, strange amorphous lights embedded in the fog revealing more motionless figures. Like the one closest, they each had their backs to us, as if they all moved toward the same thing when the mist had trapped them. What else could their goal have been if not the vault? "You are our expert," Scaramon sneered at Nyx, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What do you know of this trap?" Nyx paid no attention to the insult. "Nothing. Carmarillion never mentioned it, nor did my other sources. Finrad kept this trap, the final one we must disarm, a complete and total secret from everyone. I can't help but wonder, who are or were these people? Treasure hunters? Thieves? Adventurers?" "Likely all three," I said. "When did they enter the tower, I wonder?" Nyx mused out loud. Was my ambition to enter before all others during this age a fool's quest because someone else had already done it? No one had an answer to that. "Why did they go in?" Zara asked. "They must have seen the others, yet they still went." "Greed," Nyx said. "Stubbornness? Or perhaps each thought they had a solution to the mist's effects, only to realize too late that they did not. I'm almost relieved I gave up when I encountered the outside door. Otherwise, you'd likely be staring at my frozen form amongst theirs." Nyx shook his head. "I can't see how we'll conquer this last challenge." "I may have an answer," Lyra said, new life emerging in her voice. "In wizard circles, the fog is called the mist of paralysis. At first, those who enter experience a slight cold sensation. Although the feeling doesn't perceivably worsen, it slows movement and numbs thought. If this causes alarm, the mist's victims soon forget why. As the mind drifts, time itself loses meaning, and the mist traps them forever." Zara shifted from one foot to the other. "But do they age?" "They do. But they move forward through time with no cognizance of who they are or where they came from. In effect, they sacrifice everything when they enter the mist." "Death seems like a better fate," Zara said. "A far better one," I thought. But dwelling on it helped us as much as trying to murder someone with a dull knife. So I said, "We have to cross through the mist to reach the vault, right? How do we do that?" "By channeling the Dark One's power once more," Lyra said. "But I must warn you all. Countering the Mad Wizard's spell is no trifling task. The Dark One will exact a toll for lending his aid." "Then we will pay it!" Scaramon spat. "Now do what needs doing." Lyra stepped forward until she stood beneath the archway. "I can deliver us through the mist of paralysis. But you must stay close to me and not deviate from my course. If you become trapped in the mist, you will remain there until you die. I can hold off the effects of the Mad Wizard's spell, but if you succumb to it, I can do nothing for you." No one amongst us was immune to such a warning, but this was the life we had each chosen, and while we couldn't always predict the dangers we might encounter, when we chanced upon them, we had no choice but to face them. Some, however, were more eager to face those dangers than others. "What must we do, priestess?" One Eye asked. "For one, be silent. I must concentrate." Lyra closed her eyes and murmured something under her breath. She kept her arms at her sides and shoulders squared. No part of her moved except for her lips, which continued to emit the whisper of some incantation or prayer. When the old gods faded from the world, people generally accepted the God-given powers of their most faithful, the clerics of the time, faded with them. Priests, strong in their faith, like Father Kem, might measure their beliefs in greater measure than most others. But these days, that sort of conviction was as toothless as a drunken goblin. Maybe Lyra wasn't a priestess at all, or maybe, like Matilda, who seemed part witch at times and sorceress at others, she was an odd mixture of cleric and wizard. Before, in the Room of Doors, I might have guessed the latter, but now, though I failed to understand her. I wondered if she somehow worked the magic of a true priestess, because I heard whispers of something else. Impossible, I thought, so I whispered to Nix, who stood closest. "Do you hear that?" But he only stared back at me as if I'd said something strange and shook his head. The voice, I was sure it was a voice, whispered more incoherently than Lyra, so I had no hope of comprehending the words. But then I realized I recognized the voice nonetheless. This was the Dark One, not booming at his priestess like he had done to me in the tomb, but speaking to her in a manner befitting her station as his most faithful. The Whispering Shade, Lyra had called him, and now she asked him to share his power with her like a cleric of old. It would have all seemed spectacular if the asking part didn't take so long. While we fidgeted and shifted from foot to foot, Lyra kept on with her whispering, and the voice, the Dark One, kept whispering back. It kept on long enough that I stepped away from the priests and motioned for Zara and Nix to join me. "Are there any more symbols from the combination?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "Do the symbols have any further meaning or purpose?" Nix shook his head. "I know of no others besides the three, nor do I know of any other use for them." "Then we've outlived our usefulness to the Jakaree." Zara lifted her chin. "You expect treachery?" "Don't you? It's only a question of when they'll make their move." Nix pressed his lips tight, nodding. "Then we need to make ours first." "Except we need them to get out of the tower," I reminded him. "Take another one out then," Zara said, mirroring my thought process. "The tower took care of one of those bald bastards for us. Let's take care of the other one." "You mean Scaramon," Nix said. "But what about Lyra? Of the two, which do we need to open the main door? We all saw Lyra use her magic. But did she open the door, or did Scaramon's doings have more to do with it? I am unclear on the answer." "Maybe it was both," Zara said. All our whispering attracted Scaramon's attention, though the priest did nothing more than eye us with suspicion. Lyra remained entranced with her mummery and the answering voice. "Striking first makes sense," I said, "but we can't kill Lyra. We need her to get us in and out of the mist." Zara growled in annoyance. "So we can't kill the priest because we might need him to let us out of the tower, but we also can't kill the priestess because no one else can prevent the mist from trapping us forever. Why are we even having this conversation?" Zara possesses an acute inability to see anything past what's right in front of her face. Fortunately, Nix had a clearer sense of things. "Because we still need to strategize and make sure we're ready when they make their move," he said. "They may try to rid themselves of us on the way to the vault, but the safer play is after. Once we have the treasures, we're more likely to let our guard down. That's when I would do it anyway." "That's when I'd do it too," I said. Nix smirked. "Should I worry more than the priests?" I spread my hands wide. "I have no idea what you mean." He kept smirking, not believing a word of it. A man who smiled in the face of certain death revealed much about his character. "All is ready," Lyra announced. I no longer heard the answering whispers. "Remember what I said. Stay close." We assembled behind her, with Scaramon the closest. Then the priestess led us into the mist. I expected we'd follow a straight line, or at least a path that made sense. But the dark force guiding Lyra had other ideas, turning us one way and another until we lost all sense of direction. Globes of light seen before we entered the mist never seemed to grow closer or remain in one place for long, further confusing our location and progress. Once I looked back, or forward, to locate the arch, but the mist had claimed it. We passed the mist's first victim not long after that. A middle-aged fellow dressed in the light, practical clothing of an adventurer or thief. He must have come to find his fortune after hearing tales of the tower's riches. His face was a blank slate beneath a long, unkempt beard. His half-slitted eyes were dry and red, and his lips blistered. His choice of fashion hinted at the date of his entrapment. His spiral-toed shoes, tassel-sleeved tunic over a simple leather breastplate, and a puffy bonnet at least 30 years out of date. Moving past that one, we were unable to mark our passage until we encountered the next. This one had a more modern feel about him. His simple jacket, trousers, and bowler-fitting today's norm. Figuring him for a warder, he posed no threat now or evermore, so we kept moving, seeing no one else until we came upon the last of the missing Jakaree. His tattooed face was as blank as the previous pair, and while he had drawn his krisy, it hung at his side in a grip so loose I wondered how he still held it. Scaramon waved a hand before the man's face. When he made no reaction, One Eye shook his head and moved on. The dull mist curled around us like a thing alive, and while it seemed it wished us harm, Lyra's magic, or the Dark One's, protected us. We passed the remnants of other victims, decaying corpses, and others that had become nothing more than dust, bones, and a bit of armor. Time took on a different meaning here, where distant lights floated like will-o-wisps, and the shifting mist thinned, inviting us closer, only to close back up, obscuring our view once more. I felt on edge, as did the others, so we shared a collective sense of relief when Lyra finally called a halt to our march. "The vault," she said, pointing ahead. 12 obsidian stone henges arranged in a circle rose from the mist. "I must remain here to guard our exit, but the rest of you are free to enter. But do so quickly. This place limits the Dark One's powers, so I can only guarantee our escape for so long." The vault's unconventional appearance gave no one pause, nor did anyone need a second urging to pass through the massive pillars. Scaramon led, with Nyx and Zara close behind. They walked between two of the henges and disappeared from view. Lyra tilted her head toward me. "You do not intend to go inside?" "There's only one thing I'm interested in, and Nyx and Zara will bring it out. And you? No interest in seeing what treasures the mad wizard hid away here?" "None. Scaramon knows what we seek. He will retrieve it. My task was to ensure he made it here. My work is all but done." I remembered what Lyra said earlier about a price. "The Dark One's levy. I wonder who will pay it." Lyra smirked. "It will not be you, if that's what you're wondering. The Whispering Shade deems you necessary for his return." "Not everyone believes that." "You speak of AUDIOBOOK, and others, like Scaramon. It does not matter what they believe as long as they obey." "What about those who don't? What happens to them?" But Lyra wouldn't answer. We spent the remainder of the time waiting for the others to return in silence. The wait was blessedly short. Scaramon emerged from the vault first. He carried a small black box constructed of wood and etched with silver runes, wearing such a smile of satisfaction. I knew the box was the reason he'd come. Zara was empty-handed, though I noticed her belt pouch bulged, either with coins or jewels or perhaps both. Last came Nyx, who held something under one arm wrapped in vellum whose shape looked very much like a book. "The codex?" I asked. He peeled back the vellum, revealing a leather-wrapped cover dyed crimson. At its center, I saw a dragon head emblem. Scaramon cackled, his delight at what he had found downright devilish. "We all have what we want, eh?" "Not everyone," Lyra said, not peering at Zara or Nyx but at her fellow priest. "You forget the Dark One and his price." Scaramon's preoccupation with his treasure kept him from noticing her gaze on him. "He can take whatever he desires, or whoever." "Oh, he will," Lyra said in as calm a voice as I'd ever heard from someone about to commit murder. Still focused on his treasure, One Eye's grin intensified. His one eye widened, and the veins at his temples protruded in a maniacal transformation. But this was no longer the fervor of someone finding long-lost treasure. His one good eye bulged, and his face, which had gone red, quickly surpassed the scarlet spectrum into a purplish exaggeration, fueled by the lesson of a good old-fashioned comeuppance. The Dark One had named his price, and Lyra was collecting. The priestess didn't look away from Scaramon as she said, "This matter is between Scaramon and me." She waved, and a lighted path, twisting and turning much like our way here, appeared in the mist. "The way lies open before you. Take the path to the arch. You know the way from there." Scaramon pulled his lips back in a rictus. His hands clenched the box with such intensity, I wondered if he might break it into pieces. "What about the door?" Zara asked, even as Scaramon emitted a baleful groan. "No one else knows how to open it." But Lyra's treacherous brethren dominated her attention now. "The Dark One knows of your disobedience, Scaramon. Onias decreed the assassin was to remain untouched, yet you ignored his order. Even now you expected the Dark One to take the assassin's life in exchange for his aid. That you think you understand his will more than your betters is offense enough. But you take it one step further with your continued lies and deceit. But where the Dark One needs Audet, you Scaramon are expendable." One-Eye's mouth moved, but other than a gurgling croak, no sound emerged. His face had become like a purplish bruise that grew darker by the second. A knife between the ribs or a slash across the throat seemed an easier way to kill and a better way to die, but I suppose the Dark One had his particulars about how to deal with disobedience. Those particulars demanded every bit of Lyra's attention, so much so that I doubted she noticed Scaramon's hand fumbling at the clasp on his wizard's box. I didn't warn her. There wasn't time, and I didn't think she could hear me anyway. But then, it no longer mattered, because Scaramon opened the chest. The lid swinging wide meant nothing unto itself, but One-Eye's clawed fingers emerged, holding a medallion of dark obsidian with rough angles and an even uglier stone at its center. The magic emanating from Lyra, unseen until now, became visible as streams of energy that poured from her being to encircle One-Eye. Scaramon fought to lift the ugly square of obsidian. When he finally placed the medallion between himself and Lyra, the energy suffocating him instead went to the talisman. While Scaramon sputtered and coughed, trying to get air into his lungs, Lyra gasped as the energy stream between her and the medallion intensified. Soon it overflowed the medallion, melting into Scaramon, whose skin blackened while the skin of his hands and arms bubbled. If he felt any pain, he showed no sign, but neither was he trapped by Lyra's spell any longer. He stepped toward the priestess, holding the medallion high, and let it suck the life from her. "Time to leave!" Zara yelled, already moving toward the lighted path. But Lyra's interaction with the medallion drained her power, and the lights faded. If we left now, we might have a chance, or we might wind up trapped in the mist. Either way, we had to make our decision now, before time ran out. Zara, her mind already made up, made a dash for the path while it remained lighted. "We can take our chances with the door," she yelled at us. Nix and I exchanged a look. Then he ran after her. I almost followed. I owed Lyra nothing, and Scaramon less. But I played out the scene unfolding between the two priests, and didn't like the conclusion. Lyra was far from an ally, but outside of our temporary alliance, only Scaramon and his ilk were actively trying to kill me. That made Lyra the enemy of my enemy and all that. Abandoning her to whatever fate awaited her was easy. But I was never one for easy. Charging Scaramon with long knives drawn, he had no choice but to defend himself. Freeing his mace, he clung tight to the medallion while deflecting my first strike. But I was quicker, and had the advantage of a two-pronged attack, so my second cut connected, slicing through his forearm. But the cut was too shallow, and not enough to stop his attack on Lyra. No matter. I swung the same knife on the return stroke down on his unprotected thigh, or I was about to when the dark talisman's energy bubbled from One-Eye's mace onto my knife. It started where the blade touched the priest's weapon, sliding down the steel toward the hilt in my hand. I let go, letting the knife clatter to the floor. Magic, Lyra's very life force, continued to flow from the priestess into the medallion. A silent scream burst from between her lips. She was weak, too weak to maintain her spell of protection from the mist's debilitating effect as the fog roiled around us. Scaramon sneered because he sensed it too, the growing weakness, the slowing of thought, sensed it, but seemed unaffected as his maniacal diablerie, fueled by the talisman's dark magic, intensified. I, on the other hand, didn't have long before the numbing mist left me vulnerable. I had one chance, so I did the one thing Scaramon wasn't expecting. I backed into the mist and let it take me. The master assassin who trained me insisted I leave the city for a time to study under a Horik master, so he sent me through the distant Cimarron woods, past the patroller hall there, and deep into the desolate Ugal Mountains. where a goblin named Skulkin lived. Skulkin taught me many things, but chief amongst them was the discipline of the mind. Not mind over magic, which wasn't possible, but mind over my physical self. So as the mad wizard's magic soaked into me, dulling my senses and draining my strength, I resisted by pushing my physical self beyond the barriers where most stopped. When the mist pulled at me, I pushed back. When it sought to drain me, I tapped hidden reserves. When it urged me to let go, I focused my unbending will and silenced it. In the distance, through the gray fog, I heard Lyra scream, a beacon I used to guide me, not to where I'd started, but where I had a strategic advantage. I was done with knife work, so I drew my sword and, in position, emerged from the mist in a blur of silent motion, striking the Jakaree priest on his blind side before he even knew I was there. I could have killed him right then, but black sorcery was so thick about him now, all I managed was a quick jab before I disappeared into the mist. Right before I struck, I saw Lyra on her knees, her head thrown back, and her mouth opened in a perpetual wail as her life force continued draining into the obsidian talisman. I thought I almost saw her glance my way, her eyes pleading for help, but I moved too fast in that microcosm of time to know for sure. Again, the mist of paralysis slowed my reflexes and blanketed my mind, this time with a soothing sensation that defied resistance. Still, I shook it off and kept moving, forcing my legs forward, to take one more step. But as much as I liked to think my mind, my discipline, was superior to others, that didn't matter here. The magic was all-consuming, unrelenting, needling at my resolve until, before I realized it, I'd stopped. Distantly, I heard Lyra cry for help while Scaramon admonished her for her treachery, but their voices were distant and growing fainter. As the world slipped from me, I held on to my purpose, pushing away the fog's soothing embrace. This magic, this beguilement, was a sort of torment I recognized. Let it go, it urged me, like Olivia, who told me to forget about our parents' murderers. Let it go, she had said. They think we're gone, vanished. Thjorn made sure of it. They can't find us anymore. She was right. They never did find us. But I found them. Every last one. It took more than a decade. But I learned the art of assassination, perfected it even, until it didn't matter what defenses my enemies hid behind or how many men stood between me and them. Letting go? I'd never done that. So as inviting as the mad wizard's trap seemed, its peace was not something I ever wanted or deserved. Let others find peace in these quiet, misty surroundings. This place was not for me. I exploded from the fog in a whirlwind of steel. Scaramon saw me, but the dark magic ruled him now, making him think he was invincible. I showed him how wrong he was by slicing a bloody gash in his face that cut across his remaining eye. I told him if we ever met in battle again, he'd need to change his name to Scaramon No-Eyes. The dark magic was all over him now, so I struck again and again wherever its black mark had not yet reached, stabbing, slashing, and piercing his body over and over, until I didn't know how he still lived. But my repeated attacks weakened him enough that his mastery over the amulet faltered, and, finally, its hold on Lyra diminished enough for her to shake herself free. The priestess had nothing left. Instead of striking back, she sank to the floor in a heap. The mist encroached everywhere now. It still tugged at me, and while I held it off for now, I couldn't do so forever. Scaramon even less. Blinded, with black blood leaking from a dozen cuts, including where it oozed from his lacerated eye socket, he had no strength left to resist. Despite his wounds, he did not cry out, nor did he react other than to issue the slightest of sighs as the mist took him. The medallion remained in his hand, its dark energy slowing and finally stopping altogether. Lyra's cheek touched the floor. Her breath came in ragged gasps. I kneeled next to her, and gently rolling her over, lifted her head to stare into her icy blue eyes. But the light was dim in them, and at that moment I realized she was dying. Her skin, already so ashen, had faded further until almost stark white. Her lips, so full before, were limp and as white as her skin. Drool hung from her mouth, With the mist curling around us, she must have tapped into some hidden reserve because she found the strength to speak. "Tell him—" "Tell who?" "Oh, nigh us," she said in barely a whisper. Though she didn't finish the sentence, I knew what she meant. Tell Onias what she had done here. But with the mist already closed in, I had no way out, or so I thought. Lyra raised her hand and pointed. Like before, a path opened, but this time, instead of lights, the mist parted, opening a meandering lane through the fog I knew led to safety. "Thank you," I said to her, but she was already gone, dead or taken into finality by the mist. I took one last look at Scaramon. I longed to run him through, but I saw what remained of my long knife lying on the ground, the blade still festering with dark magic, and decided I needed my sword more than I needed the satisfaction of dispatching the priest to the next world. Besides, leaving him trapped in the mist for all eternity was a far worse fate. Striding down the lane created by Lyra's final act, I felt the mist's tug, but at the periphery now. In less time than it took to reach the vault, I was free of its influence, through the arch, and back on the elevator platform. Or I would have been if Zara and Nyx hadn't already taken the elevator to the room of doors. I hoped the hell we had unleashed gave them a warm greeting. Since I saw no lever or other mechanism to lower the elevator, I started climbing, finding purchase on rough edges and mortar joints. I made it to the bottom of the platform, which blocked further progress. With muscles straining, I found a sliding panel in the wall and, inside a large compartment, the elevator's gears, belts, and shafts. Past the gears, I spotted a service access way that might allow access to the main chamber. It did, so after sliding through the gear compartment and the service panel, I found myself back in the room of doors. Tentacles and shades were gone, and the doors closed. I left them that way, navigating the stairs until I returned to the tower's main entry. Not surprisingly, the sliding metal door leading outside remained closed. I walked to the middle of the room and stopped, waiting for Zara and Nyx to make their move. Planning an ambush is easy. Pulling it off? That's something else. Right away, I knew these two had little experience with assassinations. Zara padded in nice and quiet behind me, but not quiet enough. Meanwhile, Nyx waited in the shadows. Zara was the distraction. Nyx was the killing stroke. I allowed Zara to get close, but not too close, before I whipped my sword out and spun on her. Then Nyx was there, knife in hand, but I was ready and waiting for him, deflecting his stroke as he sailed past me. I spun around, sword ready. "Nice try," I said, "but I have a better idea." Nyx took a step back. He was wise to fear me. Little did he know I wasn't here for him. "Too many mistakes, Zara. Heavyhammer didn't say as much, but I've heard things. Giving up the list must have been one too many." I watched the color drain from her face. "He wanted it done in the factory. Easier to blame it on the warders that way." "That's bullshit. Thorn would never—" "Wouldn't he? He's done it before. We both know that. Me better than most, but I kept that to myself. But look, I'm not here to cause trouble. In fact, I think we can work something out." "We can?" Nyx asked, skeptical. He fidgeted with his knife handle, wondering if he could put the weapon away or if he still needed it. "I owe Zara for the list of names," I said. "So let's make a deal. Take the codex to Heavyhammer. Its value is more than enough to get Zara back in his good graces. But I want you to make sure he sells it to a specific person. That person's name is Atticus Drake. Got that? Good. Then tell Heavyhammer I'm done doing his dirty work. If he wants either of you dead, he can do it himself." "Truly?" Nyx asked, still holding tight to his knife. "I have the upper hand. I have no reason for deception." Convinced, Nyx nodded and put away his knife. Zara, who was stuck somewhere between shock and fury, remained quiet. "The priests?" Nyx asked. "They are dead?" "Not exactly, but as good as," so I answered with a nod. "I see the door remains closed," I said. Nyx shrugged. "It defies all conventional means of opening it. I searched for pressure plates but found nothing. I think the priest lied to us. Whatever he and the other one did before Lyra tried her hand was inconsequential. The priestess's magic opened the door. Without her, I fear we will never escape the tower." I didn't doubt him, but it didn't hurt to look. While Nix retrieved the codex, which he had hidden, I approached the door. I was about to search for hidden triggers or some other way to open it when it slid open on its own. The three of us exchanged looks. Before it slid closed again, we leaped outside. One last parting gift from Lyra, or perhaps the Dark One wanted, or needed, me to leave Finrad's magnificent tower behind so I could play my role in his return. Outside, with the night's chill sweeping across my face, no easy answer awaited me. Right away, Zara stomped off into the night. She glanced back once, and then she was gone. Nix offered a thin smile and a nod before following her, leaving me alone with only chirping insects to keep me company. Behind me, the door slid shut, the tower an unassailable fortress once more. Mindful of warder patrols, I sought the darkest path back to the city. I'd have to let Atticus know about the codex and make sure Heavyhammer extended First Buyer's rights to him. I heard Atticus grumbling about the price already, but I knew he'd pay whatever Thorn wanted. As for Lyra, I was in her debt, so the least I could do was find Onias and fulfill her final wish. Though the hour was late, it was still early for assassins and death priests, so I quickened my pace and set my sights on the last place I saw the High Priest. He may have moved on, but I didn't think I'd have much trouble finding him. I felt confident the Dark One would show me the way if I did. Act 2. Family Matters. Falling snow greeted me upon my return to the city. Not lightly, either. Like a thunderstorm rumbling in and dumping buckets of rain, the snow started heavy and thick and only got worse from there. A sane person would have called it a night. Thoughts of a roaring fire, a dry red, and my feet propped up urged me to change my priorities. But Lyra's mournful expression as she faded into oblivion haunted me, and I knew I'd find no comfort until I located Onias and fulfilled my debt to her. So, once I ascended to the nearest rooftop, I made sure my mask was secure, wrapped myself in my cloak, and headed toward the old temple district. Unfortunately, I was not close, but given I had to traverse half the city to get there, I didn't see any reason not to take a slight detour into Chester Borough to check up on my sister. From my usual perch across the street, I saw Olivia's place was quiet, with only faint light to indicate anyone was home. My sister had settled into married life, so beyond the occasional late-night show or dinner, she and her husband Mason retired early most evenings. That they remained awake might mean they'd chosen to make tonight an exception, and I certainly had no intention of intruding on their privacy. But something through the thickening snowfall caught my eye, raised the hairs on the back of my neck, and sent a dire chill down my spine. Seen against a shadowy backdrop, a single individual dressed in dark clothes shimmied along the Gould's second-story ledge toward a closed window. The person's presence could mean only one thing. Our family's enemies had found Olivia. I didn't know how, nor did it matter right now. If the intruder, if the assassin, made it inside, the outcome was all but assured. My first thought was to leap across the chasm to the Gould's rooftop, but the distance was too great. However, the street narrowed nearby, drawing the buildings closer to one another. So I ran, mindful of the thickening snow beneath my feet, not slowing until I reached a sufficiently narrow spot where I jumped across. Falling snow pelted me as I sailed through the air and landed in a roll on the other rooftop. Rising without a pause, I backtracked to my sister's house, where I spotted the assassin fiddling at the window. No time for hesitation, I jumped across the remaining distance separating us. Slamming so hard into the intruder, we crashed through the window and into an unlit room. The element of surprise was mine, but my opponent regained his wits quickly, shoving me away with a knee before I had my knife ready. Putting distance between us like that meant he reached for a weapon, so I kept up the pressure, pivoting to kick him in the gut. He stumbled backward, crunching across broken glass. Unable to slow his momentum, he continued stumbling until he fell right through the open window. For a second, nothing. Then I heard a muffled thud as he hit the ground. I closed the distance to the window in less than a second, stepping through to the ledge where I leaped to a drainpipe and started shimmying down. With the air knocked from the assassin's lungs, I heard nothing more than a throaty choking noise coming from him. But this part of town ignored neither crashing noises nor wails of pain, so I hurried, leaping to the ground to jam my hand over his mouth. I made sure he got a good look at my knife. Shh. A mask concealed his features, save blue eyes so icy they reminded me of Lyra. He tried throwing daggers at me with those eyes, but the effort almost immediately degenerated into a wince of pain. One hand clutched his side, and the other, amusingly, tried to reach for a small knife at his belt. I grabbed the knife from him and added it to my collection. "None of that now," I said, lifting him by the collar. "Can you walk?" "Good." Still holding his side, he remained sufficiently subdued that I expected no trouble. Giving him a shove, I directed him deeper into the alley, away from the Gould's residence and any nosy neighbors. "Move!" Expecting to see Mason or Olivia peering down through the busted window any moment to ask what the hell had happened, I gave my new friend another shove to hurry him around the nearest corner. I kept him moving until we reached a small alcove where I thought we might have some privacy. Tearing his mask off from behind and spinning him about, I shoved him into the nearest wall. I didn't recognize him. His blue eyes and cropped blonde hair, soaked in blood where broken glass must have cut him, were a combination I wouldn't easily forget. The pain in his side, broken ribs, I imagined, kept him hunched over and too occupied to do anything other than glare back at me. "Who sent you?" I asked. Using a hand marked by finely manicured nails, the assassin gingerly adjusted his heavy wool coat about his thin frame. Though his jacket and underlying waistcoat were dark as befitted someone skulking about at night, the coat was bulky for someone climbing walls and sneaking about outside people's windows. The knife, on the other hand, was small and sharp, the perfect weapon for slitting throats. Yet, one look at the man's pained expression, the fight gone from him so easily, told me he was neither a professional nor the quality of murderer my family's enemies would have sent to kill my sister. A thief, then, and therefore answerable to Heavy Hammer. But he must have seen the lights inside. If he meant to steal something, why not wait until no one was home? "Don't make me ask again," I said, hoping my tone adequately conveyed the penalty for continued silence. He released a breath ragged with pain. "Someone hired me to do a job." His hand went to his head, coming away bloody from the wound there. "That's not what I asked, but it was a start." "Murder? Thievery? What?" He shook his head slowly. "None of that. I was supposed to leave this." He fished inside a trouser pocket, holding up a folded parchment I snatched away from him. "Mr. Gould," the note read, referring to my wife's husband. "I hope this missive finds you well and serves as adequate proof that we can get to you anytime, anywhere. Consider the safety of yourself and your wife and delay no longer." I scanned through it again, then looked up at my captive. It's addressed to someone named Mr. Gould. Few knew of my connection to Mason or Olivia, so I wanted to keep it that way. "What about his wife? Is she involved in this?" Another shake of the head. "She's staying with a friend for the night on the other side of the city." Knowing my sister wasn't in danger soothed my nerves. Knowing this miscreant kept such close watch on her did not. "Did you read the note? Do you know what it means?" He licked lips gone dry. "I didn't read it, but I can guess what it says. Gould is supposed to help us with an operation, but he's dragging his feet. Mr. Walsh wants him to hurry it up." "Mr. Walsh?" I asked. Realizing too late he shouldn't have said the name, he grew tight-lipped. I pressed my knife to his neck. "If you won't answer my questions, I have little reason to keep you alive." "Mr. Crescent Walsh," he stammered. I searched my memory. "The Traditionalist?" He nodded. "The same." The Traditionalists were a faction within the government lobbying against the king's modernistic drive to integrate technology into our everyday lives. Where the king sees the various alchemical and mechanical advancements as the path to the future, the Traditionalists view it as the end of our way of life as we know it. More specifically, they believe the current technological advancements will render many professions obsolete, drive down wages, and generally make ordinary people's lives miserable. But I had no idea what any of that had to do with my brother-in-law. Why is Mr. Walsh so interested in Gould? They have an arrangement. I don't know the details, but I know Mr. Walsh came through on his end. So now he expects Gould to do the same. A favor for a favor, which was all well and good unless one party got cold feet. But that only happens when something illegal or unethical is involved. The public knew Crescent Walsh as a fine, upstanding citizen, a high-ranking member of the Merchants League, and a person who sat on the King's Mercantile Advisory Board. His businesses principally revolved around the conventional transport of goods overland. Unlike others of his ilk, like Roland Fairwind, Walsh hadn't yet embraced the new revolution brought about by air transport. His traditionalist ideals, while not appreciated by the Crown, were not unknown. But expressing a viewpoint wasn't illegal. However, if that viewpoint manifested into action that violated the Crown's policy, that was treason, plain and simple. All of this raised the question of what Mason had gotten himself into. My captive licked his lips again. Look, I was only supposed to drop off the note. He winced once more, his fidgeting reigniting the pain in his side. That's all. I wasn't going to hurt anyone. I let out a breath, thinking, I won't say a word about any of this. I never saw you. We never even had this conversation. Ask anyone. Ellen knows how to keep his mouth shut. That right? 'Cause you sure have talked a lot since we met. The blood drained from his face as he realized that, yes, he had said a lot, something which did not bode well for his promises of silence. He tried laughing it off. Yeah, but that's different. You're a friend of the Goulds, right? I was just helping you out. That's right. I put my knife away. Just helping me out. You've been a big help too. I think we're done here. Yeah? Ellen asked, unsure. Yeah. How about I walk you out of here and we go our separate ways? Sound fair? His gaze darted down the alleyway, through the falling snow into the deepening shadows, looking for an escape, no doubt. Have a healer take a look at those ribs. Get something for the pain, too. A simple distraction, having him focus on his discomfort and a source of relief from it, but he was too smart for that. Instead of letting me escort him out of the burrow to some dark and concealed corner, he ran. I sighed, wishing I'd succumbed to the allure of a warm fire and a glass of wine after all. Taking Ellen's knife from my belt, I flipped it, catching the weighted end, and flung it after its owner. The knife sank into his shoulder, almost to the hilt. A nice throw, though I was aiming lower. In any case, the shock of steel puncturing his body made him stagger, trip, and fall. He felt most of the impact with the ground on his ribs, so I didn't fault him for crying out. But then he started shouting for help. Unfortunately for him, his fading strength guaranteed the sound didn't carry far. He tried shuffling from my approach but didn't make it far before I stood over him. Ellen didn't know anything for sure, but he had suspicions. Suspicions often became questions, and questions sometimes demanded answers. Answers I couldn't afford to let anyone learn. What's the best way to keep a secret? Olivia used to ask me. Make sure no one knows it. So I slid my sword into Ellen's back, through his broken ribs, and into his heart. He died with a sigh. Now, the hard part. It wouldn't take a King's inspector to suspect a link between the dead man and the shattered window, so I had to move the corpse. Even if investigators suspected nothing more than a botched robbery, the best questions you don't want asked are the ones that never get asked at all. So I grabbed the dead man's collar and, hoisting him onto my back, carried him away from the scene of the crime. 2 blocks seemed sufficient. Thankfully, the snow-dusted streets and alleys were quiet, so I found a corner behind some stairs, buried him in the deepest shadows, and hoped no one found his corpse for a few days, if not longer. Seems wrong to leave a dead man in an alley to rot, doesn't it? I spun about, my sword leaving its sheath in a flash of steel. The voice slid from the shadows, where darkness and drifts of falling snow obscured my view, so I glimpsed only dark leather and a darker visage, but nothing more. Depends what the dead man did to deserve such a fate. That's true enough, the stranger said, his voice silky smooth. But Elend Embra was only a messenger. A messenger you prevented from completing his delivery. I assume you have the parchment?" Seeing no reason to hide it, I eased from my fighting stance and held the folded parchment up for him to see. "That message was intended for Mr. Mason Gould, the owner of the home you smashed into. Pity you didn't intercept Mr. Embra after he dropped the note off. You could have saved the Goulds the expense of having their window fixed and me the hassle of revealing myself to you. I've no idea who sent you to assassinate Mr. Embra, but killing him has created a dilemma for me. Fortunately for you, I already have a solution in mind." "Sent me? Of course." The stranger thought I was an assassin. Hard to deny that, given my attire and weapons, and that Mr. Embra was my mark. Let him continue to think so while I tried to learn more about him and what he wanted. Hard to do business with someone I can't see. The stranger sank further into the dark, or maybe the dark grew thicker around him because it didn't seem like he had moved at all. Either way, I saw nothing of him now. "It's better if you don't see my face," the stranger said, "or learn your identity." Dark-skinned individuals did not originate solely from the southern reaches, but this one had the familiar accent of someone from that region. "Precisely," the Southlander said. "Besides, you're wearing a mask, so it seems fair that we both maintain our anonymity." He had a point about that. So why the interest in... what was the name again? Mason Gould. But I have little to no interest in Mr. Gould. He is but a small fish in a very large pond. "And you're after bigger fish?" "Always. Mr. Gould is a victim of coercion, so it matters little to me if he slips through the net. For now, I took him at his word about that. So what do you want from me?" "The note," the stranger said. "Is that all?" I almost tossed it to him right then and there, but something held me back. Mason was involved in something big, coerced, as the note indicated, and the stranger had so much as stated. If the situation only involved him, I would have already tossed the note to the stranger. But Mason was part of my sister's life, and, strange as it sounded, my brother-in-law. If Mason had gotten himself into something he couldn't handle, Olivia might pay the price too. That made the entire predicament a concern of mine. "What do you plan on doing with it?" I realized my mistake too late. Questions created suspicion. Suspicion led to inquiries, and inquiries sometimes led to secrets remaining secret no longer. Sure enough, my question initiated that cycle. "Why is that your concern?" the stranger asked from the depths of his shadowy crevice. Without hesitation, I shrugged. "No concern at all. But I'm wondering if there might be some profit in whatever's left of the job. Truth be told, Mr. Embra's price was below my usual fee, but since I'm already out here, if there's an opportunity to enhance the return on my investment, I might as well take it. Unless you don't need the help. Then I'll gladly return the note and take my leave." I waited while the stranger weighed my value to his continuing enterprise. If he turned me down, I was in a bind and couldn't risk persisting, lest he suspect a connection between me and Mason. But let him decide on his own, and maybe I had a chance. As the silence stretched thin, I wondered if I needed to consider other tactics. But then the stranger's reply came, leaving me to wonder no longer. "In this, your help is not needed. Now, if you please, give me the note." Disappointed, I nevertheless shrugged my indifference as I tossed the folded parchment into the void. The stranger remained hidden, so I assumed he caught it. Though I waited for an acknowledgement or farewell, neither was forthcoming. Only the darkness reacted at all. Strange as it seemed, the shadows around the stranger receded, melting away until light reflecting from the fallen snow illuminated the empty space in an eerie half-light. The stranger had disappeared. He had neither stepped from the shadows to stride from the alley, nor scaled the wall to disappear onto the rooftop. He had simply vanished. I probed the darkness with the tip of my blade, searching for any sign of him, but he was well and truly gone. Sorcery, of course. More than that, though. Shadow sorcery. And the stranger, undeniably, a shadow walker. Like many things of late, shadow walkers existed solely in tales told late at night in smoky taverns. Hailing from the deep Southland, stories told of their kind practicing dark magic alongside the equally dark arts of manipulation, coercion, and even assassination. As agents for hire, they sold their expertise and skills to the highest bidder. For a shadow walker, no deed was too small nor line too sacrosanct to cross. Their skills were many, including mastery of conventional blades and such, but also the ability to traverse the shadow realm at will without harm. Most people believed them a myth, a belief they helped perpetuate by always remaining in the shadows, but I knew better. The stories weren't just stories, and while I'd never encountered one before tonight, my master once told me of their ways. His information contained scant nuances, but his one overriding lesson was to never trifle with one. That Mason had somehow involved himself in a shadow walker's business did not bode well for my brother-in-law's future, and I knew now more than ever that I couldn't walk away from this. At least Mason wasn't in immediate danger. In fact, with his task unfulfilled, my brother-in-law was at his safest. But for how long? I got moving, heading back to the Gould residence. The shadow walker was probably already there, placing the note for Mason to find, then stepping back to allow his plan to unfold as intended. I would do nothing to hinder that again. Without more information, I couldn't help Mason. He needed to play his role by fulfilling his end of whatever he'd gotten himself into. For his sake, I hoped I'd have an opportunity to remove him from that situation somewhere along the way. Barring that, I'd have to eliminate those coercing him, including Crescent Walsh and, if needed, the Shadow Walker. Though how I'd handle the latter, I had no idea. Settling into my usual rooftop spot, I suddenly felt exposed, as if the shadows that had always cloaked me in safety had morphed into lurking adversaries. A chill ran down my spine at the unsettling realization that the darkness, once my sanctuary, now felt alien and threatening. I shook off the unease, forcing my mind to return to the Gould residence, which stood ominously quiet. Inside, warm lights flickered, casting an inviting glow that contrasted with the cold, biting air outside. The Gould's snow-dusted pathway showed clear signs of recent activity. I followed the reverse path of the footsteps to a neighbor's house, who must have visited to check on my brother-in-law after the noise from my altercation with Ellen alerted him. As the minutes dragged on, I caught glimpses of Mason's movement behind the heavy curtains. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the front door creaked open. Mason emerged, dressed in a coat buttoned tight against the frigid air, gloves and a hat covering his ears. He paused to take in the falling snow or perhaps steady his resolve, then hurried down the street. Staying on the rooftops, I followed in his wake, never letting him get too far ahead lest he become lost to me in the snowy darkness. At the first intersection, he chanced upon an automated Clarence. Mason waved the carriage down and, out of the elements now, soon moved at a brisker pace toward his destination. Following became more difficult, but I knew the gardened rooftops of his neighborhood well enough that his transport never strayed too far ahead. Soon, the pleasantly aged brick and stone of Chester Borough was behind us, and traversing rooftops was no longer possible. I dropped to the street below, losing little time as I continued shadowing the carriage. Early winter's biting chill gripped the streets, driving all but the most resolute indoors or to the warmth of flickering fires crackling in the taverns we passed. While the thought of sequestering myself inside such a place for the remainder of the evening returned, I shook the snow from my cloak and kept on, sliding from shadow to shadow when a street lamp shone overhead, or gliding through the night as only an assassin of my skill could. The sharp crunch of snow echoed from buildings as others passed near, but such encounters were infrequent and easily avoided. No one was interested in anything other than escaping the cold, and most didn't even bother looking my way. We passed through a deserted market square with shops closed for the night, and some smaller neighborhoods before the carriage stopped amidst a cluster of silent warehouses. Mason disembarked from the Clarence and paid the driver. With his head ducked into his collar for warmth, he strode to one warehouse and rapped on its windowless metal door. I hung back, waiting and watching. I hadn't done either for long when the door swung open, and a man thick in the chest stuck his head out. The doorman took one look at Mason, glanced each way to see if he was alone, then stood back to admit my brother-in-law. The door slammed shut behind him with an audible creak and a thunk. Mindful of guards patrolling the perimeter, I circled the warehouse, found a weathered maintenance ladder, its rungs slick with frost, and climbed to the building's flat, tarred rooftop. The surface was uneven, littered with debris and dust, but a cluster of dirty skylights peeked through the snowfall, casting a muted pale glow that hinted at the activity inside. The whisper of the wind carrying fluttering flakes underscored the otherwise thick stillness. Dirty skylights peppered with snow revealed a pallor of light inside. All was quiet. This accessway was locked tight, so I moved to the next, where no light shone and the window was unlocked. Brushing snow from the rusted hinges, I applied a few drops of oil and lifted it with barely a creak. The distance to the floor wasn't far, so I lowered myself through the narrow opening and dropped inside. The murmur of voices, one harsh and indignant, rose from the other side of a long row of machines. Each the size of a hulking beast, I recognized their elongated configurations of drive shafts, pistons, cogs, and cylinders as airship engines. I moved amongst the giant machinery like a ghost until Mason's voice, sounding from across the room, became clear and distinct. Then I settled in to listen. I say again, the note was entirely unnecessary. "It got you here, didn't it?" a gruff voice responded. "It most certainly did," Mason said. "Though if you truly wish me to do this thing for you, Mr. Walsh, threatening my wife was not the way to convince me." The legs of a chair squealed across the floor's wooden planks. "I already apologized for any misunderstanding," Crescent said. "I intended no threat against Mrs. Gould. Let me assure you, sir, I do not operate like that. Mr. Ember was supposed to sneak into your home, place the note somewhere in the open, and nothing more. I know nothing about broken windows." A pause. "Where is Mr. Ember, anyway?" "Don't know, sir," a third person said. "No matter," Mr. Walsh huffed. "Now, Mason, as I was saying, when we originally spoke of this matter, you had no problem doing what I asked. If you continue to harbor any reservations, let me put your mind at ease before you refuse again." "And if I still refuse?" "That would be unfortunate." Mr. Walsh's pause made the implication clear. Unfortunate for Mason, and most likely Olivia as well. Mason didn't sigh, but it almost seemed his answering silence indicated one before he said, "I will do this thing for you, Mr. Walsh, but on the condition you never again ask anything of me. This is one time, and one time only." "Excellent. I knew you'd do the right thing, Mason. Now, fetch the device." I assume Mr. Walsh directed the order at his flunky, so as booted feet stomped closer, I retreated, hiding as his henchman strode between the rows of machinery. Upon his return, I glimpsed him carrying a small box. I needed to know what was inside that box, so I found hand and footholds along the nearest engine and climbed until I saw Mason, Mr. Walsh, and the man who'd fetched the container, which rested on a table now. Mr. Walsh, a man of middle years with a graying beard and hair that flowed to his shoulders, stood at one side of the table with his hands folded behind him. He dressed the part of the exquisitely wealthy, with a spotted cravat that accentuated his burgundy jacket and waistcoat, and multiple golden rings adorning the fingers of both his hands. His pompous, all-knowing expression told me that any congeniality he'd offered my poor brother-in-law was for show only. I knew the character of men like Mr. Walsh 1,000 times over, because they were the ones who most often hired me. Like those others, Mr. Crescent Walsh was a man who was used to getting what he wanted, no matter the price in coin or people's lives. Despite what he told my brother-in-law, I doubted the one-time task was the last Mr. Walsh intended to ask Mason to do for him. The gent who'd retrieved the box was your typical muscled bruiser. His long wool coat wasn't out of place inside the cool warehouse interior, nor was his simple felt cap. He opened the box and placed its contents, a small brass device, on the table. Thin metal tubules wrapped around two cylindrical canisters. A light, dull and inactive, was at the center of each cylinder. Between the canisters was a single switch. Mason had his hat under an arm, his dark wavy hair falling slightly over his forehead. Lifting his wire-rimmed spectacles to the bridge of his nose, he looked at the device with a curious stare. An alchemical reactionary device. But how... The internal metals for such a thing are exceptionally rare and expensive. Crescent picked it up. In each of the cylinders, liquid sloshed. You know your engineering machinery, Mr. Gould. As to how I came by it, suffice it to say that I am well connected. As you no doubt know, when the device interacts with an alchemical engine's induction flow, the rare and expensive metals, as you put it, cause a deviation in the normal injection process, resulting in an abrupt and catastrophic engine failure. Mason blanched. An explosion, you mean? No, of course not, Crescent said, convincing neither Mason nor myself. The ship's personnel may notice some irregularities during the engine's startup procedure, but it will already be too late to do anything about stopping it. Mason swallowed. A compromised engine injection flow often causes an energy cascade, resulting in a fire so hot it burns white. The engine will suffer a complete and total failure. The airship will be consumed. People will die. That's why you must perform the operation precisely as instructed. Any deviation may cause the disaster you fear. As it stands now, the ship's engineering crew will have more than enough time to sound the alarm to evacuate everyone from the Harbinger before the engine catches fire and burns the ship to cinders. Believe me, this is necessary. We must make a statement, Mr. Gould. A simple malfunction is not sufficient. Mason lowered his head and rubbed at his forehead. It seems you might have found someone better suited to this sort of thing. As an engineer, my job is to ensure things work, not the exact opposite. That's the beautiful thing about your contribution, Mason, Mr. Walsh said. Just as no one will question your presence on a king's merchant ship, you have a stellar reputation for thoroughness and honesty, so no one will ever suspect you of sabotage. Mason looked up sharply at the last word, as if hearing it brought home what Mr. Walsh truly asked him to do. Crescent returned the reactionary device to the table. That's right, Mr. Gould. Sabotage. It's an ugly word, isn't it? But it's also a necessary one. After the mid-air collision and subsequent ramming of a docking tower some months ago, the King's future technology plans are at a precipice. Safer, faster, and more efficient is what King Classus promised us with his plans for aerial commerce. On many counts he has delivered, but many think the cost is too great. Taxes and the cost of everyday goods have never been higher. Good-paying jobs in industries that have endured for 100 years or more disappear each and every day. People struggle to put food on the table. All to pay for this future where aerial shipping and travel abound. Oh, I am not so naive to think we can hold this movement off forever. But traditional means of transporting goods have served us well for generations, and there remains much profit on the ground before we fully embrace the idea of aerial freight. So sabotage it is, though no one will suspect such a thing, of course. Mason nodded knowingly. Because the reactionary device will burn so hot, nothing of it will remain. That's right. An investigation will conclude the fire was some sort of malfunction, another mishap owed to the King's ambitions. Airship development will slow, if not stop altogether, while engineers review their specifications and run their tests, trying to find a non-existent flaw. They may suspect a reactionary mechanism, but it will amount to nothing more than speculation without evidence. But what if they question me? Mason asked. What am I to tell them? Nothing, Crescent said. You performed a routine pre-flight inspection as you always do and found nothing. Your reputation for thoroughness will help shift their conclusion toward a design flaw or malfunction. No one will ever suspect foul play. Mason sighed. If you say so, I will do as you ask now, tonight, before I go home. Then our business is over and done, and I hope never to hear from you again, Mr. Walsh. Excellent. No time like the present and all that. Mason sequestered the device into a jacket pocket, returned his hat to his head, and exited the warehouse without a word of farewell. I almost took that as my cue to leave as well, but the second Mason closed the door behind him, the warehouse interior grew darker. I shrank back, making myself small. Lights dimmed, and the shadows swelled as the source of the phenomenon stepped from the darkest part of the warehouse. For the second time this evening I found myself in the presence of a shadow walker. That went well, the walker said, his voice a soothing baritone that slid across the warehouse's interior. Gah! Crescent blanched. By the old gods, Calum, must you appear like that? You could try using a door, you know. Unlike earlier, when I had seen little of the Shadow Walker, he stepped from the deepest shadow this time, revealing dark skin, pock-marked cheeks, and eyes brown like sand that took in the room with a glance. Calum, as Mr. Walsh had called him, wore the dark trappings of an assassin, not looking that different from myself, with all the usual blades and such at his belt or over a shoulder. So far, my presence remained hidden from him. Mr. Walsh shook his unease off. It went well, indeed. By morning, when the Harbinger's crew makes ready to sail, our plan will come to fruition. We won't stop the future, but we will at least hold it off a little longer. And Mr. Gould? Calum asked. When the authorities question him, what do you think he will say? Crescent huffed. Again, with this? I already told you Mr. Gould will say nothing. He can't, won't, in fact. Mason has a wife. He will do nothing to put her in jeopardy. Besides, his reputation. One's reputation only goes so far. Ironic, such words coming from you, Mr. Walsh said. It's because of your reputation that I agreed to accept your assistance in this matter. Using the reactionary device was a stroke of genius. Bold, even. But sinister as well. Calum bowed. I am but a humble facilitator. My employer must take credit for the notion itself as well as the means. An interesting revelation that the Walker did not work for Walsh. Perhaps when this is over, Crescent said, and the king's ambitions halted, I'll have the opportunity to thank your employer in person. A slight nod. Perhaps. Then the Walker stepped into the shadows, and like before, the darkness enveloped him, and he vanished. I followed suit, retreating to my entry point, where I leaped to the overhead skylight and returned to the roof. Mason was at his task, heading for the airship docks. But though he traveled alone, I didn't think he'd remain so for long. Just long enough to place the device into the Harbinger's engine, I figured, before Calum ended his life. Though the Walker had said nothing about it, I knew Crescent Walsh's reassurances had fallen on deaf ears. Someone wealthy and powerful enough to hire a Shadow Walker to act as an intermediary, not to mention tempted fate by plotting against the king, left nothing to chance. In a ploy this ambitious, one engineering inspector's life meant nothing. With his task complete, Mason was a loose end. Loose ends didn't talk, especially when they were dead. Slowed by the accumulating snow, Mason hadn't made it more than halfway to the airship docks when I caught up to him. I shadowed him to berthing Tower 11, where a night watchman confronted Mason. Their exchange was brief, with the watchman waving a hand and sending the engineering inspector off with a chuckle and a light hand. I found a more surreptitious way inside by climbing a mishmash of alchemical refueling pipes to an open service door. Inside, I stopped to scan the tower's interior. Heavy with darkness, alchemical lanterns lit the vertical shaft of two identical lifts opposite one another, providing access to the tower's 4 levels. With landing platforms opening to the exterior all around, a maximum of 12 vessels at a time could dock here. Presently, though, I saw only 2 airships, the Harbinger, presumably, at level 2, which Mason took the lift to now, and another unknown ship docked opposite at level 3. Using the latticework of the tower's internal structure, I paralleled his ascension, watching Mason exit the lift and board the Harbinger. This time, no one challenged him. The Harbinger flew the royal flag of the Mercantile Guild, marking it as both a luxury transport and a premier ship of commerce. Given the Guild's wealth, crews often found more comfortable lodging off-ship while in port, meaning no one was on board to stop Mason from completing his task. With no need to follow Mason onto the vessel, I waited from my latticework perch, watching and waiting for him to emerge or the Shadow Walker to appear. Mason showed his face first. Stepping off the gangplank, he paused with hands jammed into pockets while resignation played out across his features. He stayed like that a moment. Then with a heave of his chest, he spun about and took a hesitant step back toward the gangplank. But to do what? Undo his work? It seemed too late for that. Coming to the same conclusion, Mason remained outside. I wondered what he was about until a hand emerged from his jacket, holding something that looked very much like a detonator. If he intended to blow us both up, I fancied knowing why, so I leaped onto the platform, landing with an audible thunk. Mason spun toward me with the detonator held high. "Who the hell are you?" "Who I am isn't important," I said, my voice muffled and face hidden behind my mask. "Is the reactionary device in place as Mr. Walsh requested?" "How do you—" Mason frowned, his narrowed gaze scrutinizing me. "You're not—" He curled his lip. Yes, it is. Did Mr. Walsh send you to make sure I didn't change my mind?" "Something like that," I said. "Walsh said nothing about any detonations. Why the trigger?" Mason placed the device back into his pocket. "It's nothing." "I've never seen a detonator amount to nothing." "Know a lot about such things?" "Enough to know that if you're about to set off an explosion, you shouldn't stand right next to the thing you're about to blow up." Another frown. "Nothing is blowing up. You can tell Mr. Walsh everything is in place. I did as he asked." Mason's stare drifted to the deepest shadows. "Now, if you know what's best for you, you'll leave." "Waiting for someone?" "Yes, now go away." I hadn't given Mason enough credit. Not only did he somehow know about Calum, but he also knew the Shadow Walker was coming for him. How he knew was a question for later. But if Mason had any hope of succeeding, he needed my help, and I needed to know his plan. In an ideal world, we would have convened at a warm tavern, opened a bottle of fine wine, and strategized how best to take down a sorcerer who commanded the shadows. Barring that, a few minutes in the hollowed-out docking tower would also have worked. However, the Shadow Walker wasn't keen on either scenario because, at one end of the platform, shadows gathered and thickened, and out he stepped. He didn't seem surprised to see me. Again, we meet. If circumstances were different, I might wonder why. But the time for such things is past. Now, I have a job to do. You'll have to excuse me, but in this, I can have no witnesses. Calum closed the distance between us with otherworldly speed, a blur the eye could not follow. In a single motion, one hand released a razor-edged throwing star that sliced through the air toward Mason's throat, while the other drew a short, straight-bladed sword meant for me. Disappointing the Shadow Walker on both counts, I first flung a knife that intercepted the star in a shattering collision. At the same time, I pivoted, my Steel Island sword meeting the Shadow Walker's thrust with a resounding clang that redirected the blade away with expert finesse. Panicked, Mason had raised his hands to shield himself, but the defense was unnecessary. The throwing star, along with my knife, had already vanished into the void. I never thought to test myself against a Shadow Walker, but now that the challenge was here, I embraced it. "Leave while you can," I shouted to Mason as I pressed Calum back with a flurry of steel he somehow dodged with imperceptibly quick movements. Rather than use his speed for attack, my adversary remained on the defensive, retreating not because of my onslaught, I realized, but because of the alchemical lantern shining across the platform, which seemed anathema to him. Where the light touched him, Calum flinched, perhaps not in pain, but at least with enough discomfort that he sought the relief that only the shadows provided. Though we both operated in the darkness, its presence was a convenience for me, a place of subterfuge from which to surprise or harry an enemy, or hide from one. But to the Shadow Walker, the darkness was more than a refuge. It was a home. Still, I'd spent time aplenty there too, including brief stints in places so dark, our darkest night paled in comparison. So as Calum kept sliding back, deflecting my every attack, I kept with him, matching him step for step, ensconcing myself in the shadows as readily as he did, wondering at his game until too late. I saw the faint outline of a portal behind him. He took one last step back and vanished into the shadow realm. But I knew the game he played. Disappear for now, but attack again from some other amalgamation of shadow, which meant a sword thrust through the back for me and a similarly quick end for Mason. I never figured myself for a clean death I didn't see coming. So when the Shadow Walker took that last step into the void, I took it with him, crashing into him before he vanished and the portal closed. We entered a world I knew too well, The familiar chill prickled my skin like 1,000 tiny needles. The ground beneath my feet was a smooth expanse of shadowy stone, glistening like wet ink, undulating subtly as wisps of darkness curled and coiled around my ankles. This place was both like and unlike the shadow realm I had first come to know. That time, absolute darkness had reigned. But in this place, dim, ethereal light filtered through the obsidian haze, casting a ghostly glow that revealed a haunting and mesmerizing landscape. Towering silhouettes rose in the distance, twisted forms of ancient trees with gnarled branches clawing at the shrouded sky, their leaves an unsettling spectral white, almost luminescent against the enveloping gloom. Fragments of whispers danced on the edge of hearing, disembodied voices murmuring secrets in an incomprehensible language. Wisps of fog swirled around me, thick enough to obscure my vision but also ephemeral, shifting and changing at the slightest movement. Above, the sky was a swirling canvas of deep midnight blues and purples, dotted with pinpricks of light flickering like distant stars. But these were not stars, but mere echoes of forgotten dreams. The shadow realm proved multifaceted, for this place was neither the realm Onias and I had fallen into, nor was it like the misty realm surrounding Finrad's vault. Still, for someone not born of this place, it could prove deadly all the same. Shoving me away, Kylam took me in with a contemptuous stare. "You made a mistake coming here." The time for talk was past, so I clenched my teeth against the chill already stabbing into my core and attacked, slicing at him with my blade ineffectively, but spinning and connecting with a kick that sent the walker staggering back. I kept on, striking again and again. Each time Kylam raised his sword to meet mine, deflecting my blade with practiced ease as he stepped back, one step, then two, so that if I wanted to keep attacking, I had no choice but to follow him deeper into the shadow realm. Of course, I knew his strategy. The deepening cold did not affect the shadow walker, but I felt it with every slight movement. He didn't need to defeat me in single combat. He only needed to wait for the shadow realm to take its toll. This realization sparked something in me, so I leaped at my adversary, thinking to end this contest with one unexpected, fatalistic attack. But the icy embrace had me now, my movement so slow. Kylam sidestepped my clumsy attack with little effort. "You, who think you know what it means to dwell in shadow." The walker raised his arms. "Here, there is no moon, no stars." I looked up, clearly seeing pinpricks of light. But Kylam was right. Whatever the dots of light were, they were not stars. This is a place of complete and absolute darkness, the like of which you have never experienced. Already I can see the shadow realm takes its toll on you, the cold seeping into your bones. The shadow walker lowered his sword. "I need do nothing to defeat you, assassin. Soon you will succumb to the icy embrace of true darkness." He was right about that too. Trapped here, I knew I was going to die. Glacial cold radiated into my bones now, rendering my muscles useless. My knees, too weak to support my weight, buckled, and I collapsed. "You ought to have minded your business, assassin." Kylam hovered over me, his sword raised because I imagined his patience had run its course, and finishing me was his next move. Again, I wonder at the connection between you and Mr. Gould. There is one, isn't there? You weren't outside his home to kill Mr. Embra. I see that now. You were there for something else. Or perhaps someone else. The cold in this forsaken realm did far more than numb one's body. It seeped into one's thoughts, dulling the mind's sharp edges and slowing mental faculties as easily as it paralyzed limbs. Each fleeting idea struggled through a thick miasma of lethargy that threatened to pull my consciousness into an abyss of never-ending slumber. As I hovered on the precipice of oblivion, I realized with a dawning sense of dread that I had never been this close to death before. The weight of it pressed down on me, heavy and oppressive. But then, through the suffocating darkness, a faint glimmer pierced the thick haze. If I possessed enough clarity of mind, I might have doubted its existence, questioning whether my fading perception had conjured a mirage. It sparkled like a delicate shard of glass against the stark landscape, barely visible, but undeniably present. Yet, as I focused on it, I watched in awe as it brightened, the light's radiance cutting through the gloom like the first rays of dawn breaking over an interminable night. When the Shadow Walker turned, squinting against its infiltration, I knew the light was real, and that I wasn't as close to death as I thought. "Bring him into the light!" someone yelled. The voice sounded like Mason's, which was impossible because my brother-in-law was on the other side of the veil and the door between worlds was closed. The mystery perplexed the Shadow Walker as much as it did me. But where he shied from the light, I embraced it. Somehow I found the strength to rise. Somehow I staggered into the Shadow Walker. Grappling with him, it took everything I had to move him that first inch. With that done, I moved him another. Calum struck at me, but I grabbed his arm and held tight, pushing, shoving, and when that didn't work, leaning against him until he swayed closer to the light by infinitesimal amounts. Where I was weak before, every incremental step closer to the beacon restored my vitality while sapping the walkers. I kept pushing toward the light, dragging Calum along when no other way presented itself. Then, with one last shove, and with the light so close I could almost touch it, we burst from the shadow realm and returned to the docking platform. Mason stood there, holding his mysterious device over his head. Behind him, the Harbinger was a conflagration, a light so bright it hurt the eyes to look at it. With one final shove, I hurled Calum toward the airship. Mason grabbed my arm. "We have to get out of here!" One look at the Shadow Walker, and I knew he was finished. As the Harbinger's luminosity escalated, the Walker's presence diminished, shrinking away like smoke dissipating under the sun's powerful gaze. Shadows clung to him, but the light, unyielding, enveloped him in its radiant embrace, draining away the essence of his power and life force. I saw the energy that had once defined him beginning to flicker and fade, his strength ebbing as the brilliance bore down upon him. Defiance twisted across his features, but so did desperation and the stark realization of his impending defeat. The light trapped the Shadow Walker, leaving him no hope of escape. Trusting Mason to guide us toward the exit, I lent him my strength as we stumbled into the lift. Mason worked the controls, and down we went. We hadn't gone far when an explosion rocked us back and forth. Emergency brakes kicked in, preventing us from free-falling, and we hit bottom seconds later. Mason forced the door open and into a storm of falling, flaming debris. Above us, another explosion rocked the docking tower, but then, finally, I felt the cool outside air on my face and, as we crashed to the ground, the wet, icy chill of fallen snow. We spotted the night watchman's body, blood from a slit throat staining the snow-covered ground, before we got back up, not stopping until we were well clear of the tower. Somewhere behind us, shouts called for a fire crew. But I had seen the inferno engulfing the Harbinger, and knew the vessel and Tower 11 were beyond saving. Mason settled us into a bunker at the fringes of the docks, where attendants watched for airships coming and going. Thankfully, it had a roof, so the interior was dry and free of snow. We sat in silence. Me, because I was still trying to recover my senses and massage some warmth into my limbs, and Mason, because he'd just lived through the most traumatic event of his life. After some minutes had passed, Mason removed his glasses to clean the lenses and asked in a small voice, "Do you think he's really dead?" "He's dead," I answered, sure of it. No one, Shadow Walker or not, could have survived that. If the light didn't get him, then the explosion sure as hell did. "The door," I started to say. "The veil between worlds. It was closed. How did you open it?" Mason affected a thin smile. "I didn't. I kept it from closing in the first place using one of these." He held up a silver-colored block with copper wires wrapped around it. "Here." Taking it from him, I twisted it to get a better look, but saw nothing remarkable about it. "I call it a door stopper," Mason said. "I know, not very original. It's a prototype, though I'll promote it to full-fledged product status after tonight's field test. I wasn't sure if the Shadow Walker meant to take me into the shadows, so I was preparing in case I needed a way out. You can have that one. I have more back at my workshop. How does it work? I asked. Mason let out a breath. Well, the process is complicated, but I based my work on a paper written by a scientist named Gwendolyn Morgan, though I think she goes by Goddard now. She's the chief scientist of the Society for the Progression of Science and Technology. Mason chuckled. That's a long-winded title, isn't it? Heard of Ms. Goddard? The name sounds vaguely familiar. Anyway, in her paper, she discusses the unfolding qualities of negative energy and how, under extreme force, negative energy can generate a hyperflux of charged particles that... He rambled on for a short while longer before I felt compelled to interrupt. Sounds interesting. Perhaps you can give me the finer details at another time. You did ask. Next time, remind me not to. Yes, well, the most succinct answer to your question is you press the button on the device, then place it inside the extra-dimensional doorway, thus the name. It's as brilliant in its simplistic purpose as it is in its name. Thank you, Mason said. I feel the same. I pushed myself to my feet, thinking it best we parted company. Mason's next words stopped me in my tracks. You're probably wondering why I helped you. I looked down at him. The question crossed my mind. I helped you because... Mason heaved out a breath. Because we're family. And that's what family does. I said nothing, mostly because I wasn't sure what to say. Olivia told me about you, Mason said, glancing up at me. She told me about what happened when you were children. Not everything, I don't think, but enough. She misses you, you know. I've asked her more than a few times why she doesn't reach out to you. Her answer is always the same. She wants to give you whatever time you need. My response? Time is a limited commodity. When it runs out, it's gone forever. It doesn't make her change her mind, unfortunately. So many questions flooded my mind. I wasn't sure which to ask first. How do I know who you are? Mason finished the thought for me. I wasn't sure at first. Olivia told me what you do for a living, so the dark ensemble was my first clue. But your eyes gave it away. You have the same eyes. Somewhat far-reaching, I know. But throw in a few similar mannerisms and, taken as a whole, I came to the only plausible conclusion. His explanation was logical as befit an engineer. Does it surprise you that Olivia knows you're alive? It did, though I didn't give him an answer. Instead, I asked, what did you do to the Harbinger, and how did you know about the Shadow Walker? Mason's head tilted, and he frowned as he considered the question. Mr. Walsh has been working on his plan to foil the King's aerial ambitions for some time. He approached me with it months ago. Nothing more than hints at first to see where I stood, I suppose, but enough to understand the ramifications and what it meant to the life I've worked hard to build here. I tried to tell him no, but that only went so far. He persisted and, well, that's neither here nor there now. I started doing some work for him. Nothing dangerous or illegal. But a time or two, I arrived early or lingered longer than I was supposed to. Eventually, I got wind of the Shadow Walker. I'm an engineer, so I did what engineers do. I researched the subject, learning all I could about their kind. Sorcerer assassins who thrive off the darkness, but expose them to light, and they become weak. I knew Mr. Walsh wouldn't let me walk away once I did as he asked, so I modified the reactionary device before installing it. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. But I must have made a miscalculation. The device wasn't supposed to do anything more than catalyze the engine's alchemicals to generate light in overwhelming proportions. I didn't anticipate the buildup of heat, nor did I expect a fire or an explosion. Mason sighed. I fear I've accomplished Mr. Walsh's goal after all. I nodded, impressed by my brother-in-law's ingenuity, not to mention his bravery. Thank you. You saved my life. Mason sat up straighter to hear the words. You're welcome. You may have accomplished Walsh's goal, but the conspiracy runs deeper. Meaning? The Shadow Walker worked for someone else, I said. Who? I'm not sure, but he spoke of an organization. Mason shook his head. I didn't know that. I wonder if I shouldn't. Go home, I said. Make sure Olivia is safe. Keep your heads low. But as long as Mr. Walsh... Don't worry about Walsh. But what about... Oh. Mason sank lower, not saying anything more. He knew what I did for a living, so he filled in the blanks. Still, he needed to understand the necessity of killing Mr. Walsh. Besides Mr. Walsh and his lackey, no one knows you came here tonight. I'm not concerned with his henchmen, but Crescent Walsh can cause a stir if he chooses. But Mr. Walsh has what he wants, Mason said. He has no reason to turn me in. It isn't Walsh I'm worried about. Though Mason probed further, I could give him no answers because I didn't have them myself. Not yet. With the feeling returned to my fingers and toes, I felt well enough to escort Mason from the docks to his neighborhood. Before we parted ways, Mason suggested we might see each other again under more social circumstances. Stop by the house anytime, he said. You have an open invitation. I left his suggestion hanging in the air as I disappeared into the night's darkness to search for Crescent Walsh. It turned out Mr. Walsh was a hard man to track down. When I finally caught up to him stumbling from a gaming hall in the wee hours, I saw the events I feared had already been set in motion. The authorities were already there, waiting to intercept him. Walsh's defiant outburst inquiring about the charges rang across the mostly empty street. The King's guardsman answered by tossing him into a prison carriage. If I'd had my bow, I could have made quick work of Mr. Walsh right then and there. Instead, I stayed in the shadows and bided my time, waiting for the right opportunity. That came the next day after I'd gotten some sleep, a hot bath, and a hearty breakfast. If the guardsman had arrested a person of lower standing, that individual would enjoy perpetual safety from me while rotting away in a prison cell. But Mr. Walsh was an upstanding citizen, a gentleman, and wealthy enough to hire the best lawyers and bribe the right officials. I knew they wouldn't hold Walsh for long. Sure enough, the magistrate released him midday. Crescent was a model of weary dishevelment, but happy to see his personal carriage and driver waiting to whisk him home. Too bad for him that I intercepted him before that, using the hustle and bustle of people out and about to conceal a quick thrust of a knife in passing to Mr. Walsh's jugular. I was well away, and the small killing knife returned to its place of concealment before Crescent had fallen to his knees. No need to stick around to watch him die. The local dispatch would provide confirmation soon enough, and so it did that very day in the evening edition. Crescent Walsh, Grand Administrator of the King's League of Merchants, slain on the steps of the Hall of Justice. The headline read. The subheading was even more interesting. New Grand Administrator appointed in his place. The name? Leonidas Storm. The article went on, mentioning sweeping arrests and changes across the entire Merchant League's upper echelons. It seemed the authorities came by an anonymous source of information pinning the incident at the docks on Mr. Walsh and many of his closest allies inside the League. None of the newly appointed names were familiar, but I wasn't fool enough to wager any of them were anything other than members of the Warder organization. In the end, although the traditionalists had played right into the Warder's hands, Crescent's plan still worked. The loss of the Harbinger, the other vessel docked at Tower 11, and the destruction of the tower itself had lit a fire of protest against the king's aerial ambitions. The King's Council enacted a new edict under pressure from the citizenry, requiring all alchemical machinery to undergo an exhaustive inspection and approval process. As Mr. Walsh had hoped, his ploy slowed the gears of progress, at least for now. The Warder's gambit seemed clear. Bear the burden of a temporary slowdown in technological development for a near-complete takeover of the Merchants League. I knew the Warders transported goods into the city, but this gave them a greater purview over regulating such transport. In effect, they could move goods unchallenged now. The Shadow Walker claimed he was a facilitator, and so he was, brokering a deal where Mr. Walsh played right into the Warder's hands. In the end, the Warders got everything they wanted. Whether Crescent Walsh ended up in prison or a grave didn't matter to them. One way or another, the Warders had always intended for Walsh to take the blame, and since he knew nothing about the Warders' involvement, they were safe. Maybe I'd done the Warders a favor by killing Walsh. Though he remained ignorant of their plan, he might have guessed at it when they steamrolled their way into the League. It didn't matter. I didn't kill Walsh for them. I did it for Mason. Family mattered, after all. That's why I followed my brother-in-law to the docks and why he stuck around to make sure I didn't die. Maybe, in time, I'd take him up on his offer and pay him and my sister a visit. Mason had proven himself in a fight, and with the warders gaining an even greater upper hand, I think I might need all the allies I could get. Act 3, 3 times. 3 times, Mrs. Genevieve Hallard declared, her voice booming as she pounded the table with her fist once, twice, and a third time. The thud echoed throughout the comfortable ambiance of the dining room, causing heads to turn. Some raised eyebrows in curiosity, but within moments their interest waned, and they returned to their meals, oblivious to the murder she and I planned. 3? I asked, leaning forward with interest. Why 3? Because that's how many times my bastard of a husband has cheated on me. That's why. Her voice dripped with venom, each word punctuated by the weight of betrayal. Mrs. Hallard was a woman of considerable size, her dark graying hair meticulously styled into an elaborate updo that spoke of refinement and money. She wore a fine dress that clung to her accentuated curves, complemented by a richly patterned shawl. Across the room, her driver stood ready by the door, holding her ermine-trimmed cloak like an offering to the Queen herself. "I want him to bleed for every tramp he slept with," she added, her eyes flashing with fury. "I see. Any preference on location? Usually someplace they frequent often is best." "The Velvet Curtain," she said immediately. "You know it?" "I do." The Velvet Curtain was a second-rate playhouse at best, with faded curtains and creaky floorboards. However, the owner had a knack for securing new and upcoming talent, showcasing ambitious actors across a rich tapestry of renowned plays. For an aficionado, the theater represented a hidden gem disguised beneath a layer of mediocrity. Mrs. Hallard leaned in, the intensity of her gaze unwavering. "He's there at least once a week. While I expect you to make it memorable, I will leave the exact method up to you. You're the expert, after all." Theaters provided ample opportunities for committing murder. The crowds, the darkness, and the distraction of the performance made the means of execution easy to decide on. "I suggest arrows," I said. "During the show, when everyone is focused on the stage. It's painful if done right. And with luck, no one will realize what's happened until after the performance." Giving me ample time to get away, I thought, keeping that logistical detail to myself. Usually, at the start of the third act works best. The lights dim. The music starts. People are tired or so focused on the play's ending. They have no interest in the world around them. Mrs. Hallard flashed me a wicked grin. "Barbed, I assume? I want him to suffer." "Barbed it is, then," I said. "Always give the client what they want," my former master liked to say. "Any bodyguards?" "None." "When's the next show?" Mrs. Hallard tilted her head, thinking. 2 nights. He always attends the mid-evening performance." "Excellent," I said, swirling the wine in my glass. "Then we only need to discuss my fee." Women of Genevieve Hallard's social stature do not haggle over the price of a new gown, let alone murder, so she instantly accepted the number I threw out, which was slightly higher than my usual rate. Given the short time frame and the legwork I'd need to do to ensure all went as expected, I felt I was giving her a deal. "When shall I expect confirmation?" Mrs. Hallard asked. "I'll send word that same night." "Then I bid you a good night, sir." I watched her don her coat at the door. Then she and her driver exited the tavern. The job seemed as straightforward as one could hope, with no bodyguards or henchmen to worry about, no breaking and entering, and a near zero chance of detection. Easy money, in other words. Looking back, I should have known better. 2 evenings later, at exactly 30 minutes before the mid-evening show, I arrived via coach at the Velvet Curtain. The snow that started days ago had never stopped, so once I stepped inside the theater's entry, I brushed flakes from my shoulders and checked my coat at the door. A small group of theater-goers congregated inside, bits of their conversation regarding tonight's performance reaching my ears as I passed them. Half the group seemed eager to see an up-and-coming actor perform in tonight's play, while the other half expressed mild skepticism about his performance living up to the hype. I didn't care either way, so I strode past them, flashed my ticket to the host, and entered the auditorium, where patrons had already started filling seats. Tonight's play was a rendition of Persigo's Lament, a satirical treatise about a satyr wanting to fit in with regular society or some such thing. From my brief research, I knew it was a popular selection bound to attract a large audience. Behind the closed stage curtain, all was quiet. Just as everything was set and ready for tonight's performance, so was everything in place for tonight's murder. Last night, after the playhouse had closed for the evening, I broke inside to scout things out. My balcony seat afforded me an excellent view of the stage, though my place amongst the other theater-goers was nothing more than a ruse to get me inside. The real work would happen from the rafters above, which were more accessible from the balcony than anywhere else. A nearby service door hidden behind some drapery, a quick jaunt up a ladder, and I'd found the perfect place to stash my bow and sufficient arrows, barbed as requested, to complete the job. Few paid me any attention as I found my seat. Dressed in a modest jacket and a drab cravat, I aimed to blend in with everyone else. Once the performance got underway and the time to excuse myself to see to business arrived, I didn't want anyone remembering me over anyone else when the inspectors came around asking questions. Oh, I made small talk with those around me, complimenting a lady on her choice of scarf and engaging in a brief discussion with a gentleman about the latest batch of brandy the Oak Barrel Distillery had released, but I kept to myself otherwise, waiting for my prey to arrive and the performance to begin. With minutes to spare before the curtains opened, Charles Hallard made his entrance. He arrived with a flourish, commanding attention as he navigated his way down the row. With an easy charm he greeted each person, shaking hands with a spirited grip, offering hearty pats on shoulders, and exchanging laughter that echoed through the space. He was clearly well acquainted with his fellow patrons, his presence radiating a warmth and familiarity that drew people in as if he were the centerpiece of the gathering. Little did he know that his life was about to end. The lights dimmed, and the velvet stage curtain, the theater's namesake, was drawn to reveal the pleasantries of a small town. A peaceful sonata arose from the orchestra, and soon, with the first actors making their appearance, the play got underway. Right away I found the performance entertaining. So, I settled in and enjoyed the first two acts. As the second act ended, the curtain fell, the dimmed lights brightened, and people stood and filed from their seats. The intermission wouldn't last long, enough time to stretch legs or seek a lavatory, but it provided ample time for me to separate from the crowd and access the rafters. I went through the door and up the ladder, just as I had planned, and soon I crouched with bow and arrow ready as I peered down at Mr. Hallard returning to his seat. As the play resumed and the music and activity on stage drew people's attention, I knocked an arrow loosely and prepared to take aim. 3 arrows the client wanted, so I had 2 others ready and waiting. With any luck, I'd have this job wrapped up and word sent to Mrs. Hallard within the hour. Then I could spend the remainder of the evening indulging in a drink at Patternine's. The arrival of a page striding down Mr. Hallard's row interrupted such thoughts. The page stopped before Mr. Hallard and presented him with a folded note. Mr. Hallard read it, his look of curiosity replaced by a furrowed brow before he stood and hurried from the auditorium. I lowered my bow, wondering when he might return, or if he would at all. Trying to remain positive, I settled back and waited, ignoring the bad feeling taking root in the pit of my stomach. The play resumed. Even with the lights turned low, I spied Mr. Hallard's seat, still empty. One does not leave so close to the end of a performance unless something urgent has arisen. By most accounts, something urgent meant Charles Hallard was likely not coming back. Naturally, I wondered about the note. Who sent it? What were its contents? Was the timing of its arrival significant, or was it mere coincidence that its arrival prevented Mr. Hallard's imminent death? The only other person who knew the precise timing of tonight's job had no reason to stop it. Granted, sometimes clients change their minds. But I'd looked into Genevieve Hallard's eyes. She wanted him gone more than any other person in the city, so no chance she called off the hit on her husband. So, if not her, Who sent the note? With my suspicions aroused and the bad feeling worsening, I returned my arrows to their quiver, slung my bow over a shoulder, and headed outside. I knew a shorter route that had me breeze past stagehands and such. Even with my bow, no one questioned me. With no crime committed, no one had a reason for suspicion. Stepping outside into a side alley, the bitter cold instantly reminded me that my coat remained checked with the cloakroom attendant. Once the door swung shut behind me, music from the performance became muffled and distant. My first thought was to return to the Velvet Curtains lobby to see if Mr. Hallard loitered there. If not, perhaps the doorman had some idea where he'd gone. Barring that, I was out of ideas. But as I turned toward the main street, a noise behind me, coming from around the building's corner, caught my attention. Someone gasping. I followed the noise, my footsteps crunching through the thick blanket of snow as I shrugged my bow from my shoulder. As I rounded the corner, the muffled crescendo of the orchestra pulsed through the theater's tired walls, a haunting backdrop to the terror revealed to me. There, suspended in midair, was Charles Hallard, caught in a swirling vortex of blood and shadow that spiraled from his spasming body to converge on his tormentor, the blood witch Isadora. Clad in flowing robes as dark as the abyss, with features contorted into a feral snarl, Isadora drained the very essence of life from him, his blood droplets flecking the falling snow with crimson in midair as Isadora drew his lifeblood to her. This was the darkest of dark magic, Isadora's unique ability to take a person's thoughts and their life, leaving behind a husk devoid of life, the victim's essence stolen, absorbed, and used to advance Isadora's notorious purpose of exacting revenge against her sister, Matilda. But what in Ool did Charles Hallard have to do with that? If I waited any longer, I'd have to summon his spirit back from the dead to find out, so I knocked an arrow and loosed once, twice, and almost a third time when I realized the futility of it as Isadora knocked the first 2 arrows astray with her magic. Then it no longer mattered, because Isadora released Mr. Hallard, whose lifeless body folded over and crumpled to the snow-covered ground. With a fiendish grin lighting her face, Isadora turned her brilliant green eyes on me. "I'd love to stick around, my little assassin, but I have other business this evening. Don't worry, though. I brought someone who will give you all the time you need." The crimson mist swirling between the blood witch and her victim encircled her, blossoming into a vaporous cloud that soon obscured Isadora from view. A moment later, the fog dissipated, and she was gone. A snarling, tattooed brute took her place. "We meet again, Nameless One," Au-Utet growled. "Pity it will be for the last time." 2 others joined him, their screaming assault shattering the last remnants of the witch's blood vapors as they came for me. I loosed my 3rd arrow, aiming for Au-Utet. In my haste, my aim was off, though the barbed missile still connected with one of the others. He went down in a spray of snow, then the other 2 were on me. I ducked beneath a swing of Au-Utet's studded mace, spun around, and took out the other priest's legs with a clumsy kick that nonetheless did the job. While he fell, I rolled away before Au-Utet's mace smashed into my skull. Instead, the spiked head thudded into the snow. The other was up already, his kriss flashing at his approach. Turning just in time, I felt the rush of cold air across my cheek as his blade narrowly missed. Then I grabbed the priest's wrist and twisted hard enough to cause him to cry out in pain. This close, I saw the yellow of his teeth, his snarling visage making such an easy target I couldn't resist slashing my knife across his face. Now, that really made him cry out. I left him to his wailing and his futile effort to stop the flow of blood cascading down his face and returned my attention to Au-Utet, who announced himself with a roar, swinging at me with a ferocity born from frustration. My knife was a weapon of assassination, the blade too short for the brutality of this kind of fight. So, I backed away, avoiding the flanged head because to do otherwise meant my end. Then I was up against the theater wall, ducking as the priest's mace carved a chunk of debris from the brick behind me. I came up fast, cracking Au-Utet across the mouth. The punch hurt my hand more than it hurt his jaw, but it gave me space to get away from him. I didn't make it far before the other Jakaree, the one with blood staining his face, stopped me. I looked from one to the other, realizing they had me trapped. The theater's back door creaked open, flooding the alley with the orchestra's grand melody, and out strolled an actor sucking on a Raleigh. Stepping right between me and Ao-Utet, the poor fool realized his predicament too late to avoid Ao-Utet's mace whipping up and cracking him across the jaw. The actor fell like a stone, crumpling at the knees without a sound. One man's misfortune is often another's gain, though. So while Ao-Utet dealt with this momentary distraction, I folded the other priest in half with a kick that sent him to the ground. Snatching his kris from him before he fell, I turned to meet Ao-Utet's snarl with a smirk I didn't think he appreciated. We circled the felled actor, whose blood soaked the trampled snow between us. How long before Isadora tires of you, Ao-Utet? How long before she drains your blood like she did to Mr. Hallard there? I heard someone calling for the city watch through the open theater door. The witch is an ally of convenience, Ao-Utet growled. For now, she serves her purpose. I wanted to ask what purpose, but another question weighed on me more heavily. What reason did Isadora have to kill Charles Hallard? What did Isadora hope to learn from him? Ao-Utet lunged at me, but his move was only a feint. That is her concern alone. After Isadora slew the wife, she told me of your purpose here. It seemed the perfect opportunity to rid myself of you once and for all. I'm flattered by all the attention. Does Onius know about this ambush of yours? Ao-Utet scoffed. Onius believes you are integral to the Dark One's plan. I will shatter such delusions when I present him with your head. I glanced at the two lying on the ground. You should have brought more priests. Ao-Utet's snarl deepened, and his grip on his weapon stiffened. I need no others to deal with you. Tired of the priest's bravado, I waved the tip of my knife, inviting him closer. He raised his mace, ready to oblige, until a shout from the far end of the alley disrupted the promising finale to our battle. You two? Stop right there! City watchmen fast approached, their boots crunching through the snow. Ao-Utet glimpsed their way with mild annoyance. It seems we will finish this another day. He ran the other way, stopping long enough to help the wounded priest stand before the pair disappeared. The other, with the arrow sticking from him, was as cold as the snow he'd settled into. The pair fled into the darkness. Not wanting to explain Mr. Hallard's death, I did likewise, dashing through the open theater door. I couldn't tell how many watchmen pursued the priests and how many came after me, but soon it no longer mattered. The cobble-stompers hadn't seen my face, so once I stashed my bow and the stolen knife on a rack of props, I ascended to the balcony and returned to my seat to enjoy what remained of the play. I didn't know if the actor who had run afoul of Ao-Utet was critical to the performance, though I imagined the director had fallen back on that old adage, the show must go on, and so it did. Once the play concluded and the curtain closed, I stood and clapped, then filed out alongside everyone else. I made sure to get my coat from the attendant before strolling outside to find a pair of city watchmen loitering about. I kept my head down and was soon clear of the place. As I passed the alley, I saw a heavy guard presence and wondered, given the nature of the murder, whether someone had summoned my favorite inspector. I decided to stick around and find out. The curtain call, a beloved post-performance hangout for actors and audience members alike, was right across the street. So I settled onto a stool where I watched those coming and going from the alley through a window, ordered a Gisendel, and waited. Inspector Wright didn't disappoint. I watched him emerge from the alley with a bundle of something held beneath his cloak. 2 cobble-stompers peeled off and joined him, downing my drink. It pained me to finish such a smooth port that way. I pushed through the press of people inside the tavern and set off in pursuit. Inspector Wright was not long-legged, but he set a brisk enough pace that it took me some blocks before I caught up to him. "Good evening, Inspector." Wright didn't look happy to see me, but then he never did. "No time to talk," he said, adjusting the hidden lump under his cloak. The inspector's youthful face was set in a firm expression, with a narrowed brow, clenched jaw, and piercing gaze. "What do you want?" "If you're on your way to see if Mrs. Hallard is alive." Don't bother. She's not. Wright and the two with him stopped. How do you... He straightened his glasses, which had gone askew from one side of his nose to the other. Eyewitnesses informed me of 3 tattooed individuals and a gentleman fighting in the alleyway. You, I assume, are the gentleman. The pair of city guardsmen exchanged looks. I've no idea what you're talking about, I said. Denial and ignorance were always the best moves when dealing with the king's inspectors, even when that inspector was someone like Wright. He wasn't an enemy per se, but neither was he a friend. Then how do you know about Mrs. Hallard? He dismissed his question with a wave of his hand. Never mind. Walk with me. You two can return to your duties. The cobble-stompers grumbled something about coming all this way for no reason, but they turned and left as ordered. I took their place at the inspector's side. Immediately, I got a whiff of something surprisingly pleasant. Do I smell... lavender? Inspector Wright lifted his cloak, revealing none other than Bombadillo, who he held neatly under one arm. I patted the dog's head, smiling despite myself. The one-eyed dog, who wore a patch over his empty eye socket now, wagged his tail to see me. As always, his tongue lolled, and by the sparkle in his one good eye, I knew his spirit remained high. I leaned in, giving him a rub on his head. For the first time in recent memory, Bombadillo smelled fresh, the scent of lavender intermingled with pine and vanilla, if I wasn't mistaken. Forget his leash? I asked. Inspector Wright pulled one from his pocket. Bombadillo doesn't like the snow on his paws, so I carry him. I chuckled. Is that right? Still calling him by his old name? William shrugged. It suits him. Besides, the poor thing has suffered enough trauma. Why add to it by making him learn a new name? Parties unknown had beaten and burned Bombadillo, leaving him for dead. He would have died if not for Malachi, who had recognized a fellow survivor, taken him in, and nursed him back to health. Memories of the old scalawag returned my focus to tonight's job gone wrong, and the witch in particular. You obviously identified the dead man in the alley as Mr. Hallard, I said. Inspector Wright patted Bombadillo's head. Yes, it's pretty clear what happened to him. The blood witch again. He almost spat his last words, but unlike her other recent victims, which I believe she chose at random, this one had a purpose behind it, especially if what you say about his wife is true. Are you certain she's dead? Not certain, I said, but it makes sense. Mrs. Hallard and I had a business arrangement. Isadora found out about it, and even though she was in that alley for Mr. Hallard, she knew I was close. She left the priests behind to deal with me. Wright let his cloak fall, leaving Bombadillo's head visible. Let's visit the Hallard household and see for ourselves. A darkened house greeted us. While I preferred to find an unlocked window around the back and enter that way, the inspector insisted on the more conventional front door, even going so far as to knock before we noticed someone had forced the door open. William drew his small sword and tightened his grip around Bombadillo. I readied my knife. Since I wasn't holding a dog, I entered first. Inside, all was quiet. I hadn't gone much past the foyer when I found Mrs. Hallard as dead as her husband. Behind me, William grunted and lowered Bombadillo to the floor. The dog sniffed in Mrs. Hallard's direction, but had enough sense not to approach her corpse. The inspector cleared his throat. Well, that confirms that. A sweep of the house revealed it was empty. When I was done, I found Inspector Wright sitting by a fire, Bombadillo sleeping in his lap, and 2 glasses of brandy. One glass was half empty, so I took the other and sat to soak in the fire's warmth. Long night? I asked. William's shoulders sagged. Long month. Damn blood witch has been preying on our citizens for too long without a response from my office. Too many of my fellow inspectors prefer to look the other way. Same goes for the city watch. Half won't even go into the Shambles, fearing they might cross paths with her. The other half, those who aren't afraid to at least walk patrols, stay clear of the blocks with the highest number of incidents. I'm afraid that while Mr. and Mrs. Hallard are the witch's latest victims, they are most certainly not her last. I sipped my brandy, then asked, You received my note? I sent the note some time ago, after my last encounter with Isadora at the slaughterhouse. William nodded. Yes, though I found it rather cryptic. The inspector tilted his head, trying to remember the note's content. Blood witch here to stay for a while. Stay clear of her. Working on a way to counter her magic. That sounds about right. Can I assume you're still working on that last part? It remains a work in progress, I said, somewhat reluctantly. I hope to have some help in that regard, but the person in question vanished. Not dead, but gone for now. I'm confident she'll return, eventually. I find that less than reassuring. As to the first part of your message, I can't turn a blind eye like so many others have. It goes against my nature. I bet dying goes against your nature too. I've no intention of becoming the Blood Witch's next victim, but I also recognize the danger she represents, so I take what precautions I can. Not that it matters. I know she has a lair somewhere in the Shambles, but damn if I can find it. She's got everyone running scared and no one will talk. I raised my glass to the inspector. You're a braver man than I. Best go searching for that kind of trouble after you've found a way to deal with it, not before. Wright frowned, drinking rather than answering. I took a drink myself, then asked, So, why the Hallards? Why indeed, the inspector countered. Inspector Wright carried the distinction of being the youngest inspector on the force. Also, one of the brightest, so I valued his input. Did the witch come here first looking for Mr. Hallard and when she didn't find him killed his wife out of spite? Not out of spite, I said. Inspector Wright raised a brow, waiting for me to explain. When Isadora takes a person's blood, she also takes their memories. The inspector's bewildered expression painted a clear picture of confusion, indicating he was unaware of that fact. I figure she came here looking for Mr. Hallard, but rather than come back later or ask his whereabouts like any ordinary person, Isadora killed Mrs. Hallard and stole her memories instead. That's how she knew me and Mr. Hallard were both at the theater. So the real question is, what information did Isadora want badly enough she couldn't wait for Mr. Hallard to come home? The question brought muted silence to the room, the only sound the crackle of the fire and Bombadillo's soft snoring. Wright reached over to adjust the blanket around his dog and said, Rumors abound about the Hallards. They're both upstanding citizens, or were, so no one has ever taken much stock in them. But people say they indulged in demonic depravities. Others that they brokered deals for rare and exotic, and sometimes nefarious, religious artifacts. I suspect the truth lies somewhere between. From my brief research into Mr. Hallard, I learned he had business interests across a broad spectrum of goods, including spices, spirits, and various food commodities from as far away as the southern reaches to the Steel Islands. Such a network of dealers and brokers easily facilitated the smuggling of all sorts of black market items. William let out a long, weary sigh, his brow furrowing in irritation. It might help if I had some idea what Isadora is doing here. Why the wanton murders? You said she takes people's memories. For what purpose? She's here for revenge. You know that how? Because I know the person she's after. Her name's Matilda. She's another witch, though not of the blood variety. The two are sisters, whether by relation or coven, I'm not sure. Matilda is the one I mentioned earlier. She's gone to ground. Hiding, I suspect. I kept the suspected reason to keep her daughter safe, out of the conversation. Whatever Isadora wanted from Mr. Hallard has to do with finding Matilda. When I saw her in the alley, she was in a hurry to leave, so she must have needed to act on the information quickly. William lifted a hand to rub his forehead. Wonderful, as if things aren't bad enough. Now I have two witches running amok. The inspector lowered his hand and fixed his sharp gaze on me. Any chance Isadora found the other witch's location and is on her way to confront her? I shook my head, hoping I was right. Matilda would never trust that information to someone like Hallard. But if what you said about the Hallards trading in ancient relics is true, maybe Isadora learned about one of those relics. Maybe this is more about the revenge part of her plan and not so much about finding Matilda. The inspector swirled his brandy before downing what remained in his glass. Witchcraft and religion have always been tightly bound, and though the old gods are gone, the treasures they left behind still contain potent enough forces. But how can we know for sure? I don't fancy running all over the city without having a destination in mind. I have an idea about that, I said. No one smuggles goods in or out of the city without the Thieves' Guild knowing about it. If Isadora is after something Mr. Hallard brought into Alchester, I guarantee they know about it. Inspector Wright sat up straighter, disturbing Bombadillo, who looked up with a bleary eye. Then who do we speak to? I have someone in mind. She always loves it when I drop in on her, too. You have got to be kidding me. Zara Blackthorne always did have a way with words, especially when it came to meeting new people. Zara, so nice to see you, I said. Allow me to introduce... Inspector Wright, Zara spat, her disdain palpable. William tipped his hat, his demeanor unfazed. Ms. Blackthorne, I trust you're managing to stay out of trouble. I looked from one to the other. You two know each other? I shrugged. Then I'll dispense with the pleasantries. Zara, I need to call in a favor. She turned her mounting glare on me. I don't owe you any favors. Really? As if she needed a reminder about sparing her life, I asked, How are things with Thorn? All patched up, I hope. Her glare simmered hot enough to ignite coals. Things with Heavyhammer are fine. Excellent. I'm glad to hear you resolved your differences. Of course, if you hadn't, I don't imagine I'd have the pleasure of speaking to you right now, would I? Zara had nothing to say to that. But what could she say? We both knew I was right, and that she owed me for a change. As her glower diminished to a mildly furrowed brow, I knew she'd come to the same conclusion. Fine, she said. You dragged me all the way out here into the cold. Might as well hear what you have to say. So, what do you want? Turned out Zara had just completed a late-night job, so we were lucky to catch her blowing off some steam at one of the city's seedier gaming halls. I knew the doorman from days past, so he obliged my request to get a message to her to meet me out back. I didn't mind a toss of the dice every once in a while, but I had to consider the perception of others seeing me with the inspector. In my line of work, a reputation for cooperation with the law was a less than desirable prospect. Besides that, we were on a timetable. A homeless troupe occupying the snow-filled alley agreed to share their fire for a small fee. It cost extra for a bit of privacy, but once the necessary funds had changed hands, the three of us inched closer to the fire for warmth, where I related the abbreviated version of tonight's story. I left out the part about Mrs. Hallard hiring me to kill her husband. Zara stared into the fire and listened, not interrupting until I got to the part about the Hallards dealing in black market relics. The Hallards deal, if that's all you want to know. Zara rubbed her hands together over the flames. Beneath a heavy wool coat, I spotted dark thieving armor and a brace of daggers. It isn't, Inspector Wright said, adjusting his load to his other arm. Zara's gaze flicked to the one-eyed dog, but her expression remained unchanged, and she said nothing about it as the inspector continued. We need to know if Mr. Hallard involved himself in a deal for something a blood witch might find interesting. If so, what are the details of the item? What other intermediaries are involved, and if there's a buyer lined up already, who is it so I can dispatch men to ensure the person's safety? Oh, is that all? Zara's glare flared to life. You know who knows the answers to those questions? The Blood Witch. So why don't you get out there, find her, and ask her yourself? Maybe you can do your damn job at the same time and stop her from killing more people. Inspector Wright sighed. This was your idea, he said to me. If she knows nothing useful, we must explore other options. With that, he lowered Bombadillo to the ground and, turning his back to us, let his dog lead him away. Bombadillo stopped often so it didn't appear they meant to go far. I frowned at Zara, whose resolute gaze returned to the fire. Wright's only trying to help, I said. You know what the witch did to Malachi. Malachi and too many others, Zara said. So help us. Zara took a deep breath and let it go. The Hallards have been working with the warders. She paused, letting that sink in. All those warder dig sites outside the city have unearthed a treasure trove of religious and historical pieces. The Hallards are experts in the field, so the warders enlisted their help to identify and sell them. They act as the intermediaries, connecting potential buyers with their client. The web the warders weaved grew more complex by the day, it seemed. Anything that might interest a blood witch come through lately? Zara jammed her hands into her pockets. Hard to say. I've heard about amulets, altar stones, circlets, books, scrolls, and a list of other items that goes on and on. Anything magical? I asked. Nothing that stood out. What about materials? Anything made of iron? After Malachi's death and multiple run-ins with Isadora, I put some time into researching ways to counter witchcraft. Numerous sources cited iron as a magic-degrading metal with specific uses against witches. Mostly gold and silver. What about something of historical significance? Zara shook her head. I don't know, but I know who might. The Hallards broker the deal. They don't involve themselves in the actual handoff. Who does? A fence by the name of Dorian Keppelbeck. Guild member? Of course. Keppelbeck keeps a low profile, but I know where to find him. I'll take you to him. That's not necessary. We can find him if you point me in the right direction. Look, I know what that damn witch did to Malachi. What she's still doing to people in the Shambles. If I can do my part to help stop her, I'll do it. So we collected the inspector and Bombadillo, who hadn't wandered far, and started toward the next piece in the puzzle. Before we made it out of the alley, Zara stopped and cursed. Something wrong? I asked. I didn't finish my beer. How about I'll buy you another when this is done? Damn right, you will. On our way to Dorian Keppelbeck's place, we realized that if Mr. Hallard was dealing directly with the fence, Isadora was also aware of him. Therefore, we weren't surprised to find Keppelbeck's office ransacked when we arrived. Looks like the witch beat us here, Inspector Wright said. Broken glass crunched beneath our boots as we waded through the front part of the store. Though a wide assortment of bits and bops covered tables and shelves, most remained untouched. But we found the door to the back room blasted from its hinges and beyond, a room ravaged by turmoil. Shelves lay overturned, their contents strewn across the dusty floor, and the air was thick with the scents of crushed herbs and leather. A workbench in the corner was splintered, tools scattered like fallen leaves, hinting at a desperate struggle. In the far corner, the remnants of a once organized inventory now lay in disarray, as if the chaos had swallowed the shop owner's livelihood whole. The flickering light from a single lantern cast eerie shadows on the walls, revealing a torn tapestry, its vibrant colors dulled by dust and neglect. Maybe not the witch, I said, pointing to a shadowed corner where a man lay against the wall. Zara kicked some upended junk out of her way and kneeled. You still alive, Dorian? Dorian Keppelbeck opened one slitted eye. The other remained swollen shut, and his battered lips tried to curl into a smile. Don't think so. His face was a canvas of bruises. Besides his swollen eye, a splotch of blue and green arced across his right cheek, and another blotch outlined his jaw. The right side of his lip was split, crusted with dried blood that highlighted his grimace as he tried to sit up. He gave up almost immediately, wincing in pain as he crumbled back down. Who did this? I asked. Zara went to find water. Bunch of tattooed freaks, Dorian spat, spittle escaping from between his ruined lips. I felt for the man, but he was alive, which was much more than I could say for many others. Inspector Wright righted an upended chair and helped Dorian up. Just the tattooed gentleman? I asked. Was there a woman with them? Red hair, green eyes, mean disposition? Easing into the chair, Dorian shook his head. With Bombadillo's tongue lolling from beneath his arm, Inspector Wright asked, Did they take anything with them when they left? Dorian swallowed, even that gesture eliciting a spasm of pain. They said they wanted the Empyrean chest. Zara returned holding a wooden cup. Not filled with water, I saw, but something more potent. Sorry, she said to Dorian. I couldn't find any water. Dorian took the cup with a nod of thanks. That's 'cause I don't keep any here. Carefully he took a sip, wincing from the touch of the alcohol on his split lips, but not stopping until he consumed half the liquor. Empyrean chest? I asked when he looked like he'd had enough for now. An artifact the Hallards turned over to me to sell, Dorian said. Made from the clouds. You know, on account of it being Empyrean. Empyreans were an ancient extinct people who flew amongst the clouds and built cities and castles in the sky, or so the story said. Zara crossed her arms. Is the treasure the chest, or is something inside? Don't know, Dorian said. Box is sealed up tight. So tight it doesn't have any seams, locks, or hinges. No doubt there's some kind of sorcery about it. No one makes a box like that unless they want to hide something inside. So, it's definitely not empty. Dorian took another sip of his drink. Tattooed bastards beat the shat out of me when I told them I already sold it? Sold it to who? Wright asked. Don't know her name, Dorian said. But she had purple hair and sure was an odd one. Matilda, I said, confirming the inspector's questioning glance. She paid me a few days ago. I usually let the buyer choose the delivery location, so I stepped away once I made the arrangements and let things run their course. I hadn't thought much about the chest until those arseholes broke into my shop and beat me senseless. Zara leaned back on her heels, glaring. So, what did you tell them? Dorian matched her glare with a squint. Don't look at me like that, Zara. I protect my clients, and you damn well better let Thorn know that too. I sent those tattooed bastards halfway across the city in the wrong direction. By the time they figure out I lied and make it back here, I plan to be long gone. Also, since the real drop happens tonight, my purple-haired client will have the goods soon enough if she doesn't already. While I applauded Dorian's fortitude and quick wits, I'd learned a long time ago that when things seemed too good to be true, they usually were. What about the delivery man? I asked. When's the last time you saw him? Celia. Saw her a couple of hours ago when she picked up the chest. The buyer wanted it placed at a specific location in an abandoned tenement. Something about not wanting anyone around when she picked it up. Dorian shrugged. We do drops like that sometimes, so no big deal. Did Mr. Hallard know Celia? Inspector Wright asked, understanding my line of thinking. Another shrug. Celia did some work for the Hallards. So yeah, they knew each other. You're thinking the Jakaree didn't go on Dorian's wild goose chase, Zara said. I shook my head. I'm thinking that while the Jakaree were here, Isadora was following up on other leads, covering all the angles. Mr. Hallard knew Celia, which means Isadora does too. Does Celia usually report back after a delivery? Sometimes, but not always, Dorian said. I didn't have any more work for her, so she probably headed home after the drop or stopped for a drink. How much did you pay her for the delivery? Inspector Wright asked. More than usual? Nah, Celia got the usual, same as I did. Zara pursed her lips. You sure about that, Dorian? That chest sounds pretty extraordinary, and extraordinary items usually fetch extraordinary prices. Don't lie to us. Dorian held up his hands. Fine. So, I charged a little extra. The buyer seemed desperate, so can you blame me? I passed on some of that to Celia to make sure the delivery went down as planned. You gotta take care of your people, right? Inspector Wright's gaze fell on me and Zara. I don't know about you two, but when I've had a good day, or night, I like to reward myself. The inspector had the right idea. Isadora has a head start on us, I said. Right, Zara said. But the witch won't know where to find Celia. Not until she comes here and asks Dorian, I said. I suggest you clear out of here before she does. Since you like to take care of your people, it might not be a bad idea to find Celia and warn her. Then, both of you lie low. Maybe find a healer for yourself. Meanwhile, we'll go to the drop location to make sure your buyer receives her goods as expected. Inspector Wright glanced my way. You're expecting trouble, no matter what. He was right to turn it into a statement and not a question. I think, where Matilda is concerned, trouble seems to arrive whether or not it's expected. I knew Matilda could take care of herself, but I also knew what had happened the last time Isadora caught up to her. The Blood Witch kidnapped Eliza and would have sacrificed the girl if Eliza hadn't fought back. What strange powers Matilda's daughter possessed, I couldn't guess at, but she'd surprised Isadora and beat her the one time. I doubted Isadora would allow her to do so a second time. Then there was the Empyrean chest to consider. If it contained a weapon to use against the Blood Witch, I needed to know about it. I took the lead as we left Dorian's place behind, my mind racing with a mixture of urgency and unease. I briefly entertained the thought of detouring alone to retrieve my sword and a couple of knives, yet I swiftly discarded the idea. We didn't have the luxury of time. After 20 minutes of twisting through a labyrinth of shadowy back alleys and narrow streets, we finally arrived at the drop location, a dilapidated communal space nestled within a rundown tenement. The building loomed ominously, its boarded-up windows and doors obscured by layers of grime and disrepair. Once the yard might have been a testament to beauty, featuring an ornate stone fountain and elegant sculptures surrounded by lush, meticulously trimmed grass. Now it lay in desolation. The fountain stood like a forgotten relic, its basin dry and cracked, while the sculptures were reduced to toppled forms, their once proud features marred by the wear of time and neglect. Snow blanketed the remnants of grandeur, lending an air of melancholy to the scene. Tall, prickly weeds swayed in the winter breeze, invading the remnants of the yard like unwelcome guests, echoing the forgotten splendor of what had once been a place of beauty and community. "You shouldn't be here," a familiar voice said from the shadows. Matilda stepped into the moon's sparse light, dressed in mauve-colored robes, etched with silver runes. Her expression was all seriousness. Her lips pressed together as she leveled her penetrating stare at the inspector and Zara, before moving on to me. "I thought we agreed to stay out of each other's business." "We did?" I asked, the question catching me off guard. "Maybe we did before Isadora came to town. She's hunting you, Matilda." "You think I don't know that?" she hissed, brushing past me to walk directly to the fountain where Dorian told us his courier had hidden the Empyrean chest. "If you've found some way to stop her, I want in," I said to her back. "She killed a friend of mine. She's killed many others." Matilda pushed a loose stone aside. "This isn't about revenge. I'm protecting my family. Isadora wants to kill my daughter. Once that's done, she'll do the same to me." "Which is exactly why you need allies. I can help you." Matilda reached deep into the fountain. "How will you help me?" she asked as she probed for the box. "You cannot hurt her." She grunted from her effort. "Nor do you have any defense against her." "You want to help me?" Matilda withdrew her arm. As she stood and turned to address me, I saw she clutched something tight. "Stay out of her way, and stay out of mine." Matilda held the Empyrean chest. As Dorian had described, the chest was an enigma devoid of hinges, locks, or visible seams. Crafted from a luminous, pearlescent material that shimmered with an innate radiance, its surface was smooth and flawless, with swirling patterns and mythical creatures adorning its exterior that seemed to dance across the chest as they shifted with the light. Mesmerized, I asked, "What's inside?" Next to me, Zara and William couldn't help but stare as well. "A weapon," Matilda said. "One powerful enough to destroy Isadora once and for all. But the sorcerers who constructed the chest sealed it tight. It will take some time to open." "How much time?" I asked. Matilda's head shot up, gazing beyond the yard's shadowed exterior. "More than we have presently. Isadora is coming." We spun around, taking in the mist, crimson as usual, encroaching from all directions. Nothing else mattered now except buying Matilda enough time to escape with the box. I only had my knife, though even Zara, with her wider array of blades, stood little chance. The inspector, even less, I figured, so I was taken aback when he surged forward as if he meant to take on the Blood Witch alone. "We only get one shot at this," Inspector Wright shouted. "Get ready to run." With Bombadillo nestled in the crook of his arm, William readied his other hand. In his grip I spotted a gleaming alchemical grenade, its surface etched with intricate runes, hinting at the volatile magic within. With the fluid grace of someone well acquainted with the weapon's mechanics, he flipped the activation switch, the faint click barely audible over the thrum of tension building in the air. Without hesitation, he launched the grenade deep into the swirling mist, averting his gaze and raising an arm to shield his eyes. Zara and I did the same. The grenade detonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing a shockwave that rent the fog asunder. The dense mist exploded outward, dissipating in a flash and revealing a crystal-clear path before us, as if the very air had been purged of the witch's obfuscation. A jubilant holler escaped Inspector Wright's lips as he pumped a fist. Already, though, the blood mist reformed, coalescing, the path closing. With his moment of celebration finished and a grim realization of what awaited us if we lingered any longer, the inspector waved at us to get moving. "Hurry!" As we ran down the lane, the mist roiled and swirled to either side, and I swear I heard a muted shriek of frustration. William glanced over his shoulder at us. The anti-magic effect won't last long. So we ran with reckless abandon, putting the mist behind us as we allowed the falling snow and darkness of night to swallow us. Behind, I sensed the Blood Witch recovering, reforming, and finally, pursuing. The others must have felt it too, because no one looked back or stopped until we were well away. Finally, breathless and spent, we paused beneath the flickering glow of a street lamp, the warmth of its light slicing through the frigid night. Our chests heaved with exertion, the crisp air filling our lungs and mingling with the sharp scent of snowflakes dancing lazily through the air. Right away, I noticed Matilda had slipped away, carrying the Empyrean chest and its secret with her. "It's better if we split up," Zara said between gasps. "You can buy me that drink some other time." William nodded his agreement. Zara wasted no time vanishing into the dark. "Anti-magic grenade?" With my breathing still not under control, my words came out with a sputter. "The latest technology in the Ministry of Justice's arsenal," William said. "We had some help from your Mr. Drake, of course." I smiled to hear that. Of course. Wright scanned the darkness behind us. "We shouldn't stay here." I agreed, but since I had nowhere special to go, I asked, "How about a drink, Inspector?" "If you're buying, why not?" William let Bombadillo rove ahead until we found a nearby wine shop. Settling in by the fire, we ordered their best red. We spent most of the time in silence, each of us reflecting on our thoughts before the inspector yawned and announced he had another long day ahead of him tomorrow. I learned the next day that the inspector had found Celia dead. As impossible as it seemed, Isadora had located her and, as we feared, learned about the drop location from her. The inspector remained unsure how the witch had discovered her without help from Mr. Keppelbeck, who was alive and well, until I informed him about Mr. Hallard's many affairs. Turns out Celia, who worked more closely with the Hallards than anyone suspected, was one of the 3 women Mrs. Hallard had told me about. Unfortunately for Celia, she'd gone straight home after completing her work instead of stopping for a celebratory drink, as we hoped she might. As for Matilda, she returned to her hiding place, leaving the rest of us to wonder and wait if whatever was inside the Empyrean chest was our salvation or our doom. I had a feeling we'd find out one way or the other, sooner than we liked. Act 4. The Hunt. Some nights call for the celebratory delicacies of Pannernines, others for the peaceful, homey atmosphere of Austerlands. There's even the rare night when only the mulling mule, with its questionable wine selection, will do. But tonight, feeling equal parts melancholy and hopeful, I found the distinctive allure of the lazy minstrel too hard to resist. The minstrel's smoky wretchedness, less than inviting to newcomers, was a hidden refuge for locals like myself, who viewed the murky atmosphere as a refuge from the city's usual chaos. Tonight, a quiet refuge was exactly what I needed. Settling into my usual chair at my usual table, I let the air, thick with the mingling scents of wood smoke, aged furniture, and burnt tobacco, settle over me. Ophelia had noticed my arrival from behind the bar, so I waited for someone to bring out one of the few remaining bottles gifted to me by Abelard in exchange for sparing his life. That arrangement, a rarity in my line of work, had yielded considerable benefits, both in information and libations. Though I had no regrets about the deal, I wasn't sure Abelard shared my sentiments. He'd lived through our ordeal that night, but sometimes going on living is harder than dying, especially when one runs afoul of a ward or arcanist who wants answers you don't have. Atticus's healer had seen to Abelard's physical ailments, but Abelard still carried the mental scars of his torture and would do so for some time to come. I made a mental note to check in on him sometime soon. But first, I needed a drink. Through wisps of gray smoke drifting from a nearly spent candle, I watched Ophelia navigate between the haphazard array of occupants. She stopped at my table with a bottle and a clean glass held expertly between the fingers of one hand. Placing the glass down, she uncorked the bottle and was about to pour when she stopped. "You doing that tasting nonsense first, or are you drinking?" Ophelia, who had come from the country and had the accent to prove it, had the high cheekbones but sunken cheeks of someone who had seen some years, and not all of them easy. While our paths hadn't ever crossed outside the minstrel, we both came from nothing, lifting ourselves up through hard work and, when that wasn't enough, sheer will. Ophelia knew nothing of my past life, but one didn't need to know the details to recognize a common trajectory in life. "Let's get straight to the drinking tonight," I said, waving my approval for her to pour away. No need to taste a wine I'd enjoyed more than a dozen times now. "You've got 2 bottles left after this one." After she poured the wine, she placed the bottle on the table. "Anything to eat?" Though the aroma of a bubbling stew permeated the room, I wasn't hungry. "Just the wine," I answered, taking a drink and delighting in the smooth, spicy flavor. Settling on the heels of her worn sandals, Ophelia brushed one of her braids, which had mostly come undone from the day's labors, off a shoulder and asked, "Weather still bad out there?" With falling snow clearly visible through the tavern's front windows, I wondered why the small talk, but I liked Ophelia, so I indulged her. "It's the storm to end all storms," I said, remembering the words some crack had shouted from a street corner this morning. "It was bad yesterday and the day before. Today, it's worse." Everyone had expected winter to arrive any day, but no one suspected we'd get the entire season in the span of a week. After an interminable amount of snowfall, Alchester lay buried beneath a wintry landscape. By day, the sky was a tumultuous sea of gray, heavy clouds swirling ominously as if in a rage, obscuring the sun and casting a pall over the city. The bitter wind howled through the narrow alleyways, sending stinging icicles dancing from rooftops and rattling window panes with a menacing rhythm. Snowflakes, thick and clumsy, fell in chaotic spirals, piling high against the cobblestone paths and choking the roads. With the advent of night, the storm revealed an eerie beauty of flickering lanterns that cast pools of warm light on the pristine white canvas, shadows stretching and twisting unnaturally, while the wind, some said, carried the whispers of ancient myths and forgotten tales. Homes nestled beneath thick layers of white, their chimneys puffing clouds of warm wood smoke, provided a backdrop to crystal-laden trees glistening like diamonds in the pale moonlight. The normally vibrant night marketplaces had fallen silent beneath the weight of snow-covered stalls, their colorful fabrics muted by the frost. Icicles dripped from rooftops, sparkling like crystal daggers in the pale sunlight, while the streets, once bustling with merchants and townsfolk, became a ghostly maze of white drifts and swirling flurries. The transformation had been swift and breathtaking and showed no signs of letting up. "This kind of weather is good for business, though," Ophelia said, staring across the crowded tavern. Flickering flames from the minstrel's hearth cast a golden glow across the rustic wooden beams overhead, illuminating the tavern's charming decor of walls adorned with tapestries depicting legendary figures from Ool's history and colorful banners that swayed with the whispers of a draft. Tables of mismatched wood filled the space, everyone occupied. Serving girls, Gabrielle, Ruth, Sonia, and Teresa, glided between the tables, their aprons stained with the evidence of a busy day, serving drinks and stew with a quiet laugh, a touch on the shoulder, or a subtle wink, making sure every patron felt at home. Laughter and congenial conversation rang like a melody, in tune with the soft strumming of a lute played by a local bard in the corner. His songs told of adventure and heartache, and sometimes both. The rich scent of spiced cinnamon and the evening stew wafting from the kitchen mingled with the earthy aroma of aged wood, inviting patrons to embrace the coziness of the minstrel a little while longer and escape the storm outside. "Aye to that," I said, raising my glass to her continued fortune. "Business is good," Ophelia said again. "In fact, it's so good—" The tavern door swung open, allowing a blast of frigid air and snowflakes to infiltrate the room. Some patron shouted for the newcomer to close the door, but the request died on his lips as the person's bulk filled the doorway. I needn't stare a moment longer to know who had arrived, nor did Ophelia, who broke away to rush over and take his cloak. Snow was stomped from boots while Ophelia opined about their finest table and a special cut of lamb. The newcomer, a full head taller than the proprietress, looked over her to scan the room, stopping when he saw me. Too late to escape out the back, I sunk into my chair and wondered what sort of mischief I was in for this time. As I stared into my glass, I hoped he'd come for someone else. But all hope evaporated when his massive bulk cast a shadow over my table. Thjorn pulled a scuffed chair out and, without asking permission, sat. The chair groaned, and the rickety table leaned from the weight of his elbows. "Figured I might find you here," he said, his deep voice rumbling above the minstrel's din. "Looks like you're already dressed for work. Good." Ordinarily, I like to keep a low profile when out and about, but people minded their own business at the minstrel, and I didn't fancy finding myself unprepared again with a blood witch still on the loose. "Need someone taken out?" I asked. "Not tonight," Thjorn said. I hadn't missed his leather jerkin or small sword at his hip. But did he have something planned, or was he simply exercising caution? Gabrielle brought an empty glass. Thjorn's meaty hand already grasped my bottle of Syrah before he thought to ask, "You mind?" I shrugged. "Help yourself." He did, not stopping until his glass was full. Not bothering to sample the wine, he took a long drink and swallowed loudly. Thjorn may have learned a thing or two about civilization since settling down in Alchester, but the Enolgan barbarian still had little appreciation for the finer things in life. While I winced with his every gulp, I asked, "I heard you made a deal with Mr. Atticus Drake for an exceptionally rare book. A codex, I believe." Thjorn stopped drinking to peer at me over the rim of his glass. Wine dripped down his beard, which was dark but marked by streaks of gray. The old man was getting older. "I heard it fetched an exceptionally rare price as well," I added. Atticus, having already devoted considerable time to studying the book, informed me days ago he had information to share. However, I hadn't yet made the trip to his manor to learn what he had uncovered. Setting his glass down, Thjorn wiped his beard with the back of his hand. Nix insisted on selling to Mr. Drake and no other. I wonder why. All's well with Nix. And Zara? Nix is fine. He paused, glaring. Zara, too. That's good to hear. Now, besides drinking my wine, what brings you to the lazy minstrel? Revenge. For what the warders did? For Malachi's murder, Thjorn said flatly. Or have you forgotten? Before I could respond, he waved a hand and said, "Never mind. I know you haven't. As for the warders, I'm handling them. The assassin we captured had nothing useful to say. But given recent developments, the warders require a more delicate touch than dealing with a blood witch." By recent developments, I assumed he meant Leonidas Storm's appointment as Grand Administrator of the Merchants' League. Since it seemed the warders were a problem for another day, I asked, "Revenge against the witch, how?" Thjorn's presence here meant he had something. I hoped it was something good. "I set up a meeting with a specialist," the Lord of Thieves said, "but I want you to meet him in my place." That didn't answer my question, but I let that slide for now. A specialist in what? Hunting witches? Thjorn's brow arched. "You're remarkably close. He deals in weapons of a special nature, and claims to have one that will solve our blood witch problem. Mathilda had a solution too, though hers remained locked inside an Empyrean box, as far as I knew. No point mentioning it now since I knew so little about it." "So, you'd like me to do what exactly?" "Like I said, meet with him. You have a knack for seeing through other people's bullshit. If you think he's a charlatan, walk away. If not, make the deal. Bring the weapon to me and we'll figure it out from there." What weapon? Thjorn guzzled the remainder of his wine. I drew the bottle closer to my side of the table, hoping he wouldn't reach for it. He didn't. I don't know the details, Thjorn said. Just make sure it works before you make the trade. I set aside the question of how he expected me to test it and asked, "What are you offering in exchange? And when's the meet?" "Tonight. Soon, actually." "Of course." "As to what I'm offering, I arranged that part already. The dealer will get his payment as long as everything checks out. Can I count on you to see this through?" It didn't seem as if I had much choice. One did not easily turn Heavyhammer down, and I had a stake in getting justice for Malachi besides. Plus, the job seemed easy enough. So I said, "I can see to it." Thjorn provided the location and time of the meeting, which was in less than an hour, along with instructions on how to identify the seller. So I finished my wine, corked the bottle, and asked Ophelia to hold it for me for at least a day. If I didn't return by then, she could drink it herself before it spoiled. Outside, right before we parted ways, I asked about our other arrangement. "Everything is in motion," Thjorn said, already moving down the street. "When can I expect delivery of the device?" "I'll arrange it." Then, the sparse crowd, the night's darkness, and the falling snow took him. Turning in the opposite direction, I set my sights on the corner of Old Market and Gallows Way in the Shambles. Shops and night markets might close because of the harsh and bitter cold, but that opened opportunities for the more entrepreneurial spirited. In the Shambles, where the streets thrummed with life, that meant food vendors whipping up delicacies of spiced meats and roasted vegetables and corner musicians lighting up the frigid atmosphere with soulful melodies and rhythmic singing. Beggars and other loiterers mingled with the crowd, picking easy pockets or finding solace and warmth round impromptu fires set ablaze in metal barrels. Children frolicked from one side of the street to another, chasing each other with snowballs in hand, while a dog barked and delighted in pursuing them in turn. I wondered how I was supposed to identify Thjorn's contact amid such bedlam when the crowd parted, revealing a man who stood out because I recognized him instantly. I never forget a face, especially when that face belonged to someone who tried to kill me. Reluctant to re-engage, I considered returning to the Lazy Minstrel. But then what to tell Heavyhammer? The weapons dealer didn't show? I couldn't identify him with so many others about. Neither would do. Besides, I told Thjorn I'd see this through, and so I would. A weapon capable of killing Isadora more than compensated for any unpleasantness I had to endure. Detaching myself from the press of people, I stopped in front of my quarry. He didn't notice me at first, but when he did, he recognized me as easily as I had recognized him. "You." He spat the word with such derision I couldn't help but grin. "Mr. Blackwell," I said. "Long time." Jarek Blackwell, a self-proclaimed hunter of sorcerers and a candidate for one of the sleaziest gentlemen I'd ever met, looked the same as the last time we had the displeasure of meeting. A long gray coat buttoned against the cold, a light-colored top hat, and black gloves made up his ensemble. Like before, he painstakingly tended to the fine details of his grooming. His beard and mustache, dark with a touch of gray, were kept thin. His brows were sculpted, and his sideburns, shaped long yet symmetrical. He carried the same decorative cane with its ivory shaft and bejeweled crown, which doubled as a weapon he had tried to blast me into nothingness with. "Mr. Tollwood, is it?" Jarek said, his voice dripping with contempt. "Or have you some other name to share?" I'd not heard the name Russell Tollwood in some time, not since concluding my business with Mr. Blackwell and the woman whose soul he tried to steal. "Tollwood will do." I noticed Mr. Blackwell's fist tightening around his cane, and his eyes took on such a rabid look that, for one moment, I wondered if he meant to strike me. I couldn't blame him if he tried. Where my client had rewarded me for a job well done, Jarek lost his prey and a healthy commission. By his tone and mannerism, he had not forgiven me for it either. "After our last encounter," Jarek said, "I did some research on you, Mr. Tollwood, or whatever your real name is." "Oh? Learn anything interesting?" "Around us, people must have sensed the growing tension, because they gave us a wider berth." "The only thing interesting is what I couldn't find out," Jarek said. "No name, No family, few associates, and those all of questionable character, I might add, and no recorded birthplace. Seems there's no record you exist at all. Why the interest? Blackwell grinned and pointed the head end of his cane at me. Because what better way to get to know one's prey? I laughed. Not a giggle or a chuckle, but a full outburst that rose from the pit of my belly and threatened to double me over with its suddenness. Jarek's finger, poised over his cane's trigger button, paused as the hunter's grin vanished, and a look of indignation took its place. "What the hell is so funny?" he screamed at me. With effort, I regained control of myself. "Did it even occur to you to wonder why I'm on this corner at this time of night?" The gears in his mind groaned from the effort. When he finally figured it out, his mood shifted somewhere between astonishment and anger. "You're the person the guild sent to meet me!" he practically shrieked, clenching his cane and wringing his other hand into a tight fist. "You're not even a thief." I shrugged, but I still know a snake when I see one. Jarek's brow furrowed. That doesn't even make sense. But he took a breath and calmed himself. Besides, I'm no snake. I came here in good faith to make a deal. Then let's make it, I said. Thjorn wanted me to see if you can deliver what you promised. Given what I know of your trade, I think you might actually have what we need. Of course I do, but I'll be damned if I'll give it to you. Not after what you did the last time we met. You stole from me. That's one way to put it. But I also had a commission, and unlike Mr. Blackwell, I fulfilled mine. He had wanted to combine our efforts, join forces as it were, and hunt our prey together. Either way, Mrs. Fairwind died, but some prices are too high even for me. That's fair, I said, holding my hands up in surrender. I can tell Thjorn we met, but you refused to make the deal. I'm sure he'll understand. Never mind that he really wants what you're offering. I doubt he'll find an alternative. Not easily, anyway, but that's his problem. Your problem is that you backed out of a deal with the Lord of Thieves, Thjorn Heavyhammer Targalas. After something like that, you may never get another chance. I doubt many others in the city will either once they hear what you did. All right, Jarek said, lowering his cane with a huff. You've made your point. You want to make this deal? Then let's make it. I assume you're prepared to fulfill Mr. Targalas's end of the bargain. What? He told me that was arranged. Jarek's face screwed in confusion, but then he smiled and let out a chuckle. Well, isn't that rich? Targalas didn't tell you the specifics, did he? What specifics? Thjorn played games sometimes, often at the expense of others. This was beginning to seem like one of those times. Never mind, Jarek said. Come with me, and you'll find out soon enough. Mr. Blackwell stalked away, leaving me with no choice but to follow. We didn't go far, moving with the tide of people half a block through the falling snow to a deserted lot where I spied a wagon dusted with flakes. Not just any wagon, I realized as we moved closer, but an alchemically self-propelled carriage with oversized wooden wheels, a rigid top, and a multitude of lockboxes and drawers along both sides. A driver, midget in stature and wearing a cap pulled low, leaned against one of the enormous wheels with arms crossed. His chin rested on his chest, further obscuring my view of him. Buckle! Wake up, you dolt! Jarek's voice echoed from nearby buildings. I'm not paying you to sleep, you know. Buckle shoved off from the carriage and lifting his head revealed the white eyes, flat nose, and jagged teeth and fangs of an imp. I wasn't sleeping, the goblin said in a gravelly, sour tone. Buckle wore a long coat with boots, gloves, and a felt cap that covered his pointed ears. Hooding his eyes from a nearby street lantern, he unlocked several boxes lining one side of the wagon, propping each lid open before stepping back so Jarek had space to maneuver. The sorcerer-hunter went straight away to a specific container. When he turned to me, he held the weapon representing Isadora's end. I didn't figure Jarek meant to sell us conventional blades or bows since his trade demanded he embrace the next evolutionary step, where technology and sorcery fueled a new generation of weaponry. In this case, that weapon was a crossbow-like device with copper coils wrapped around the muzzle side of the tiller and similar coils, possibly of tin, lining the prod. On the tiller, above the lock plate, were 2 empty glass cylinders. "She's a fine weapon," Jarek said, pointing the device at the darkened sky and pretending to aim at one of the many falling snowflakes. "You sure it will kill a witch?" I asked. Jarek handed the weapon to me. Right away, I found it cumbersome and difficult to handle, but I adjusted for the unexpected weight, aiming at an imaginary target, and thought I could manage it in a fight. "And then some," he said. "Just don't blame me if you miss and find yourself cursed or worse. If you ask me, blood witches are best left undisturbed. But it's your bloodletting, not mine." I gave the weapon another appraising look. I wasn't an expert in this sort of advanced weaponry, but since Jarek wouldn't dare cross Thorn, I felt confident concluding our arrangement. "All right then," I said. "I have the weapon, and Thorn has already arranged for your payment, so if you don't mind, I'll take the weapon and my leave. Once you remove the trigger lock, of course." As a safety measure, someone had installed a combination trigger lock to prevent the weapon from firing. Until Jarek or his assistant removed it, the crossbow remained useless. Jarek crossed his arms and smiled a devilish grin. "Speaking of our arrangement, the part Mr. Targalas apparently did not share was that I require a service as payment. I gave him the details of the type of person I needed, so I assumed he'd send a thief. If I had known he meant to send you, I would have asked for a different form of payment." And so Thorn's game stood revealed. Several colorful curses came to mind, but I saved my complaints until I knew more. "What's the job?" "Something you'll no doubt find distasteful." He paused for dramatic effect. "I am hunting a woman." I almost didn't believe what I'd heard. "Again?" Buckel took the crossbow from me and set it on a work table that slid out from the wagon, polishing it as though my brief touch had tarnished its gleaming stock. "Yes, again," Jarek shot back. "Ordinarily, I wouldn't need anyone's help," meaning that, ordinarily, he preyed on the weak or defenseless. "But unlike last time, this woman is truly dangerous. Also, she may have significant protection around her. I prefer we ambush her when she's alone, of course, but I've done my research and the chances of that are slim." This sounded worse and worse by the second, but out of curiosity, I asked, "What's this person's name?" "Lyra Malvora. She's a priestess in a cult of idiots who cling to the memory of some dark god." "The Jakaree?" Jarek searched his memory. "Yes, that's the one. You know them." "One might say that." "If the accountings are accurate, Lyra possesses extraordinary power, more akin to a sorceress than a holy woman. The Sorcerers' League will pay a hefty bounty for such raw energy." The Sorcerers' League was a loose alliance of wizards based in the Steel Islands, the same chain of volcanic islands where my sword was forged. Their wizards made no secret about trading in all manner of depravities, including stolen life force energy. While I couldn't criticize Jarek's choice of targets, he clearly remained unaware of Lyra's fate. "You'll need to select different prey, I'm afraid." "Eh? Why's that?" "Because something happened to Lyra. Your intelligence about her isn't untrue, but it's outdated. The Jakaree were trying to acquire a weapon. Things went bad for Lyra. She's dead, more or less." Jarek's gaze narrowed at me. "How do you know this?" "Because I was there when it happened. I know you have no reason to believe me. I also can't offer proof, though you're welcome to confirm my story with the Jakaree priests if you like. Never mind that no priests survived the tower, so none knew about Lyra, and since I hadn't visited Onias yet as I'd planned, I doubted the high priest knew the details either." Jarek exchanged a glance with Buckel, who had returned to leaning against the wheel. The goblin shrugged and let out a yawn. Jarek turned back to me. "Very well. But if Lyra is no longer a viable source, the deal is off, and we have no further business to discuss. Buckel, prepare the wagon. We leave immediately." "Wait," I said, stopping him with a hand on his shoulder. "What else can I do?" I didn't like to grovel, but I didn't want to leave empty-handed either. We needed to stop Isadora, and this might be our best and only shot. Jarek looked down his nose at my presumption of laying a hand on him, so I released him, giving him a moment to consider my question. He didn't need even that long. "Nothing," he said, brushing past me. If no other source is readily available, I will take my business and my crossbow to greener pastures. While Buckle scampered about the carriage, putting tools away and closing doors, I crossed my arms, thinking. I knew Jarek's business. He was what some called a soul stealer, a person who drained people's life force, their souls, some thought, for profit, since such energy commanded a hefty black market price. No one knew for certain if a person's life force and soul were the same, but if they were, who knew how long a person lived on after one of Jarek's weapons drained their energy? Even worse, what happened to an individual once someone like the Sorcerer's League got a hold of them? I wouldn't wish that fate on my worst enemy unless... An idea struck me. One so obvious, I didn't know why I hadn't thought of it right away. Isadora, I said. Jarek had wandered off, watching the falling snow while his assistant finished up. He glanced my way at the mention of the name. What's that you said? The Blood Witch. Her name is Isadora. She's powerful, more powerful than any witch I've ever faced. I'd wager her life force energy will command a high price, much higher than Lyra's, from your sorcerer friends. Jarek straightened, his gaze sharper than daggers. Are you mad? You wanted someone to hunt, I said. I'm giving you someone. A blood witch? I don't deal in witches. Too dangerous with their curses and such. Besides, I learned a thing or two about this one while I was investigating the priestess. She's a hunter herself, dropping bodies all over the city if the reports are true. The City Watch wants nothing to do with her. Neither do the king's inspectors. Why risk my life hunting someone like that? So what if Mr. Targalus wants vengeance on her? You're welcome to try on your own, but you won't get any help from me. While I had hoped for a different answer, his response was not unexpected. Still, I had other ideas, so I asked, Do your weapons work on non-living things? Like machines? He asked. No, like magical artifacts. Slamming a final compartment closed, Buckle answered, If I configure the depleter correctly, then yes. We've drained artifacts a time or two in the past. That's right, Jarek said. But the opportunities to harvest such energies are few and far between. People highly desire the truly powerful ones, so they are usually too well guarded. Others remain lost, so even finding them is a job better suited to archaeologists or treasure hunters. What if I told you I know where to find not just one powerful artifact, but an entire treasure trove filled with the most magnificent relics you've ever seen? Jarek raised an eyebrow, his gaze narrowing more than enough to suggest doubt. I'm listening. Ever hear of Finrad's magnificent tower? Jarek tilted his head, doubt persisting. Yes, I've heard of it. Finrad was a master sorcerer of old. Before he died, he hid all his treasures away in an impenetrable tower. I've been there, in fact. I can't say how magnificent it is, but I can attest to the impenetrable part. The door has neither hinges, a knob, nor any conceivable way to open it by conventional means. How do you know about it? Long story, I said. But I've been there too. Difference is, I got inside. Jarek scoffed. Unlikely. I can prove it. How? I can take you there. I already know how to find the tower. Any half-rate thief or sorcerer hunter knows where to find it. Right, but I can show you how to get inside. So you say, Jarek said, still not convinced. What do you have to lose? If I'm lying, we're back where we started. But if I'm not, you've got access to some of the most magnificent treasures in all of Uhl. You keep saying the word magnificent as if it will convince me. Has it? Not yet. How do I know this isn't a trap? How do I know you won't try to kill me and take the weapon? The crossbow is useless to me without the code for the lock, right? Jarek nodded. No one else knows it, not even Buckle. I glanced at Buckle for confirmation, but the imp was out of view on the other side of the wagon. This isn't a trap, I said, leaving it at that. I was tired of trying to convince Jarek, tired of standing in the cold with the snow falling all around us, and tired of talking. Either he came with me to the tower, or I returned to the minstrel. Either way, I didn't plan on staying here for much longer. All right, Jarek finally said. "I'll go with you to the tower. I hope this isn't a complete waste of my time." Jarek looked about for his assistant. "Buckle, where in blazes have you gone?" Buckle's head popped out from behind the driver's screen. "Yes? What are you doing? Get down here this instant. Begin preparations for a hunt." "We're not leaving?" "Obviously not." Buckle moaned and groaned, but he did as directed, reopening the closed compartments and laying out pistol and long barrel-style depleters of different sizes. I noticed the crossbow was amongst them. Jarek noticed too. "Not that one," he said. "When the job is done, he can have it. But not until then." His gaze locked with mine. "Agreed?" "Agreed." Jarek helped Buckle sort through the depleters. Soon, they had selected 2 pistols and a long barrel each. "You're coming?" I asked the imp, surprised because I thought him a mere assistant and not a hunter too. Buckle shrugged. "Beats staying with the wagon." "Buckle fought in the Goblin Wars," Jarek said. "He knows his way around a fight." "And then some," Buckle added, removing his coat to reveal a hardened leather breastplate and steel bracers on scrawny yet muscular arms and legs, eyeing the jagged score marks etched across his battered armor, the deep scar tracing one side of his neck like a cruel line, and the unsettling chunk missing from one ear. I had no doubt he'd endured more than his fair share of battles. Yet, if he had fought in the Goblin Wars, it certainly hadn't been on our side. How many human or dwarven throats had Buckle slit with the carving knives dangling at his belt? And how did this peculiar duo end up working together? Both were questions for another day. I was acutely aware they outnumbered me 2-1, with Jarek and Buckle each wielding formidable weapons that left me with little defense. I might lack the life force energy of a sorcerer, but I still harbored a soul ripe for the taking if they so desired. Given the precarious nature of our situation, I didn't think they'd turn on me outright. Yet, I wouldn't dismiss the possibility if the tides of fortune turned or unforeseen factors undermined the deal Jarek had struck with Thorn. Pulling some tools from a drawer, the pair of hunters got to work modifying the weapons. "We will use these to drain the artifacts," Jarek said when, curious, I leaned in to get a better look at the long barrels. "And the pistols?" "Those are for any miscreants who get in our way. I hope they work against tentacles and wraiths." Jarek tilted his head, wondering if he'd heard me right. He was about to ask when Buckle distracted him with some nuance of their work, so I left them to it. "We'll need to stow the wagon," Jarek said once the work was done. "This part of town, I doubt we'd find much more than the axles upon our return." "I doubt you'd find even those," Buckle said. "Fortunately, I know somewhere safe nearby." At Jarek's direction, Buckle drove the wagon through a maze of snow-covered back streets until he stopped before a warehouse that looked like any other. Buckle honked a horn once, whereupon a rough-looking gentleman emerged from a side door. Silver coins changed hands, and the warehouse doors opened. Buckle drove in, sequestering the wagon inside. Then Jarek and his goblin sidekick rejoined me outside. It was time to hunt. Jarek claimed to know the tower's location, but I took the lead anyway, guiding us down the Shambles, snow-covered byways and back alleys. The alleys narrowed here, though the beggars and other riffraff polluting our path, frozen as they were, huddled deeper beneath sodden blankets in their miserable lean-tos rather than obstruct our passage. Rats scuttling through the trash did the same, though Buckle felt compelled to hurry them along with a swift kick when the opportunity presented itself. "I don't like rats," the goblin said just as he sent one shrieking through the air. We soon left the beggars and rodents behind and reached a place I knew along the city's outer wall. Not the postern gate Scaramon had unlocked for us, but a place where the wall had become unsettled, cracking in places but remaining steadfastly intact as far as walls go. "How do we get through?" Jarek asked. "Not through," I said. "Over." Demonstrating, I leaped up, placing my fingers into the nearest crack. I found the next and the next until I waved at the pair of hunters from the top. While Buckle got busy following me, Jarek shook his head multiple times before he finally made an attempt. To his credit, he didn't fall. Getting down proved an even greater challenge, especially since ice clung to the stone in places. But though Jarek kept Buckle and me waiting, he finally managed it. Before, we'd used torches to light our way, but I had alchemical glow sticks, as did the two hunters. So with those guiding us, we headed west, using the same meandering path through the hills that Scaraman had taken me and the others down. Jarek cursed a time or two at some unseen rock he stumbled over, or a low-hanging branch he hit his head on. But otherwise, in no time at all, we arrived at the old tower. Right away, I saw the situation was quite different from my last visit. "Get down!" I whispered to the others. We dropped to the snowy ground, snubbing our lights and retreating into the shadows. When I heard neither challenge nor warning, I lowered myself to my belly and shuffled forward until I spied the bedlam around the tower. Jarek joined me on one side and Buckle on the other. "Who the hell are all those people?" Jarek hissed next to me. With a sour expression, I said, "Warders." The hunters returned blank stares. "Never heard of them," Jarek whispered. "Consider yourself lucky," I whispered back. "They're a pain in the arse." The warders had arrived in force. Arrived and planned to stay if the handful of drab-colored tents pitched in a neat line were any indication. Small, smokeless campfires cast flickering shadows over racks of the usual tools of their mining operations. The layout reminded me of the encampment I spotted the first time I came this way, and I realized they must have moved the entire operation here. But this was more than an exploratory digging expedition. Some warders, workers I supposed, wore overalls and heavy wool coats, but others wore white surcoats over chain hauberks and thick gambesons. Their armor was more than I'd seen any warder wear to date, and the surcoat, which bore a familiar symbol, was the closest I'd seen to a uniform. The symbol? The knight's crest from the temple the warders tried to bury me, Audet, and Matilda in. A circle bisected twice over to form 4 partitions, with a single rune displayed in each section: Hearth, Strength of Arms, and 2 others that remained unidentified. But Matilda had known enough to decipher the combined heraldry as meaning defender, or, more poignant, warder. I counted a dozen soldiers, or exactors, as the warders called them, with another dressed similarly, but with the special epaulets of someone of higher rank. Their numbers gave them a distinct advantage, though they were the least of my concerns, given the trio of much larger warders I spotted amongst them. Like the rank-and-file guards, these 3 wore armor, though its construction was heavier and more distinct. Black plate with a mirror shine like obsidian. Even from a distance, I spotted the deep crimson glow of the runes etched across the metal. Metal spikes protruded from the pauldrons, polans, and rear braces. Sleek, elongated crests adorned their helmets, and the visors of all 3 were open. As unique as their armor, they each carried a weapon that stood out because of its sheer size. One wielded an oversized hammer, another a massive axe, and the third an enormous poleaxe. No doubt existed in my mind that these 3 were arcanists, warder warrior sorcerers, whose foreboding appearance made me wonder if the hunters should have brought more depleters and bigger ones at that. Rising above it all was the tower, its jagged silhouette ascending 100 feet into the night sky. The only difference was the impassable iron door, which no longer barred entry into the tower because someone, the arcanists presumably, had torn it asunder, leaving a dark, hungry maw in its place. Workers pushing wheelbarrows and carrying tools came and went through the opening, as did guardsmen marching in pairs. It seemed the usual work of the warders at any of their excavation sites, so I was turning away when I noticed a single figure standing silhouetted in the doorway. The person might have been any of 100 or more different people, but something about his bearing carried weight and recognition. Remembering a copse we'd passed through, I ushered the hunters away from the tower so we could talk without fear of alerting the warders to our presence. "No one else was here last time," I said. "You saw the door?" "It's hard to miss its absence," Jarek replied. "They must have gotten tired of tiptoeing around the place. Makes me wonder if they somehow disabled the interior traps, too. If we've any hope of getting into the tower, We'll need to get past them. They've got soldiers, arcanists, and... Sorcerers? Jarek asked, his eyes gone wide. Something like that, I said. Not as powerful as a true wizard, but one gave me a bit of trouble a while back. I let out an exasperated breath. This won't be as easy as I'd hoped, but when is it ever? Jarek was damn near grinning as if I'd sold him a map to a buried treasure, and I suppose I had. I don't know if he appreciated the danger, but he had to accept a certain amount of risk in his line of work. Apparently, the prospect of culling sorcerous energy overrode all other thoughts because both hunters fingered the triggers of their weapons, and I fully expected them to start licking their lips next. We need an army to get through that, I said, hoping that brought them back to the reality of the situation. Then it's a good thing I brought one, a voice I recognized sounded from the dark. This night was full of surprises. So what was one more? Matilda stepped from the woods. Behind her, still hidden by the dense foliage, others lurked. Now that I was aware of them, I heard the soft jingle of mail, the rustle of leather, and hoarse, inhuman breathing. I didn't doubt Matilda's magic had everything to do with us not noticing their approach until now. Jarek and Buckle turned, startled. How did you... Jarek started to ask because he didn't know Matilda as I did. Both hunters had their weapons raised. Slowly, I reached out and pushed the barrel of Jarek's depleter toward the ground before he found himself hurt, dead, or worse. Buckle lowered his weapon on his own. It's all right. Matilda is a friend. Buckle sniffed the air. What about the others? I smell goblins. Matilda's soft mauve robes rustled about her as she ushered in those accompanying her. I have made an alliance. A dozen figures stepped from the darkness. Some were large, others small, but all were goblins, Gaugaths, Horex, and Imps to a one, with an even mixture between the three. The giant-like Gaugaths stomped forward in their heavy armor. The Huarex, more my height, waded in slower, every step methodical as their yellow-eyed gazes sized the two hunters and me up. With their leathery skin and mashed noses, the Imps hung in back, though they seemed as eager as the others to carve us up if the way they fingered their daggers was any indication. If I thought me and the others were a motley lot, then the dozen before us took it to a different level. Rogues to the last, they bore the spiked maces, curved daggers, or chipped mallets of goblins who had no qualms about killing. Armor, weapons, even their haircuts lacked uniformity, with one sporting a red-dyed mohawk, while another had his head shorn, and still another wore his dark hair long and braided. The single commonality I spotted was an insignia pin at each of their breasts. A mallet crossed with a knife or dagger, which didn't seem very original, but must mark them as belonging to a common liege. The only ones missing were Greckles, the smallest and nastiest of goblin kind, whose mere presence caused misfortune and bad luck. My hand drifted to the hilt of my sword. The hunters had their weapons half raised. Even Buckle, who shared an ethnicity but nothing else with these marauders, looked unnerved. Our wary stares, which did not go unnoticed, were met by glares, grins, and, from one imp, a puckering of bestial lips as he blew me a kiss. One goblin, a Gaugath in spiked plate armor, stood out to me because I recognized him. Grook, or Bone Crusher, as he had introduced himself the one time we'd met, had recovered from getting walloped on the head and knocked unconscious. Given the glare he leveled at me, though, he clearly remained unaware that Au-Utet had tried crushing his skull, not me. What prey have you found for us, Purple Witch? One of the Horex stepped forward. A grizzled veteran, his scraggly beard over cheeks the color of dried parchment, did little to hide the multiple scars crisscrossing his cheeks and neck. The Horex was only a little taller than my 6 feet, yet he still seemed to peer down at me with beady eyes, flickering with amusement and menace. A killer like the rest, this one also exuded primal authority. As he'd come forward, the others backed away, showing him a level of deference reserved for a leader rather than a mere companion. Clearly he found such reverence familiar, since he ignored it with casual confidence. The Harik distinguished himself from the rest, not only in attitude, but also in appearance. His banded armor gleamed with a quality far superior to that of his companions, and his helmet was crafted with intricate designs that caught the dim light. The sword and dagger at his belt, their hilts encrusted with jewels, spoke of wealth and, perhaps, the skill of a master of his craft. The Harik smiled, revealing yellowed teeth, blackened gums, and short fangs. He exchanged a nod with Buckle, then he spoke. "I am Rax, Lord of Grimlock." The name was familiar, though unexpected. Lord Rax's smile grew wider at my apparent surprise, while the hunters, sensing the rising tension between us, fidgeted with their depleters. "You're a long way from Chorus, aren't you?" I asked Lord Rax. "My raiders and I have come for Finrad's magnificent treasures." "That right?" If Rax meant to intimidate me with his glare and wicked grin, then he was going to have to work a lot harder at it. "Perhaps you have too," Rax asked. "You should know I do not share my treasures with others." "Your treasures? Isn't that a little bold, considering you haven't even gotten inside the tower, let alone reached the vault yet?" "One must be bold if one wants to accomplish bold things, wouldn't you say?" "I might say that if—" "Enough of this," Matilda said. "Lord Rax, he is not prey, though I do not know what he, or the other two, are doing here." "We're here for the same reason you are," I said. Matilda's gaze narrowed at me. "For the tower's treasures?" I nodded. "For this? You need sorcerer hunters?" "That's a long story," I said quickly, when it looked like Jarek might interpose himself into our conversation. If Rax was here for the treasures and Jarek for their energy, then the resulting conflict of interest was bound to cause friction. It seemed best to change the course of our discussion, so I asked Matilda, "Are you here for the wizard's riches or something else?" "I need no more treasures," she said, a clear reference to the Empyrean chest. Though I longed to ask her about it, I didn't trust anyone present with such information, so I simply asked, "Then what?" "I am here to fulfill a promise," Matilda said. I looked at her with curiosity. "You don't owe me anything." "Not you," she said. "The Jakaree. Once, they wanted to kill you for defiling their holy place and killing their brethren. Even Onias couldn't quell their lust for vengeance. But I did, mostly. In exchange for granting them a boon, they agreed to stop their hunt. I am here to satisfy my end of our deal." I considered pressing her for more, but she looked unwilling to say anything else. Besides, we couldn't stand here all night, hoping to remain undetected by the warders. We needed to get on with the task at hand. "We're all here for the same thing, right?" I glanced all around. No one disagreed. "We've got a small army of warders between us and the vault." I spotted a dozen or more guards, a trio of arcanists, and who knows what else. They've breached the tower and might have reached the treasure room already. Joining forces is our best chance at getting past them and into the tower. Anyone disagree? Again, I took in each of the principal players and no one protested. "Good. Let us discuss strategy," Lord Rax said, crossing his arms. Briefly, I related what I saw. Rax was not satisfied. "Scab, come forward," Lord Rax commanded. An imp, short in stature and bone-thin, separated himself from the others. The goblin wore a hodgepodge of skins and metal armor. "If you don't mind," Rax said to me, "one of my own will look around." "By all means." Lord Rax gave Scab his orders. "Go to the tower. Report back what you see." While Scab melted into the dark, I crouched with everyone else standing around me and, with a stick, drew the layout of the encampment with the tower at its center in the snow. Buckle held his light close so all could see. Scab returned soon enough, reporting nothing different from what I'd already said, though he also suggested attack vectors for Lord Rax's troops. "My raiders can handle any human soldier," Rax said, "but what of the arcanists?" "Leave them to me," Matilda said. "We'll take our share if you don't mind," Jarek said. Next to him, Buckle nodded. "We've come to reap a plentiful harvest, and so we shall. Witches and all others can stay out of our way, if you please." Matilda shook her head in disgust. "You needn't worry, Hunter. You will get your due. I'll make sure of that." "Is that a threat?" Jarek asked, his voice trembling as his anger simmered. "I made a deal with Mr. Tollwood before any of you got here, and I expect him to honor it. If not, a witch will make a poor substitute, but either way, we will leave with what was promised." Matilda streaked toward Jarek in a flurry of purple robes, stopping when she stood toe-to-toe with him. They eyed each other with the predatory stares of the hunters they were, or they would have if Jarek hadn't blanched and raised his arms for protection at Matilda's sudden charge. "Gah!" the hunter cried out. Matilda held a finger so close to Jarek's face he almost went cross-eyed looking at it. "Turn your weapons on me," she said, "and I assure you, you will live to regret it." She made a point of staring at Buckle as well, but the goblin only shrugged and said, "You'll get no trouble from me." Matilda backed away, but not before she lobbed one last insult into their midst. "You call yourself hunters? Pfft. You are no better than blood witches and vampires. I align myself with your kind because it is convenient. For now." Jarek ground his teeth while Buckle exuded indifference, but that seemed the end of it. Lord Rax returned our attention to the makeshift layout on the ground with an insistent wave. "Patrols come and go from the tower, but most remain outside with the tents and supplies. If we strike a decisive blow, we will cripple them before they know what's happening. The element of surprise is ours. We will use it to strike hard and fast. No one survives." The Horrocks' beady eyes scanned the lot of us, waiting to see if anyone expressed dissent. No one did. Rax rattled off the names of some of his warriors, including Grook's, organizing them into smaller units and giving them orders to strike from different directions. Matilda and the hunters would focus on the arcanists and whatever magic they threw at us. My role? That was simple. "I'm going after their leader," I announced, sure now about the identity of the person I saw standing in the doorway. "His presence here means the warders are working on something big. I need to make sure he tells me what it is before one of you accidentally kills him." With nothing remaining to discuss and only the killing ahead of us, we split up, with the raiders moving in first. Matilda and the hunters followed. I hung back the longest, waiting for everyone else to get into position. A goblin's roar was my signal that the battle had begun. The Gaugaths led by Grook struck first, bursting from the woods from two sides in a cacophony of spiked metal and enraged howls, barreling into the warder soldiers and workers and scattering them as they tried to escape the goblins' pulverizing rush. Behind the giant Gaugaths came Rax's Horrocks and imps, screeching and hollering with a killing fever in their eyes. Rax ran alongside them, every slash of his sword painting the ground scarlet with warder blood. The arcanists were slow to react, the intensifying glow from their weapons cut short by Matilda and the hunters. Aiming for different targets, Jarek and Buckle fired their depleters simultaneously. One arcanist deflected the oncoming streak of debilitating, life-draining energy with a surge of power from his weapon, but the other wasn't so lucky. The powerful flow overwhelmed the sorcerer, suffocating him in a blossoming wave that penetrated every fiber of his being. Matilda met the third arcanist head-on, purple magic clashing with a blast from his hammer. Goblins howled, and men cried out, dying one after another. Even when the warders had regained enough of their wherewithal to mount an organized resistance, the fierceness of Lord Rax's raiders ensured it fell apart as quickly as it had begun. I strode through the chaos, sidestepping a skirmish, ducking beneath an exactor's blade, and almost coming to blows with yet another right, before a nasty little imp jumped on his back, slit his throat, then cackled with glee as he rode the soldier all the way to the ground. All the while, my focus remained fixed on a single warder directing our enemy's defense from the tower's steps. When I finally reached my adversary, I found him waiting with his sword drawn. "Evening, Leonidas," I said, ascending the tower steps, "or should I call you Grand Administrator Storm now?" The warder, compulsor, now guild leader, had the high ground, so I expected him to take advantage and charge before I gained equal footing. Instead, after a quick glance across the battlefield, he didn't press his advantage at all but turned and fled into the tower. Leaping over the remaining steps, I plunged in after him. What I saw in that first chamber was nothing like my first visit. Gone was the soft candlelight and pungent aroma of hardwood burning in an open hearth. Plush rugs, missing now, meant my boots clambered across cold, naked stone and stucco walls, previously painted in elegant shades of silver and gold, had degraded to bare granite. The room remained circular, at least, with the same unexpected interior windows looking out into the hills. The pair of staircases also endured, one leading up and the other down. I spied Leonidas bounding down the ladder, taking the steps 2 and 3 at a time in his haste. I had no explanation for the room's bareness, other than a theory involving the arcanists, but that theory remained unproven as I ran after my prey. Halfway down, Leonidas brushed past an exactor he ordered to stop me. The soldier did his best, but after a quick clash of blades I ran him through and, leaping over his falling corpse, continued my pursuit. I slowed when the curvature of the staircase hid what lay ahead. I slowed even more when I spied a pulse of crimson light bathing the steps. Only for a moment, then it disappeared, reappearing a few heartbeats later, bathing the way ahead in an eerie, blood-colored aura. Though the Blood Witch came to mind, this didn't seem her style. This was a warder operation, and while I could see Isadora playing both sides, I had a hard time believing the warders aligned themselves with her. The pulsing light seemed nothing more than that, so, cautious now, I descended the last steps and found myself in the unlikeliest of places, the Mad Wizard's room of doors. Somehow, going down mirrored the journey up without some of the steps between. Since it made as much sense as anything did in the tower, I gave it little thought. What was infinitely more concerning was the state of the room, or, rather, the doors. At least half stood open, others were closed, and, remembering the flailing tentacles that had burst from the one we opened, I saw the warders had sealed some with heavy bars. Beyond the threshold of each open door, I saw different places. Through one, the shadowy outlines of a forest loomed, cloaked in the velvet embrace of night. Another revealed a city street, its cobbles glistening with rain. Beyond yet another, the vast expanse of an ocean stretched out, its lapping waves spilling into the chamber in time with the shifting sea. More than sight, the ocean's salty tang enveloped me, filling my lungs with its briny tang. From the forest depths, the soothing chirps of night birds echoed throughout, and the city avenue exuded the fresh, earthy scent that followed a recent rainfall. A pulse of crimson brilliance burning across the obsidian floor and shooting through the open doorways tore my gaze away from the disparate scenes to the origin of the light, which shone so brightly I could scarce take in its intensity without shading my eyes. The light radiated from an artifact, a circular band of silver and gold surrounding a red crystal or gem, almost spherical, but deterministically incongruent to such specificity that the shape must have some specific purpose or meaning. The artifact lay on an obsidian pedestal, and another arcanist, this one lean but as bald as the others, held hands to either side of the relic, as if he reached for it, but couldn't quite take hold of it. His eyes, twin pinpricks of light beneath a furrowed brow, flicked to me, then back to the object, his focus on it and nothing else. I realized he wasn't trying to grasp the artifact, but ensorcel it in some way. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Leonidas asked me as the pulse flared again. The compulsor had stopped beside the arcanist, not disturbing him, but hovering close, waiting. But waiting for what? "What is it?" I asked, though I had a notion about the answer already. Like before, I had to shield my eyes from its intensity. Leonidas did the same. Seemingly immune, the arcanist's gaze remained fixed in place. When the light dimmed, I saw Leonidas grinning at me. "The future," he said. Then, in more diabolical overtures, "and the end." Behind me I heard the ring of swords on swords. The battle had entered the tower. Leonidas, who also heard the noise, shouted at the arcanist. "Hurry!" Again the pulse, which I used to my advantage now, closing the distance between us. "The heart of the dragon, I presume?" I asked. "Here, in Finrad's vault the whole time?" "Not the whole time," Leonidas said, "but the tower has certain energies we needed to harness. I know you and some others, Mr. Drake, Miss West, and others, think you're moving in parallel with us, learning what you can, and hoping to get one step ahead before our fates collide. But that's never going to happen. Another flare and another few steps closer, biding my time. As long as Leonidas kept talking, giving me information, I held off attacking him or the Arcanist. "Oh?" I asked. "Why's that?" Leonidas was no fool. Raising his heavy cutlass, a weapon meant to shear opponents in half, he stepped between me and their prize. If I wanted to stop the Arcanist, I'd have to go through him. "Because you aren't even on the right path." In the next instant, as the heart pulsed to a blinding brilliance, Leonidas lunged, the weight of his blade swooshing through the magically charged air right where I stood a second ago. Though he had me on the back foot, he didn't pursue. Instead, he tracked my movement, keeping himself between me and the heart. "We may be a little behind," I said, "but I'd say we've learned a lot. For one, we know you once belonged to an order of holy knights." "Still do," Leonidas said. "The holy knights of warding, if you must know." "If you say so. We also have a pretty good idea what you're building to stop the Jakaree. I imagine that task becomes more difficult without the Codex." "Pfft," Leonidas said, which was not what I expected. Crimson brilliance shone again, though neither of us took advantage this time. "What is it?" I pressed. "A guidebook?" "Hardly. The Codex is a book of myths and stories. You and your friends are welcome to keep it. I have no use for it." I couldn't tell if he lied, but given our limited time, I asked, "What about the heart? How does it fit into your plan?" The compulsor glanced over a shoulder to gauge the sorcerer's progress. The Arcanist still had hands raised and the most intense look of concentration on his face. "That's something you'll have to figure out on your own," he said, tensing as he waited for the heart to flare once more. Trying to distract him, I said, "I'll admit I'm disappointed." He arched a brow, curious. I gestured toward the heart. I expected something bigger. One corner of Leonidas's mouth quirked as he struggled to contain a grin. "It's not the size that matters." Then he leaped at me in time with the next pulse. Crimson light shone from our blades as we clashed, the sharp clang drowning the room in a symphony of steel. Leonidas fought like a man with his back to the wall, every murderous slash delivered with a snarl. But far from losing control, he moved with deliberate precision, attacking, countering, then attacking again, so that with every step I took forward, I took two back. His strategy of keeping me from the Arcanist, while obvious, also worked as long as he maintained his sword work. Wondering how much more time I had before the Arcanist finished, I knew I needed to turn the tide before it was too late. The crimson glow faded, leaving nothing more than torchlight to guide us. Slashing at the compulsor, I feinted, then slashed again, my blade so fast he barely had time to counter my strike. As his blade slid from mine, he had to attack or fall back into a defensive position, with his sword poised to counter mine. As I suspected he might, he attacked. With my sword high, I expected a low sweep. Instead, he used his blade like a club, swinging it down on me as if he meant to cut me in half, and he probably did. Whether an error in judgment or a mistake born from weariness, sidestepping such a clumsy attack was nothing. Waiting for his momentum to carry him too far forward was similarly effortless, making stabbing him almost too easy. I hoped to plunge my blade deeper, but he gasped at the first touch of steel, twisting away and stumbling so nothing stood between me and the Arcanist. While the sorcerer remained distracted, I moved in for the kill. Too late, I realized, because as the heart flared to life the next instant, the Arcanist looked up and said, "My work is done." The rhythmic pulsing stopped dead, its crimson pallor fading from the walls and obsidian floor until the artifact's glow was contained within the crystal, and only pale at that. As the Arcanist stepped around the pedestal, a wicked-looking crescent axe in his hand now, Leonidas staggered in behind him. The compulsor's sword hand dripped blood, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. "Are you sure?" Leonidas asked in a tight voice laced with pain. The Arcanist, stone-faced, didn't stop advancing. "The heart is stabilized and ready for transport. Safe journey, Imperator Storm. Imperator? If I'd known about the promotion, I would have congratulated him. Excellent, Leonidas said through clenched teeth. He snatched the heart from the pedestal, then spared me one last look. See that he doesn't follow. The sorcerer swung his axe in a mock swing. Like the last arcanist I'd fought, the motion set the crescent-shaped head ablaze with magical energy. He won't. Then, with the heart clenched to his chest, Leonidas stumbled toward the door leading to the forest. I wanted to follow, but the arcanist loomed large, his magically charged axe whooshing in a pattern that exacerbated its power and created a shield of such intensity I had to dim my eyes to withstand its brilliance. The last image I saw of Leonidas was of him diving through the portal and yanking the door closed behind him. But the door wasn't locked. If I somehow got around the arcanist, I still had a chance at pursuit. The warder sorcerer ripped the door from its hinges with a backward wave. Behind it, where I expected to see the magic portal, was only bare stone. That hardly seems fair, I said as the door clattered to the floor. Life isn't fair, the arcanist retorted, his casual swings about to become much more serious and deadly. You should have pursued a career in philosophy, not sorcery. Not even the slightest movement of the arcanist's lips as the razor-sharp axe weaved a methodical pattern of death, forcing me back. I raised my sword, waiting for an opportunity to strike, but quickly realized I might not get one. The arcanist's magic blazed so profusely that I barely followed the movement of his axe anymore. But I saw his eyes, dead in their sockets, neither indulging in the moment nor savoring it. This was business. Another interloper removed from the righteous path of the warders. I felt a moment of pity for the arcanist. A man ought to take pride in his work, if not joy, especially when faced with the final moments of one's life. I leaped away, diving beneath the swing of the arcanist's weapon, precisely when Jakaree and Bukul, who crept down the stairs behind the sorcerer, fired their depleters. An electric sizzle above my head, and then I was clear. Behind me, the life-draining energy stream of the hunter's weapon slammed into the arcanist, bursting against him with a bright flare that illuminated the dim surroundings. The arcanist staggered, his eyes widening in shock as the vampiric energy coursed through him, leeching his vitality. The surrounding air crackled, charged with the echoes of his waning strength, and I almost heard the whispers of his life force, his thoughts and memories, siphoned away. He gasped, weakening, his body bending under the pressure of the relentless assault. Somehow, he found the strength to turn and raise his weapon, but it was too little, too late. I pitied the sorcerer's fate, but nothing could deny the hunters their due now. Unlike the arcanist's lack of emotion, Jakaree and Bukul indulged in their task with glee in their eyes and smiles on their faces. Even when it became clear the arcanist wasn't long for this life, they took their time about finishing him, modulating their weapons as the arcanist fell to his knees to make sure they stole every last drop of energy from him. Stop, please. But no one had any sympathy for him, and so he crumpled to the obsidian floor, dead. The hunters disengaged their weapons. Jakaree rested his depleter on his shoulder, so the smoking barrel pointed at the ceiling. Bukul held his sideways, eyeing the roiling energy inside the weapon's containment vessel. A good day, the imp declared, flashing a satisfied smirk at his partner. Jakaree laughed. Indeed, my friend, indeed. I noticed the canisters on their belts were well stocked as well. The soul-stealing profession might be reprehensible, but they enjoyed the work at least. Sometimes that was all that mattered. Footsteps coming down the stairs heralded Matilda and Lord Rax's arrival. Matilda scanned the room with a sullen expression, her gaze stopping at the dead arcanist. Rax's mood aligned with the delight of the hunters. He soon let us know why. My men have secured the perimeter and killed every last human. Jakaree affected a slight bow. Their work is commendable, as is yours, Lord Rax. I approached Matilda, letting the others revel in their triumph. Leonidas escaped through one of the doors. The warders found something, an artifact called the Heart of the Dragon. Leonidas took it with him. I crouched over the stricken door lying on the floor, pulling it open a crack to reveal nothing more than the dark obsidian floor. The door slammed shut with a thud. He said they didn't find the heart in the vault. I think they went through one of the doors to find it. Matilda approached the other doors remaining open, water from the one soaking the hem of her robe. She breathed in the salty air, and then she closed it. "Where do they go?" I asked her. "Other worlds?" The witch moved to the next with its urban setting. Not other worlds, merely other places, but near or far, I do not know. She closed that door too, cutting off the last of the out-of-place sights and smells. "You said the treasure room was near Purple Witch," Rax said. "Is it through one of these doors?" I knew the answer to that. "No, it's under the floor. The last time I was here, we had to use a combination. There is some danger." Jarek laughed, full of bravado at his recent success. "We care nothing for danger. Show us." Buckle laughed along with him. While I looked for the first door to initiate the sequence, Matilda moved to the floor's center. "The warders already undid much of the old wizard's magic," she said. "I can undo the rest." It seemed she did little, but with a groan, the center of the floor descended. I was on the platform first, with Matilda right behind me. The others hesitated, but followed suit. As the elevator touched bottom and ground to a halt, Matilda sensed the danger of the mist, and unbidden, parted it with a slicing motion of her hand. Lyra had done the same, but not nearly so effortlessly, and not without help from her god. I entered first, passing the petrified remains of past trespassers with little interest. Matilda slowed to study them, but she stayed close to me otherwise. I found Lyra and Scaraman much as I'd left them, though now the amulet's dark energy had latched onto Lyra's broken form, pulsating across her pasty-colored skin. The amulet's magic almost entirely enveloped Scaramon. "She sacrificed herself so I could get out," I said. "Is she dead?" Matilda shook her head. "Not yet." Lord Rax and the hunters caught up to us. "Where are the treasures?" Rax asked, eyeing the Jakaree priests with a wary glance. I pointed, directing him toward the vault without speaking. My entire focus remained on the Jakaree priestess. "Can you help her?" I asked Matilda as the others filed past us. "I must, for she is the reason I am here." Looking at her sharply, I understood her meaning immediately. "The favor you promised, O Nias. Once this is done, I am free of all obligations." Matilda lowered herself to her knees next to Lyra. "This may take some time." I left her to her work, wandering into the treasure room because where else could I pass the time? Inside, I saw shelves cut into the stone. All were bare. No one, neither Jarek nor Buckle, and especially not Rax, looked pleased about it. "Where are Finrad's treasures?" the Horic Lord growled at me. I shrugged. "How should I know? Maybe the warders took them all." Rax roared. "The Purple Witch must answer for this." He tried to brush past me, but I stepped in front of him, blocking his way. "The Purple Witch is a little busy right now," I said. "I'm sure she'll happily answer your questions once she's done." More growls and a piercing glare, but Rax peered over my shoulder and saw Matilda deep in concentration, so he backed off. He didn't stop complaining about the lack of artifacts, though. Jarek and Bukul, too, until I felt the need to vacate the room altogether, before the urge to kill one of them became overwhelming. Outside, Matilda had finished undoing the amulet's magic. Scaramon, blinded but free now, lay on his side groaning. How he had survived the ordeal, I didn't know. Lyra was missing, but I saw the platform rising and on it a broken, pasty form barely standing. "Where is she going?" I asked Matilda. "Home," she said, her voice gone raspy and dry. She insisted she leave alone. "Won't she have trouble with the goblins?" Matilda, her lips pressed tight and cheeks sunken, lightly shook her head. I helped her stand, noticing she held Scaraman's medallion. But before I could ask about it, one eye, or rather, no eyes, stood on shaky legs. He faced the void. I assumed by happenstance because of his lack of sight. But then, without saying a word, he stumbled forward, moving faster and faster until he ran, heedless of what might lie before him. He disappeared into the mist and darkness. The others sauntered from the vault. Unaware or uncaring of Matilda's weariness, all three peppered her with questions until I finally shouted at them to shut the hell up. Matilda put a hand on my shoulder, in thanks, or because she needed support, I wasn't sure. Then, clearing her throat, she said, "Lord Rax, you came for the old wizard's treasures. If the vault is bare of all else, take the amulet of eternal gloom." She held the amulet out for him to take. "Use it or sell it. I care not which." The goblin lord hesitated, fearful of touching something with such an ominous name, but he finally took the amulet and hid it away. "Won't Onias want that?" I asked Matilda. She shrugged. "I will tell him it was lost." "What about us?" Jarek asked peevishly. "We were promised treasures too. What do you have for us, witch?" "She has nothing for you," I said. "Nor do I. Your canisters are full. Are so many sorcerers in one evening not enough?" "The sorcerers are a fine catch," Jarek said. "But our deal was for the treasures, and treasures I will have, or I will not turn over." I grabbed Jarek by the front of his coat, dragging him closer until we looked each other in the eye. "I'm changing the terms of our agreement. You get what you've taken, and I get the weapon. Agreed?" Jarek gulped. "Agreed." Shoving him away, I turned my gaze on his partner. "And you?" Buckle shrugged. "Fine with me." Rax was already on his way to the platform, which had descended of its own volition. Jarek straightened his coat and stomped off after him. Buckle followed. "Weapon?" Matilda asked me, her voice heavy with weariness. "You're not the only one looking to take Isadora down. I have to stop her." "You have to stop her? That almost seems chivalric." "Hardly. I don't follow that kind of code." Matilda gazed at me with a look radiating skepticism. I put off any more discussion about it by putting an arm around her waist. Together we made our way to the platform and left Finrad's magnificently cursed tower. I hoped for good this time. Act 5, The Enemy You Know, Part 1. The 92 Stormweaver had just hit that perfect note of oak and cherry when the door to my private dining room burst open to admit half a dozen armored men. Right before their arrival, I heard a ruckus in the hallway outside that I hoped was about to ruin someone else's night. No such luck. The mercenaries, hard men with harder stares, surrounded my table. No need to guess their allegiance, since I recognized the black sword insignia on each surcoat. At their head was none other than Marcus Nelson, former lieutenant of the Black Guard, but now the captain of the newly formed mercenary company, the Black Blades. Weapons remained in scabbards, so while my hand had shot to the hilt of a long knife upon their arrival, I followed their example and kept my steel hidden. I set my wineglass on the table. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" My meal, the most delicious roast boar served with spiced apples and herb-crusted potatoes, was only half eaten, so I hoped whatever business brought Nelson and his mercs here wouldn't take long. The captain didn't respond, though he did try to skewer me with his glare while his men searched the room. I was about to ask them what they hoped to find when my waiter entered with an embarrassed grin. "I apologize, sir. These gentlemen insisted on interrupting your dinner before allowing the lady admittance. I tried to tell them Osterland's harbors no dangers, but they wouldn't listen." I waved away his concern and asked, "What lady?" "This lady," a female voice said from the doorway. Though too many mercenaries blocked my view, I knew the voice all the same. Given the present company, hearing it didn't surprise me in the slightest. "Good evening, Gwendolen." The wall of mercs parted, and there stood Gwendolen Goddard, looking as striking as ever in an ermine-trimmed winter coat, her luxurious blonde hair done up in the latest court fashion of curls and waves. She removed the coat, the barest melting snowflakes visible on the shoulders, and handed it to the waiter to reveal a dazzling blue evening gown that shimmered like the surface of a calm mountain lake under the moonlight. The gown was a sight to behold, and probably worth more than clients paid me to commit murder. Or maybe the sight was the woman wearing it. the fabric hugging her in all the right places, and the blues deepening in a mesmerizing display as the eye traveled its length. Gwendolyn's striking blue eyes, a mirror of the gown, sparkled with confidence and poise, revealing a hint of mischief beneath their elegant facade. She was used to commanding a room, so with a single glance, the mercs closest to her took sentry positions by the door while she sauntered closer. Without a word, one of her men pulled out a chair for her. "Good evening, Thomas," she said, sitting. She perused my dinner, then lifted her chin to the waiter. "I'll have whatever he's having. The wine, too. Especially the wine. I've had quite the night, let me tell you." The waiter scurried off with the lady's coat while the black blades settled into positions about the dining room. At least they'd stopped their searching. "Expecting trouble?" I asked. Gwen huffed. "I told Captain Nelson you wouldn't hurt me, but he insisted on securing the room before I entered. I apologize for the interruption. I know how you value these quiet moments alone." I sipped my wine. "How do you know I won't hurt you?" "The old gods know you deserve it." Pfft. Gwen waved away my not-so-veiled threat. "You would have never learned about the dragon's blood if it weren't for me. We both benefited from that little escapade, didn't we? You told the warders where to find our samples, and they stole them back. Our side didn't benefit at all." "Yes, but at least you know about it," she said. "That's better than not knowing at all, isn't it?" Her logic bore some validity, I had to admit. "You mentioned the value of quiet moments alone," I said, glancing at Captain Nelson and the others. Gwen got the hint. "Captain, you and your men can wait outside." "But Ms. Goddard—" "That was not a request, Captain." Nelson hesitated, but he gestured at his men to follow him outside. He flashed me one final glare, and then he exited the room. The last merc to leave shut the door behind him. "I was hoping you'd leave too," I said, spearing a piece of roast boar with my fork. Gwen flashed me a thin smile, but before she could answer, the waiter returned with Miss Goddard's food and an empty wine glass. While he poured her a glass from the bottle chilling on the sideboard, Gwendolyn tore into her meal, sparing neither the boar nor the potatoes with her first salvo. "It's amazing how hungry a night of coercion and blackmail will make you," she said between mouthfuls. "I came here straight from an engagement, but the food was absolutely dreadful." She plucked the glass from the waiter's hand before he set it on the table and drank, not coming up for air until she drained it. "Another!" The waiter dutifully refilled her glass, leaving us after I dismissed him with a nod. "Coercion?" I asked. "Blackmail too," she said. "You remember I told you about a warder mole inside the society? Well, I found him. He works for me now." She said the last with a satisfying grin I knew too well since I'd been on the receiving end of it before. With the proper motivation, it's not hard at all to get people to do what you want, wouldn't you agree? "Undoubtedly, but I'm still wondering why you're here." Gwen took another drink, this time a more civilized portion. "The wine has an odd taste." "It's stone wine," I said. "Dwarven, if you can believe that." I didn't know dwarves made wine. Most don't. It's mostly beer and ale with them, but a select few have a more refined taste. They've actually perfected an aging process that uses casks made of stone. The stonemasons of Brockentor in the Ugal Mountains craft the casks from a special material found in the deepest part of their mountain. The fermentation and clarification process has some unique. Gwen tossed her fork onto her plate and, with arms outstretched, let out a yawn loud enough to wake the dead, or at least loud enough to interrupt me. "Sorry," she said when she noticed my look. "It's been a long night." "It seems to only get longer too," I said with a sour expression. "You were about to tell me why you're here." Pushing her plate away, Gwen placed both elbows on the table, leaned in with a smirk, and said, "I know about the Tillwood device." "Tillwood device? What's that?" Gwen rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. I know your girlfriend stole my sheaf key and gave it to Atticus. That meddling fool probably had the parchment unlocked and his scientists poring over the design in no time. My design, I should add. Tillwood's contribution was rudimentary at best." I leaned back with my wineglass poised between us. Maybe Atticus should have named it the Goddard device instead. My thoughts exactly. I'm actually amazed Atticus built it so quickly. Who does he have working on it? The Cranes? That's who I would have chosen to work on the project. Remy is brilliant, and Ruby is as sharp as they come. Heaping praise on the scientists who had used her stolen documents to bring her machine to life was unexpected, but I extolled her virtue for not holding them at fault. Like the rest of us, they were mere cogs in the machine. Have you considered collaborating with Atticus? As I understand it, the Cranes built a prototype, so I'm sure there's room for improvement. Gwendolyn waved a dismissal with her glass, almost sloshing her wine onto the table. Not in this lifetime. Atticus is a stubborn arse, and I'll be damned if I'll ever work alongside him ever again. Isn't that a bit like the pot calling the kettle black? Never mind. The better question is, why are you here? I'm here to offer a collaborative proposal, Gwen said. A joint venture, if you will. As in, a partnership? I asked, not sure if I should feel intrigued or afraid. If you want to call it that. I thought about what you said about the warders, and you're right. Of course I am, I said without thinking. Remind me, what exactly did I say? That their actions will cause the destruction of Alchester. Ah, yes, that. What brought you around? You said they were working on something big, and they are. We both know about the dragon scales and the Olix processing, but they let me in on something bigger recently. They're building an energy weapon. High-yield particles, extreme temperatures, a new type of radiation from what I can tell. Nasty stuff all around. As you might expect, they've kept much of the information compartmentalized as they do. But since they need my scientists' help with the internal shielding, the particle transformation, and some other tasks, I've been able to come to my own conclusion regarding the end result. Based on what I've learned, the weapon's yield will surpass any known weapon in any arsenal. The Panthorans don't even have anything close. So I'm guessing the destructiveness of this weapon will be exceptional? Gwen nodded. Downright cataclysmic. More than enough to stop a dark god, I imagine. Another nod. But building their god-killer hinges on one fatal flaw. A single point of failure, if you will. Feeling I was about to learn why she needed my help, I stayed silent, waiting for her to go on. Do you know about the heart of the dragon? I recently learned of its existence, yes. Though I hadn't seen or heard anything about the artifact since Leonidas had disappeared with it, I checked over the coming days, learning Leonidas had returned to his duties as administrator of the Merchants' League. But the fate and ultimate destination of the heart of the dragon remained unknown. Good, Gwen continued. Then I won't waste time explaining its significance. There are two things you need to know about it. The first, the warders plan to use it to power their weapon. The second, that after much searching, my little mole tells me they've finally found it. Really? I asked, playing dumb. Do you know where to find it? Why? Gwendolyn's eyes gleamed with mischief. Thinking of sending your girlfriend to steal it? I laughed. She'd do a much better job of it than I ever could. But no, this one I'd like to do myself. I'm in for anything that will throw a spanner in the warder's plans for the heart. Oh, then you might like what I have to say. I waited for her to elaborate. I don't know where the warders are keeping the heart, but my mole tells me they're having problems adapting its energy. Some sort of compatibility problem with the weapon. You're working with them. Why not ask them? Because the heart's existence is one of their most closely guarded secrets. They haven't said a word about it to me or almost anyone else. If I broach the subject, they'll know they have a leak. Worse, since I'm the one doing the asking, it won't take them long to realize their mole in the society has been compromised. And if your mole's compromised, then so are you. Exactly. The trust I've established with the warders will be destroyed, and they'll cut off all business relations with the society. They're paying us a lot for our help, so I hate jeopardizing that. Of course, I said, not missing that Gwen said nothing about the mole's fate, whom the warders would most likely deal with harshly. So, what's your plan? A woman as intelligent as Gwendolyn always had a plan, She leaned in conspiratorially and said, "The warders are working under some sort of deadline. I don't know why the rush all of a sudden, but they're burning the midnight oil, trying to unlock the heart's secrets and complete the weapon as quickly as they can. This, of course, is our opportunity." Finally, we got to the reason Gwen interrupted my dinner. "I'm hosting a visiting scientist from the CCN capital who specializes in waveform energy. This scientist, his name is Jordan Dutton, has a reputation as a bit of a maverick. Someone who isn't afraid to push experimental boundaries. Exactly the kind of scientist the warders like to work with, in other words. I've already made sure the warders' mole passed on information about his impending arrival. His specialty and their need to solve their current problem quickly will make reaching out to him impossible to resist. I, of course, will help the process along by acting as an intermediary. I don't expect the warders to grant Mr. Dutton full access to the heart, but they might part with a small energy sample. They'll need to provide something if they want Professor Dutton to help them." "But any help Dutton provides is merely a ruse, correct? You don't intend to allow him to assist them in any meaningful way?" I hesitated. "Do you?" "Of course not. What I'm really after is the sample. Given sufficient time to study it, I think I can devise a way to locate the heart. You see, every device, whether mechanical or magical, gives off a specific energy frequency when activated. Once I know the heart's frequency along with some other data points, I believe I can program an encoder to help us locate it. Once we know where to find it, we either inform the authorities about its location or act on the information ourselves. Either way, we've got the warders by the short hairs." Now that sounded like the Gwendolyn I knew, though I saw a potential problem with her plan. "How do you know the professor will go along with all this?" Gwendolyn smirked. "Oh, he won't have much choice in the matter since I plan to drug him." "Come again." "Professor Dutton will have a nice dinner, a few too many drinks, and then, before the warders arrive to ask for his help, he'll feel so sleepy he'll beg my forgiveness and retire for the evening. That's where you step in to take his place." She finished her explanation with a mischievous grin meant to enamor me to her wiles. It did not. "That's a bold plan, considering I know nothing about Dutton, not to mention I don't have the scientific training or knowledge. I preferred simple disguises, like a waiter who garnered little attention or a well-to-do businessman, which mostly required acting like the most important person in the room. For some reason, I had a knack for that. Other considerations came to mind, which I spelled out. There's his physical characteristics to consider too. Height, build, that sort of thing. I have no idea what he looks like either. But if the warders do, your plan will go up in smoke faster than shavings in a furnace. I can approximate someone's appearance, which might fool them at a distance, but close conversation is another matter entirely." Gwendolyn humphed. "You think I haven't thought about all that already? The warders have never met him, nor have I for that matter. But since they'll never meet or even see the real Dutton, you have some liberties regarding his appearance. You have a special ability to blend in and earn people's trust. I've seen it myself. No one expects you to perform an analysis on the spot, but you will need to convince them you're competent before they'll hand over a sample. If any scientific questions come up, I'll be there. I can help guide you through it." I sat back, considering her plan and, more concerning, her allegiances, which she claimed aligned with my own. I had to assume her ultimate goal was to either steal the heart or, at the very least, its design, making this ruse only the first part of that plan. But finding, or stealing, the heart seemed a concern for another day. If I played my cards right, I could make sure others besides Gwendolyn benefited from her ruse. But that meant bringing in others, something I wasn't sure she was going to like. I also considered my plan to ensnare her. Thorn had set the wheels in motion, so I followed through and completed arranging the delivery of the Tillwood device to the guild. Word about the sale of the device would go out soon, but since helping Gwendolyn now had no bearing on that scheme, I saw no reason not to accept her proposal. "All right, I'll do it, but I have conditions. I want to bring someone else in to play the role of an assistant and act as another point of distraction. It can help in situations like these." To my surprise, Gwen had no problems at all with that. "That doesn't seem unreasonable," she said. "Anyone in particular you have in mind?" I couldn't help but smirk. I do, actually, and I think you're going to like her. You want me to do what? Elizabeth had been delighted to see me when I entered the room. She looked resplendent in a simple gown, its auburn color perfectly matching her loose, shoulder-length hair. Through towering windows, snow could be seen falling outside. A mighty fire blazed in the hearth, warming the small apartment and reflecting from the gray-flecked depths of Liz's eyes as she'd risen from a settee to greet me. Never one's for chit-chat, I explained the reason for my visit right away, leaving out none of the details. Liz's expression, so lovely at first, had turned thoughtful and full of interest. No one wanted to foil the warder's plans more than she did, and this seemed the perfect opportunity to strike a decisive blow against them. She expressed some misgivings about Ms. Goddard's involvement, but she finally rolled her eyes and accepted it for what it was. But when I told her about impersonating the scientist, or rather the involvement of an assistant, her expression melted into darkness. Uncertain about what had upset her, I attempted to explain the reasoning behind why she was the ideal candidate for the assistant position until she cut me off with her outburst. I hesitated to answer for fear of raising her sudden anger to new levels, but her hands on her hips demanded I do so, and fast, so I said, "The scientist's assistant is hardly a role you'll have any trouble with, Liz. It likely won't even require much effort on your part. Very little talking, I should think. A smile here and a nod there, perhaps, but nothing more." "Keep talking," Liz said, glaring now. "The hole is getting deeper." I looked around my feet. "Why is there a hole at all?" "Because, as usual, you're a complete idiot, I know." I pursed my lips. "Perhaps you could share what about this time? You really think the best play here is for you to take the role of the scientist and me, the assistant? Let me ask you this. What's an inverted diplex radial field? Or how many cohedrons does a standard containment matrix require? Or how—" I held up my hands, surrendering. "I get the idea. I take it you know the answers?" "Of course you do. And many more, I suppose." "That's right, I have the experience. You don't. When we were separated, I spent a few weeks impersonating a technologist specializing in energy containment, so not too different from Professor Dutton's field. It was a junior role, so I could easily explain any gaps in my expertise, but I picked up enough to hold my own in a conversation, especially if I have you as my assistant, ready to act as my foil if needed." I knew better than to dismiss Liz's ideas out of turn, so I considered it with the seriousness it deserved. However, one fatal flaw came to mind almost immediately. "Jordan Dutton is a man," I said. "I'm not questioning your impersonation skills, but I'm not sure even you could pull that off." "You know that for sure?" "That Dutton's a man, or do you mean your impersonation skills?" Liz looked ready to stamp her foot, preferably onto mine. "Right," I said, knowing which one she meant. Reviewing my conversation with Gwendolyn, I distinctly remembered her repeatedly referring to the professor as a man. But she also said she'd never met him, though she must have read about him in a journal or some other scientific periodical. Still, did she know for certain? "I don't think I can say either way," I finally admitted. Liz sat. "You said the warders have never met him, right?" "That's what Gwendolyn said, but yes. Then they may know nothing about him." "That's possible," I said. "Then there's no reason Jordan Dutton can't be a woman." She had me there. "All right," I said. "If you say you can pull this off, then I believe you. The old gods know my chances were fair at best. How long until you're ready?" "When is Ms. Goddard's reception?" I gave Liz all the details. Mr. or Mrs. Dutton's arrival was days away, leaving little time to prepare, but neither of us was concerned since we'd each done more with less. Once I said all I could, I sat down next to Liz, figuring why not take advantage of some alone time. I should have known better. Give Liz a job, and that becomes her sole focus. With limited time to prepare, she probably had the right of it, so as I settled back on the settee and enjoyed the fire, Liz paced the room, rattling off all the things we needed to do, starting with coming up with the assistant's name. "Alfred Harrow," I said. Liz stopped. "Any particular reason?" I shrugged. I liked the sound of it. Liz resumed pacing. We'll need to visit Guildhouse to find the right clothing. I might need a pair of spectacles. She deviated down a hallway. When she returned, she hurled a book my way. Skim through that. It covers the basics. Make sure you at least have some familiarity with the terms. The cover displayed the title, The Principles of Alchemical Energy Transfer, with Elsinore Thorne and Aaron Shepard credited as the authors. I flipped through several pages filled with dense blocks of text with tables of data and diagrams scattered throughout before tossing the book aside. I had no idea who Elsinore and Aaron were, but I imagined they were the dullest guests at any gathering. When you're done with that, we can play out a few likely scenarios. We can use someone from the guild to act as the warder representative. Then I think we should... I sprang up, wrapped Liz in an embrace, and kissed her. "Ms. Dutton," I said, "surely the remainder of our planning can wait until the morning." The way she kissed me back told me all I needed to know. "I believe you two know each other." "Quite," Elizabeth said. "Indeed," Gwendolyn said at the same time. Gwendolyn had her arms crossed and lips pressed. Liz made fists at her sides. I realized my vulnerability too late, given that I stood between them. But I also recognized that without me in the middle, they might tear each other limb from limb. Briefly, I entertained the thought of stepping out of the way to see what happened. But since we needed Miss Goddard intact, I put my personal amusement aside and said to Gwendolyn, "I hope you'll find we look the part of an accomplished scientist and her dashing but humble assistant." Gwendolyn looked no less peevish as her gaze roved over us. If she seemed unimpressed by Elizabeth's flair for adventure with her black leather coat draped over a patterned vest and a burgundy blouse and olive trousers, she was even less so when she took in my more conservative tweed waistcoat, plain white shirt, and wire-rimmed glasses. I informed Gwen about our change in roles yesterday. At first she was unhappy and skeptical with our decision, but between my assurances and her personal experience with Elizabeth, she eventually came around. "I didn't realize Miss Dutton was such an adventurer," Gwendolyn said. "He, or rather she, is a laboratory researcher, not an archaeologist. You look like you're about to head out on an expedition." Gwendolyn, in contrast, wore a modest blue gown tied at the waist by a thin belt, an outfit perfectly suited to the party's host. Elegant braids highlighted her long blonde hair, while Liz wore hers with an edgy, tousled look that matched her persona's bravado. "Ms. Jordan Dutton is an expert in her field," Liz said, slipping into the role like an actress donning the perfect costume for a leading role, her confidence radiating as she embraced the persona with ease and authority. "Quite possibly the expert, but that's debatable by some who clearly have no idea what they're talking about. She didn't get there by being meek, humble, or deferring to anyone. Jordan is confident, daring, and isn't afraid to push the boundaries. She's exactly the kind of person the warders like to do business with. I worked for them at one time, so I should know." "Humph," Gwen said, "if you say so." "It worked on you, didn't it?" Ever since barging into the Broken Sword Tavern with half a squad of Black Blade mercenaries on her arse, Liz had been light on the details surrounding her acquisition of Gwendolyn's sheaf key. I knew she'd assumed an identity that Ms. Goddard found hard not to notice. Someone who could gain her confidence and spend enough time with her to identify and eventually pilfer the sheaf key. But in the end, someone had discovered Liz's ruse, so it stood to reason that Gwendolyn and she had not parted on favorable terms. But what's done is done, and we had another job in front of us. Bickering or holding a grudge served no purpose now. Gwendolyn stayed silent while she bit her lip, but she finally arrived at the same conclusion. "It did indeed," she said, letting her arms crash to her sides. "A fine bit of work, too. It isn't easy to fool me." Liz released her fists, letting the tension drain from her. "Don't let it bother you. You're good at what you do, but so am I. Like I said, I know the warders, and I know how to convince others I'm someone I'm not. My assistant, Mr. Harrow, isn't half bad either." I flashed Liz a sour look while running my fingers through my pasted-on beard. "Thanks?" "The beard is a nice touch," Gwen said. "It actually doesn't look bad on you." Elizabeth's primary contact with the warders had died in a fiery explosion, so the chances of someone recognizing her, while not inconsequential, remained small. I, however, had too many run-ins with warder compulsors, exactors, and even their grand leader sans my mask. But that's where some extra touches came in, like my faux beard, glasses, a slight stoop, and a change in my voice. Elizabeth's persona wasn't far from her own, but mine projected everything I wasn't. Meek, studious, introverted, and subservient. Gwen met each of our stares. "You're both clear on the objective?" I couldn't flat out ask the warder representative to bring a sample of the heart's energy because I'm not supposed to know anything about it. But if he does, make sure he knows you'll need to keep it overnight to perform a full and proper assessment. Since I'll be doing the analysis, I'll need time to take it to my lab and run some tests. Liz nodded her understanding. And if he doesn't have it with him, I'll offer to perform an analysis whenever it's convenient, letting him know I'm leaving the city in a day or two. That should allay any suspicion while giving him a gentle kick in the arse not to wait too long. Speaking of the warder's representative, is everything else set? I relayed the information about Professor Dutton's arrival to my warder spy 2 days ago. This morning I received word they want to meet him, her, during tonight's reception. Turned out Gwendolyn didn't know the professor's gender for sure, leaving the question unanswered until his, or her, arrival. I told them a private meeting served their purposes better, so their representative won't arrive until an hour after the party begins. I have a room set aside at the back of the house. A few others from the society will be here, but they're people I trust. I'll let Mr. or Mrs. Dutton, the real one, have one drink before I drug him. Or her. She shook her head, frustrated by the dichotomy of the situation. When she continued, she decided our Mark's gender once and for all. She'll be sleeping the night away in my guest room before she knows it. When she wakes, she'll think she had too much to drink and nothing more. You have no idea who the warders are sending? I asked, still wary someone might recognize me despite my precautions. None. I never liked rolling the dice on a job, but sometimes it was the only move. So while Gwendolyn left to ensure everything was ready for the party, we loitered about Gwen's study. Most of the books covered uninteresting scientific subjects, so I spent my time polishing a small knife I kept hidden in a forearm sheath. At the same time, Liz wandered about, taking in every nuanced decoration, award, and painting Gwendolyn had on display, until, halfway to the appointed time, Gwen returned. Jordan Dutton is a man, she said, putting that question to bed once and for all. It changes nothing, I said, reassuring Liz, whose professional facade hinted at cracking. We knew changing our roles was risky, but we accepted it. So, let's hope for the best. Worst case, we find another way to learn more about the heart. Liz nodded, but looked no less worried as she paced the room. The next time the door opened, Gwendolyn had news about the warder representative. He's here, she said. I don't recognize him, but he says his name is Victor Cartwright. Neither of us knew the name. My greeter is escorting him directly to the meeting room as we speak. What about Jordan Dutton? I asked. Is he out of commission? Gwendolyn smirked. Quite. He's sleeping off his excess of liquor, and the sleeping agent I slipped into his drink, somewhere private where no one will disturb him. We waited a few more minutes to give Mr. Cartwright time to get settled before following Gwen down an unremarkable hallway to an unremarkable room perfect for clandestine meetings. Plain walls, plain wood flooring, and a small table with a scattering of chairs around it. Victor Cartwright, who occupied one of the chairs, had the look of a compulsor about him. Neat beard and mustache, short-cropped hair, and a stern face that had never experienced a smile. He wore a pressed white shirt under a plain waistcoat. An equally unimpressive bowler and a long coat occupied a rack in the corner. One eyebrow arched at our arrival, but the warder made no other reaction, not even standing to greet us. Professor Dutton, I presume? Mr. Cartwright asked, his gaze passing over me to linger on Liz, studying her with an appraising eye I didn't appreciate. I wouldn't describe his stare as ogling, but more like sizing up his next meal. Liz extended a hand in greeting. Professor Jordan Dutton. Victor glanced at her hand but didn't take it. I assumed by your name that you were a man." Liz took his rudeness in stride, pulling out a chair opposite the warder and sitting. Gwendolyn followed suit. I continued standing, hovering in the background like an obedient assistant. "Most people do," Elizabeth said. "But as you can see, I am not. Is that a problem?" "None at all," Victor said in a neutral tone. When he said nothing else, Liz jumped right in. "Ms. Goddard tells me you need my help to solve a problem. She was light on the details, so perhaps you can enlighten me and my assistant. Oh, forgive me. This is Mr. Harrow." She glanced over her shoulder, sharing a private smirk. "My apologies, Mr. Harrow. It's so easy to forget you're there sometimes." I returned a thin smile, then bowed my head to the warder, who seemed uninterested in anything having to do with Alfred Harrow. "I represent the Warding Mining and Manufacturing Company," Mr. Cartwright said. "Our innovators have devised a new piece of mining equipment, but they're having difficulty achieving the proper energy yield." Liz leaned closer. "What kind of equipment?" "That's not important. Should you prove worthy of the task, we need your help to analyze the energy matrix." "Prove worthy?" Liz asked, smirking. "Yes, nothing more than a formality, I hope. Ms. Goddard speaks highly of you, but our design is at a critical stage. The mining industry is highly competitive, and secrecy is of the utmost importance during these early stages of development. I am authorized to share a sample of the energy our engineers are attempting to use to power the equipment, but only if you have the requisite knowledge to make this endeavor worthwhile. I'm sure you understand." Liz leaned back and crossed her legs. "Of course. By all means, fire away. No one knows more about energy formulation, transformation, or containment than I do. So, ask your questions." With elbows on the table, Victor steepled his fingers. "Very well. My first question is this. Given a source of arcane energy, what principles guide your approach concerning the storage of that energy?" I crossed my arms, which might have seemed like a gesture of concern, except I also leaned against the wall and yawned at the perceived simplicity of the question. Liz glanced my way, admonishing me with her eyes. "Sorry," I said, ducking my head. "Arcane energy?" Liz asked Mr. Cartwright. "I thought the Warding Company designed mining equipment." "The question may exceed the parameters of our current project, but I assure you, it is necessary. If, however, you cannot answer—" "No, it's fine," Liz said. But instead of answering the question, she fell silent for some seconds until even that little bit of time stretched into an eternity. I shifted, hoping our endeavor wasn't over before it had begun. Liz interrupted the uncomfortable silence by clearing her throat, either buying time or waiting for Gwendolyn to step into the conversation. But that wouldn't do, and Liz knew it. Fortunately, she was only posturing, allowing the question to ferment before skewering it. "For effective containment," Liz said, "I recommend starting with the properties of the container itself. The material must resonate with the type of energy stored to prevent leaks. Crystal-infused metal or enchanted glass are two viable options." Liz affected a thin smile. "I can provide more if needed." Victor gave no response other than to ask the next question. "How do you ensure the energy's stability over time once it's contained?" A thoughtful expression crossed Elizabeth's face as she considered the question. She absent-mindedly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her brow furrowing in concentration. "Stability hinges on several factors," she began, her tone contemplative, as if piecing together a complex puzzle. "First, implement glyphs of stabilization to counteract fluctuations in energy. A constant low-level infusion of an external stabilizing force will maintain equilibrium from there." Victor raised an eyebrow. "External stabilizer? What might that entail in practical terms?" Elizabeth raised her hands, genuflecting as she spoke. "Some might suggest a flow of ambient ether, but I prefer something more constant, like a mechanical energy generator. This prevents depletion or wild surges, providing a more predictable field." Mr. Cartwright sniffed. "How would you implement the transference of contained energy to another system?" Silence, while thoughts swirled through her mind. "Transference requires precise calibration. First, I'd establish a conduit. something like a resonance chamber that harmonizes with both the source and the destination. Employing an alchemical catalyst typically enhances the efficacy of the transfer. Can you elaborate on what constitutes an effective catalyst in this context? Of course. Liz leaned back, comfortable with the way the session progressed so far. I'd consider a rare element possessing unique vibrational properties. Silurite, for example. It amplifies energy flow and reduces the chance of backlash during the transference. Victor pursed his lips, considering his next question. What about formulation? During a high-yield energy expulsion, is it necessary to... Gwendolyn shoved her chair back and stood. Are you not satisfied already? Professor Dutton has answered every question without batting an eyelash. You're putting Mr. Harrow to sleep and risking my ire because you're keeping the professor and me from my reception? Now, if you have something to examine, let's have it. Otherwise, we're finished here. Victor raised an eyebrow at Gwen's display. I have more questions. I don't doubt you do, sir, I said, pushing away from the wall. But the professor has had a long day already. We arrived in the city this very afternoon, and Professor Dutton already had a full schedule before Ms. Goddard passed on your inquiry. I cautioned Professor Dutton about taking on too much, but the mystery around your request intrigued her to no end. However, if you remain unsatisfied with her qualifications, then, as Ms. Goddard indicated, our business must conclude so the professor can return to her planned schedule. I pushed my spectacles back to the bridge of my nose and waited for the warder's response. We all did. Mr. Cartwright leaned back in his chair, the most movement I'd seen from him since we'd entered the room. I am not yet satisfied with Professor Dutton's level of expertise. However, I am sensitive to the challenges of maintaining a busy schedule, so I appreciate your patience. I must stress the secrecy of what I am about to show you. Knowledge of it must not leave this room. Victor withdrew a small crystal suspended within a housing of bronze ribbons from his waistcoat pocket. The ribbons had tiny glyphs etched into their surface, and the crystal glowed crimson. In fact, it did more than glow. It pulsed like the heart of the dragon did in Finrad's treasure vault. This is a sample of energy taken from a very special artifact. I am not at liberty to discuss the artifact itself, but I can tell you that the energy is unlike anything anyone has seen in the modern age. We all felt the electric intensity charging the room, but Elizabeth took the sample with a steady hand. The container was delicate yet imposing, the faint pulsating glow of the energy within, casting shifting patterns against the walls. Liz ran her finger along the bronze ribbons, stopping at each intricate, shimmering rune that pulsated in sync with the energy inside. Carefully, Liz rotated the vial, examining each symbol. The containment glyphs are duplicated many times, she murmured. You must have some concerns regarding the intensity, even though the sample is relatively small. Mr. Cartwright said nothing, waiting for Liz to complete her initial assessment. I wondered at the extent of her knowledge, but there seemed no end to how much she knew. The material choice is excellent. Bronze conducts and stabilizes energy flow, enhancing the efficacy of the runes. Her gaze wandered to the crystal vial. This isn't ordinary glass. There's a grain to its structure that suggests magical properties. She angled the vial with delicate precision to observe the energy swirling inside. The energy almost appears pyromantic in nature. What do you think, Ms. Goddard? Gwen leaned closer. I did my part too, hovering over their shoulders as if examining the energy myself. Gwendolyn held a measuring device over the sample. I agree it appears pyromantic, but its frequency tells a different story. It's certainly not one I've seen before. That's interesting. Gwen's expression became thoughtful. The frequency changes as it pulses. We rarely see such fluctuations, I said, unsure but knowing that even if I was mistaken, it mattered little since I was nothing more than an assistant. That's right, Mr. Harrow, Elizabeth Ms. Dutton said. Energy sources always exhibit a predicted range, but look at the fluctuation. It has 3 different base frequencies. It's like 3 different sources entirely, yet it's only a single energy stream. 3 sources? Gwendolyn asked, her gaze fixated on the pulsing energy. Yes, you're right. There, see it? There are 3 distinct pulsating rhythms. I noticed it too. 2 pulses, or beats, then 3, followed by 2 more, 3, 2, 3, before ending at 4 beats in succession before returning to the original pattern. Mr. Cartwright sat up a little straighter. We attribute that to the nature of the device. The challenge we have encountered is harnessing all the device's energy. Combining the 3 sources is proving challenging. Liz rotated the sample in her hands. It seems like a simple recombinator would solve that problem, wouldn't it? Gwendolyn asked. We tried that, of course, Victor said. But the sources themselves resist. It's almost as if they are a thing alive, and each does not wish to combine with the others. Something magical? Liz mused out loud. Or some property of the energy itself? That is something we hoped you could tell us, Victor said. Liz placed the sample on the table. I make no promises, Mr. Cartwright, but rest assured I intend to give this my full and utmost attention. If a solution exists, I will find it. Mr. Harrow. She glanced about as if she'd forgotten I was there, then recoiled in surprise when she noticed me standing so close. By the old gods, Mr. Harrow, must you hover? Back away from us. Yes, ma'am. I took a humble step back. What can I do for you, Professor? Clear tomorrow's schedule. But, Professor, you've already committed to... I don't care. This is too important. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even. Give my regards to whoever I'm meeting tomorrow and see if they can reschedule. We'll remain in Alchester another day or 2 if needed. Of course, Professor, I responded dutifully. Liz returned her attention to Mr. Cartwright. Is there someone I can contact if I have questions or exhaust the sample before my analysis is complete? Mr. Cartwright smiled the thinnest of smiles. I think you'll find the sample more than adequate. It will take many such analyses before exhaustion. It is one of the unique properties of this energy type you will undoubtedly become familiar with soon. As for any questions you have, I will be your one and only contact. I will leave my information with Ms. Goddard. Liz and Gwen stood when Victor did. Above all other things, Professor Dutton, warding M&M requires the utmost secrecy regarding this project. You are not to share the sample or any resulting data or findings you collect with anyone outside this room. Failure to respect our wishes will result in consequences to your professional standing and your well-being. A lesser woman would have done a double-take, as if she'd misheard Mr. Cartwright's words. That same lesser woman might have become flummoxed or even frightened at the not-so-veiled threat. As Victor Cartwright was about to discover, Professor Dutton was not a lesser woman. Did you just threaten me, Mr. Cartwright? Victor's lips twisted into a smug smile. Consider it a precautionary warning. Nothing more. Huh, Liz said. Mr. Harrow, I believe this gentleman threatened me. Shall I hold off canceling tomorrow's meetings after all? I asked. Liz leveled her piercing stare at Victor. She said nothing, letting the silence hang between them. It was all for show, of course, but I still found it satisfying watching Liz turn the screws. Like your company, Mr. Cartwright, I'm careful about my choice of partners. If you say the practical application of this energy has to do with mining equipment, then I'll take your word for it. But we both know there are those in the world who wish to use science and technology for nefarious purposes. I'm not so virtuous that I'll bow out at the first sign of impropriety, but I also will not stand for threats or warnings against me or my assistant. Is that clear? Victor effected a slight bow. Apologies. Liz dismissed him with a glance. Ms. Goddard, do you have a facility I can use to perform my analysis? Gwendolyn did, so while she spoke of making arrangements to have her black blades accompany the professor and me there, I volunteered to escort Mr. Cartwright from the premises. At the door, an attendant retrieved Victor's coat. I signaled for mine and the professor's as well. Victor dismissed the doorman's attempt to call a carriage and stepped outside, where falling snow disturbed the warm light coming from nearby streetlights. Without a word of farewell, Mr. Cartwright strode away into the night. Liz soon joined me. With the reception still ongoing, we kept up appearances while putting on our coats and waiting for our transportation. Everything all right, Alfred? Liz asked me. Everything is fine, Professor. Is all arranged with Ms. Goddard? It is, Liz said. We'll begin tonight. We, or she, rather, hope to have an answer by tomorrow. That soon? She knows her science. When she noticed my contemplative stare, she leaned closer. Something wrong? Nothing at all, but Liz knew me too well. You don't trust Ms. Goddard will do what she says? Of course I don't. Do you? Well, no. You think she'll double-cross us? I paused because I wasn't sure. I think I'll try to find out. You want help? I shook my head. I'll poke around a bit on my own. If she's up to something, I'll come find you. Outside, we dove into our carriage. While we warmed our hands by the heating stones, the driver lashed the draft and off we went, plowing through the ever-thickening blanket of snow. So, I said, you're free of Jordan Dutton's persona until tomorrow. And you, Alfred Harrow. But the night is still young, I said, tugging at my fake beard. Dinner? Drinks? You pick the place. Liz leaned against my shoulder, so I wrapped an arm around her. Soon she closed her eyes, humming a soft tune while I watched the snow fall through the carriage window. I'd told Liz nothing was wrong, but that wasn't true. Though she'd given no sign, I knew Gwendolyn too well. She was up to something, and I needed to find out what. Act 5. The Enemy You Know, Part 2. Some hours later, we parted company. Liz had early morning duties with the guild, and I had my business with Gwendolyn. Returning home, I changed clothes and selected a small number of weapons, chief amongst them my long knives, Steel Island sword, and, courtesy of Jarek Blackwell, my new depleter crossbow. After acquiring the weapon from Blackwell, I went straight to Heavy Hammer with it. We both decided the weapon was most effective in my hands, so I hung onto the crossbow, adding it to my arsenal. Since then, I kept it with me almost all the time and always when prowling about at night. Isadora's reign of terror hadn't slowed, and while I'd spent considerable time searching for her these past few nights, she remained elusive. But I also knew we'd stumble upon each other eventually. The weather dictated extra layers, so I wore a thin base and a heavy wool gambeson under my studded leather vest, a heavy winter cloak over my shoulders, and a thicker-than-usual mask to keep the worst of the chilling wind from my face. Since repeated days and nights of freezing temperatures had left the rooftops frozen and treacherous, I wore spiked boots, the points shallow enough to grip without obstructing my running ability. The Progressive Society had multiple facilities across the city, though not all were equipped to complete the analysis of the heart's energy. But Atticus had access to those same laboratories. Since Gwendolyn wouldn't risk her chief rival interrupting her, the chances of the sample arriving at one of those were close to zero. That left only Gwendolyn's personal laboratory, its location a closely guarded secret, but one I had known about for some time. I ventured there now, carefully leaping across rooftops because of the slippery conditions. Not surprisingly, most everyone had abandoned the streets below to the persistent flurries. The initial euphoria of the season's first snowfall had given way to grumblings about how much longer it would last, so that soon more and more people stayed indoors, wrapped in blankets and warming themselves by their fireplaces rather than brave the bitter cold. Even cobble stompers, grown tired of it, clustered inside guard stations on nights like tonight. I didn't like the conditions much either. But my business didn't stop just because the weather turned. Someday, I might tire of dealing with the harsh conditions like so many others. But not tonight. Gwendolyn sequestered her private laboratory amidst the quietness of a modest neighborhood. Screens covered windows, and nothing stood out about the place unless one noticed the regular delivery of alchemical supplies as I had. From the rooftop I saw Gwendolyn's carriage parked in front, so I tried peering through a snow-covered skylight by dusting a minimal amount of the snow away. I spied flickering lights and, leaning close, heard the distinct hum of machinery. I took both as a sign someone was inside working, but though I watched for movement, I saw none. Other than the machinery, I heard nothing. Neither did I see the expected pulse of crimson light. With the beginnings of a bad feeling needling at me, I dropped to the back of the house. I confirmed my suspicions when I spotted a Black Blade mercenary folded over on the ground, a frozen puddle of blood beneath him. Whoever killed the guard had also smashed the back door in. Drawing a knife, I crept inside. Boot prints outlined with slush marked the floor coming in and out. Past a small storage area, I entered the laboratory, where dim light from gas lamps flickered, their warm glow casting dancing shadows across walls adorned with intricate wood paneling and brass fixtures. Everywhere I looked, pandemonium reigned. Parchments covered by elegant scripts and elaborate sketches, some stained by spilled alchemicals, lay scattered across polished oak tables. Broken glass from vials or beakers littered the floor. Toppled stools, unattended experiments in the form of bubbling beakers, and the steady hum of unattended machinery highlighted the rest. A flash, an arc of energy, captured my attention, but it proved nothing more than a discharge between two coiled metal rods. I sniffed, wondering at the smell, which was at once acrid with alchemicals, but tinged by a hint of something metallic. Blood. Rounding a piece of machinery, I spotted two bodies sprawled across the floor, their lab coats stained dark. Gwendolyn's assistants, their lifeless eyes staring at nothing. Mindful of assassins lurking in the shadows, I crouched to examine the bodies. Like almost anyone, the pair had likely tried to turn and flee at the first sign of danger, but they weren't quick enough. One had a deep stab wound straight through his back. The other, lacerations across his hands, a cut to his arm, and, the final killing blow, a blood-soaked dent in his skull. The disparate wounds, one stabbing and the other blunt force, indicated at least two attackers, probably more, given how many boot tracks covered the floor. I explored the rest of the laboratory looking for Gwendolyn. I found two more black blades by the front entry, both dead from multiple stab wounds. Moisture, melted snow, I figured, speckled both corpses. They were likely killed outside and then dragged into the lab, so no passers-by stumbled upon them by happenstance. For reasons unknown, I breathed a sigh of relief when I didn't find Gwendolyn's body. She wasn't dead, but neither was she here. But did she flee into the night, leaving her carriage behind? Or did someone take her? Also, I wondered about the energy sample. Scanning the room once more, I sifted through the carnage on the floor and glanced across the tables, not seeing it. It wasn't in the open. The lack of a pulsing crimson light told me that much. But if Gwendolyn had enough advanced warning, she might have hidden it somewhere. Again, energy sizzled between the pair of metal rods. I ignored it, focusing on places where one might hide something valuable. A safe was an obvious possibility, so I started checking the walls, which were sparse and disappointingly bare of paintings or hidden catches. But I noticed something odd in one corner, a pair of floorboards, one higher than the other on one side. I pried the higher plank up with the tip of my knife, revealing a small floor safe. The metal door was closed but not locked, meaning someone had been in a hurry. Inside, buried amidst some scrolls and coins, I saw the warder's energy sample, still pulsing like a proverbial heart. That the sample remained meant Gwen's abductors, assuming someone had taken her, had come for her and her alone. But who kidnapped her? Not the warders. That wouldn't make much sense, given her business relationship with them. The Jakaree? Perhaps, though I didn't see the connection. Gwen had multiple enemies across the city, but few possessed the will or the resources to take down 3 mercenaries. Not to mention the pair of scientists. Their deaths struck me as unnecessary, suggesting a blatant disregard for life and a desire to leave no witnesses. I considered visiting Atticus, but something about this situation told me I didn't have time to waste if I hoped to find Gwendolyn alive. Which begged the question, why even look for her? I had the sample. I could deliver it to Atticus or the Cranes and have them determine what we needed to know about it. With Gwendolyn out of the picture, I'd call off my plan to ensnare her in a legal quagmire. No more deception, backstabbing, or wondering about trusting her. Her absence also dealt a blow to the warders, who relied on her intellect and resources. The benefits of saving her? I couldn't think of any. Gwendolyn was no damsel in distress. She could take care of herself. But if she was in over her head, she had no one on her side to help drag her back above the surface. It's a situation I had seldom found myself in, but only because of people like Olivia, Thorn, Elizabeth, and even Malachi. Who knows what depths I might have fallen into if not for them? I sighed, because I knew I'd already made up my mind to find her. I kept the sample, stowing it away in a secret pocket. Outside, I watched drifting flakes of snow fall while I thought. Gwendolyn might not have allies, but she had employees, not the Black Blades. Captain Nelson was as useful as a dull knife, but I knew someone with the intelligence to help shed light on her possible abduction and the brawn to help free her. Given the late hour, I took a chance I'd find him at home rather than a fighting arena. I knew a shortcut, so a few alleys and blocks later, I stood before a 2-story tenement with faint illumination shining through the snow-dusted windows. Lowering my mask, I ascended the steps to the front door and knocked. Heavy footsteps within told me someone had heard me, so I folded my hands before me and waited. "Who the hell is it?" a gruff voice called from inside. "Something has happened, Raid," I said. "Ms. Goddard is missing. I need your help." The door swung open on well-oiled hinges, revealing a dwarf who was definitely not Raid, nor was she a man. "Kess Lendon, I presume?" I asked, remembering Raid's sister from the one time we'd met. "Yes, that's me," she said, her husky voice threatening to knock icicles loose. Kess shared her brother's dark hair, though hers cascaded in a long, intricate braid. Her sharp nose and wide, penetrating eyes exuded an air of keen intellect and insatiable curiosity. Tonight, her attire merged the comfort of an evening at home with the readiness for hard work. A plush night robe draped over her broad shoulders, fluffy slippers, and, incongruously, heavy leather work gloves stained and worn from countless hours of labor. She held a pair of iron tongs, suggesting a readiness for tasks unknown. "What's this about Ms. Goddard?" "Kess, who the hell is it?" Raid shouted from somewhere inside. "Like brother, like sister." "Perhaps if I can come inside?" I asked. Kess's gaze lingered on my armor and weapons, but she stepped back with the door held open. I stepped into the foyer, immediately finding myself greeted by Raid, who was dressed for neither sleep nor work in a simple tunic and breeches. Froth stained his thick, dark beard, and he held a long-handled axe equally suited to the battlefield or dealing with intruders. "You," he said, not lowering his axe. "Apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour." Kess removed her gloves. He said, "Ms. Goddard is missing." "That right?" Raid eyed me up and down. "You have anything to do with it?" "Not this time. I just came from Miss Goddard's private laboratory." Raid eyed me suspiciously. "The laboratory no one is supposed to know about?" "That's the one," I said, crossing my arms. "Nothing is that hard to find if you know where to look, which is actually why I'm here. Someone broke into the lab after they killed the guards outside. Ms. Goddard's assistants are dead too. I saw no sign of Ms. Goddard, alive or dead." I said nothing about the energy sample because it seemed to have no bearing on the current situation. Shifting his axe to a one-handed grip, Raid wiped the froth from his beard. "Who do you suspect?" "I came here to ask you the same question." Raid chewed his lip, thinking. "The warders." I shook my head. "I helped Ms. Goddard with something related to the warders earlier this evening. She was in the middle of performing an analysis for them. They didn't do this." "Then what about the Jakaree?" Kess asked. "A possibility," I said. "But why?" Raid kept chewing his lip, looking remarkably like someone who knew something but wasn't sure he should tell me. Kess agreed. "Damn it, Raid," Kess huffed. "You look like your head's about to explode. Out with it already. Might as well tell him." I glanced from one to the other, waiting. Raid brandished his axe at his sister. "You know I wasn't supposed to say anything, Kess." "Too late for that now, isn't it? Besides, given the circumstances, I don't think Miss Goddard will mind. And best point that thing somewhere else unless you want it cleaved halfway up your arse." Sighing, Raid lowered his axe so the head touched the floor. "The Jakaree probably took her." "Probably?" Raid scratched his head. "The Jakaree took her. I'm sure of it. Did you see a device in the laboratory? About 3 feet tall, a lattice shell around parallel energy conduits topped with a harmonizing crystal sphere?" "You mean a Tillwood device?" I asked. "A what?" "Oh, That's what the cranes are calling it, aren't they? Yes, I meant a Tilwood device. Ms. Goddard got tired of trying to retrieve the design for her old one, so she designed and built a new one. She said she had so much time to think about it, she came up with a better version anyway. I know the cranes built one based on the old specifications and that they tried to keep it secret, but Ms. Goddard knew about it the moment they turned it on. So much for the shielding the cranes had implemented. Raid went on. Whatever Remy and Ruby built is a prototype at best. This one's the genuine article. No energy degradation over time or leakage. Turn it on, and it'll increase any generator's power output indefinitely. Or if you need a massive surge for a shorter period, it'll do that too. Except for one thing you aren't telling him, Raid, Kess said, a peevish look on her dwarven face. Ms. Goddard's generator ain't finished. But it's close, Raid shot back. I don't doubt she'll have it completed in no time, assuming she lives long enough. Is that how you know the Jakaree abducted her? I asked. They were after the machine? Aye, Raid said. A week ago they tried buying the design. Raid chuckled. They offered a fair price, but Ms. Goddard told them to take their offer and shove it. Her creation is worth far more than mere coin. Kess jutted her chin. And that's coming from a dwarf, so you know it means something. The Jakaree had come to mind, of course, especially since the wounds the mercs had suffered aligned with Jakaree weaponry, but without a connection to Gwendolyn, I remained uncertain of their involvement. But I had a connection now. The Death Priests had tried once before to build a Tilwood-like device, even stealing the Artificer's plans to help with that endeavor. Raking the fingers of one hand through his beard, Raid asked, "But where would they take her?" "They've taken over one of the old temples," I said, knowing this, because I like to remain aware of my enemies. Raid lifted his axe and slapped the head into an open palm. "Then that's where we'll look. Kess, fetch your armor. I'll get my gauntlets." "Wait," I said. "Something doesn't seem right. You said the Jakaree tried to make a legitimate offer for the machine, right? When was that?" 3 days ago. "Did you recognize their envoy?" Raid shrugged. "I didn't see him, but I imagine he was just another tattooed priest like all the rest." Not helpful. So, I asked, when Gwendolyn refused, what did the Jakaree say? Placing his axe over a shoulder, Raid said, "Ms. Goddard told me he was none too happy. She had black blades with her, so the priest wasn't about to try anything stupid. He gave her an ultimatum, time to reconsider and all that." "How much time?" Raid looked up, thinking. "I think she said 5 days." 5 days, I said. "So, why return in force 3 days later?" "They got tired of waiting?" Kess posed. "Or something changed," Raid added. "Maybe they couldn't wait any longer." Both were plausible explanations, but I had a third in mind. "I need an hour," I said. "An hour for what?" Raid asked. "To properly sort this out." "You think someone else took Ms. Goddard?" Raid asked. "No, I'm sure the Jakaree did. It's more of a question of which ones." "Why does that matter?" I shook my head, thinking. It may not. Or it may mean everything. Both dwarves stared at me in confusion. "I can't explain right now. But if I'm right, we may have more than the Jakaree to deal with. The Death Priests have aligned themselves with a Blood Witch. I've crossed paths with her a time or two. One of those times, it took another witch to fight her off. The other times, I got lucky." Raid grunted. "I think I know that other witch. Matilda's her name, right?" "That's right. Matilda's made herself hard to find, but that's why I have this." I shrugged the depleter crossbow from my shoulder. Raid let out a whistle. "Nice piece of machinery there. Can I take a closer look?" He held his hands out, fingers grasping with eagerness, so I handed the bow over. He examined the weapon from top to bottom. When he was finished, he let out another whistle. "That's a damn fine piece of machinery indeed. Oak stock, steel fitting, and a precision-crafted trigger mechanism. But this right here makes the weapon. A high-intensity luminar crystal charged with arcane energy, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not. Pull the trigger, and the luminar discharge fires a bi-directional energy stream. A conductive loop, if you will, with the returning stream tied to the containment vessel. Raid eyed me sharply. You're planning to drain the witch's magic, aren't you? More than that. Hopefully her life, too. He handed the crossbow back to me. Kess crossed her arms. But what happens if you miss? I don't intend to miss. No one ever does, she said. What do you think, Raid? Think we can help out if the bow doesn't do the trick? Raid humphed. We're the best combat engineers this side of Shantywall, so I hope so. Is 1 hour enough time? I asked. They both shrugged, but Raid said, It'll have to be. We agreed on a place to meet, and then I left. The engineers had their work cut out for them, and so did I. Snow blanketed the night-dark avenues. Street lanterns, which had guided me this far, shone no longer once I passed into the temple district. The world didn't have a use for gods anymore, so why fill streetlights with oil when no one ventured this way other than vagrants, beggars, and tattooed death priests? I crunched through the snow for a block, with the picked-over, snow-blanketed ruins of minor temples rising on either side, when I felt eyes on me. Sequestered in deep shadow, the priests did nothing more than observe my passing, though I imagined calloused hands settling on dagger hilts and gazes narrowing as they wondered what I was about, trespassing like I was. I made no effort to hide my presence. On the contrary, I stayed in the middle of the street, with my arms lifted and hands empty. I'm here to talk to Onias, I announced into the darkness, stopping when a thick-robed priest, his bald head and face marked with the distinctive geometric Jakaree tattoos, emerged ahead of me. This one held a torch, which he lifted high to take the measure of me. Though armed, the lanky priest kept his weapons sheathed. I took that as a good sign. Come with me, the priest said, turning without bothering to see if I followed. We traversed several blocks before turning toward a temple worse off than the others we'd passed. Only one wall of the original structure remained. Piles of debris spoke to the condition of the others. We walked around the remaining wall, stopping at a wide hole in the ground with stone steps leading down into the void. My escort whistled, a practiced pattern met by heavy footfalls coming up the stairs. Soon, another priest joined the first. Come with me, this new one also said. The other blended into the darkness to return to his station. Once more, I followed, descending into the underground, where the path was at least snow-free. Here, lanterns strung up along either wall provided more than sufficient light to guide us, or to allow a priest, many of whom we passed, to stab me in the back. But though I couldn't rule out an attempt on my life, I had to believe that here, where Onias's influence was at its strongest, I was as safe as possible, even with so many Jakaree surrounding me. Wait here, my second escort said. Through an archway and from a voluminous chamber lit by half a dozen cooking fires, the delicious aroma of food cooking engaged my senses. Fires spotted the darkness, their light illuminating death priests preparing food, stirring pots or gathered together in small rings emitting murmurs of conversation. It surprised me to see Jakaree engaged in such ordinary activities, but I supposed everyone must eat and eat well if the sizzle of meat was any indication. Intrigued, I ignored my escort's instructions and waded into the smoky room. Plenty of hateful stares looked back at me, but not all. A woman, only the second Jakaree female I'd seen other than Lyra, offered me a slight nod, which I returned. She tended a cooking fire, dashing a sizzling platter with garlic as she shook the tray's contents. Like Lyra, her head remained unshaven, her hair short and chestnut brown. She also had none of the geometrically shaped tattoos. Past her I saw another woman, this one sharing cooking duties with a teenage boy, already shaved and tattooed like the adult men. Only the men bore the characteristic baldness and black and white symbols on their skin, or so I thought until I saw a woman who shared the male distinction. One of the circled gatherings proved a storyteller's ring, with one priest waving hands while telling tales as the others listened with rapt attention. Still, another, with half a dozen priests, featured a game of chance, bone dice shaken, then tossed across the floor. A collective groan, a universal sign the throw was not good, followed. I'd gone far enough away from my designated corner, so I stopped, observing an elderly woman wrapped in a blanket, sitting before an enormous fireplace, before a voice I recognized drifted in through the lazy smoke. You find the situation perplexing, do you not? I turned to face Onias, head priest of the Jakaree, his face lit by a smirk so pronounced it tilted the geometric configuration on one side of his face. He remained as I remembered him, a lithe, muscled figure, a stern gaze, and the most prominent of his tattoos, a black sun emblazoned right on his forehead, so dark it seemed to absorb every bit of the room's sparse light. His voice wasn't silky smooth, but neither was it laced with the roughness of gravel. But his tone was deep and husky, as if every word rose from deep within and carried the weight of his soul. He wore a simple beige homespun tunic, breeches, and closed-toe sandals. A wool blanket frayed at the edges covered his shoulders. Perplexing how? I asked. Onias came to stand next to me. I don't think I'd ever been this close to the man unless we were trying to kill one another. Surprisingly, along with the musky odor of sweat, I also smelled a hint of lilacs. You expected to see dark priests chanting while making heinous sacrifices to our god, Onias said, still smirking. Instead, you see people, families even, going about their lives like anyone else, cooking, eating, conversing with one another. No chanting or bloody sacrifices here. Not yet, I wanted to say. Instead, I said, I'll admit, seeing women and children? I failed to keep the surprise from my voice as two young girls and a boy ran into the chamber, laughing, smiling, and playing a game that looked like Keep Away or some close variation. The boy I spotted earlier was a teenager. These newcomers were adolescents. Maybe 6 or 7, though I had little experience with such things, so I couldn't be sure. Onias chuckled. Yes, children. Clapping his hands once, Onias spoke in a voice gone harsh. Peru, Lel, Ked, come here at once. Men in battle could not deny the high priest, so how could 3 small children? The trio stopped before their leader and stood at military attention. Onias placed his hands on his hips. Each of your mothers has warned you about such behavior, haven't they? He asked with a growl. No response other than plenty of squirming. Onias bent at the waist to lean closer. I know they did because I was there. Yes, High One, the children replied in unison. Onias straightened. Now, what is it you are doing wrong? Tell me quickly. We're not supposed to run so close to the fires, they said together, though each had a different variation, so the words emerged in a jumbled mess. Onias glared at them a moment longer before dropping to a knee. When he spoke, his harsh tone softened, making me realize his sternness was a ruse. That's right, young ones. It's too dangerous. There are plenty of other places to play. Now, go wash up. It's almost supper time. As one, the children fled, off to do as their patron ordered. Onias stood and sighed. Children, what can you do with them? You have any of your own? I asked, genuinely curious. These were not the Jakaree I'd come to know, so I wondered if the high priest might have a surprise or two of his own. But Onias shook his head. No, he said with some sadness. My path has always led in a different direction. It is a path we share now, as you've said many times. Yet still, you do not believe me. He wasn't asking, so I didn't answer. I'm here to make sure a debt was paid, I said. Oh? Onias asked, lifting a brow in my direction. And to ask a question? I am intrigued on both counts, the high priest said. But first, let us move closer to the fireplace. The outside cold seeps into this room like we've entered the shadow realm itself. The high priest settled us at the fire where the elderly woman sat. Her head turned our way, but the hood of her robe concealed all but the hint of frailty in the form of graying hair and parched skin before she looked away. You spoke of a debt, Onias said. You sent Matilda to Finrad's tower to free a high priestess of yours. Yes, the witch repaid her debt to me in full. Then Lyra made it home? Though I had peered through the smoky room for her, I failed to locate her thin figure and platinum hair. I hoped she had. Onias tilted his head. Tell me, what happened? I thought she died, I said as plainly as I could. She may have thought the same. A priest of yours, Scaraman, betrayed her. She sacrificed herself so I could escape the tower. For that, I owe her. Pity she isn't here to collect, Onias said, looking toward the elderly woman whose fire we shared. The woman stirred, straightening in her chair, rickety joints slow to respond. Flickering light from the fire danced across the hint of a weathered face. Her fingers, gnarled like the roots of an ancient tree, trembled as her hands lifted to pull back her hood. Even that seemed to take an extraordinary effort, her movement so slow I considered helping her. But Onias remained still, so I did the same, waiting as the fabric finally slipped away to reveal Lyra's shock of hair and icy blue eyes. The whispering shade decreed that you must live, assassin. So I acted, the woman who was Lyra yet not Lyra said. I remembered her as an alluring woman with porcelain skin, demure lips, and short hair blaring from her head like the whitest of winter storms. She spoke and moved with confidence because of the power she wielded. This woman, in comparison, was a crinkled caricature. Her white hair had gone gray, her smooth skin tired and old. Where before her slender fingers had cast powerful magic, now they were shriveled and bent. Yet, despite her outward appearance, when I peered into those icy blue eyes, which might be the one thing that hadn't changed about her, I knew without a doubt that this was her. But if you think you are in my debt, I will accept that, and perhaps call on you when I am in need. Anytime, I said, because I thought of nothing else to say. Lyra shifted in her chair, pulling her robe and the blanket over that tighter. It is so cold. Onias raised a hand to a nearby woman, who brought another blanket that she carefully placed over Lyra. The stricken priestess sank into her chair, letting the blanket envelop her. When she closed her eyes, I knew she had nothing more to say. It is good you have come, Onias said. There is something I have wished to speak to you about. I waited for him to go on. Some time ago, Au-Utet escorted you to a temple. He showed you the way of things. I remember. I also remember your underling trying to kill me. More than once, in fact. Au-Utet is actually the second reason I'm here. Oh? The more time I spent in the Jakaree sanctuary, the more it seemed Onias had nothing to do with Gwendolyn's abduction. Though I wanted to ask to rule out the possibility, I also recognized the decorum here. I was in the high priest's home as a guest, and he raised the subject of the underground temple first. Besides that, I needed to tread carefully. Accusing the priests of kidnapping someone would not win me any favors, especially if they had nothing to do with it. So, I said instead, my question can wait. You mentioned the temple. Onias paused, gathering his thoughts. Other than the crackle of the fire and murmured conversation heard above the clatter of food being doled into wooden bowls, silence settled between us. While I waited for the high priest to continue the discussion, I reviewed my memories of the temple. The wall paintings told a simple story of good versus evil. Dark priests and chivalric knights meeting in a contest from which only one survived. But if what Au-Utet had said was true, those dark priests were not the Jakaree. The Jakaree are not an ancient order, he told me. This temple predates the fall of the old gods. The knights represented the greater revelation of the two because the warders belonged to that ancient order. Pity the knights hadn't died out along with those ancient priests those many centuries ago, because then no warders would plague my city today. One of the paintings in the temple depicted a dragon, I said to Onias, who lifted a brow at my statement. I saw the warders forging scales in a foundry. Later, an associate and I discovered them, refining an alchemical solution that had the appearance of blood. Throw in the heart of the dragon, and it's hard to miss the pattern. Onias folded his hands before him. A friend told me Alchester isn't the first battleground you and the warders have chosen. How long have you been fighting one another? Years? Decades? I shook my head. Never mind. That doesn't matter. However long it's been, you must know a great deal about them. Onias nodded knowingly. We have learned much about our enemy over the generations. Generations? Their conflict extended far longer than I suspected. Then you must know what they're building. As you said, isn't it obvious? Obvious, maybe, but believable. Believe whatever you like, Onias said. That does not alter the reality of the situation. Soon the conflict between us will come to an end. At long last, the Dark One will gain a foothold in this world, and his reign of everlasting darkness will begin. I frowned. Sounds very apocryphal. Why the rush to end things? If you've been fighting for as long as you say, what's another millennia or two? I do not decide these things, Onias said, nor do the warders. The unifying convergence is almost upon us, and there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. Once the celestial bodies align and the veil between worlds is thinnest, we will ignite the horizon dichotomizer, and the Dark One will be free forever. The High Priest's expression turned sour. Only one thing can stop this from happening. Let me guess, I said. The dragon. Yes, but not in the way you think. I waited for him to explain. You know, we have initiated multiple attacks on the warders, he said, but they seldom, if ever, reciprocate against us. I wouldn't know, so I took his word for it. The warders have always thought in traditional terms. We are their enemy, and, as one might expect, one achieves victory against an enemy by wiping them out. But since coming to Alchester, their tactics have changed. Changed how? I asked. Now they no longer seek to stop us, but to stop the convergence itself. A servant's arrival carrying 2 wooden cups interrupted the high priest. The servant bowed, then held 1 cup out to each of us. Onias took his without hesitation. I followed suit. Honeyed wine, Onias said, drinking. I apologize for not providing refreshments sooner. I waved his apology away. By habit, I sniffed my cup, noting the delicate sweetness and thin viscosity as I swirled the contents. Without further ceremony, I drank. Sweet wines were not my favorite, but as the wine slid down my throat, I couldn't help but nod my approval. That's good. Onias affected a thin smile. Our vintners have limited resources, but they are expert fermenters. They use an age-old metheglin recipe handed down through the generations. I raised my cup. My compliments to them. I will pass it on, Onias said. I wonder, though, you drank without hesitation. Did you not fear poison? Under any other circumstances, perhaps, I said. But as strange as it may sound, of all the people here, I think you may be the one person I trust not to kill me. Onias chuckled. Trust is a delicate thing, is it not? So that is good to hear. Trust me when I say the warders no longer wish to destroy the Jakaree by direct means. Instead, they mean to destroy us by destroying your city. You see, the unifying convergence is more than celestial bodies moving through the heavens or the moon's alignment or even the specific time it is to occur. Most vital is its location, which is not as precise as, say, a specific house or temple or even a neighborhood. The location of convergence is Alchester, and beneath it, Chorus. The warders mean to stop the unifying convergence by destroying your entire city, assassin, and they will use the dragon to do it. The wine did little to assuage the sinking feeling in my stomach. How long? Soon. The unifying convergence will occur on midwinter's night. Winter solstice, or thereabouts, in other words, roughly 6 weeks from now. I mentioned the heart of the dragon, I said. The warders have it. It's the latest piece in their puzzle. Maybe the last, but they're having difficulty harnessing its energy. Onias drank. My engineers suspected as much. Something to do with a spike in ambient noise, Partagan tells me. We have known of the heart for some time, but its purpose remains a mystery. Partagan discovered the heart's frequency in our ancient lore, so he is attempting to program an encoder to act as a detection device. If we know the heart's location, we will try to stop the warders. The work, however, goes slowly. Though I carried the energy sample, which I didn't doubt might prove invaluable to their effort, I said nothing about it. For all Onias's overtures, he remained as much an enemy as the warders. You tried to purchase a device from the Society recently, I said. Specifically, you sent someone to speak to the Society's chief scientist, Gwendolyn Goddard. Onias tilted his head. His mouth was open, about to ask how I knew about that, but he closed it just as readily. It didn't matter how I knew, I suspected he thought. But since I did, he saw no reason not to confirm it. Ms. Goddard refused our offer. Why make an offer at all? Why not just steal it? Onias looked down his nose at me. We are not thieves. You stole the original plans from me, didn't you? The high priest continued to stare at me, his expression softening as he accepted the truth of it. We did indeed. But stealing is a last resort. When other avenues are open, I prefer to explore them. Much like you, the Jakaree live in the shadows out of necessity. It does our continued existence no good if we call unwanted attention to ourselves. While a simpler approach may have been to take the machine from Miss Goddard, I deemed such an act too risky. She is a well-respected member of the scientific community, and, if rumors are true, has the ear of the king, or at least his advisors. We do not need that sort of trouble. Besides, you know what happened the last time we stole something of significance. It had led to no end of entanglements for everyone involved, so I saw his point. Then tell me, I said, choosing my words carefully, why did AUDIOBOOK abduct Ms. Goddard and take the machine? Confusion, which seemed genuine, transformed into anger. How do you know this? The high priest asked, the hand holding his cup tightening around it until I thought it might shatter. I told him what I found in Gwendolyn's laboratory, along with what I didn't find. 2 dead scientists and 3 guards, and a prototype of the machine missing along with its creator. Ms. Goddard is working with the warders, so it wasn't them. You gave Ms. Goddard 5 days to change her mind, so unless you got impatient, who else besides AUDIOBOOK might have done this? Onias's rising anger seethed with the crackling fire until he shot up, his face flushing the deep crimson of an unsettling storm, to hurl his wooden cup into the fire. The rest of his wine splashed across the floor. Surveying the room, the priest's dark eyes flared with fury, sharp enough to draw a gasp from those closest. Mothers gathered children closer, and heads ducked lest they attract their leader's ire. At that moment, their high priest was not a figure of mere divinity, but a volatile force, ready to unleash his wrath upon anyone who contested him. I downed the remainder of my drink and stood, hoping I wasn't making myself into a target. Like it or not, AUDIOBOOK defied you again. The one question remaining is what you intend to do about it. Onias contained himself only with tremendous will. Still, he was no less angry as he glared at me. This is a matter for the Jakaree to solve. You may go. I crossed my arms. It's not that easy. Your lieutenant has Ms. Goddard. I need her to finish an ongoing project for me. She can't do that if she's dead. AUDIOBOOK will not kill her, Onias said, sounding sure. Maybe he won't, I said, but he's working with a blood witch. People have a knack for ending up dead around her. AUDIOBOOK will not let any harm befall her. As I understand it, Ms. Goddard's prototype is incomplete. She remains safe until it is finished. I wasn't so sure, but I was running up against my hour before I needed to meet Raid and Kess. All other things aside, I only needed to know where to find AUDIOBOOK. But if Onias knew, would he tell me? He might, but not for nothing. I'll make you a deal, Onias. I want Ms. Goddard returned safely. If I can guarantee you'll get a copy of the plans for her new generator, will you tell me where to find her? You ask me to betray my own, Onias stated flatly. I'm asking you to allow me to teach him a lesson. The high priest no longer glared at me. His gaze was somewhere else, scanning the chamber before he noticed his cup at his feet, which had bounced from the hearth after he threw it. He bent to retrieve it and stood. That lesson must come from me and me alone, which is why I cannot tell you where to find him. But I can take you there. I don't think... A copy of the plans, and I will escort you to where I believe AUDIOBOOK is holding Ms. Goddard. Those are my terms. In this, Onias held all the cards. The urgency of the situation was all on my side, with Gwendolyn's life in the balance. I could refuse his offer and go my way, but if that was a possibility with any chance at success, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. So I did the only thing I could do. I damned the consequences and accepted. I already recruited 2 others, I told him. They want to help with the witch. Onias grunted but said nothing, shouting to others to ready his weapons and armor. Soon enough, he donned dark banded armor and held a studded mace. "I am ready," he pronounced. "Only you?" I asked. "In this, I need no one else," he said, his earlier anger returning, or maybe it had never left. Act 5, The Enemy You Know, Part 3. The Lendons waited for our arrival at the designated street corner. As expected, all hell broke loose when Onias joined us in the street lamp's halo of light. While flurries of snow swirled around us, I explained the situation, including how I promised to give Onias a complete copy of the engineering schematics for Gwendolyn's new device in exchange for his help. Raid grumbled about that, but he soon realized, as I did, we had no choice in the matter. With that out of the way, and the dwarves over their initial disgruntlement at Onias's participation, we got down to business. "I see you've both come prepared," I said, eyeing their weapons and choice of armor. Right away, I recognized I made the right choice, asking for their help. Ordinary dwarves, with their meticulously crafted armor and finely honed weapons, were impressive in their own right, embodying the traditional strength of their mountains and forges. However, Raid and Kess stood apart. They were technologists and combat engineers of extraordinary repute, celebrated throughout the city for their ingenuity in crafting exotic armaments that transcended mere functionality. Their current ensemble was a striking testament to their reputation. Raid thumped his breastplate. Plate armor forged from pure Empyrean celestium and further hardened with a unique alchemical mixture. "The runes?" I asked. Symbols arranged in neat patterns adorned the armor's surface. "Dwarven battle runes," Raid said, offering little more than that. Most might think plate armor enough. Not Raid, who took no chances this evening, complementing his armor with a helmet and a circular shield embossed with runes matching the ones on his breastplate. I recognized his pile drivers, his magically or technologically enhanced gauntlets, from before. Raid added to his arsenal with the double-edged battle axe he brandished at me back at the house. Now, the polished head gleamed almost like a spectral thing under the pallor of the overhead light. Crystals embedded in its edge I hadn't noticed before flickering every time a tiny snowflake landed on the weapon's edge. He had fastened a sleek pulse weapon to his belt, its body crafted from a blend of dark, matte-finished metal and shimmering accents of an unknown alloy with a handle tailor-made for his meaty grip. At the heart of the weapon, a translucent energy chamber pulsed with a bright emerald hue, revealing swirling patterns of energy that danced excitedly. Next to her brother, Kess emanated a different kind of power. Where Raid exuded bulkiness and brutality, Kess was all about light movement and dexterity, her armor a supple weave clinging to her muscled form that made no sound as she shifted from one foot to another. I recognized the arrow-repulsing armor from when the pair had demonstrated its protective properties to a ballroom full of society guests. She gripped a warhammer bearing many of the same dwarven runes as Raid's axe and had a crossbow slung over a shoulder. Given everything else I'd seen, I doubted the weapon was conventional. The stock was polished dark wood, and the metal appeared similarly well-conditioned. Last amongst her weaponry, and the most intriguing, a bandolier laden with grenades crisscrossed her chest. Besides a triggering pin at the top, the body of each explosive was a different color, which I realized upon closer inspection were different alchemicals inside containers of clear glass or similar material. "You said you needed help with a blood witch," Kess said, patting her array of grenades. "So we tried to cover every angle." I remembered Inspector Wright's grenade, and how he had identified the Progressive Society as its source. I didn't doubt the Lendons had a hand in supplying the Ministry of Justice with such advanced explosives. "You are all welcome to do what you will to the witch," Onias said, "but leave Au Utet and the other Jakaree to me. Their punishment is mine to deliver. O nigh us took point, leading us halfway across the city, it seemed, until I got a sense of our destination. The Shambles, which in hindsight made perfect sense given Audiobooks' alliance with Isidora. Like a skilled predator, the witch thrived on the vulnerable and the unwary. The Shambles, with its shadows and secrets, was a rich hunting ground filled with both. Whispers of the vampire stalking the district's dimly lit back alleys had spread like a contagion, growing more vibrant with each retelling in taverns all across the city. I had observed such narratives firsthand, watching as drunken patrons leaned in closer, their eyes filled with awe and fear, while bards shared stories of the unfortunate souls who crossed her path in the darkness of night. Each story mixed fascination and dread, portraying Isidora as a nightmarish siren who lured the curious into the depths of her darkness. No one other than myself had peered into that darkness and lived to tell the tale, so while that qualified me to understand the extent of her wickedness, it provided no assistance locating her. The Shambles had too many hidden nooks and crannies, dark and twisting alleys, and cobweb-infested hidey-holes where she may have set up her lair. Yet Onias guided us without missing a step, leading us deep into the district until it became evident he knew Isidora's exact location because he had visited her there before. When I questioned him about it, he said only, "In this, the Dark One guides me." Deeper and deeper we went until I was sure we had entered a forgotten part of town, one I knew I'd never laid eyes on before. From the looks of it, I doubted many others had either. The snow-covered streets and alleys lay undisturbed and devoid of life. Darkness shrouded the windows of buildings looming around us, while the absence of street lamps left us in an unsettling gloom. Other than the wind howling through the recesses between deserted structures, the only sound was the crunch of our footfalls on the fallen snow. "We are here," Onias said, unceremoniously stopping before a dilapidated storefront tucked away between two crumbling edifices. This was an apothecary's abode before Isidora killed the woman and took possession of it. If Audiobooks perpetrated the abduction of Miss Goddard, then he brought her here. Amidst the swirling snowdrifts, the shop's entrance loomed dark and uninviting. A creaking sign, its imagery a silver crescent moon and a bubbling cauldron faded with time, hung above a wooden door pockmarked with rot and framed by warped wooden beams betraying years of neglect. A fragile herb wreath, its dried flowers dusted with frost, hung on the door, the whispering wind releasing the faint scent of lavender and rosemary into the icy air. Soft flakes settled on the moss and creeping vines that clung to the weathered walls, while inside, candlelight flickered behind leaded glass windows, casting ghostly shadows on the snow-laden cobblestone street. Leather under Raid's mail creaked as he shifted from one foot to the other. If not for the light, I'd say no one has lived here in a long time. "It is the witch's magic, which rots and perverts all," Onias said. Kess let out a sigh of apprehension, but she raised her hammer, ready to get on with it. "What's the plan? Do we knock, or do we smash the door down?" In the next second, it didn't matter because the door creaked open of its own volition. "So much for the element of surprise," I said, whipping my long knives from their sheaths. Onias raised his studded mace and Raid his battle axe. We fanned out, waiting and wondering what might come from inside the shop. No one expected a red mist except for me. "It's Isidora," I said. Billowing forth from the open doorway thick and heavy, the mist blanketed the cobblestones in a hue resembling fresh blood spilled upon the earth. Wisps curled into the air, tendrils reaching out so it seemed the very shadows retreated from their touch. Where falling snow pierced that gaseous cloud, white turned to crimson, the soft flakes melting into nothingness before touching the ground. As the fog continued billowing out, ominous laughter echoed from within the miasma, sentient and chilling, reverberating like the tolling of a death knell. "So nice of you to drop by, my little assassin." Isidora's voice sounded from all places at once. As the smoky haze neared us, Her laughter grew deeper, more resonant, echoing off the stone of the surrounding structures like distant thunder. The vapor coiled and twisted, swirling in a hypnotic dance, each tendril pulsing in rhythm with her dark mirth. Rich with malevolent pleasure, her disembodied voice wove through the crimson fog like threads of black silk. "I see you brought friends. How delicious of you." "Kess!" Raid yelled, backing from the approaching tendrils. "You waiting for an invitation or something?" But Kess was already in motion, removing a multicolored grenade from her bandolier. With practiced ease, she pulled the safety pin, cocked her arm for the throw, and tossed the explosive straight into the heart of Isadora's mist. The grenade exploded, but not in any way I'd ever seen. A concussive force sent a flash of light hurtling through the fog, but no sound accompanied the burst unless you counted Isadora's shrieking. The ear-piercing noise started at the mist's center and spread like a flash of light. Where it passed, the fog coalesced, darkened, and finally stopped moving, the tendrils grasping for us, freezing in place. Along with the mist's strange behavior, Isadora's wail quieted and soon fell silent. "That may not hold her for long," Kess said. "So throw another," I suggested. I considered using the depleter crossbow, but what did I shoot when I saw nothing but suspended crimson mist? Shaking her head, Kess said, "That type of grenade is gas-responsive only. With the mist solidifying, it won't have the same effect. We could try something more explosive, but unless we place a device deep inside the mist, impossible now, the way it's becoming solid, it won't do anything more than superficial damage. Same for your crossbow. Better save that for when it can really do some damage." Kess knew her business, so I didn't press. Besides, if the effect was only temporary, we didn't have time to sit idle. But with the front door blocked by the solidifying mist, we needed another way inside. I gestured at the window. Kess made quick work of it with her hammer. "Seems I'm having to do everything this evening," she said, knocking the last of the glass from the panes. "I suppose you all want me to go inside first, too?" I was already climbing through. "No, I'll go." Inside, the air was dense with an earthy scent, and shadows seemed to absorb the flickering light from candles struggling to penetrate the oppressive gloom. Still, I saw rough-hewn shelves sagging under the weight of countless glass jars and vials lining the walls. Some of the vessels glowed with an eerie luminescence, while others were murky, housing dark liquids alive with malevolence. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling in tangled clusters, their faded colors hinting at forgotten spells and long-dormant magic, while the faint rustle of their crinkled leaves echoed like whispers. A message from the prior owner, trying to tell me of her murder at Isadora's hands or something else? At the room's center, a heavy wooden table, scarred and worn from years of use, bore the marks of countless experiments. An ancient grimoire lay open on it, its pages yellowed and frayed, spell-laden text curling at the edges as if eager to escape. Shadows flickered over the delicate script, and though I tried to read the scrawl, the sigils were indecipherable and seemed to shift and writhe under scrutiny besides. Beyond the book, potions bubbled and boiled in various beakers, vials, alembics, and retorts. An ancient herb chest, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of twisting vines and whimsical flora, lay at the table's far end. Someone had left many of its tiny drawers open, their contents spilled across the table and onto the floor. In the farthest corner, a small hearth held remnants of long-extinguished flames, the ashes whispering of warmth long since faded from this place. Stepping away from the book, a prickle of awareness crept up my spine as I sensed unseen eyes watching from the shadows. But whatever the creatures were, they remained hidden, frightened of my intrusion, or perhaps wary of the dark power thrumming within this cursed place, their presence here as unwilling as my own. I stayed clear of the entry, where Isadora's cloud of crimson vapor hung heavy and thick, an impotent force for now. But for how much longer? As far as I could tell, no one else was here. Returning to the broken window, I signaled to the others that all was clear. Nias climbed through first, scanning the apothecary's gloom with a measured gaze. His face soon contorted in revulsion. "This place reeks of foulness." "Never thought I'd hear such words from your kind," Raid said, coming in next. "But I don't disagree with you." Past the mishmash of witch and apothecary paraphernalia, I spotted a back door. Dark lacquered wood fit the mood of the dower shop, but the triplicity of locks barring it smacked of something someone wanted kept secret, like an abducted chief scientist. I gestured at Raid to join me there. I could pick these locks, but I think you might have a faster way to open this door. Raid handed his axe to his sister, then activated his piledriver gauntlets. Their soft azure glow flared to life with his first punch. The door bounced half off its hinges in response. A second strike finished it off. Beyond the smashed door, a narrow stair descended into a pit of darkness. "You three go," Kess said. "I'll keep an eye on the witch. If it looks like she's breaking free of the coagulant, I'll give a shout." An alchemical glow stick countered the darkness awaiting us down the stairs. With every step, the air grew more frigid, and a heavy, musty scent pressed on us like a weight on our shoulders, slowing movement and thought. My light revealed damp stone walls and a basement more spacious than expected, where only the faint sound of someone's wheezing breath broke the atmosphere's unsettling silence. I followed that sound across an uneven floor slick with moisture. Old wooden barrels, some toppled over, proved nothing more than minor obstacles, their strange contents of desiccated plants and husks of small reptiles spilled onto the ground. A series of rickety shelves lined one wall, sagging under the weight of dusty tomes bound in cracked leather and jars filled with liquids of vibrant yet unsettling colors. Like above, some glowed, illuminating the darkness with an eerie luminescence, while others contained swirling mists that roiled and shifted as if possessed by some unseen force. In the far corner, scattered tools littered an old workbench. Mortar and pestle, glass beakers, and sharpened blades, all stained with dried remnants of strange brews, potions, and blood? Vials lay smashed on the floor, their contents mingling in pools of vibrant, glistening hues. A faint whisper, a voice barely discernible, echoed from the shadows, guiding us around a bend. Lifting my light high, I peered through the inky dark, trying to locate the source of the noise. "Gwendolyn? Is that you?" No response, but then I no longer needed one because I found one of the people we sought. The person was not Gwendolyn. Thick with muscles and broad of shoulder, AUDIOBOOK had a mental fortitude I'd often found indomitable, but to see him strapped to a table, his legs spread and his arms bound above his head, with cuts and slashes crisscrossing every part of him, did much to diminish my past remembrances. The Jakaree priest was only half conscious, but aware enough to shy from my light, dimming his eyes and looking away. But he also clenched his teeth, his jawline rigid as his entire body tensed. "Come back for more, witch," AUDIOBOOK said in a halting whisper. "You can take all you want, but you will never break me." As I inched closer, the priest's eyes flickered with defiance, but his body betrayed him, his limbs convulsing against his restraints as he tried to withdraw further into the table. Even the strongest had their limits. Onias brushed past me in his urgency to reach his stricken brother. "AUDIOBOOK, it is I, your guiding light." "Onias?" the burly priest croaked, crusted eyes blinking. "Onias!" While the high priest undid his brother's restraints, I walked around the table, stopping several paces later when I couldn't help but see the corpses piled one on top of the other. Next to me, Raid groaned. "Onias," I said, waiting for him to acknowledge what I'd found. AUDIOBOOK stood only by the grace of his liege, so the pair arrived together, with the one leaning on the other. Onias had his lips pressed firm as his gaze wandered over the scene. 3 bodies, all Jakaree, stacked one on top of the other, each as pale as a white, and drained of every last drop of blood. Gwendolyn, alive or dead, remained absent. No one asked who had done this because we all knew. What we didn't know was why. "Forgive me, Onias," AUDIOBOOK muttered, his breathing shallow and labored. The witch told us she sensed a coming conflict, that the meager energy she stole from the riffraff off the street would not sustain her. She took us so quickly. The others she drained right away. But she admired my strength, so desired to make it last the longest. She tried. His voice broke and he paused, taking a deep breath. No one faulted him, given what he had endured. She tried to break me, but she did not. Onias gripped his brother tighter. It is I who must ask for your forgiveness. I thought you had defied me. I never suspected you, and the others honored me with your bravery instead. Truly, the Dark One is with you. Onias's gaze drifted to the corpses. I see 3 of our brothers, but you had a dozen with you. Where are the others? She took them, Aoutet said, but I know not where. Rest easy, brother. We will find them. But first, let us leave this place. But the witch... She is incapacitated. Wait, I said. What about Gwendolyn Goddard? Where is she? Aoutet's gaze narrowed at me, perhaps recalling the battles we'd fought against one another. I hoped he also remembered the times we'd fought side by side. Aoutet may not understand the reason for my presence, but he shook off any hesitance and answered because even if he didn't trust me, he trusted Onias. The witch took her, but not here. Raid emerged from an unexplored area of the basement. I found the Goddard device. I suppose the witch wanted you to take that too. Aoutet shook his head. We took the machine to use for his greater glory. But before anyone said anything else, we heard Kess bellowing from the floor above us. Raid and I dashed for the stairs, leaving the priests to follow as best they could. We found Kess standing almost where we left her. But the solidified mass that was Isadora's essence had vanished. The grenade's effect wore off quicker than I expected, Kess said. By the time I realized she was free, it was too late to stop her from leaving. Did she harm you? Raid asked. Kess shook her head. Seemed in an awful hurry to get somewhere, though. Raid scratched his beard. I wonder where. She has another hideout, Aoutet croaked, as he and Onias emerged from the stairwell. She has the scientist there, a holy place of old, strong with elder power, she said. Isadora means to extract every bit of knowledge from her deep knowledge, the witch called it. To do this, she must perform a special ritual. Could she have also taken the other Jakaree there? I asked. It is likely, Aoutet said. Blood leaking from his many wounds stained the dark tattoos on his chest and arms. Where is this place? I asked. Aoutet took a breath and slowly removed his weight from his high priest until he stood using his faded strength alone. I will take you there. Onias reached out to him. No, my son. You are weak. Let me take you home so you can heal. But Aoutet shook his head and stumbled to a chest where armor and weapons awaited him. Grimacing in pain, he slipped on a leather hauberk and picked a studded mace resembling his high priest's weapon. He draped a heavy wool cloak over his shoulders. Moments later, his attention returned to Onias. Allow me to do this, High One, he said, the line of his jaw quivering. The witch betrayed me. She deserves to die by my hand. Onias placed his hand on the other's shoulder. We will do this together. Aoutet must have found hidden reserves of strength, because soon after leaving the apothecary, he pushed us at a pace we could scant match, leading us outside the snow-swept city to a place called the Echoing Grove. I'd heard of the Grove, how it was an ancient place of worship at one time. But like so many holy places, no one came here anymore, so the once manicured walkways leading into the grove had become overgrown and hidden, ancient stones marked by runes covered over by thick vines, and lichen-stained statues once revered as the holy representation of one god or another, toppled long ago by the shifting of the earth. Towering ancient trees, their gnarled branches heavy with fresh powder, formed a sacred circle that seemed to hum with an otherworldly resonance. The air was hushed, muffled by the thick blanket of snow that dampened the usual sounds of the outside world, and smelled of damp earth mingled with the faint sweetness of pine. Ahead, inside the circle of trees, light from torches bobbed and danced like a host of will-o-wisps waiting for our arrival. We spotted wisps of crimson mist curling around the tree trunks, moving in time with the sound of chanting coming from within the grove, dispelling any notion that Isadora didn't also expect us. "Better ready another grenade," Raid said to his sister. I didn't think Isadora would fall for the same trick twice, but it didn't hurt to try. We found an opening between the trees untainted by the witch's crimson mist and stepped into the glade. Immediately, we spread out. At the heart of the echoing grove lay an ancient circular altar, nothing more than a raised dais half buried in the snowfall. Made of smooth, time-worn stone, a layer of frost covered a surface etched with runes that glimmered in the dim light. At its center, Isadora, silent now, stood over Gwendolen, who was bound and gagged. Ringing them at the circle's outermost edge were the 9 missing Jakaree priests, each standing at perfect military attention, arms at their side, and gazes forward and unwavering. Crimson mist and the falling snow swirled about each of them, the air of something sinister about them suggesting their presence here was not willing. Isadora moved around her captive with deliberate grace, her eyes taking us in individually but lingering the longest on me. I was no wizard, but even I sensed the darkness coiling around her. With a thin smile across her lips, the blood witch continued to pace around Gwen, whose panicked gaze found mine. If I could offer her some reassurance, I would. But all I could do was stare back until Isadora's presence demanded my full and undivided attention. "Come to kill me, have you?" Isadora taunted, her laughter echoing through the grove like a sinister melody. "I have, witch!" Auutet roared as he rushed toward her. Isadora's laughter never stopped as an ensorcelled priest came between Auutet and the witch. "Stand aside, brother," Auutet said, coming up short. The one who stood opposite him continued staring ahead and said nothing. His eyes, though, flared a shade of red that matched the color of the mist. "They are mine now," Isadora said, "bound in spirit and mind." "Release them!" Onias yelled. "Or, by the Dark One, I will make you do so." Isadora rolled her eyes, her only response to the high priest's threat. Behind us, the crimson mist coiling around the grove's trees loosened its hold and began drifting toward us. As it did, it thickened and spread, closing off our escape. At the same time, Isadora's Jakaree descended from the dais and marched toward us. "We need to get Ms. Goddard away from the witch," Kess said. "I can't risk using my grenades with her so close." I shrugged the depleter crossbow from my shoulder, taking aim when I felt Kess's hand on my arm. "Not now," she said. "If you want to drain the energy of the magic all around us, then have at it. But if you want to kill the witch, better wait until we've subdued her. You only have 1 containment vessel. Once it's full, the weapon's done. Didn't whoever gave you the depleter explain how it works?" Cursing Jarek while grudgingly admitting a sorcerer-hunter's job was more difficult than expected, I put the crossbow away and instead drew my sword. "I'll free Ms. Goddard. Once I do, hit Isadora with everything you've got." But Isadora had other ideas. She wasn't here to fight. She'd come to complete a ritual, and that's what she intended to do. 1 step was all I took before the crimson mist surged over us like a relentless tidal wave, swallowing everything in its path. Instantly, as the surge engulfed us, the world dissolved into an endless sea of swirling red. My allies vanished behind me, and both Gwendolen and the witch were lost to the suffocating haze ahead. Never one for giving up easily, I kept moving. But the swirling mist obscured my senses until I found myself in a disorienting void, where I surrendered all sense of direction. Before me, the mist parted, inviting me closer. Another of Isadora's tricks, I figured, so I hung back, waiting, until a black tattooed visage burst into view as the Jakaree lunged at me with a katesh held high. Clang! I deflected the strike of his sword. As we parted, he dissolved back into the mist, which never stopped swirling and curling in on itself, flowing in such a way that even the hint of light in one direction shifted to appear from another. From a world away, the noise of a battle joined reached my ears. As the rhythmic chanting from earlier reverberated through the void once more, a second priest brandishing twin crysknives lunged at me. Though I relished a good knife fight, the priest seemed oblivious to the sword in my hand. As he thrust his blades forward, I stepped back, leveraging my longer reach to slice through his defenses and slash his chest to the bone. The mist again, roiling with anger this time, closed around the priest before I could see if I'd finished him. Though I knew Isadora meant to distract and keep us busy while she sucked every last drop of blood from her victim, the chanting sounding from every direction at once made it damn near impossible to determine its direction. I needed to find her now, before it was too late. "We played hide-and-seek once before, didn't we?" I shouted into the mist. "As I recall, you crawled away with a knife in the gut." The chanting continued unabated, but the mist's frantic vapors settled. Another priest emerged from the fog, his blade clashing against mine before disappearing back into the ether. "When you tried to take Eliza's blood at the slaughterhouse, she almost killed you, didn't she?" Slowing, thinning now, the chanting stopped, and Isadora's voice pierced the miasma. "The little brat won't get a second chance. When I find her and her mother, they will both drown in a sea of their own blood." A dwarven battle cry echoed from afar, followed by the whoosh of an energy weapon firing. "Tsk, tsk," I said. "That's no way to talk about family." "Silence, then," Isadora said. "So, she told you, though I doubt she told you everything." In fact, Matilda hadn't told me much at all about her relationship with Isadora, but the Blood Witch didn't need to know that. "Matilda told me enough," I said. "Did she?" Glimmers of anger tinged the witch's voice. With it, the mist thinned until I saw silhouettes, the others fighting with the errant Jakaree, moving through the tendrils. "Did she tell you of her betrayal? A sister should never turn on her own." "If you're sisters, I'm a goblin lord. You look nothing alike." Two priests circled my position, closing. "Family is more than blood sometimes. Once, we were true sisters in the same coven. The Bloodstone Coven." "Matilda, a blood witch?" "But Matilda betrayed me. She broke our sacred bond." "So, you're taking that out on her daughter?" "Yes, first her child and then her. They must both suffer for the wrong done to me." The priest continued circling, but slower now, one almost stopping to shake his head. Isadora's magic wearing off? "Matilda took everything from me. She made my life a living hell. For that I will—" The witch kept yammering. The nearest priests shook their heads and stared at the world around them in befuddlement. Noise from the battle at the perimeter had also faded. Meanwhile, as Isadora carried on, tallying her grievances now for all to hear, the mist thinned and thinned again until I spotted the altar with the witch and Gwen at its center. As I approached, Gwendolen came into clearer view. Aside from some bruising across her cheek and blood crusted at her nose, she looked no worse for wear. Her expression, a mask of stoicism, was betrayed only by the tremble of her lip. She didn't see me, nor did the witch, who continued babbling into the void. Slowly, I removed the depleter from my shoulder. The thinning magic meant I had my opportunity now, so as I reached the altar's edge, I lifted the weapon and took careful aim. Isadora spun around, sheer delight lighting her features. "Oh, come now. Did you really think it would be that easy?" I pressed the trigger. I recognized my mistake too late, realizing I should have put the weapon in her face before activating it. As the trigger clicked, a Jakaree sprang between Isadora and me. Not a sorcerer, the priest had little energy to take, so the blast of depletion energy extinguished him like a flickering candle, drawing his life force into the containment vessel. Isadora cackled as the shriveled husk hit the ground, and her crimson mist regained its vibrancy, once more suffocating the grotto with its impenetrable cloud. But I was so close now that the witch could no longer hide from me. I stepped closer and fired again. Once more, a priest, shambling to the altar as if guided by a puppeteer, came between us and died. "Next time, bring Matilda's little hellion with you," Isadora shouted. "At least then you might have a chance." At the edge of the raised dais, I pulled the trigger. But the instant my finger squeezed down, Isadora ripped the crossbow from my grasp and sent the weapon hurtling into the crimson void. So I drew my sword, preparing to slash at the witch with such precision and speed she couldn't. Isadora ripped the blade from my hand. "Want one more try before I kill you?" Isadora asked. Reaching into a fold beneath my armor, I said, "I have a better idea." I hurled the vial of Dragonheart energy at the witch's feet. What's—" Isadora waved a hand trying to deflect her impending doom, but the vial was unexpected, and she was too late. Far too late. Shattering on impact, tendrils of vibrant energy erupted from the broken vessel, clawing upward like sinister fingers that twisted around the witch like the bars of a cage. More than holding her, the crimson streaks sliced through her skin, burrowing deeply to ignite a blaze within her very bones. The grotto filled with a haunting sound as Isadora's mouth widened in a scream, her primal cry resonating with the agony she felt as the energies consumed her. I swept past her, reaching Gwen and freeing her from her bonds. The second her hands were free, Gwendolyn tore the gag from her mouth and said with chattering teeth, "It's about damn time. I'm freezing." I yanked her to her feet. "A thank you will suffice." We ran, with me dragging Gwendolyn along when she stumbled. "That was about the dumbest thing you could have done," she said, stuttering from the cold. "You're lucky we're both still alive." Isadora let out a blood-curdling shriek, her body writhing as the raw energy ripped through her. It worked, didn't it? But for how long? I spotted the others through the dissipating mist. 2 of Isadora's Jakaree lay crumpled at Raid's feet. Meanwhile, Onias and Auutet fended off 2 others, while Kess pushed another away with her hammer. A priest, his head smashed in, lay at her feet. Although the tide had shifted, Isadora's grip over her minions remained firm. Yet, with the witch now on her knees, racked by violent energy, how much longer could she maintain that control? "Wake up, brothers!" Onias yelled. Isadora's Jakaree kept on, unable to stop. "They do not hear you," Auutet said, grunting as he deflected a blade before it disemboweled him. "Better they die at our hands than continue to serve the witch. Better they join the Dark One in everlasting sleep than— Eh? What's this?" The still-living priests under Isadora's power stopped fighting. Those felled rose, standing still with their fatal gaping wounds on full display. Then, the skin of both the living and the dead changed color, shades of light and dark becoming a unifying crimson. "She's taken their blood!" Kess yelled. Minuscule droplets at first, so fine they formed a spray, exuded from the errant priests. But that soon became a full-fledged mist, tendrils lengthening and stretching toward the circle of the echoing glade. The tendrils joined, forming thickening branches that reached for Isadora. When the first tip of a branch touched her, her pitiful wailing lessened and stopped, and her expression turned from panicked desperation to teeth-baring rage. With her hand extended and fingers curled, I saw her lips moving, chanting the words to her bloodletting spell. We stood entranced, unable to act because what could we do? Even the dead had no refuge from the Blood Witch, as she leached their essence as easily as she did from the living. Cloudy tendrils of blood spiraled around Isadora like a grotesque dance as she regained her feet, her eyes blazing even as the Dragonheart energy crackled around her still. But as she stole more of the priest's life force energy, drawing their combined essence into her own, her face twisted into a grimace of unholy triumph. Slowly, her power grew as the heavy metallic scent of blood and dark magic strengthened. The living priests' faces contorted in silent agony, their skin growing paler by the second. At the same time, their dead brothers stood like macabre puppets, who, even in death, represented bountiful vessels for Isadora's twisted harvest. The witch raised her arms, and the blood mist responded, coiling faster, tighter, until it encircled her in a swirling vortex of crimson power. Kess removed a grenade from her bandolier. Desperate, she yanked the pin and hurled it straight into the bloody vortex. While the grenade still soared through the air, Kess grabbed her crossbow from over her shoulder, aimed and let loose, firing a bolt of energy that connected with Isadora at the exact moment the grenade exploded. The Blood Witch disappeared behind the blast, even as the concussive force of the explosion almost rocked us from our feet. Kess kept firing into the smoke, stepping closer with each bolt fired. Raid joined her, capping off his pistol. A priest to my left collapsed. With his blood and life force drained, the witch should have no further use for him. Except, moments later, his corpse shambled back to life. "Abomination!" Onias howled. Then the blast created by Kess's grenade melted away, revealing the Blood Witch, not blasted to smithereens as I hoped, but standing free of the Dragon Heart's energy, which must have finally dispersed into nothingness. Another priest collapsed, and another, until Isidora's bloody harvest was complete. But each of the stricken priests rose again, jerking, shambling, and falling in line with the others until all 12 stood against us. "We need to retreat," Gwendolyn yelled. "Eye to that!" Raid said. "Kess, break off! We're leaving!" Kess kept firing, each energy bolt brushed off by the Blood Witch. "Kess!" Raid yelled again. But she either didn't hear or wasn't willing to give it up. I was closest, so I grabbed her by the shoulder. "I hear ya," she said, swatting me away. "But I'm keeping her occupied. Get Ms. Goddard and the others out of here. I'll hold her for as long as I can." I was of half a mind to leave Kess to her noble end, but this wasn't personal for her like it was for me, so I said, "Give me that negative energy grenade from your bandolier." "How did you—" "Prior experience. Make sure everyone gets out of here. I have something special in mind for Isidora." Kess spared me a glance. "Something that'll get you killed along with her?" She stopped shooting long enough to hand me the grenade. "Let's hope not," I said, "though I may wish I was dead if this doesn't work." Ao-Utet appeared next to me. "Then perhaps we will die together, assassin. Whatever you have planned, I will remain by your side until it is done." I didn't know where such devotion came from until I saw the priest's gaze lingering on the risen dead. He failed them once. He did not intend to do so again. "This may be a one-way trip," I said. But he remained resolute, and I had no more time to convince him to go with the others. I looked back once to see Onaya staring at us. With a grim expression, he nodded. Then, I had no more time to do anything other than focus on the witch. Kess retreated, firing as she went. Each shot eroded Isidora's defenses by fractional amounts, but I no longer cared about that. I had retrieved my sword, so with it grasped in one hand and the negative energy grenade in the other, I approached Isidora with Ao-Utet at my side. Isidora laughed to see us. "Do it. Throw your weapon at me and learn how futile—" I stepped into the swirling vortex of Isidora's dark magic. At once, the energy took hold, battering into me. If not for Ao-Utet's strength, I would have faltered. But the priest placed himself between me and the indomitable tide, allowing me to step clear and face the witch. "Who said anything about throwing it?" I asked her. Isidora's confidence melted into horrible fear when she saw I had already pulled the pin. In the next second, the grenade's energy enveloped us. Our world became a moonless night without stars, an unholy darkness, complete and absolute, and an abject cold that swept over me and brought Ao-Utet to his knees. The Shadow Realm, which I hoped never to see again every time I visited it. Though now, for the first time, I didn't shun its embrace but let it wash over me. Its debilitating effects negated, so I felt nothing more than a slight chill. I couldn't explain the change, though I felt a strange feeling of comfort instead of the usual terror. If this was the Dark One's work, he extended no such inurement to Ao-Utet, who collapsed, shivering and moaning as the cold pierced his bones. I remembered that feeling and pitied him for coming with me. What I'd done utterly shocked Isidora. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, her manic smile, replaced by sheer astonishment as she registered the sudden shift in power between us. With a whimper, the swirling tendrils of her dark magic faltered and faded altogether, overcome by the real power here, the power of shadow. Gone was the unstoppable Blood Witch, the embodiment of dark desires and malevolence. In her place stood a woman grappling with the stunning realization she had lost. More than that, she was trapped. But then, so were we. or so she must think. Isadora clenched her fists, her helplessness transforming into rage. "You fool!" she hissed, her voice cutting through a stillness so profound it seemed as if the world held its breath. "You've killed us both." For now she shared none of the usual symptoms of entering this accursed place. But for how long? Unlike the shadows, her magic wasn't infinite. "No, Isadora," I said, stepping back. Even that short distance created a void between us, and she almost faded from view, so dark was it. "Just you." I grabbed Auutet's arm, hauling him to his feet. He was so weak he had no choice but to lean on me. Damn, the priest was heavy, but I stumbled away from the witch without letting him go. We went as far as the grenade's blast perimeter, where I found Mason's doorstopper holding the way home open. The area beyond was as dark as the shadow realm itself, but I knew, hoped, the way out was there. "You think you can trap me here?" Isadora screamed, her voice sharp and laced with venom, but beneath it lay a tremor full of anxiety and fear. I risked a glance back, catching glimpses of the Blood Witch through the darkness as she lunged after us. With one final push, I hauled myself and the priest over the threshold, kicking the doorstopper away right before we crashed back into the glade. Disentangling myself from Auutet, I spun around, and only then, when I saw no trace of the doorway between worlds, did I settle back and sigh in relief. Isadora was gone, trapped forever, or so I hoped. Silence pervaded the echoing grove. With the witch gone, the Jakaree corpses had become corpses once more. I spotted the others beyond the trees, waiting to see if we somehow survived, or if the witch still needed killing. Next to me, Auutet shook with uncontrollable tremors. "You saved me," he stammered through chattering teeth. "Why?" "I'm not entirely sure. Not because of the code, which dictated a far harsher treatment of foes. Neither was it because I had any fondness for the priest, because I did not. However, he had chosen to accompany me when he could have stayed behind, so perhaps the reason was simply because he risked his life for mine. That kind of debt demands payment, so I was glad to have the score evened between us. The same went for Matilda. While I didn't owe her any direct favors, she had gone to great lengths to ensure my safety on multiple occasions, so maybe neutralizing the Blood Witch was a step towards repaying her. I needed to seek her out, or perhaps wait for her to find me, to inform her of Isadora's downfall, and that we no longer needed whatever resided within the Empyrean chest. The others strolled through the trees now. When they reached us, I offered my cloak to Gwendolen, who was still freezing. Then I explained about the doorstopper in as few words as possible. Raid and Kess had questions, but I told them not now. I found Gwen's lack of interest surprising, but I knew her mind was elsewhere when she appeared distant during my explanation. Given all that had happened, I didn't blame her. Once we reached the city, the priests went their separate way. The Lendens, too, though they left Miss Goddard's side only because they wanted to retrieve the Goddard device from the apothecary's basement before the Jakaree got any ideas. I offered to escort Gwendolen the remainder of the way home, so we said farewell to Raid and Kess and promised never to do that sort of thing again. "Should I hail a coach?" I asked Gwen. Gwendolen crossed her arms beneath my cloak and shook her head. "Can we walk?" Though the night remained cold, the snow had finally stopped. "Walking is fine," I said. "Need to clear your head?" Gwendolen took measured breaths, rubbing her arms to hide her trembling. "Something like that," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. When we strolled a block, and she still trembled, I said, "It's only nerves. Happens to everyone." "Does it happen to you?" she shot back, her voice flaring with her more usual sharpness. "Not often, but I have more experience with this sort of thing. It's part of the job." Gwendolen stopped. "I don't envy you." "Oh? The cost of what we do is too high. Tonight." She let out a breath. "The priests killed my assistants, my guards. I thought they were going to kill me." She tried laughing, but it turned into a sob. "Turns out they saved that part for the witch." She faced me with tears streaking her cheeks. "I tried bargaining with her. She ignored me. I tried bribing her. She said she could already take anything she wanted. I know what she's been doing in the Shambles and what she had planned for me. I pleaded with her, practically begged her to stop. I've never faced such evil. Did she say why she took you? Gwendolyn wiped the tears from her face. Something about my deep knowledge. The priests took my prototype, but she had no interest in it. She never asked me for anything. She went right to the sacrifice part. When Isadora extracts a person's blood, she also gains their knowledge. But you said deep knowledge. Aouutet said the same thing. Maybe taking every last secret from a person requires a more thorough process. That's why she took you to the grove. Gwendolyn nodded. But why did she want me at all? I had no answer other than to say, she's gone, you know. How certain are you of that? I wasn't certain at all, but I said, she's in a deep, dark hole, and she's never getting out. Gwendolyn sniffed. I saw it. Saw what? The deep, dark hole. The negative plane. Most call it the shadow realm. I only caught a glimpse through the open doorway. A shiver coursed through her. Is that where? Never mind, I know it is. It's where I sent my brother. I didn't know how. Walter's trapped there forever in the dark, with no way out. In a sense, she was right. Walter was trapped. But he was also dead. Gwendolyn sent him to the Shadow Realm months ago. No way anyone survived that long there. No one can escape, can they? But somehow you did. Few are as clever as I am, I said, trying to lighten the mood. Gwendolyn didn't quite laugh at that, but she did at least smile. You're home, I presume, I asked, gesturing ahead where I saw guards posted outside a gate. Beyond the manor's walls, lights shone, and I saw the movement of armored men on horses. Looks like your captain's men are mounting a search party. Better go tell them not to bother. You're not coming? Gwendolyn asked. I'd rather not have to explain myself to Captain Nelson, I said, figuring she understood. Before you go, what about the energy analysis for the warders? Is there anything you can do now that the sample is gone? Oh, that, Gwendolyn said. I solved their problem before any of this happened. Idiots should have asked for my help in the first place. I'll set the meeting for tomorrow and invite Elizabeth. Would you like Mr. Dutton to attend as well? I shook my head. Not necessary. I trust you and Liz will bring things to a satisfying conclusion. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I can finish the energy detection device. I have the readings but can't properly test it without the sample. That's all right, I said. I know someone else working on something similar. It'll sort itself out, I'm sure. Speaking of sorting things out, maybe it's time to let bygones be bygones between you and Atticus. You've seen the bigger picture now. You know what's at stake. Why not put your rivalry aside, at least for now, and work together? Gwendolyn chewed her lip, thinking it over. I'll contact him in the morning. I can't guarantee he'll want to listen to anything I have to say, though. You may find him receptive to the idea of collaborating, especially where the warders and Jakaree are concerned. It wouldn't hurt to have the Lendons, the Cranes, and whoever else working together instead of apart. You can always return to your bickering after the warders and Jakaree are gone. She bobbed her head, and with that, turned to go. But before she took a step, she looked at me and said, Thank you. You're very welcome. Gwendolyn strolled away, smoothing her hair and regaining her poise with every step. Smiling, I wondered at the thrashing she meant to give Captain Nelson. 1, for not preventing her kidnapping, and 2, for not coming to find her sooner. I carried the amusing image in my mind all the way home. Thjorn looked like he wanted to smash something. Given what I just told him, I suppose that something was me. Let me get this straight, he grumbled. You want me to call the whole thing off? As in, don't get the word out about a powerful new piece of technology, so important the king has staked a claim on it. Don't let potential buyers know about a black market auction for it. And especially, don't make sure the king's agents get word of this illicit sale, so they can arrest this woman you profess to hate so much that you want her out of your life for good. Is that about right? Did I miss anything? Hate is a rather strong word, but yes, I think you summed my request up nicely. Thjorn slammed his fist so hard on the table that half the tavern's patrons cast furtive glances our way. Most were smart enough to look away just as quickly. Catching Ophelia's worried look from behind the bar, I waved to her to say all was well, and to reassure her that a raging barbarian was not about to destroy all her furniture. Lifting his fist from the table, Thjorn kept squeezing his fingers tight until his knuckles turned white. The only problem is that I already got the word out about the device, let my buyers know about it, and dropped all the right hints to the king's inspectors. The wheels are already in motion, and I can't stop them. Humph, I said. Sellers back out sometimes. I'm sure everyone will understand. Besides, are you telling me Thjorn Heavyhammer Targalus, the legendary Lord of Thieves, can't stop a deal from going down? That's exactly what I just said, isn't it? I made promises to make this happen. That puts my reputation on the line. I'm less concerned with the potential buyers than with the people I'll owe favors to if this thing unravels. Yes, well, sorry about all that. However, circumstances have changed. A free Ms. Goddard holds significantly more value now than one languishing in the gulag. Bah! Thjorn violently sat back, muttering and shaking his head. At least his fist melted away as he waved at me in dismissal. Fine, I'll call the deal off, but only because you did good with the witch. Malachi's spirit can at least rest in peace and go to his gods now, knowing she's dead. Damn witch is dead, isn't she? A friend told me that if we're lucky, she'll wander the Shadow Realm for the remainder of her days. Matilda also told me she didn't trust in luck, so she meant to continue her effort to open the Empyrean chest. Thjorn grunted. I would have settled for plain old dead, but trapped forever will have to do. That aside, I still need you to do something for me. What now? I almost asked. But Thjorn had gone to a lot of trouble for me for nothing, so, hoping I didn't regret it, I said, anything. The new Grand Administrator of the King's Merchant League has barely taken over, and he's already making my life a living hell. More payback against the guild? Something like that. Grand Administrator Storm is disrupting the guild's usual business with the League. I had an arrangement with the previous administrator. Storm is disregarding that arrangement and costing me a lot of money. What about the assassins they sent? That kind of move demands retaliation. Heavyhammer gnashed his teeth. If it had happened a week ago, it'd already be done. But Storm and the others he appointed to the League work for the king now. He slammed his fist on the table again, almost upending our drinks. I can't move against them without risking the king's ire. The warders were clever, I'll give them that. By consolidating their operations under the banner of the Warding Mining and Manufacturing Company, they had cloaked their activities in an illusion of legitimacy. Additionally, under Chief Administrator Storm's direction, the League of Merchants declared the Warding Company a trusted partner, extending royal protections and such to their employees. Warder membership aside, a strike against the company's employees was akin to an affront to the crown itself. Such a move required a delicate touch and, above all else, secrecy. I knew what Thjorn wanted, but still had to ask the question. So, what do you want me to do? Thjorn leaned closer. Even the Lord of Thieves had to exercise discretion when speaking of murder. I want you to pay Mr. Storm a visit and put a knife through his heart. Since I anticipated the question, I fired back immediately. And then what? Huh? Thjorn looked at me in confusion. He'll be dead, that's what. Right. But how long before the warders replace him? They've already shown an aptitude for manipulating the succession of some of the most important positions across Alchester. I'm not saying we don't go after Storm. But how about we also target the one who's really in charge? The one pulling the strings behind the scenes? The one who sent those assassins to kill you? Thjorn leaned back. You mean their Primus? I didn't need to answer, so I stayed quiet, letting him think about it. I could go after Claire on my own. The old gods know I'd considered it. But that wasn't how my profession worked. I left the decisions about who lived and who died to others. My role was to ensure that when the moment for the kill arrived, it got done. What do you need? Thjorn asked. Special jobs like this had special requirements, so I laid it out for him. To my surprise, he denied me nothing. You're sure? I asked. The warder primus is heavily guarded. Some of your people may not survive. Even if we get to her, Claire is deadly enough on her own. His stern gaze told me he was prepared to bear the cost, regardless of whether or not his people were ready to do the same. And the society? You've no qualms about bringing them in? They're not killers, remember? Thjorn said. So, tell them only what they need to know. I saved the best, or the worst, for last. The Jakaree will insist on having a major role. Once I talk to them, we won't have any choice but to include them. Talk to them, is all he had to say to that. We parted with a promise to reconvene after I set the wheels in motion. As I stepped outside, the sun shining across the frozen ground dipped below the horizon, and darkness unfurled its cloak over the city, wrapping its tendrils around every corner and crevice. Night had always been my home, the shadows, my solitary ally. But it wasn't enough to act alone anymore. The unifying convergence fast approached, and given the growing influence of the warders, I saw no way to stop them other than by making alliances. The code says to never let a job become personal and never have regrets. But sometimes the code was wrong. Sometimes not making it personal is the biggest regret of all. You've reached the end of this adventure. If you enjoyed this story, please give it a like and subscribe to my channel to get a notification when each new story is available. You can view all my books and get the latest news by visiting scottmarlowe.com.